Three letters, guys. PCE, that's right. We are going to get that PCE data. This is often referred to as the Fed's preferred inflation gauge at 8:30 a.m. It's also a big day for earnings because the biggest company in the market, the one in everyone's mind, the biggest earnings event of every earnings season, Nvidia, reporting after the bell, expected to be released at 4:20 p.m. tonight. So stick with us. We'll take you through those earnings and, of course, even earlier, take you through some PCE. So we'll start with some housekeeping with that in mind. Again, guys, PCE at 8:30 a.m. We're expecting a little bit cooler to in line on the year-over-year side, both core and non-core. Month over month, though, expecting a little bit hotter than what we got previously, core and non-core. So that should be an interesting look. We'll go over that in a little bit more depth in just a few minutes. We're also going to get GDP at 8:30, durable goods at 8:30, consumer spending, consumer income. So lots of data to get into at that 8:30 a.m. time. Here's the SPY right now, poised to open roughly flat. If we take a look here at the NASDAQ, same look. USO here, poised, again, roughly flat. So as of right now, you've got, sometimes we'll get, USO's up, major averages are down, or vice versa. They're all kind of flat today. And I think on a day with so much economic data and so many heavy earnings, especially after the bell, that's definitely going to be of note. This is also the day that the Jackson Hole Symposium kicks off, that we won't get that big speech from Fed Chair Warsh until Friday. And of course, here is the man, the myth, the legend itself here, Nvidia, roughly flat right now in the open, kind of mirroring the market, but this thing is going to be on people's eyes all day, but especially after the bell. But even, of course, before that closing bell and before that earnings report, there's still going to be a lot to get into today, Sia.
Absolutely. After the bell, we do have big name Nvidia. I'm very, very, very anticipated. I'm really waiting for this name. Also, over the past, we do know it, 5 quarters, Nvidia has beaten both Wall Street on both earnings and revenue every single time. I want to see if they hold up this time as well. We do know right now. Also, they've beaten EPS estimates as well, 5 times straight, but the stock has still fallen on earnings day 4 times and declining roughly around, I would say, 6%. So yeah, we do have a lot of economic data coming in. We do have the Jackson Hole Symposium starting as well today. And like you said, Fed Chair Kevin Warsh delivering his speech on Friday. Lots of anticipation and lots of things happening today.
Yeah, we're going to turn it to the guys in a second, but I want to mention Micron. No move on this yet, but we do have some C-suite changes here for MU. So MU appointing Manish Bhatia as president and COO, so chief operating officer. Scott DeBoer has become the president and chief technology and products officer. That's effective immediately. So some C-suite switch ups here over at MU. If you guys could have one word and then kind of explain it after to describe what you're expecting from the market today. I'll start with you, Neil. What word comes to mind? I saw your eyes kind of go wide at that question.
One word. Let's just say disappointment is the word I will use.
Unpack that a little bit.
Yeah, disappointment, not necessarily for the price. I feel as if everyone's excited for Nvidia, and usually the moves have been somewhat muted on earnings day. So I think the explosion that sometimes we're expecting to get doesn't come from that place. It's not, so that's why I use the term disappointment, but it's not from, I don't think we'll be disappointed when we see CrowdStrike after the bell. I think there's going to be some fireworks there. Cybersecurity has been under a lot of pressure. Obviously, we're going to have some economic data here at 8:30, and then everyone's going to wonder what that's going to mean for Friday and the Fed and going forward. But I feel like Warsh isn't going to give us much of anything on Friday, and there'll be more uncertainty. That's good for the markets because it gives us a little bit more volatility when he's a little bit more vague. But yeah, that's the word I would use. I think everyone hypes this event so much and for Nvidia, and then oftentimes you get a little disappointment.
Yeah, and I think because you have Nvidia and PCE in the same day, I think that adds to things. What word comes to mind for you, Sean, in terms of, I know this is a kind of a weird question, but just kind of summarizing what you're expecting from what should be a pretty exciting day?
I think a good word is patience.
I like it.
Adara, because I think that you got to wait for these numbers to come through, right? I mean, we can all sit here and expect PC to run hot, run cool, but when at 8:30 the number is going to come out. We'll see how that's going to affect Jackson Hole and what that means to Warsh and what that means to September 16th, right? That potential Fed rate hike, and then we got to have patience as well as we wait for Nvidia earnings, And I think that we can all again understand that the last 6 of the last 8 earnings calls were great reports, great calls, but unfortunately the market had a negative reaction. So I think what we have to do is just be patient, wait, see the numbers, react to the numbers as we get them, and move on from there. So for me, that's what I'm waiting for. We're excited. At 8:30, we now have a half hour away. We're going to get that, that read, that PCE, the preferred Fed gauge number, and we're going to find out what that is. And at that point, we move forward, right? I mean, I think they just got to be patient, wait for the number, and see how the market reacts to it. Because ultimately, that's all we're doing is trading the market reaction. You know, there isn't a whole bunch of news surrounding big tech names today, so we'll have to wait around. There's interesting stuff about Kimi and stuff like that, but for right now, we just sit back and we relax and we wait. What's a word you would choose potentially?
I think. Oh, that's a really good question. And see, now I
mean, it's just the same question.
I don't think it was that good when I posed it. Now I think it's kind of tough when I'm dealing with it. I think I can only think of multiple words. I would say maybe unexpected, because I think we're so many expectations. I think at any moment they can kind of subvert.
Right.
Ooh, there we go.
So that would be what I think here. And I know you guys kind of talked about PCE, but I want to dive a little bit more into this 8:30 a.m. data dump, because I say dump, it's not just PCE. We talk a lot about this PCE,
GDP, right?
but it's going to be GDP as well. It's going to be durable goods orders. There is a lot coming down the line here in just 24 minutes here.
There is a lot coming. I don't know what to even look at, because there is a dump of numbers, to be very honest, and to brutally call it that. Let's just take a look at the previous numbers that have come in and what's forecasted for these. So core PCE price index earlier was at 0.1%, and consensus now stands at 0.2%, but forecast 0.3%. GDP growth rate previous at 2.1% and forecasted at 1.5%. Curious to see how that plays out here. There is a bit of a gap between the previous number and the forecasted number, so I'm curious to see how that comes out. Like you said, we also do have durable goods coming in. Durable goods were at 0.6% previous, and currently forecast stands at 0.3 to drop by 0.3 points.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one here for some of this economic data. Now, Sean, I want to start with you, because you mentioned patience, which I think is really key, especially with this economic data and with earnings. And I think kind of goes to what I'm curious about now. I guess, what piece of advice would you give for traders who are trying to figure out, how can I plan my trades when we have this number coming out just an hour before the bell?
I mean, recently we've been having the numbers come out as expected, right? So I feel like, there isn't really that much to do. I mean, I have the Qs up here right now. It's not moving around too much. You're down a quarter of a point right now, looking at some possible break spots. If you're looking at a daily chart on the NASDAQ, breaking below the 708 area would be interesting. It's on a nice little decline here over the last couple of days. We've seen Nvidia now obviously down 7 of the last 8 days, with yesterday being one of the up days. But how can you possibly prepare for a number? I mean, I think it's just about waiting, watching the tape, and understanding that this is the first chance right now at a number this week where Warsh and so on and so forth can get a base to what they can expect to hear them say, right? I mean, if this number comes in extremely hot, then the hawks are going to come out. If it's slightly cooler, then maybe we do get a rate pause. So I just think that watch out for the expected move, but potentially an outsized move, right? I mean, if this comes in, we just heard core PCE expected at 0.2%. What if this comes in at 0.4? Then all of a sudden now you'll see the market react, expecting to the downside.
Just pack it up and go.
Yeah, and then so if that winds up happening, the market goes to the downside. All we have to do is be prepared for it. It just goes back to that patient word again, I think, Adara, where it's like, let's just wait to see what winds up happening. And I think you can hop on board with this time. I really do think that if it does come, Neil, to the downside, it comes more hawkish, I think the market continues. I think we need to have a direction right now, and I think everyone actually is looking for the short. So if that can wind up printing, I think the market continues, and we could have quite a negative day, possibly down 1+% on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this, Neil?
Well, I mean, if it came in 4%, like this coffee, we just add a little bourbon to it and hit the short key. I think that would be the case for sure. No, I think having an idea of, where you want to look for initial reaction to confirm things, like have a look at like TLT, maybe, ensure that that's maybe, sort of heading. It's right now was the last couple of days heading back into the upside. You can look at that. You look at the VIX as the leading indicator, just to make sure all the stars are aligning. And then from that point, I usually want to find, let's just say it comes hot. Let's stay with that theme. Let's just say it comes hot and we stick with that theme. Well, I want to look for some kernels of strength, not just be thinking short. I want to see, what does that mean for gold? Can you find something there? Is Bitcoin able to hold on a little bit, even if that were to be the case? So yeah, I think you could try to look for the names that you are going to key in on to trade, both as indicators, and that's where we talk about TLT and UVXY. Obviously, you're going to look at the Qs as well for direction. But then I'm going to be very, very curious where I can find some outliers. And the first two places I would look, because they've been doing their own thing oftentimes, is over to crypto and certainly gold and silver. Although some days gold a little bit better than silver. They took a bit of a back turn yesterday. But it was a nice rebound for sure. So yeah, you have to have some ideas out there that could go contrary to the market, at least in the back of your mind. Whether they do or not, who knows? But I always want to have a few ideas out there like that.
And it makes a lot of sense. And I want to talk, speaking of the market, and we talked yesterday, I did this on the wall over here, about how the market usually performs on Jackson Hole Symposium speech day. Well, speech still not till Friday, but we actually get the start of the symposium today. And we got some interesting comments from Fed's Barkin, which were, I think, a little bit more hawkish than I've seen from some of these Feds as of late. He basically said that it was a close call to hold rates, which is honestly the only time I've seen that, because before that we were really seeing that, it was, we definitely wanted to hold, but now Barkin's saying that maybe that hike could have been a little bit closer than we were expecting.
Yeah, I did read about that too, Adira, and also we do know all eyes are going to be at the Jackson Hole Symposium starting today. We're going to see, like you said, market moving. This is my first time looking at this, so I'm curious and excited to see how the market responds and reacts to all of this. So we do know that the central bank has also often used this gathering to flag its expectations for the rate policy. So as we, however, spoke about it a couple of days ago, eyes again on Fed Chair Kevin Warsh to honor that tradition in his debut speech on Friday. So that's something that I'm looking forward to as well. So we do know what he's been facing scrutiny as well. That's nothing new. If you've been following the Feds for a long time, you do know that. And also, investors are saying that Warsh has pushed market confusion. And I don't think this is anything new. I think this has been well established. We do know about this. It's raising doubts about his credibility as well. But let's just stay on point. Investors are also hoping that Warsh will use his speech to fully explain the roadmap for returning inflation to also the Fed's target, and see what the bond market's role is in that strategy as well. So yeah, curious to see where this goes from here.
Yeah, I really don't think that we're going to get any kind of, as you said, see a better sense from Warsh about what he's going to do going forward. I guess, Neil, what one thing would you be shocked to hear Warsh say? It doesn't have to be a word. It can just be kind of a statement or a sentiment, because this guy's notoriously tight-lipped.
What would I be shocked to hear? I mean, I'd be shocked to hear if he were to tell us precisely what he's looking. Sorry, flies around here. I'd be surprised, first of all, that these flies got killed. That's the first thing.
Yeah,
no.
That'd be nice.
No, I'd be a little bit surprised if he was direct about what it would take for there to be a rate hike this year. I mean, the market is still pricing. We're pricing in. It's still the same thing as it was. I mean, I have it up here. We're looking at like 64% chance that we're going to stay as is. But if you go up to the end of the year, it's still about a 70% chance that rates are higher. And there's a decent chance. I want to say, let me just double check. Yeah, it's a 24% shot that you could have 2 rate hikes. So the market seems to still think that that's the direction that we're heading, and I feel as if you'll get zero insight from Warsh as to whether that is true. So it'll be completely more uncertainty. So there'll be no directness, in my opinion. The other thing I'd be surprised with is if he gave any true insight as to what he thinks about what the Treasury has done.
That's interesting.
I feel like he's going to leave that alone, even though I'm sure people will probably want to hear his thoughts on what Besson has done to try to manipulate long-term yields. My guess is he's going to completely leave that one alone, and maybe that's what he's supposed to do. But yeah, I'd be definitely surprised if he addressed that directly.
Yeah, and before we go over to Joe for options, Sean, I know we talk a lot about Fed speech being kind of a nothing burger. I think given that we know Fed's Chair Warsh doesn't even believe in Feds giving kind of any sense of the game away, how seriously are you taking any Fed comments, including these hawkish comments from Barkin ahead of that speech?
So it's a great question. I mean, Adira, I think Kevin Warsh basically set his own trap here, because he doesn't want to speak about anything. So what he's winding up doing is leaving it open for other Fed members to come in, like Barkin, and give their opinion.
It's a good point.
So yeah, so if he's gonna sort of set this trap, then everyone's gonna lay in it, and they're going to come out and the hawks are going to speak, right? They're going to want their opinions out there. So I really feel like his refusal to spoon feed the market where his direction is has led us down this trap. But I was actually just looking at the 2-year, and I think this is something that we've seen run hot over the last little while. From February, we were down to 3.5%, now all the way up to 4.2. The 2-year yield is what's going to move come this PCE and GDP number. So that's what we're going to be looking for. But hey, you know, growth stocks I think are going to get hit no matter what winds up happening come Friday. I really do think the hawkish talk is what's going to wind up happening, and I think Barkin is just sort of setting the stage here. Finally, we get some Fed speak, and it is interesting to get a little bit inside the committee now, because as we said, he's setting up all these what were those task forces, and now finally members of his crew are coming out to speak, and it looks like it's a little closer than we thought. Neil just showed it was 65-35 basically. Let's see what it winds up being come Friday. But Jackson Hole, like you had mentioned, Adara, it is just a bunch of talking back and forth. It's a bunch of rich guys getting together, drinking some wine and eating some nice food.
A little scotch.
But yeah, maybe a little scotch on the end of it. But at the end of the day, you know, the yields are what's going to tell the story. And I just think that, yeah, he's sort of set his own trap here by not talking enough about it himself. So now Barkin's going to come out and say what he wants, followed by Kashkari and all these guys are going to come out and give their opinions. That's dangerous for the market because we don't actually know what the vote's going to be until September the 16th.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for sure. We're going to turn it over to Joe for some options talk with, again, 14 minutes to go until PCE.
All right, guys, let's get right into things. Adara, I do like your choice of word, though. Unexpected is what I was actually going to go with, and that's going to lead us right into this potential strategy here within NVDA. Would have been 3 words, actually, for me. Expect the unexpected, because what we have seen and what we've witnessed over the past couple of quarters is that we stay inside of our expected move. Now, Joe, what are we talking about here? We have a little strategy assembled, and we're going to be looking at the strangle, ladies and gentlemen. So what is this? It's actually a long call and a long put that are slightly out of the money. Now, what is the objective of this trade? Well, we would have to exceed our expected move here in order for this trade to really pan out for us. But the real important thing is ladies and gentlemen, don't forget implied volatility is priced into the value of these contracts. All right, so let's get right into things. What is the objective here? We're trading around $213 and $214, so plus or minus $16 on each side, $14 on the strike side, which is going to be the put, and $16 on our call. So what is the objective here that we are aiming at towards this earnings report? Well, just before the close, if you're looking to assemble this style of trade and say prices roughly going to close where we're currently at right now, this is how I would set up my strangle strategy. Now, the objective of this is you really need to have the understanding of intrinsic and extrinsic value. This only holds extrinsic value, which is time value. These are out of the money contracts, so they are not worth anything until you either have a massive appreciation in either the long side or a depreciation in the price as well too. So the objective here is to gain a little bit more time value before the expiration date, all right, ladies and gentlemen, which could be difficult because if we stay within that expected move, the value of these contracts are going to diminish. But the key objective here is that we want one side of these contracts, whether it be the put side or the call side, to exceed our expected move and outweigh the opposing contract. So say we just happen to climb to $235, the appreciation within this specific contract itself will outweigh the value of this contract, in which you would lose due to the fact that, hey, we climbed higher, this put value is going to lose some value. This put contract is going to lose value. And the same thing here in regards to the put. If we were to sell off aggressively, you would want your put contract to outweigh the call contract, all right? So there is your strangle setup potentially for NVDA earnings report. But the key objective is we need to exceed the expected move. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least on our list, we have CrowdStrike also reporting after the bell. This contract is going to be expiring Friday, ladies and gentlemen. $15 spread here. It's not the most active underlying asset. 2.9 thousand contracts still currently open at that level, and 2.4 open and closed on yesterday's session. I was looking for the largest amount of gamma exposure, and it led us to this $200 strike price. Now, as for our Greeks, you can notice that we are out of the money just by our 24-cent delta. We're sitting on a penny gamma, and our Vega exposure sitting on 5 cents as well too. Now, as for the longer duration within this contract, we've already lost 87% of the value. You might find if you do have the ability, kind of like our Nvidia setup there, if you have that extreme move and you beat the expected move, the implied move, then you'll see some appreciation. But to fully recover on this contract is extremely difficult, and the probability is extremely low as well, too, ladies and gentlemen. Always use your delta as a percentage metric in which the contract may or may not close in the money. That is your options segment leading into the earnings report after the bell on CrowdStrike and Nvidia. Let's send it back to Adair.
Yeah, I want to talk, because we're going to discuss some Nvidia without a doubt here on the rundown. I want to talk, though, right now about oil. So you've got a couple different things happening right now hanging in the balance with oil, including that very unexpected last-minute report yesterday with roughly 15 minutes to go until the closing bell from a Russian news source saying, hey, the U.S. and Iran could announce a deal within a matter of days. So there is a lot happening in the oil front. I know we don't discuss it as much as we used to, but I think it's still worth noting, keeping an eye on some of these developments here, Sia.
Let's look at what's going on here, Dara. So Iran and Oman, as we know it, are now approaching a deal to secure safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz. We saw a couple comments coming in on X as well yesterday. This is also to secure the future administration of the strait particularly. We've also seen joint comments coming in. So the countries have said in joint statements yesterday that their respective foreign ministers had discussed a, quote, proposed framework close to establish a, quote unquote, a joint temporary navigational corridor through the Strait of Hormuz and an agreement to implement a joint project to clear the strait from mines. The U.S. also has reportedly started returning its diplomats additionally to the Gulf countries. So projections is that this could potentially suggest that there is no escalation for war, or the United States does not currently expect any military escalations as well. But let's tie this into the economic D-Day announcement that came on Monday from Scott Bessent. We do know it. However, U.S. has so far held off on imposing these significant secondary sanctions on other nations. And Adara, this also includes China, significantly Chinese financial firms that are suspected of facilitating Iran's oil trade.
Yeah, we saw here that the reports that we could get some other kind of deal between the U.S. and Iran. You get the sell-off in oil. Neil, do you think that when we eventually, saying we do get some kind of deal, have this announced again, this could be as early as this week, do you think it ends up being a sell the news event for the market because we've had so much anticipation here? What would your trade be?
Well, I think for oil, at least for the next couple of days, I do feel pretty bearish on oil. It's really a matter of how far it does drop before any announcement were to happen. We've seen it too many times before where you get a deal announcement and then we just go right back to being worried about AI and focusing on other things. And I think Nvidia earnings in Jackson Hole will be bigger overall than what is being telegraphed is going to happen. You've got three things telegraphing that maybe we're not going to get any more escalation. Sia mentioned one of the most important ones, which if you're sending diplomats back in, you're not looking to escalate militarily. You wouldn't be putting diplomats in that kind of a situation. So that's the first time. The second one came on Monday when they said they were going to go with economic. Oh, it's going to be economic D-Day. Okay, well, you pull that lever because you don't want to have to lob more bombs. But why would that be the case? Because all of the talk that munitions are at lows and they need to restockpile and then we're getting low, and that's very expensive. So you throw that all together and you really get the sense that it's obvious, not that anybody wants there to be a military escalation, but certainly that's lowered. And right now oil's reflecting it. We've had a 2-day pullback. It's been gentle, hasn't been crazy, but it has been a little bit risk off, and that's what I feel like we're heading into. We're just drifting lower, and I'd be a little bit concerned if we didn't hear some kind of announcement saying that, hey, okay, we've got a formal ceasefire or something along those lines. If we didn't get that, I think that would be poor. But because the market is expecting this, I expect oil to just drill back down, and then we can be worried more about Friday. Tonight first, we got to get past Nvidia, and then Friday, because if Warsh, who we're expecting to be tight-lipped, I still feel like if he surprises people by being you know what? I would be shocked, but if he were to lob some, not criticism, but commentary toward the Treasury's tactics, that would be half of what Druckenmiller did. I feel like that would really scare the bond markets. I don't think he will, but there's that potential that's out there because there's been a lot of criticism as to what the Treasury is trying to do with yields. And if there's a comment from the Fed about it, I feel like that could really spook the bond market. So I'm not as worried about oil, at least for now.
Well, that's a fair point, Neil, because he can be a little bit spicy. Like if you guys saw that economic forum that he took place in or took part in with a whole bunch of other bank leaders and Sarah Eisen of CNBC, he got a little tense at times. And based on some of what you said, Neil, I want to pose a different question to Sean here, because Neil, I like that you were kind of also mentioning with regards to all these other events we have going on here. You've got Nvidia, you have PCE, you have the Jackson Hole speech. Sean, where would you rank as of right now with such a busy week, the importance of oil amidst all of these other catalysts? Do you think it kind of falls to the wayside for you here?
I think what Neil said is right. I mean, I think that this is one of the last remaining surprises that this market could actually get, right? I mean, I think that we're kind of just on the precipice of a decision, because tonight we have also Nvidia, which is going to help with this whole data center. And by the way, we have struck oil in the basement. You can hear the drilling happening right now, so very timely on this discussion. But no, I think we could see a quick $5 to $8 drop or so in oil, let alone USO, if this sort of rhetoric continues to be positive. And I think that's what the market's looking for. We're looking for some more positive movement. I mean, look at what USO did at the end of the day, right? We went from 128 down to 125, from 3:30 into 4 o'clock. If we call up the SPY, you can see when it goes, there you go. You can see a opposite reaction, obviously upside there, up about $1.50 in the SPY. So if this story does have wind, and we do have Iran and Oman now advancing their talks and trying to come up with something, I think oil does continue its move lower, and the market can continue its move higher, and we can sort of push PCE and GDP to the side for now and just continue to hope that oil does have this downside drop there, disinflationary move, and we can have a little bit more power to sort of the hold tight spot for September the 16th with the Fed. So I believe that oil right now is one of the true catalysts in the market. And if we can continue to get a downside drag on that, then the market should lift upside and we don't have to worry as much about other economic indicators. So for me, oil, Adara, continues to be a huge story in the current marketplace.
Well, we have right now about less than 4 minutes until we get the PCE and GDP data. So really quickly, before we get into that, I want to talk about an asset class, equity, whatever you want to call it, that could move on this, which is crypto. Now, I want to talk to you guys, Neil and Sean, because I noticed something technically, and I, not as experienced with charting, I could be overthinking this, but you had that 83,000 level here, Bitcoin going back to early May. We tested just below it, you get that topping tail candle, and then you reject. But Ethereum actually broke, and right now is holding above that level around the same time that we made in late April, early May. So I guess, would you say here, Sean, I'll go to you first, Bitcoin or Ethereum, do you think there's actually any divergence here, or do you think Bitcoin's just trying to catch up before it continues to have this rally like what we're seeing with ETH?
Well, there's sort of the whole golden cross happening between the ETH and BTC right now. I actually think that the exuberance in Ethereum actually is a positive for the altcoin movement right now. Generally speaking, when we have Bitcoin going to the upside, Adara, that is a strength. So, I mean, we can call it up right here. Here's ETHA on the NASDAQ, I believe. Yes, there it is. So you're going to see a nice little outsized move on Ethereum once this loads up. There it is. I mean, look, strong move in Ethereum. Quite outperforming. I think it's about outperforming by 10% or so Bitcoin right now. And I just think that Bitcoin is a flight to safety, as we like to discuss it, right? I mean, if there's a run into Bitcoin, generally that means that people are finding the top asset class. They're putting their money in there because they feel that Bitcoin itself is about to go for a run. The fact that we have Ethereum going higher gives a little bit of juice, I believe, Neil, anyways, to the altcoin movement here, because Circle's been going a little bit higher. The Clarity Act does help some of these stable coins. I think stablecoin rejuvenation helps some of these altcoins get to the high side as well. So you're going to see names like XRP, names like Solana start to get back there to the upside.
Yeah, I want to talk here really quickly, Neil. We've got like a minute now until PCE, GDP. Are you expecting any kind of crypto move potentially, depending on how we get those numbers, and which of these crypto assets you'd be looking at first?
Well, I mean, it's always going to be IBIT and ETH at first, but I'm actually going in a little bit bearish on IBIT because of that 80,000 rejection that we're having. But I think you have to look at the Circles and the Coinbases of the world, and BM&R and the Treasury plays, because I think you're going to get outsized moves if there is strength. But again, predicting what's going to happen at 8:30, I don't think that's the way to go. You want to get the numbers. You want to be able to react to them after we have them. I'm expecting it's probably just going to be in line, but hey, you have to be ready for some shocks, and do not ignore the treasury names. MSTR, the MNR. Those could give you bigger outside moves.
Yeah, and we're actually 20 seconds away now, so really good time here until we get these numbers. So let's go over what we're expecting again. PCE year over year, 3.6%, forecast 3.7% prior, month over month, 0.1% forecast, negative 0.1% prior. The core prints, you're expecting no change here for year over year, 3.3%, 4.2%, a little bit hotter than what we got last month. Let's see what starts coming in. Okay, I have durable goods right now, 1.1%. That's going to be well above estimates of 0.5%. Core PCE, 0.2%. We were expecting 0.2%, so that's going to be in line with estimates. I also just got GDP here coming out at 1.5%, in line with estimates of 1.5%. PCE year over year, hotter than expected, 3.7% versus 3.6% expected. Month over month, PCE, 0.2% versus 0.1% expected. So that's hotter by 0.1% for non-core year over year and month over month. Core numbers were exactly in line with estimates, 3.3% versus 3.3% for the year over year. And that core month over month here, 0.2% versus 0.2% expected. As we mentioned, GDP coming in line, durable goods a little bit hotter than we were expecting. Personal income hotter than expected, 0.4% versus 0.2% expected. Consumer spending a little bit hotter as well. We'll switch over to the SPY. Right now, a little bit of a drop here on the SPY. Neil and Sean, what are your first reactions to that numbers? I'll go with you first, Neil.
Mostly in line. I mean, it's slightly hot. You're seeing probably what you would expect from the market, which is a slight move down. That feels like it makes sense to me. Bitcoin, first move downside. I was a little bearish on that anyways, but first move to the downside. I don't think you want to overreact when we are mostly in line. I think you want to take a look at what some of the revisions are going to be, maybe on that GDP number from prior. That's going to be a bit of a key. But it's a little bit quiet. Again, nothing was a crazy shock. I think it had been a bigger shock. We'd be looking at more downside. You can see TLT, that's a 20-year ETF. That's pulling back a little bit. Of course, this goes down. Yields are going up, but nothing crazy. We didn't break through recent support on TLT. We didn't break through recent support yet. That would be concerning to me on if we were to break some of these lows, that would be a little bit of a concern based on the fact that it's a little bit more in line more than anything else.
Yeah, does this change your trading plan at all, or does this change how you're going to be approaching the market, or what stocks you'll be looking at today, Sean? As again, we get hotter than expected prints for both the non-core month over month and year over year PCE.
No, I mean, right there, I mean, pretty much in line, as we said. We were looking for an outsized move, and I mean, right now the market's just kind of hovering around. The SPY goes up, goes down. Now right back to the pre-market lows. The Nasdaq was down 0.2 going in. You're now down 0.4, so that's trying to speed up a little bit. Bitcoin did dump below 78,000 there temporarily. Now back up to 78.4. So I think the market just reads this through, and we continue as per usual, continuing to watch oil, continuing to wait for more Fed speak. You know, when you get numbers that come in line like this, there really isn't a whole heck of a lot to do. I was talking about the U.S. 2-year here yield, and really nothing happened at all. Ticked down to 4.175, up to 4.20. So, you know, if we look at a daily chart here, or even if we just go to a 10-minute chart, oops, get rid of that ad. You know, just a little downside move, now a little upside. And so just back and forth on the 2-year. I was expecting a little bit of a, you know, more of a dramatic pause there in this space, but it doesn't look like we're getting too much of a movement here on the US 2-year either. So yeah, for me, watching the SPY, there it is, just hovering near the day's low. No, Adair, I think it's as expected, right? 0.2 versus 0.2, 3.3 versus 3.3. A couple, as Neil said, a couple hotter prints in there if you read through it. But no, for me, everything seems to be the same. Bitcoin not moving, Nvidia, SpaceX, everything seems to be all nice and calm. I wonder if there's anything happening in small cap world.
Good question.
Yeah, great transition there, Sean, because we are going to bring over Luis Barbado of A Day Trading. He's over here behind us, as you can see. And let's get right into it with some of these small caps, Luis. Great to have you on with us. This YYGH was unwashed this morning. This has a relatively small float. I was seeing, I think, just under 20% short float. Is this something that would be on your radar?
Yeah, it was in our radar. Hello, good morning there. It was in our radar, and we shorted there. When it fails the new highs on 250, we shorted right there in 220s, and when it broke the VWAP here. And very likely it's going to be an all-day fade on this one. It's a nice, with all the fundamental data, with all the statistics, it was a very nice short. Not short in front side when it broke this 220, the overnight resistance here. You could see it broke, it went higher, but when the volume dropped after this huge candle of volume candle, this one, it went to 260 almost, you let it go. We call this like a death candle with a lot of volume down, and then you can short it here. And again, when the VWAP broke, was one of the pre-market trades for sure. Yeah.
So I have another question here about what could be a pre-market trade. I just pulled up this SOAR Volato group. So it looks like we actually already had a drop on this side. Though, know this is a little bit below the price level of what you normally look at, but you had this decent drop. You're coming back. A, is this one that you've traded yet today? And B, is this one that you could be looking at potentially later down the line today?
Not really, because as you know, this is a little bit below the price I like. I usually trade above 60 or 70 cents of a dollar. I have to say, with the new regulation, you don't have only to look at the bid price compliance, but also the market cap compliance. And it's 3 million. I think I remember 3 million. So this is trading above this regulation. So it's not pushing because trying to get in, avoiding the listing situation from NASDAQ. It's about news and everything. So I'm going to wait. If it breaks 38 and it goes close to the dollar, I might check, but not on my top list today.
Yeah, I have another one that I want to bring to you here. This is the CRE, Create Enterprise. This is still hanging out around pre-market highs. It's well above that dollar level, currently trading just above $6. Have you looked at this one? What would the game plan be for this?
Yeah, now we're talking other. Now you are finding the good ones. This is very tricky stock. We have some criminal record. Look, went from $2 to $8 a few months ago. Again here from $3 to $10. Again, all the way down. So we were expecting this one. First of all, never trade front side this one. Okay, it's a Chinese company. It's very, very risky. It has 1 million float only, with criminal records of crazy pumps over 100, 200, 300%. So don't short this one. Front side, Hong Kong, sorry, not Chinese, but Hong Kong with 1 million float and with criminal records. So don't never trade short front side when it's going up. Wait for some fail of highs and try to short there. Bad news here, we don't have locate. Well, we have locate. Price is ridiculous. It's like $50 or $60 per 100 shares. So you have to make half a dollar to scratch the trade. So it's something that I will avoid taking into account this locating price. For longs, it is difficult because this Chinese low flow, they go like 300% and then they fade all the way down. But if we hold this above $6 and try to fight the VWAP on the opening print, let's see, if we trade about $8, it could go to $10, $20, $30, whatever. Then above $8 or $10, probably we will see some liquidity trap. No liquidity over that price. No one is going to offer. No one is going to go short front side there. So if buyers come in and shorts have to close, we have a liquidity problem there.
Are there any other tickers that are on your radar heading into the open, or that you've already traded today that you want to share with us here?
Yeah, I think the easiest trade today, taking into account the low risk it had, was this RDIV. We sorted that one when it did the VWAP rejection. Oh, sorry, here. The VWAP rejection here, RDIV. There you go. Okay, it went all the way up. Look, we have the same pattern few days ago, okay, and sorry, a few months ago in February, it went from $12 to 40. Look at that, and all the way down from 40 down. So the same as in the other Chinese company. This is not Chinese. This is, I think, something related to New Zealand or something like that. US company, but with business in New Zealand. And look, don't short front side this one. But when it fails and start to go down, you have a tighter stop and a lot of range to take profit. Today we have the same, okay, went up very sharp to $20, okay, rejected there. And you could sure, look, here on the fail of highs. And if you don't want to be so risky, because here the volatility was crazy, you wait for the fade and then you short here against the VWAP. This is what we call the VWAP rejection. It is now below VWAP without any volume. No one is looking this one. And when you short, sometimes you need the volume to go somewhere else, and all the traders and algorithms just don't pay attention to this stock, and then it's going to go down. If you have a lot of volume, a lot of volatility, it will keep going up. So first short was there against the pre-market highs, and the second one even nicer, although it's $5 lower the price. It's nicer because you have a very tight stop and a huge winning rate on this one.
That's an interesting look. Thank you for going over those. I want to ask as well, I know you don't typically look at some of these larger stocks. You're really focused on the small caps, but I know you will occasionally take some of these blue chips. Nvidia earnings are tonight. I guess what would make you look at this stock as a potential trade tomorrow?
I will, as I always say, I try to focus in what I think is my skill, and my skill is shorting, sometimes long also, a small cap. So for me, in order to trade a large cap, I need a lot of volume, and no trend, because I don't like when it goes trending only one side and, without noise. So if I see tomorrow that we are trading below, for example, this 205 or above this 225, 230, then we might have a lot of volume and a lot of volatility. I think within that range, 210, 230, I will not touch it because I have an idea what's going on, if it's going to break all-time highs or we're going to fade below 200. So I need a lot of volume and a lot of noise, so no clear trend, but just going up and down so I can go in the trade and out as fast as I like. It's another kind of trading. Sean probably will hate that. He will like to go in and follow the trend and ride the trend. But for me, it's, that phase. For me, it's easier if it goes up and down a lot, like 50 cents or $1 up and down, so I can get in and get out as fast as I want.
Well, thank you very much for going over all of that for us. Luis Barbado over in Barcelona, Spain at A Day Trading. You can often catch him in our chat at A Day Trading. And are you going to be here with us at 1 p.m. today on the midday?
Yeah, I will be there for sure with, I think, Obi and Joe, right?
Yes, Obi and Joe. You'll see Luis on the midday with Obi and Joe at 1 p.m. Great to have you on once again, and see you in just a few hours.
Thank you very much, Salvador.
All right, guys, thank you very much, Luis. Looking forward to more conversation during that lunch hour, guys. Make sure you join Obi and I and Luis during the midday show. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. A company reporting after the bell yesterday. INTU taking it on the chin here, ladies and gentlemen, down 10.5%. We're going to get an equal weight rating, but Morgan Stanley is going to be reducing its price target from $335 to $315. Reason for the downgrade, the firm notes full year 26 results were solid, but full year 27 guidance was below expectations on the top line. While these lowered bars give the company flexibility, the burden of proof remains high. Moving forward, Dick's Sporting Goods, a name that was down substantially yesterday, and reason being for this downgrade here, going from a $255 price target to $145. We're down about 0.7% this morning, but we're going from an outperform to a market perform here. Couple of issues within this report here, guys. The firm cites the slowdown in demand for the athletic apparel and footwear. Reasoning for this downgrade. Telsey also states it lacks conviction in an inflection point at DKS until there is more innovation from the brands within the company's stores. Now we're going to take a look at some more positive things. Zoom, even though slightly negative here this morning, 6% to the downside. We're getting a price target increase from JP Morgan. $100, that is up from $90, but we're going to hold a neutral weight rating. But JP Morgan views the company's Q2 report as robust, led by strong growth in enterprise revenue. Zoom's online revenues also grew by only about 0.6% year over year. Challenges from a customer standpoint are weighing on the company's growth. Last but not least, we have SolarEdge. on our list here, 5.6% to the top side, going from a neutral to a buy and a $42 price target. That is up from $36 at UBS. The company is a key beneficiary of the ban on new inverter model imports. UBS also believes the ban will create a supply-constrained U.S. market, driving share gains and potential pricing power. Reason for the upgrade here on SolarEdge. Let's send it back to Adara.
Yeah, just quickly here before we get into the next topic, of those upgrades and downgrades, Neil, I'll start with you. Which of those really stood out as not just being interesting, but maybe even as a potential trade for today, like intraday?
I'd probably go with Intuit. I mean, it's down double digits. If you go back to the May earnings report, like that took them to a fresh low. And it was the way that it did it, I suppose, when we look at the chart. You had the dump down, but then there was a continuation day, at least a couple, and then you caught a bounce. So it did do a bit of a bounce and then gave you a chance to go back into the low and fade. You were already running a good 35% from the lows into this print, so there's plenty of room for it to go. If it follows that pattern, I think you have weakness today with 300 support, and you give it the 3-day rule, maybe you get a bit of a dead cat bounce, you can retest some prior resistance, but the trend has been pretty precipitous here. Like the 200 period is telling a very distinct story here with Intuit. I mean, long term, I think from a fundamental standpoint, they're at the forefront of what gets disrupted a little bit by AI, so everyone understands that. But the relief rally that has happened in some of the software names, well, it's all well and good. You still have to go into earnings and produce the numbers. So you're getting these little rallies in between earnings. Earnings come out on these names, and it's like, oh, the guidance isn't good. We're going back to the downside. So I think that pattern's unbroken.
Yeah, what about you, Sean? Any intraday potential with those upgrades and downgrades that you saw?
I like SolarEdge on the up. I'll take the upgrade side today. I think SolarEdge down from 8. Okay, I muted. Yep. I'll take SolarEdge. I'll take the upside today. Down 88% from its lows. Look what's happened. It's just bouncing off of a key level right there. I like that upgrade by UBS there, talking about possible area 42. That's in lines with the 200 period moving average. Really like that kind of a call to the upside, giving us a base right there. With tariffs being talked about here and SolarEdge moving their plants into Florida, I think it was Florida, Utah, and a couple other spots there, Florida, Texas, and Utah for SolarEdge. So obviously being produced domestically there, blocking out completely all the tariff noise. So I like SolarEdge right there, up 6% today, and trying to gather some steam off the bottom. So if you're looking to get into something that's not as data center specific here, SolarEdge on the move down. Right there. They were recently booted off the S&P 500, I think, a couple of years ago. But this name definitely has some upside there, SolarEdge. I mean, just back in May, man, this thing was $80. So, down to 30, looking like we have a base down there from last year at this time. Let's see if $31 is a jumping off spot here for SolarEdge. So that's where I'll be looking, possibly putting some money to work down there, using 30 as a bottom. And I kind of like the whole no tariffs on SolarEdge, now that they're producing everything in-house domestically.
Yeah, they're definitely part of the whole America First vibe. That is for sure. Now let's talk, speaking of America, we have this interesting China-US story. Now we're going to get more into this on the rundown, Sia, because there are some stocks that could specifically be affected by it. But we're seeing here, Moonshot, of course, of China, reportedly in talks with some US cloud companies, and it's not the only sign of potential US-China collaboration we've seen lately.
Absolutely. We have 3 companies in specific, to be honest. We have Microsoft, Amazon, and Google in focus. Moonshot AI is negotiating revenue sharing agreements with these companies. It will allow these US cloud giants basically to host blockbuster Kimi K3 model. That is, also this is quoted by 3 people who are familiar with the talks but not been named. So these discussions are primarily highlighting how, like you said, Adara, China's leading AI models that are normally now, another lookout that I want to bring into this is they're far cheaper than the Western models that we're seeing here. They're gaining traction also in the United States. But what baffles me is that this is coming in despite the national security concerns in Washington around these Chinese companies as well. And that ultimately had led to bans of exports of AI chips to China as well. So this is just another thing that I am curious to look at about. And just taking a look at this, that they are also taking place despite, like I said, critical comments from Moonshot, about Moonshot from senior US officials that we've been hearing as well. And Moonshot is seeking up to a 30% share to look at financially of revenue generated from these K3 related services on Microsoft's Azure, Amazon's AWS, and Google Cloud.
So we'll get a little bit more into this in stock specifics on the rundown, but Sean, I guess I'm curious here as to your thoughts on the timing of this, because of course we're getting these, Moonshot, China, and U.S. talks with about a month to go until President Xi visits the U.S. Do you think this is kind of a smokescreen just to kind of placate things out of the conversation, or do you think there could actually be some traction behind these talks?
I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, we keep on talking about President Xi coming through and what that means to talk to Trump and figure out this whole, because China's been on the back burner with all this Iran stuff. So it'd be interesting to hear what that means. We saw Alibaba go to the upside on that kind of news as well with Kimi models. I think it's great actually for Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, all the hyperscalers here, because now they get to take advantage of a cheaper model. And they're going to be receiving some sort of tailwinds from that as well financially. The talk rate there is reportedly up to 30% of revenue share deals. So that's huge, man, for the big three US cloud providers. They're being able to host the Kimi model. I was saying this before. I thought that a lot of businesses right now, the fact of how expensive tokens are and whatnot with OpenAI, with Anthropic, with some of these models that have been built here in the United States and North America, China is going to be a cheaper alternative. And I think for very basic things, agents and whatnot, I think the Kimi model is something that's a little bit cheaper. Will force, players like myself that just use it on a basic side things to maybe cost a little bit cheaper for these hyperscalers. So I do like the story. It's not really affecting Google too much here today. If anything, it's up against the market, only down 0.1 versus the NASDAQ being down 0.3. So yeah, I think the big look, and I'll pass it off to Neil what he thinks here, but I think FXI as well, as we look to see, and we've talked about the FXI a little bit and how that market's been doing. Similarly to the NASDAQ 100, this is the China 100 stocks. I think there is a move to the upside here, and I think it's going to be helped by, positive tailwinds here with U.S.-China relations. And I think it does start with this whole Kimi, and maybe that is sort of an olive branch being reached out by big tech here in the United States and big tech in China. It's nice to see them getting together even before this big political meetup. And
you're also hearing, Neil, about HPQ and Huawei. I was reading about that this morning ahead of HPQ's earnings report, interesting timing. And then also Apple trying to make that Chinese memory agreement, which is facing some resistance. Do you think if we have enough companies announce these deals that the government almost has no choice to allow them to go through? Or I guess kind of like, how would you view this from the perspective of other companies talking to some of these Chinese entities?
Well, I don't know if there's no choice. I think we still have to wait. I'm excited about it too, and I think this is positive, as Sean was saying. It's just, what if Congress intervenes? We know how that can divide things. You've got midterm elections coming up, right? So if cooperation with China ends up being a hot button topic, you could see some pushback from Congress. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that would be the risk side of it. The HP deal was something that was already brewing, a little patent dispute that they got resolved. So it's kind of an old thing. So I'm not going to read too much into that one per se. But ultimately, it's a very good sign. And the other one, which is low key and almost has, it's a separate story, but low-key has something to do with this, is going back to Monday, the economic warfare and the fact that China is like about 90% of Iranian oil. They haven't actually done anything to any financial institutions. So they haven't actually made any moves.
That's true.
So that's a positive. They announced, we might do something, but then they haven't done anything. And now you get this news, which Sean said is an olive branch. So all signs are pointing to more positivity towards China. Now, of course, we're going to probably hear on the call about how, they want to have China open up, and Jensen's disappointed and blah, 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 that they're not making any money in China. So the numbers aren't going to be fantastic tonight. But there are multiple signs this week that things are looking toward progress. But just do not ignore the fact that Congress can flip this on its head a little bit if they decide to oppose these measures. And again, with midterms coming up in just a few months, there could be some pressure to push back against us cooperating with China and allowing the big boys to go over there.
You also mentioned there, Neil, which is interesting. I think this whole kind of idea of NVIDIA's China sales. I think once we start getting China sales, that'll be a really good look for NVIDIA going forward. Let's talk about a different AI company here. I want to mention OpenAI. Oracle dropping pretty sharply last night. Of course, as we got this report that One of OpenAI's executives focused on the data center build-out side of things is leaving the company. He's not the only one.
He is definitely not the only one, Adara, and we've been seeing, I would say, an influx of people leaving OpenAI, and it's actually quite a bit shocking, but you know what? Let's not question it. Let's just dive into what's been happening here. Head of data centers now, Chris Malone, has left the company as of late yesterday. Lots of reports coming in from multiple companies about this as well. He had joined OpenAI in March 2025 after previously working on data center infrastructure as a quote-unquote distinguished engineer as per his LinkedIn at both Meta and Google. And he'd also helped oversee OpenAI's ambitious infrastructure, I would rather say, plans, which included targets to spend roughly $600 billion on compute by the year 2030. So we also had an OpenAI spokesperson as of yesterday who said, and I quote, "We recently reorganized our infrastructure organization to support the scale and pace of our work. And we have a strong, deeply experienced data center team in place with clear leadership and the technical expertise to execute that plan."
Yeah, wow, reorganizing the organization, a little bit of a rough look there. And the other thing I want to mention is I was seeing Peter Doolin, another executive over at OpenAI, leaving to go back to Salesforce. So they're leaving, I think, at a pretty rapid velocity, as Sia mentioned. Neil, do you think, I'm not going to say do you think it hurts the IPO chances, because I think that's the question that's been asked a lot, but do you think, if you were OpenAI, would you be getting kind of scared right now? And how do you feel about maybe this, if not completely ruining their IPO chances, do you think they maybe push it back a little bit?
They should be more. What the concern they should have is CDS spreads widening and the cost of borrowing going up. Like that's what everyone should be worried about, not necessarily this. We've already seen, the push further back down the line of the IPO. It's going to happen. I think we've been told that. We'll get Anthropic first. So I'm not terribly worried about when OpenAI is going to come to market. It's the type of market that it comes into that we should be more concerned about, right? If the cost of borrowing continues to go up, and if the yields can go higher and corporate bonds look really appealing relative to, at least the big boys, like Google corporate bond might look appealing compared to the US Treasury, well, it's going to put some pressure on these companies. As far as the shakeup goes, at least in the short term, look, Oracle was the first thing to move the most on that headline overnight, or not, in the afternoon yesterday, and it was almost an instant rebound. You saw that. You saw Nvidia take a little bit of a dive, and they bounced back pretty well as well. And it wasn't, dive's the wrong word. Like we basically bounced, I think it went $1.50 to the downside, and then we bounced into the close. So both those names reacted to the algos selling on Malone leaving to just buying it right back up. So I wouldn't overreact to that. You got to be worried about spreads. You got to be worried about yields. That's the concern here, because it is circular financing and borrow, and raise. The rest, talent leaving, that's pretty normal, especially at this point in some of these companies' maturity.
Yeah, I want to mention here really quickly before we go to Sean, this topic is already going to be on our rundown, but I think it's worth mentioning again here. META pushing a little bit higher here, as I'm seeing court filings suggesting that Meta and the states involved in this trial have agreed to settle claims that their platforms harmed children. So looks like we heard reports of a potential Meta settlement. Looks like they actually are settling here. Again, I'm hoping I get more details on this before we discuss this during the rundown, so we can give you guys a little bit more. But we have these reports. Looks like it has now been confirmed. Also seeing that Oman and Iran are still working on the details of an agreement over the Strait of Hormuz. Bit of an uptick in oil. Nothing crazy here. But yeah, going back to OpenAI, Sean, I have kind of a different question here. Obviously, we're going to wait and see a lot. But as Neil said, the market conditions could be very different when we get this IPO. So what are your instincts as of right now, given what we know about the company, long or short on the open at OpenAI when that thing goes public?
Long, but the idea about it getting a little more messy, I think, is exactly what's happening. I mean, this is just the, it's not even the start. This is in the middle, is at the end. Who knows? There's been executives leaving OpenAI over the last couple months. And I think that's just, it's starting to set up for a little bit of a messy open for them. And again, I think there'll be a lot of money pouring into OpenAI. I don't think that there's just as many bulls as there are bears on it. As sometimes you hear the loud noise a little bit more on the downside than you do on the positivity. I mean, OpenAI is still an absolute monster, using up tons of gigawatt power. ChatGPT is still one of the most downloaded apps. We do have Copilot. The last Microsoft story was huge for Copilot. That's what started to get them back there to the upside. But yeah, I mean, you're marching towards a massive IPO and you're losing key members that are part of the data center build out that are well known in the industry. It can't be a good thing for them. Sometimes you do get reshuffling and title changes and whatnot as companies go private, from private into the public markets. They want to get faces out there and names being dropped. But when you're losing, you know, big executives like this, like a Chris Malone, it is harder to say everything is fine. So I think that as we move forward here with a hopefully an early 27 IPO, I mean, I'm not sure if we've even had an exact date, or we don't even know a quarter yet that this could be coming out. It just doesn't look you know, like friendly fire right now at OpenAI. So for me, yeah, a little worried about it, but I think the playbook remains the same. We saw SpaceX go to 230 or so after opening up at 150. I think OpenAI does have a runway to the top side in the first couple of days. Really what's happening right now, I know you talked about Meta there. Meta, and this is kind of the thing about it, if you come over to my screen here, you know, sometimes there's so much negativity about a stock, and we talked about this yesterday with Australia, and like they gave up social media, and then the kids really didn't care about that, and we're still on it. They didn't really get a huge discount there that the government was looking for in the you know, user time there. And now here, if all you have to do is pay fines to settle things,
we just got the fine. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay,
there.
go ahead.
About $16.68 billion.
Million or billion?
Billion.
Billion, okay.
16?
I was gonna say
million, I wouldn't have even mentioned it.
You know, if that's million, then that's just Mark Zuckerberg, what he spends at the coffee shop this morning. But, you know, this is not even $16 billion. That is not even anything, which is why if you can settle on things like that, that is a huge win for Meta, man. Up now 4%. Maybe the downside is now, I don't want to say it's over, but nice move there for Meta as we take out the 50-period moving average. I know we're going to talk about this soon, so we'll go back to the desk.
Is that a coincidence that that's basically their cash position right now?
Ooh. Well, it's up to $16.68 billion. I should have specified. So they might even pay less. But
I mean, they could just do a debt raise again if they wanted
course.
to. I mean, not for $16 billion. They're not doing anything like that. Remember, they still do pay a dividend and things like that. Free cash flow shouldn't be a problem for Meta, but you're going to see right here, $16 billion. The market obviously likes it, regardless of what Neil, I or Adara think. The market likes that number, and Meta now up 4%. Let's throw it back to the desk, and we'll get this rundown started. We're going to flip around, and we'll start talking some stocks.
let's indeed talk some stocks, and we can talk about these stocks using the template of our free watch list. This watch list has all of the earnings and economic data that are going to be in focus, things that you need to watch heading into the day, any stories that are in watch. If you read our watch list, you would have already known that Meta was potentially having the settlement. And look, it's actually number 2 in our rundown, so we'll certainly discuss it. But let's kick off here with Nvidia, a name that we always discuss a lot at earnings week, and for good reason, because Nvidia, after much hullabaloo and excitement over this report, the report's finally going to be dropping tonight around 4:20 p.m. Sia.
You're right about that, Adira. Now I want to bring just a different kind of, I did yesterday talk about the estimates that are going to be coming in. So I don't want to focus on that. I want to focus on a different angle. Nvidia has also quietly been building its networking operation here. We're going to talk a little bit about that. That's generated nearly $15 billion as of last quarter, Adira. And that's up roughly $3 billion from 2 years ago. Wall Street is now expecting this figure to approach the number or benchmark of about $17 billion. Company reports today after the bell. Curious to see how that outlook comes in here. Compute still draws networking inside Nvidia's data center business, but also networking has been going faster, is nearly up 200% year over year in the last quarter compared to 77% for the compute. And that pace, however, kind of slowing, I would say. Analysts are, however, expecting networking growth of roughly 134% in the quarter that are about to be reported, still ahead of the compute range of 100%.
Yeah, so lots of interesting things to watch out here for Nvidia. How are you guys viewing this as a trade to date? Are you watching this? Because I know, Sean, for example, you're not always going to be trading these names the day that they report or on earnings day one. What is your guys' game plan for this stock or for the sector?
I think it had enough of a, let's call it like a defined range the last couple of days. I know it's the range, but it's also the gap from Monday that we were able to get. So the gap down here was when it broke down at 214 and then made a bottom at about the 210 level that had resistance around that price. And then we just traveled that range yesterday. So there's a bit of a range bound trade aspect to it. If it were to trend down, I'd look at the same thing. It broke trend, at 11:30-ish, right in here. Like there's your trend line break. It goes into VWAP. It was also then a VWAP long after that. So I think I'd play the more patient role with Nvidia, is not really trying to look at the 9:30 trade with it. Just play off of the moves it makes, expecting a bit of an inside day, and as long as we get that, we'll be fine. A couple of things to watch for tonight. Obviously, margins. You want to make sure that 75% stays, and you can't. And thank you, Randy. We just got a delivery. It looks like breakfast must be in. They just got a bananas, so we'll see what breakfast
I was looking
is.
for a coffee over there.
Wow. Always want a coffee. But it's not just, look, everyone's talking about circular finance and this and that. We want to see, assure us on the call that you can get some organic demand and growth in that regard. Not that you have to be invested in somebody or make an investment to prop them up or to get them to continue to stay in your stack, right? Like you want to make sure that it's not just about that. Like Nvidia doesn't have to be, they're turning into, but they don't have to be the bank of AI. You know, they can be more than that. And I think that's what I want to hear Jensen stressing a little bit. And maybe he'll have something positive to say about China, the way things have gone.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday Nvidia was my number one trade. It was the number one idea on the sticky note, and it's not even on it today. I think Adara nailed my thoughts about it there. When, you know, will we look at it? Of course. I mean, it's only down a quarter right now. I think it's going to be fine. I'd rather just wait to see if we do get outsized moves on Nvidia today. Like, I don't think it should go down to 210. So if we do get down into 210 to 211, I think those are buy zones. And, you know, coincidentally, I think the same kind of thing up here around that 214 to 215 area. You know, I think we play within those ranges today, and we don't really get an outsized move. So for me, if we get up here to 214, I don't think it's a breakout. You know, yesterday we were looking in the pre-market and off 7 straight down days for Nvidia. This pre-market high just looked great, and it was the number one trade idea. And when it broke through, we got $3 straight. Like straight $3. I couldn't even get out fast enough. Like the market was just moving with me, and it just gave us those trades. So that was a great one. And we also bought the dips yesterday at the 200 period moving average. So we were already in this name by 927 yesterday. And then it just ripped up. We were $1.50 in the money by the time the market even opened. And then we took down that 1150 and we went, and that was the end of that thought. So I don't know if the algos turned off or what wound up happening, but it came all the way back in and gave you that exact same reload once again at 210, sorry. So if that winds up happening, man, let's get all part of that. I don't think there's an upside move today like that. So I think we wait for it to fade out. The market is heading lower, you know, this morning. So maybe Nvidia to the downside is what we look for and pick something up. You know, we are staying late today. So get ready. It'll be around, I think 420 is generally the releasing spot there for Nvidia. So stay late with Neil, myself, Adara, and I there tonight. Hopefully Joe will stick back with us, and we'll watch out for those numbers to come through. It should be interesting. You know, it's an Nvidia watch party tonight here at Trader TV. Set your alarms for 4. Set it for 4. I mean, who knows when they're going to come out, but I think that's...
You got to get prepared for it.
Because we also have CrowdStrike, and we also have Synopsys, and we also have CRM, and we also have Okta. So it's not just NVIDIA, guys. Join us for all of them, and join us on X at TTV Research for a barrage of infographics as these numbers are released.
Yeah, I mean, how dare I forget about Synopsys? I mean,
well...
that's going to be a big one, but... Yeah, no, it's all good, Adara. It's a joke. But no, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's going to be a big earnings day today. You know, CrowdStrike, I think, is also important. Is CrowdStrike on the rundown? No. So CrowdStrike, I think, is also an important name. It's been getting hit there. The AI narrative continues to hit those names. You know, is there going to be a line item in the budget for, as large as it has been, for some of these, you know, software type names like a CrowdStrike? You know, will they continue to support, you know, cybersecurity? I can't imagine companies, you know, lowering their cybersecurity budgets. It's
hard to believe.
And things like that. So, you know, as CTOs continue to, you know, monitor their data, you know, the last thing you want is a breach. So I'm surprised at how much they've been getting hit lately.
But they ran so far, so fast.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's part of the narrative too, right? Is how far they've gone. And I mean, we don't even have, you have CrowdStrike up, but you know, they've been getting hit lately. Down another 1% today is CRWD. Did Palo Alto already report, or they're later on, Adara? Earlier, yeah. So yeah, exactly. So not yet. We don't have that number yet for Palo Alto, but we do have the CrowdStrike daily chart. And Neil, it's fallen quite nicely, man. It's
fallen nicely, and we're going to get to Meta because that's still looking pretty spicy today. But the fact that you lost, this time you lost the 50 period SMA on the daily, and you've consolidated under and broken down. So look, I think it could be a bargain to be able to get this down around $170. If it dips on earnings, that's going to look pretty enticing because you go back to some of those levels from June and they look very spicy. A stock that is not going to the downside, like cybersecurity, is Meta. They get their slap on the wrist. Looks like they're moving on.
And that's weird. You actually just mentioned Palo Alto Networks, Sean, because we just got a story on them, like right now before we get to Meta, which feels almost karmic that you just mentioned it now. Palo Alto Networks, according to the information, reportedly considering, or at least at one point considered, acquiring Datadog, DDoG, and OKTA, the latter of which actually reports tonight. So if you're seeing some weirdness on OKTA and DDoG, both Datadog and Okta were reportedly at one point being considered for acquisition by Palo Alto, specifically CEO Nikesh Arora. Let's go over to META because, yeah, I mean, we were going to talk about this story anyway. It was already on the rundown because they were reportedly going to have the settlement. But the settlement has now come in these 29 states case here being settled by Meta.
And this is actually, I would say, a rather positive thing, at least, Dara, that I'm looking at over here. We were actually, it's crazy how quickly news stories change and how quickly updates come in. So just to give you a bit of a context, several state attorneys general, as of late yesterday, that is late Tuesday, had put out advisories notifying the media plans for certain press conferences. We had also included in that Nevada Attorney General Aaron Ford, whose office had said that it planned to announce a quote-unquote major consumer protection settlement involving a leading technology company. Well, I guess that won't be really needed right now when we have Meta that has reached a settlement regarding allegations that their platforms are harmful to children, according to this court filing. So Meta now to pay up to $16.68 billion to states in the settlement.
Yeah, there's still going to be some smaller suits here against Meta. And as Sia mentioned, these press conferences are absolutely going to be on watch because if people say things about Meta, if some questions are raised, I'd be keeping an eye on Meta and I'd be very cautious with these press conferences in mind because 29 state attorneys general, that's a possibility for a lot of press conferences. How do you guys feel here about META from a trading standpoint or even Snapchat or related names?
Yeah, I mean, a quarter of its quarterly revenue as the maximum, like you said, like that's slap on the wrist territory. I think there was someone in the chat was saying, oh, you could sell the news. 600 to 605, it does stand out as a level here on the daily chart, and you are at the 50 period on a bit of a bounce. But if this is what we're concerned about, and the slap on the wrist is all they're going to be getting, like I'd rather not be looking for the fade. Like the question becomes, can you hold on to the volume weighted average price here? As I do suspect you will get some profit taking off of the open on Meta. And just in regards to the other side of this coin, only because Snapchat got mentioned, very muted move up so far, but it's one that can be watched. Like the reason this one's at least interesting is it's a $6 stock, so if you're into the smaller names, fine. That'll give you one thing. It's right at this 200 for a potential breakout on Snapchat. And if you look at about 640, like the $6 level, and then 640, you get very spicy for them. Snapchat doesn't have a huge short flow, but it is 8%. So this is one to watch. It hasn't broken out in a big way on that daily till 640. But if this holds VWAP, you're talking about a 6 area break. 40 pennies is a 6 or 7% move. So it's got a lot of room to get to that breakout level on the daily in sympathy. But it is just a sympathy play. So when the sellers come in to take profit on Meta, you want to wait for that to subside before you even think about Snapchat. Because Meta's the one that got the slap on the wrist. Meta's the one that makes boatloads of cash. You're just hoping they drag these guys up with it.
Yeah, no, Meta's been obviously a dog in this race, but now it's turning into this stallion over the last couple of days. And I think we looked at what it was. Solar Edge we looked at was near the bottom there and caught a bid. It's how many times are we going to see Meta come into? I mean, I'm laughing because it's like there's so many levers, and we say this all the time on the show. There's so many levers that these mega cap names can pull. Like you're one headline away from they're selling their compute power, bang. They're adding a subscription service, bang, to the upside. And we got to 680. Yeah, that's a good one, I guess. We have a graphic for that. But yeah, 680. Those were highs, faded out. 540. Those were lows, bounced off of it. So I just feel like, I don't know if this is timely news or what, or if the market's just saying, you know what, this is still a big dog in the race, right? I mean, you're still a $1 trillion company. You're still at, I mean, it goes back to, regardless of what the government actually wants people to do, they're going to do their own thing, right? Most of the time, right? I mean, look at COVID, look at a lot of these rules that get out of here, that get implemented in various ways. And I think this is just another one. We may not want our kids to go on social media as much as they're doing, but let's be perfectly, real about it. TikTok's been around now for 20 years. It's bigger than ever, right? This Google Reels and Shorts and all that, Meta with the Reels, they're bigger than ever, I feel like, as well. The sales numbers coming from these are absolutely huge. The search numbers that they're being put up on Google regarding Reels and what kids are looking up when they're going over to YouTube, right? So it's still something that continues to work, and I think that Meta is a very, very strong play if you can get it once again down a little bit from here. But congratulations. I know Joe's been talking about sort of buying some of these dips up, and there's been a lot of positive talk there on Meta over the last week. So today you get another story that's really helping the stock. I mean, the Nasdaq's down 0.3 and Meta's up 5%. So giddy up, Meta. I think congratulations to everybody that believed in this name. I did call this name, kind of like the new tobacco. And that's because, it's been pointed at, right? It's the feds are after this name. Many of the hyperscalers they're questioning the CapEx spend on Meta and what they've delivered from it. And I think that when you have, that's a new high, that's lower, that's lower, we're still going lower, we're still going lower, lower-ish. So let's see where now we get to. I'd really love to see a 680 take right now on Meta to bring this name back to positive land. I mean, first takes 620, and then we get back up there to the upside. So yeah, let's get Meta going again. And no matter what winds up happening, if I'm going to call it like the new tobacco, Altria, Philip Morris, all that, they still survive and they do quite well in various environments. So you just kind of get over that hump. There was a super chat I just heard in my ear. Okay. Not working on the super chats. So I can go back here and find it out. This is from Thomas. Yeah, been in Meta, there it is, since 7 a.m. So basically the question is why were you in it that early? Were we expecting this news to come out? If you were, then you got the proper story there. If I sell now and fade the open, then buy back when it dips, is this too risky? That is probably pretty much exactly what you should do. If you're thinking of, so first of all, it was just so you should always, coming up to $600, Thomas, Neil and I aren't here to tell you what to do with your positions, okay? But at the end of the day, I thought that was the same message. But at the end of the day, you did have a high move there up into 598. I think if you're asking us a question like that, I think a smart thing to do would be to sell half, play with house money. So if you're in it since 7 a.m., that means you're long around 578, 579, something like that. You just got let's call it a $20 move. That would have been to the high side. Let's call it $15. So if you cash out half now, you're in the money $15. So that's already put in your pocket, which means that you can absorb this all the way back into 560 and still be flat on the trade. So I love that idea. You'll see the way I trade. That's pretty much exactly what I try to do. The minute there's money in the pocket, I try to put it away, and then you kick yourself when it goes a little higher. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you're getting nervous hands about a trade, then exit it and work from there. So yeah, I think that's a great question. Trump suggests 22 ships passed through Hormuz last night. Well, that's nice to suggest that. There are actual, factual, and that might be right. I don't know. I just don't, the suggested part. I mean, that's something they can look up. And USO is down, what, 1%? Well,
it was down 1%
today. So I think the market is reflecting that. So, hey, I think both Neil and I agreed on this. Oil is like the next big sort of economic indicator that can really rally the market, because you have to wait for September 16th until we get that Fed meeting. There's going to be talk back and forth. There's going to be a silence period. That's fine. But if oil does continue to go down 1%, 2%, we come in tomorrow, it's down 3%. Those are tailwinds for the market and headwinds for the oil space. So.
Yeah, we just arrows up after that.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Not for these guys, apparently, though.
Yeah, Zoom doesn't care too much about oil, but let's go find out what the story is there, and then we'll discuss what it looks like on the chart.
Yeah, let's zoom in on Zoom Communications, because we have here right now, I think it was a pretty decent report here for ZM. You had revenue growth of about 5% here for Zoom. And as you guys can see, decent enterprise revenue growth here as well.
You're right about this, Adara. Now we're going to just dive into the numbers a little bit. Second quarter total revenue has come in at $1.27 billion. That is up almost 5% or 4.9% year over year. Second quarter enterprise revenue at $787.5 million, up 7.8% year over year. Second quarter GAAP operating margin of 24.6% and non-GAAP operating margin of exactly on the dot 40%. Trailing 12-month net dollar expansion rate for enterprise customers now has increased to 99% from 98% as at the same quarter last fiscal year, and repurchased approximately 3.7 million shares of common stock in the second quarter, bringing the total shares that have now been repurchased under the current plan to $44.2 million. 2 million.
Yeah, so repurchase is also on watch here for Zoom. What is your view on Zoom here, Neil? Is this something that you'd be day trading? Because it's not the most day trade-ish of stocks, for lack of a better term.
Not really, but look, it's better than Intuit, right? Like things weren't as bad as the Intuit number. Like the EPS guide was actually better than expected. So there's some kernels to look at that you can maybe like a little bit. The other thing would be, hey, Zoom wasn't exactly in a downtrend going into this. So whether you like it or not, and I'm not the biggest fan, but whether you like them or not, it is coming back. And thank you, Randy, coming back into some prior support levels, which I think can be a nice, interesting little play for you here if we get any further. The 200-period moving average is about $91. It closed at 101, so you would do the obvious math. It gets to the 200-period today, and it's an SSR play. And the difference is, unlike what Deere was yesterday, where you got very, very muted bounces, there were a couple in there where you could scalp a couple bucks here or there, but given how far it was down, those weren't bigger moves. Zoom's not breaking through massive levels. Like your last support is just chilling in here in the low 80s, right? It's pulling back and even got some prior highs that it's prior resistance it's trying to chew through. Like there is a bounce play, technically at least, for this, but it would be lower for me. And then of course, the president, again, a lot of oil is pouring out of Hormuz. Maybe we don't want it to pour out, we want it to move out. Like, move out nice and orderly.
We don't want another one of those.
We don't need the Exxon Valdez there. We don't need that, but that's okay. As long as it's
wasn't that crazy back then? Like,
oh my goodness,
all the destruction in the environment and everything. I actually got
It's a massive disaster.
Maybe I'll ask one of the large language models to review that, because that was how many millions of barrels and everything that happened.
But if you've looked at the Deepwater Horizon story too,
this is what I mean. Like,
even that
find out
crazy.
Like the economic damage or the environmental damage that happens with all that. It's absolutely nuts. Yeah, look, I mean, Neil just nailed everything about it. There's not much to talk about here with Zoom, to be honest with you, for me. I was even talking about this yesterday. Like, I'm like, people are still using this thing, and I was thinking, like, I don't understand why it's even up here. So down 6% makes sense to me. You're always looking at the 200-period moving average. I go over to Dick's Sporting Goods again and say, you know, when a name is getting hit, and we heard Obi say the sad story of the TTC once again failing for him yesterday, and how he wanted to come in early and short this thing, but missed it. But it didn't matter. That's what I was trying to tell Obi. I mean, as long as you were here at any time during the day, the short was fine. So, you know, I wonder if the same thing's going to, and it's down again here today. So even if you held it overnight, you're still fine. I think you got to give it 3 days. So now that you're approaching the 200-period moving average, I think that's basically an easy level. Like, if you like the stock, give it a couple days, see the reaction down here at the 200-period moving average. If it bounces off of it, then you have your long and you like the stock. So you're long at a great spot. We love the 200-period moving average. I think we've historically proven through many different charting examples throughout the 6 years we've been doing this, that the 200-period moving average is good. So if you come back into 90 bucks, you hover around there for a couple minutes, then you get back up to the upside, give it a couple days there for ZM, and then I think it's a long if we hold that 90. So it doesn't matter about what those report is. It's now over with. So you got to watch out for the technicals right now. Wait to see if 90 holds. But definitely, I don't think it's a bid here today underneath the 200. And I think it continues to fall. But I think that's about the implied move, right, Adara? I think it was probably 6 or 7% anyways. So, you know, downside, unfortunately, for the Bears, for the Bulls, but a good move there for the Bears on ZM.
Yeah, let's talk a little. We mentioned these hyperscalers earlier, but I want to talk about this more, less of like the China story and more of the trade perspective here on your Googles, your Microsofts, and your Amazons today, because these 3 Mag 7 names, specifically their cloud branches, in talk with Chinese AI company Moonshot.
They definitely are. So SoftBank, Moving on, I just went to the other story. Moonshot in talk with these cloud companies, negotiating revenue sharing agreements with 3 companies like we did talk about, Adara, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, that will allow these US cloud giants to host a blockbuster Kimi K3 model. Now, these discussions are highlighting how rather China's leading AI models are normally far cheaper than the Western ones, and this is known for a fact. And they're gaining traction in the US despite national security concerns that have also stopped, rather, I would say, and led to bans on exports of AI chips to China. We did see these, and we were talking about this quite a lot on the show as well when it did come out. So they're also taking place despite critical comments that have come in about Moonshot from senior US officials. But Moonshot overall is seeking up to a 30% share of revenue that will be generated from these K3 related services from Microsoft's Azure, Amazon's AWS, and Google Cloud.
So we've already talked about 2 Meg 7s on this rundown. How do you guys, Neil and Sean, feel about these 3 or any of these 3 on your radar for a trade?
Well, I mean, I feel like SMCI is going to move. As for these, I don't know. Like the excitement right now.
SMCI, you said?
No, I'm just joking around because like none of these aren't really moving that much. You have again Meta with an actual story, and Nvidia's got earnings tonight. Tesla, which we loosely consider makes something, it doesn't get put in the hyperscaler. That's probably going to move a little bit more. You look at Microsoft over the last trading week. What would you do with this? I'm pretty sure everyone would look at the 15-minute chart on Microsoft and say, okay, well, allow it to dip into the low 480s and then start thinking about the long, and everything else ignore. You probably look at Alphabet the last little bit, and you'd say to yourself, okay, this one tried to break out at 350, failed it yesterday, so if I want to be bullish about this story, the problem is this 350 fail and the 50-period SMA, so it needs to break cleanly through probably 52s, and then you're a little bit more excited. And we're in a weak market where it needs to go 1.5 points before it even breaks out. So that's kind of a miss. And then if we're going to talk about Amazon, which this dip in Amazon in the 50 looks pretty interesting, 255. That would be a level to look at if we get down off of those lows for bounce, but it's also downward trending and diddling in the middle. So yeah, I like the story this morning. I like that things might be going the right direction with China. But who's that? What's that company that's really reliant on the hyperscalers? It's going to give us a sense of where demand is at. And that's right. Nvidia reports after the bell tonight. Nvidia, like these guys are like it's earnings day for Nvidia, but you look at the hyperscalers and it's kind of an earnings day for them too. So I feel like they could be more choppish inside, and I'd want to stay away. Like I look at something, and the reason I said SMCI, and we're not talking about it, like that exploded on that Cisco news yesterday. And a monster day for SMCI. Kind of gave the whole thing, went right into a local top for, the couple of opportunities to scalp short, I guess, at the 38.5, although really just some smaller wins. Like if it can hold on to these prior highs here at 37.5, there's a nice continuation play. You bounce off these lows, 37.5, and you have a potential breakout with more room to rally before it gets to the high. So my interest will be not in the hyperscalers until after we report tonight. Well, Nvidia reports tonight.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of with you on that sentiment right here. I only really have the sticky notes now out. I have the TQQs as a possible short. We wrote this down pre numbers this morning. So some of the levels of now, we're starting to get to the downside a little bit here on the NASDAQ. But I just think today here, markets are jittery ahead of Jackson Hole and Nvidia, of course, there today. So I'm going to go short the overall NASDAQ, which means, can't be thinking about too long, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft and all of that. But the NASDAQ is starting to make moves lower. Watch out for that 200-period moving average. Like I said, when we wrote that down, 70.50 was kind of the top there from yesterday. That's what we're looking to fade out right now. Out of all of those names, though, I still like Google the most out of everything. It's not just a Gemini story. Waymo apparently is ahead of schedule as well. We have the robo-taxis coming. Waymo's coming out. We like the YouTube talk there. And I think also that settlement with Meta, a little undercover win for Google. If we're going to talk about social media, we talk about YouTube, probably the biggest one out there right now that's getting a lot of the eyeballs. TikTok's still not a public company, but Google gets a little bit of a tailwind there with that move from 346 up to 348 on that Meta news, now fading back just a little bit. But I still think Google can win on multiple things. I think the Kimi thing helps them. So that's good. I think there will be a lot of choice now for the consumer. I think they will choose a cheaper alternative. If Gemini can implement some of that, I think that's great. And if they can't, then there's that 30% revenue share. So I like the model for Google, one of the strongest names in the space. All right, one more little thing there. SpaceX analyst note, and then a minute and a half till we're open.
Let's talk some SPCX. So this wasn't really an upgrade or a downgrade. Wolf Research kept that $175 and strong rating here for SpaceX. But yeah, diving in a little bit more into some of their expectations for the companies.
Before I dive into this, I just want to know, Adara, they had announced plans to invest around $100 billion into the world's largest launch facility in Louisiana. How do you feel about that?
Honestly, I mean, whenever I think Louisiana, I just think of the senators from Louisiana. I don't know enough about the region. I think it'll be interesting. I'm curious to hear what Louisianans have to say about it.
Okay, true. So Elon Musk has also said that the facility could eventually have more than a dozen launch towers and support 30 Starship flights daily. So based off that, Wolf Research has reiterated an outperform rating and a $175 price target, and has cited that infrastructure developments can expand and potentially can expand SpaceX's launch capacity.
Yeah, and it's time here for the opening bell. Good luck, traders, as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Yeah, 15 seconds to go here.
Just here.
Oh, less than 10 seconds to go. By the way, A&F is now up 20% on their earnings. They absolutely fly. So maybe a secondary squeeze. We saw that a couple of years ago. But the opening bell is ringing right about now on Nvidia Day.
Ooh, I like that. It's
Happy
Nvidia Day.
Well, it's Nvidia's world.
We,
We're all living in it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's ever been more of a true statement than that, it seems like. All right, so one thing we didn't talk about on the rundown there was Moderna. Yesterday we talked about it being at that 130, up to 140, up to 150, up to 160, stopped at 160. So what about a 160 break today if the bulls come for Moderna? So we're going to be watching out for that one. Just a name that we didn't discuss there on the rundown. SpaceX, here it goes, man. We tried to get to it there, but ran out a little bit of time. SpaceX gapping higher into the 200 period moving average. Yesterday, a good short at 138, 139, 140. So the reason why it's so broad there is that it wasn't a clean move yesterday in SpaceX at all. 138 was good, then 140 was good, then 139 was good. So they all had their moments, but at the end of the day, if you held all day, you got run on some of those levels. So got to be careful there with SpaceX. Just a quick look at Meta. My ideas are there on the notes. Short the market, short IBIT, short Palantir, long Moderna. Meta giving it all back pretty much. So we had that super chat where I was like, play with house money, man, get out. There comes Meta back down. It was up 5%, now only up 2.5%. So half that move now coming back in. Look at the market go right now, blasting to the high side. Could be a Intel story.
No, Intel just popped and faded.
Okay, so yeah, I saw Intel pop, but coming back in right there. So yeah, right now looking to maybe short this market on a nice move higher here on the TQs.
Yeah, Q's going, but Intel popped right into pre-market highs. Sorry, not this pre-market lower high. Pre-market highs at 88. Call it 87.25. I mean, the big levels have been sitting at 89 and 90, which is what got put on the note. But I'll probably have to look at least this 87.3 into 88 for an initial fade. Bitcoin doing absolutely nothing.
I looked at IBIT thinking that maybe there was a fade there.
Gold and silver actually weak and looking like this could be a reversal though, because what I saw yesterday, I want to be hyper focused if we can on anything that fails the bottom and does that VWAP hold for return play, but SLV not doing much. Moderna looks like it's the name that's moving the most off the open.
It's down, right?
Yeah, down into 150.
Yeah, 'cause I was gonna say it didn't
145. It looks good.
We have a new position here. I mean, it's just we told you we'd be into the TQs, so quarter of a unit. Starting to go higher. We had written down here on our note today that I liked sort of the TQs in between 70, 50, and 71. So we put on a quarter unit right now. I really hope this isn't the top. I'd like to try to get a little bit more up here if possible, because we just don't have enough in it right now. But we've been run out of these trades real early, real quick. So I don't want to start the day in a severe hole here, but we will try to see if we can get the price that we want so we don't get too excited about this early move right now. So that's $70, and there's a 70.40, 70.50. So I think if we can get up to 70.55 there, a decent look on the TQQs, and if we break from there, then we can get out. So I'm going to take a little bit more right here just because, and then if we do get up to that 70.50 area, 70.60 high, then we can get out. So 70.60 would be our stop here on Meta. So if you're following me on that one, 70.60 right now, potential stop zone there for the TQQs.
Okay.
Yeah, I did hear a story about Meta there.
The funny thing is because I heard the same thing. Like you were saying Qs, and I was hearing Meta, and it's about the fact that it gave up all of the gains.
There we go.
And
Get
it's now
down.
right back into $580. But I heard something else. Like it was.
No, it's just they're accruing 10 billion of that
Oh, okay,
this-
gotcha.
in this
Gotcha.
current quarter.
Thank
yeah.
you, Adara. So there it is. 18 billion over 10 years for Youth Online Safety Initiative.
Over 10 years.
Over.
Not 18 billion a year. This is 18 billion over 10 years.
Like that's so.
$1.8 billion.
There's going to be a bid. It's falling right now, but
year.
I think there's going to be a bid there. So I'm actually in underneath or above the volume weighted average price, which I don't mind here on Intel. But I want to wait for a chance to get some actual 87s on this if we can, and then look for the play back into the low. Nasdaq's still doing its thing. Oh no, forgot about SoFi.
We'll go on with Uber. Uber's starting to go. You go ahead with SoFi. Yeah.
SoFi is a 1920 breakout today. So there it is, about 1920-ish. Higher lows, looking fantastic. But that's a potential breakout play. As let's go up to the desk.
Are we?
Adara? No. Okay, never
No,
mind.
not yet. I just want to say before we go, just quickly, I just want to show you guys Uber. There's a lot of talk on Uber right now. Maybe Sia or Derek can look for this one too. But Uber only up 2%, but a nice move there, straight upside. We did not sell our Uber yet. Maybe that was a good idea. Remember what we were talking about with Uber? We wanted to make sure that it broke above the 200 period moving average. It did that. Now that could be our out. But there goes Uber to the upside. Derek, what do you got for us?
But I do want to go over some of these headlines. I guess Meta coming out with its own guidance here after reaching that settlement to pay up to $16.68 billion to the states that were involved in this lawsuit. Basically, again, if you guys missed it, Meta with the settlement acknowledging or at least conceding the harm that their platforms cause to children. They basically said that they're seeing a legal expense of roughly $10 billion in Q3 2026 related to some of the charges here. They're going to be paying $18 billion over the next 10 years for youth online safety initiatives. Other than that, though, guidance ranges provided in that July earnings report, they remain unchanged.
Another chicken dinner winner to start the day again. I always feel a lot of pressure to put up winners, but some just trading naturally comes pretty easy. So there it goes, just into those levels. We actually we only had a quarter of a unit. We wound up having 3/4 of a unit there as we talked about putting on a little bit more pressure into the TQQs. So there it comes into the downside. We're out now of just under half of the position as we want to take some out at VWAP at the 200 period moving average. Your first trade of the day matches with our sticky note there as the #1 trade idea with that short. So if you put on actually any real shares up there, maybe you're done, but stay with us all day. There goes the TQQs. Nice move higher, right back into VWAP. Let's go. Let's collapse all over itself. Hopefully a big day already brewing for the NASDAQ. Nice upside move, now just fading back in. Watch out for VWAP, man. Don't get too greedy on a day like today when we're a couple days ahead of Jackson Hole. We got an inline number, and we do have Nvidia later on. So let's make sure we do capture some of this profit here. As you can see, it's coming right back up to the upside. So just one of these things today to be careful for. I don't actually believe there's many numbers coming today other than what we've already
what we've already got, but I can tell you if you didn't just capture profit there, Intel was just 50 pennies down, we got our first take, and then it breaks that lower high. And again, I'll use a tight stop here. I'm not going to give it to the absolute high a day because look at the strength that we're seeing. So you want that first move to get you into the volume weighted average price and then move on to the next. But it can still put in a lower high. I want to try to be patient. If you get a lower high, we can maybe grab another re-entry lower or let it press. Allow it to press into the levels that we liked a little bit better. 88 and in 89 we're going to be bigger levels for myself, so we can always go higher and wait patiently for that entry. SoFi is still okay. SoFi is turning in front of that 19.2 break and possibly pulling back here. This could be a nice little VWAP 19 even play for SoFi. It's only up 1% or just underneath 1%, but I do like what we're seeing on the daily chart with that stock. We went over some of that. 20 is a bigger breakout for SoFi on the daily, but I think the 1920 still looks pretty solid, which could go any second. SpaceX is, I don't know. I was about to say crashing down, but I don't like that one. And if it actually flies, I don't want to say crash. But SpaceX is giving a lot of yesterday and the day before back as we speak. So SpaceX looking weak. Moderna, looks like it's not going to be that 160 day for Moderna again. It's just asking for a 160 break, but Moderna heading to the downside. 145 would be the key price level to look for at the bottom. Otherwise, I might be sitting out Moderna here today.
All right, yeah, we're looking for that 160. I'm gonna do it. I mean, there we go, man. We did it again. We reloaded. I don't know, man. I mean, we saw it fly to the high side there. We got another 20. We got a 23. We just took it out there at 04. So that's a quick 20 cents. Let me put another bid right here, and we're still holding on to obviously the majority of this trade. I mean, we just reloaded it, so we got 1 unit on right now, and there we go, another out there at 12. So, you know, full unit on. We've now gotten out of a little bit as it's coming back into the downside there, as it's was my number one idea today, so we're happy with that one. XPON, we're just hearing again, another move, XPON. This was a move that happened in the last couple of days, XPON now starting to go back to the upside. We did have a nice move into $4 or $5. Now it's upside there into 7. I am not going to say 6, 7.
Yeah, you can.
Just did. But there it is now breaking higher on XPON. You know, a short flow name, I believe under 1 million shares, trying to get going one more time there. But now we're 25 cents in the money. The slapper is happening right now for us. Let's go, man. We're having that day one more time. But look at that. It was just at 93. We missed it. So we'll take an O's there. We'll put it back at 93. The market's still pretty volatile right now, trying to figure out what it wants to do. I don't think they were weaker than expected PCE or GDP numbers, but the market's not really reacting too much to them. I mean, this was what the market was before those economic numbers. Right there, this is the 830 level, and we made a move down. We retraced it all the way back. So, you know, I do think there is still potential to get there back to the downside as the market will digest some of those numbers that had flown through. So we're just taking more bids, man, on the downside. It's TQs. It's our trade idea number 1. What's up, Adara?
Meta continues to drop as we get more details on what they're going to have to introduce here for their teen users. So they're going to be having a 2-hour daily time limit for users under the age of 18. They're also going to be turning off access to their apps at night as a default. And I think that's apparently going to be 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Again, this is for minors. No notifications during school hours, clearing prompts and notifications to teens every 15 minutes of continuous screen time. And they're also adding new parental supervision controls so that parents can decide how their youth use their apps.
18. Okay.
Which I thought was odd too.
It's like it's okay. You can go to war. You can do all that kind of stuff, but you can only use social media for 2 hours.
And what I
That's
also
enough.
don't get is like for under the age of 18, like I went to university at 17. You're saying I can't use social media, but I can live on my own. Like the 18 thing is weird.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. That's so ridiculous. Like the thing that always gets me is like once you're of the age that you can serve your country, like what are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? But that's the kind of thing that is what it is, and you sort of move on to the next.
Yep.
But that's mind-boggling to me. SoFi is going to be at We're back into Intel off the prior high, which is going to be 87.33, and we just did I even get SoFi? No, I didn't get filled on SoFi.
Okay. What is it doing? Breaking through 20?
Oh no, I did. There we go. Well, that was
19.
slow.
Sorry.
Yeah, it came back into the 19 level, and it bounced almost exactly off the prior high in here. So there is SoFi. It's like 19.03. We're just trying to pull it back. I do still prefer the breakout at that 19.20 level on SoFi. That's this high from 2 days ago. So that's going to be the focus. If we can get back into it, long inventory into the 19.2, and then potentially an add if we break that 19.20. Although my thing says 19.21, but I didn't actually see it break out, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it actually broke. I should be filled if it broke.
I think it did. Let me check SoFi. Yeah, I mean, the high of the day was 19.21 just on E-signal, but yeah, briefly up there. I was just talking to myself, like as per usual. I don't know if this futures are going to hold. I mean, I'm still bidding down here in 85 to see if we can get the 25 period moving average. I don't know. It's kind of been pretty choppy here right now off the open. So let me take another bid just real quick here. We just did. Okay, I didn't even have to put my order out. I was already bidding there and I wasn't sure. So there's a 91 or 92 fill that we just got there off the 200 period moving average. It keeps on bouncing off of this. I will take another short at 40 against that 60, but this is starting to look like maybe it's a towel throw-in now, as the market is pretty evenly keeled up here right now as we dance just a bit on the NASDAQ. So we'll take a little bit more on the high side there. We'll see if we can get into a few more units. But for right now, I'm pretty happy trying to empty out some of that TQQ position. So just be careful with it. I'm not really, I thought there would have been more of a push. The fact that we bounced now on the NASDAQ off of VWAP and most likely as well on the S&P 500, it's you know, the negativity early. It's only 943. It just doesn't seem to be there right now for the market. Dick's Sporting Goods down again, another 0.2%. I mean, it was almost down 1%, 1.5% earlier, right there off the open. But okay, see, there we go. So the market just quickly.
Yeah, who'd
I don't know what just happened there, but we just busted through the top, basically on the market. So we said that we would try to take a short in and around this area. So that's what we will do. We'll see if we can get something out here. We're only short at 40. I'm not sure I really love this move anymore. See if we can get something out there. There it is, 34s or whatever I put. We'll see if we can get a 30 bid as well. But that was that short that we wanted to gain 60. So my offer's already there. It looks like, I don't know, that kind of move just happened. Did you hear anything in your ear? Because
I didn't hear anything. I just
want to make sure my ear's working.
I just saw Tesla. I haven't even looked at Tesla. I just saw Intel break the high and slapped the fail on it.
Yeah, exactly.
The second it did. And then even Moderna, everything I looked at shot to the upside. Moderna caught this candle back through 150. This is the reversal, but it's a little bit early. I want to Moderna, which is, I guess it's too obvious. That's the breakout price from yesterday. But if we're just going to hold above VWAP, $150 is as good as any on mRNA. And by the way, I know Meta is a big story today.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's now down 1%. And they're absolutely dumping this. Like, do I think this was a good outcome for Meta? It sounds pretty good to me, but the market is hating it.
Well, I don't think it's even about. It's just about the rules.
It's the new rules. It's not the settlement. It's the new rules that they don't like, and I'm scratching my head at some of them as well, to be honest with you. But it doesn't really make a difference what your personal opinion is about something that's looking like it's going to happen. I think it's ridiculous, but it doesn't matter what we think here. That's going to hurt them. I wonder about Snapchat. I'm just sitting. I have a couple of offers in front of the 120 on SoFi, which, I think I got pretty lucky that I didn't get filled on the breakout, to be honest with you guys. Because if I'm filled at 21, I would be out of the money right now. But instead, we got the dip. Snapchat, if you thought it was bad for Meta, Snapchat's down 8%. Snapchat is getting moked here. So, it's not looking very good. Sell the news event, as always. It seems. But I think it's not really sell the news. I think it's really just about these restrictions. 18 years old. Yeah, no, it seems a little bit ridiculous. We are, so the TQs just dropped into 35s again, so we took another fill there. Just trying to take that 5 to 10 cents on the TQs early as we try to save some of the P&L. We'll be flat if this gets run. There we go. We are now very, very close to getting stopped out. We're using the 70-60 right there as a level. So we got to be careful with that breakout. The market seems to be a little hotter right now. So although Meta continues to be cool. Nvidia, and didn't I say that about Meta? I said good news, boom to the upside, then retrace back down. We've seen that happen so many times there on Meta. It looks like it's happening one more time there today. Nvidia, cool, man, up 0.2. We'll take it. Nice move there for Nvidia so far today. Does get into that. Remember what I said? 210 could have been an area where we look for those outsized moves to happen on Meta. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. I wouldn't have, we could talk about it all we want. I wasn't ready to do anything into 210.50. So that's a nice move up. There goes the futures. Yeah, we just take another fill down there. That was a good one. A 31 just filled from. A nice little 15-cent win there on the TQs. Let's see if that keeps going. I did want Palantir short 170. I didn't want it short, but that's something that we were looking at. Sorry. Was Palantir 173 short? My bad. That's right where we are right now on PLTR at that 173 marker. So, yeah, I think this is a good little level to watch out for. The 200 period moving average on your 5-minute chart up here, 174 and change. So looking to see if these little bottom ticks here on Palantir are levels that we want to fade. Feel like it's a little dangerous for me to get into the Palantir short, considering we're already short the market. But the market short's been really printing. We're only at a third of our day's goal so far with this, but hopefully we get a little bit of a downside drift here, and we can make some of this tick, right? So 1 for 1 so far today, but this is a very dangerous play, and I am looking at Palantir now for the short side of the trade. Just before I throw it back to Neil, Weto, we've seen this on here before. That's halted. That was an offering this morning.
Yeah, okay, so it did halt. I guess, yeah, the offering doesn't seem to be that bad, I guess, but the halt is what sort of sent this one. 24 opens, halts down to 19. So good look on that one on the halt. And then VCIG there, another name that could be a low floater today, down 10% and off of a halt there at $3, VCIG. We do apologize. You probably can't hear it that bad in the background, but if you do hear anything, it's not that we're having audio problems. They are drilling down there below us because they struck oil. So we're waiting to hear the take on that one. But yeah, we apologize for that, and thank you everybody for your patience.
Yeah, absolutely, and we appreciate it. And the other thing that's going on, so SoFi did break that top. We took some out, so you'll see a blended price because I did take some out on the scalp off of VWAP, and then we added maybe a bit less than we were going to before because we got the dip. So I'm looking at 19.4 as a bit of a target here. The 50 periods or the 200 period on the dailies at about $19.50 on SoFi. So I think that's where we're going to try to trend into. Moderna is the other name that's really starting to get on the charge here. It's done the VWAP retrace. Now got to confirm that we're holding over that volume weighted average price. If it can confirm that hold, I think there's a rebound play over in that bad boy. And then SMCI, which we said we were going to trade today, is also doing the same thing. It's doing the VWAP reclaim. It bounced off the 37.5. That was our prior support. So if it can close over VWAP, then I like the VWAP reclaim trade back into the high as well. So yeah, not a lot of small cappers that are catching my eye. It's just Moderna's the one. Ooh, that just lost it. Oh, it just lost the volume weighted average price. I should be willing to play this in either direction. I want it to be a long, but if you lose VWAP and break 150, that's probably headed for 145 as well.
All right, another trade for your boy over here. Not a reloaded trade. It is just a siren trade because we're in something now. So Palantir, 170. We wanted 173 in Palantir, right? So now we get what we want, and it rips up to that side. So here we go again. We'll see if we can take a bid. I'm actually at 55s. I thought, yes, 172.55. Just printed 56s. We'll see if we get it. There it is. Yes, sir, Neil. Yeah, let's go. Another winner right there for you on PLTR. So a nice move there. We're not out of the woods yet. Let's take another fill there at 50. See if we can get a little downside play there. And the TQQs go boom in the night, down into 22s right now as well. 2 for 2 so far on just the 2 ideas that we posted up on the note, right? I mean, if you're going to follow, give your boy a little bit of a look there on the Twitter machine, I guess called X. Right now, take a little bit more out here as we watch to see what Palantir wants to do. 172.25. We just got 172.30s right there. If we can get something down to 172 at this time of day, we will take that one right now as the market falling down, Palantir falling down. And man, we got it there so far here today. Let's see how Diamond, those hands exact. There we go. We'll get a 20 fill there on Palantir, so we'll take that. Let's see if we can get downside play now in the market. Yes, there it goes, man. There's your first one. I mean, dollar. So there goes Palantir to the downside. So good trading there. And again, it's just off of the note, right? The top 2 plays that we have, the Qs there and Palantir, the 2 ones that came through. Those are the big ones. We have Moderna long at 165, IBIT with a little bit higher of a short trying to come through. Let's go futures. 2 units on this one, man. This is a big trade happening right here on the NASDAQ. We just need to make sure that we get out when it does make moves like this. There goes Palantir as well. Dollar on Palantir, monster move on the Qs. Daily goal hit, but we don't know, man. All position pending. These names could all fly back upside down right now. So far, so good here with some of those trades.
Yeah, and as the market's going to the downside, going to make sure we get some profit on SoFi because I feel like that could turn around at any moment with the market, but it's still heading higher. We got mRNA back in through that $150 level, so it did the break underneath VWAP. It broke the 150. Like the over-under at the volume-weighted average price. Got to be able to play it as a rejection as well, but we just took it into 149 and didn't get the fill. I'm going to stay there at the 149 level. Phil?
Yeah, what's up, Phil?
Phil McCracken?
Yeah, that's good.
Let's see if we can get this one down to 149 even. 145 is still going to remain. I still think it's a long at 145, so if it gets down there, we're looking reversal, so we'll probably get out at 146. But you got to be willing to give Moderna at least up into that wick high. 150, it's like 152-ish. So
yeah.
It's about what we got out of it yesterday, but you got to be able to give it to that 152. As I said, we got some out on SoFi. I'm going to continue to play this one on dips. The trend looks pretty good here. We're getting nice higher lows, so this one looks pretty solid. Maybe into VWAP at 19.09 if we get it again. The breakout trade, taking a couple of legs out into 19.3, so I think the ad needs to be closer to the volume-weighted average price for sure. UiPath apparently is moving up. Oh, yeah, Dix, that's what we didn't talk about. DKS, I guess day 2 is the rebound day because DKS is on an absolute tear to the upside. Yeah. It's been all green. It bounced about $6 or $7 if you're looking for levels on DKS. I'm only reminded of the 130 because that was was a long consolidation there, and then was a little bit of a bounce. Like that little bounce was pretty much the best long you could have gotten. It was the 132 into 135. So if it gets to that level, I think you can play that for a bit of resistance. Right, come on, Moderna.
Yeah, let's go Moderna. Let's get Moderna going there, breaking through that 150 marker. All right, so just a quick little talk about the positions I have. We've really emptied most of it out now. That Palantir move gets right into the 25-period moving average, so we do take a lot out. We're taking more out even as we speak now because, like I said, this market today, pretty volatile. I mean, it doesn't really look like it's been that crazy, but the moves down have all been bought up. Like, I was actually really surprised that this TQQ move happened again. So, you know, just sat there, took some profit right there at the 25 period. We really like those 25 period moving averages, especially on momentum plays. So let's just continue to do that. Remember, $70.60, yesterday's high, is where we eventually get stopped out of this one. And I say that because I do think there's a good chance that we run that, which is why I'm not going to average in any more whatsoever into the TQQs. All right, XPON, we talked about that one early, and there's the halt. We talked about this even before this move sort of happened. This was about 10 minutes ago. There goes the move, XPON. We talked about it there. So if you were looking at that, congratulations. There's the short off of 850, but it's now 867. The halt happened at 866. So let's see if that now creates a downside move for XPON. Right back into yesterday's highs. And that happened after the market closed. So right there at 4 p.m., the stock just absolutely ripped up. So those are the levels that we're talking about now on XPON as the market's at highs again. So getting close to being stopped out of the futures. Palantir is still fine. It's underneath 172. Yeah, Alibaba's a good one there. PSOX halted. That's not a name to look at. OLOX. This could be one. Here we go. OLOX. 4 million shares. Lots of volume. Lots of liquidity right now on OLOX. Dancing around some key levels. This name has actually gotten hit pretty good. The key level of $2, maybe $1 still to come. That looks like that reverse split 10 to 1 to 10 there. Nice move up and then now nice move down. OLOX starting to dig around a little bit here.
Yeah, and speaking of digging around, Meta's digging for bottom here.
Okay,
It does seem. Moderna's still right at that 150. It's just battling back and forth. It feels like if Meta tries to rally, which it is, wow. How is Snapchat already at VWAP? Yeah, well, Snapchat's already at VWAP. My thought was you can get Snapchat off the lows when Meta's trying to go. That would be such a nice sympathy play. But remember, Snapchat's, they're going to go as Meta goes. That's just going to be the way of it today. I would have preferred it to play Snapchat to the downside on weakness, but yeah, we'll have to work away from that. I thought you could get like an advantage by punching in a little bit late. So Moderna's holding under VWAP. I haven't scalped 50 cents on this stock because I don't usually like that notion, but I'll stick a bit in there if that's all it's going to do for at least a little bit because the market is coming to the upside. SoFi didn't pull back far enough. In fact, it only pulled back to the breakout level at 1920. So it's not a change of plans yet, but if we just consolidate above 19.2, that was the breakout price. I think adding there would make a little bit of sense. For now, we're going to wait for VWAP to be sure. What else are you guys watching? We haven't really talked about your favorite stock, Disney. Just Disney in the chat, Disneyland Royalty is saying watch SpaceX.
Okay, yeah, it just was making new highs.
Yeah,
There goes
I'd
the
say so.
Qs.
This stock is flying. Where's our resistance here? Oh, right here.
Yeah,
We're at yesterday's highs right now at $140. You know what? Patience would say maybe let it run that top because 41 could be a bit of a thing. Yeah, I don't know if I want to step in front of that one. The market's strong enough. Fighting that when we're already in a Moderna short, it doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. So stick with Moderna. There might even be an add to this on Moderna if it can just show me some real weakness underneath VWAP. Like take out the 150 again, and you can convince me that we can be adding back into this position. Kind of a quiet one in some of the mag names, really, because it's all the Meta story.
Yeah.
Yeah, Meta's not bouncing. If
Yeah,
Meta fails that bounce, I could convince myself to short Snapchat.
all right. I was thinking about a long on Meta if it does. I mean, that first of all, the TQs ran the top, so we got out at 60, just as we said we would. That's fine. It's yesterday's level. If you want to go short again, you know, you can do it off that level, but I'm not going to. I feel like the market today, it was red. I mean, we got those numbers. They're being treated quite well right now. So I think the short could be there for the TQs, but I'm not going to take it again. We ran it early and got ran late. So I think it's important that we stay away. I did average in, and again, we don't have, my stop on this one is 173.50s. So it's going to be a good stock, a well traded one today. But I'm going to take one more average in at 172.25, sorry, 173.25, and then stop out at 173.50. So we take a little bit more here at some of these levels right now on the short side for PLTR. But if the market continues to go higher, then that 173 will be squashed. So we'll get out of that one. Meta, I think on the way back up can possibly be a long. So META breaking through there it goes, breaking through 72. I actually quite liked that trade and we missed it because I wasn't focused. Darn it, man. I like that 572 break long there. It's too bad we missed it. If we do have a little bit of a comeback in, we'll take the long. There it is. So now we're filled up a little bit now on Meta to see if we can get that long to go through. 172 is what I liked on that one, but sorry, 572. I keep saying 172. We're now long Meta, looking to get a little more. We could try to play it off that 25 period, which is 569 right there, but we're long now into Meta. Just like a quarter of a unit here, watching out for a break back down below 570 for our stop. So that's kind of what I'm dealing with right now. We'll see if that wants to work out. Long Meta right here around 572, just giving it a breath. Like if it breaks below, it breaks below, but that would be around that 570 marker. So we'll put that stop in now, 569.99. If we do happen to stop out there, then we will punch out. And I don't know what the liquidity is going to look like. I'm sure it's going to be fine.
On Meta?
On Meta, yeah. So hopefully we don't get too much slippage. But now we're long on Meta here at 572.30s. Let's see if it wants to work itself out to the upside right now. Adara over there with happening now. It looks like we may get stopped out of our Palantir trade right now, but we are long Meta. That's the one I'm more concerned with. But let's go back over to the desk with Adara.
Right now, S&P 500 green on the session. There is some volatility driven by a Meg 7 name. We'll talk about that in a second. NASDAQ looking pretty similar to the SPY here. And USO also in focus and also, as of right now, actually a little bit green on the session. We still have some talks here with Oman, Iran, and the U.S. over A, the control of the Strait of Hormuz, and B, if we're going to get another memorandum of understanding or hopefully some ceasefire deal officially and formally with the U.S. and Iran. Let's talk Meta. Big gap up here as we get a court filing showing that the company reached settlement with these 29 state attorneys general over these claims that Meta was leading to mental health harms for youth. Then we get some more details of the agreement and we see the stock start to sink. Basically, if you're under 18, there are going to be a lot more measures put in place here for users. That includes only 2 hours maximum per day. And no, there's a 6-hour period where you're not allowed to access the app at all. And parents are allowed to control the usage further. So could be a bad look for usage or user metrics for Meta. Definitely not a bad look for ANF. Abercrombie & Fitch we have not mentioned yet, but yeah, I'd take this if I had one wish. This thing up more than 30% today, near that 145 level on a better than expected earnings report. And how? Because look at this Q2 beat. This is quite significant. We also had Zoom on earnings day one, BBWI on earnings day one, KSS on earnings day one. There's a lot of earnings day one plays, mostly in the retail space, and Intuit also one of those. And tonight after the bell, it's not just Nvidia, though of course Nvidia is going to be the star of the show. You're also going to get reports from the likes of Synopsys, CrowdStrike, CRM, Okta, Agilent. Check out all of those with us, but of course we're going to focus on Nvidia after the bell today as we send you back over to the guys.
I don't know why, thanks, Darren. I don't know why I was so afraid of that Palantir trade. I mean, we got some more out at 173, 172.50, 172.30. So right now, man, good trading there on Palantir. And guess what we took? It's $1 in the money right now on Meta. So that was a good trade there. We did take some out on that high side. We took out about a quarter of what we had, waiting for more now. Let's wait for VWAP. Actually, I'm waiting for 576 right now. If that can come through, then great. But let's see if Meta has the juice to get there back up to the upside. But hey guys, the markets, as we've seen lately, have been extremely active. And for most traders, this environment creates opportunity. Big moves, more setups, more momentum. To take advantage of these conditions, you need two things: discipline, the sticky note, and access to capital. And that's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and, of course, managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what they call limited risk trading. So if you do want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please go ahead and visit tradethepool.com today and get all your prop needs over at Trade the Pool. Yeah, so far there goes Meta. Let's go, man. It's your face slapper one more time. $2 now in the money. And again, it's a $500 name. So, we do have a huge expectation for a move here potentially. But there it goes, man. Just take the profit where the profit lies. Remember what our stop was $2. So, now about 1-to-1 as we continue to go upside. We could take out a piece right now. I was going to go, there you go, 574.50s out right there. There goes Meta. We talked about the replay on this one. It was a downside move. Breaks through 570, missed the 570, get the 572s, and there it goes, man. The rest is history. Now $2.50 in the money over there on Meta. So a long and a short over here. I see you're kind of mixed over there.
Yeah, it's a mixed story as well. We got SoFi that just bounced in the VWAP. We reloaded that, but a trend break. So Intel, which obviously didn't work on the short, actually never really broke out that prior day support level. So when it breaks a trend, we're just jumping right back in on a trend break. It's also underneath VWAP. Simple story, it gets above VWAP. This is not a high of the day play. If it gets above VWAP, we're out. We're going to play for the low of the day there. SoFi pulled back and is bouncing off the volume weighted average price here. Got in at that, we loaded at that 20, the breakout price. Originally, of course, we were playing it into 9s. So I still think anything above that 1905 is good for SoFi. I'm going to look to get to that HOD. Moderna, just to go over, and we'll get to SpaceX. I know a lot of people are talking about SpaceX. Moderna, same thing. It has not, like that wick under VWAP, it's held. But again, if it breaks 152, you just have to jump out. It's not really moving much to the downside when it's pulling back. And that's the thing. It's not running the stop, but it's still gliding high. I think there's plenty of room down if it gets there, but you got to play it both ways. I put in my note, intraday, it'll often set up breakout plays. And for now, this 152 does look like a breakout play. So you got to get out if it goes to that price. SpaceX, it did get up to a key price of, well, I was saying maybe let it get to 140 to 141. It didn't even get there. SpaceX looking like it can be a little bit dead. And Snap, that was the other one I was watching. Meta might be breaking out, but Snapchat's losing the volume weighted average price, believe it or not. So this actually feels like it should be a fade anytime if Meta turns. I mean, I'd wait for Meta to turn to look at that Snapchat fade. So the new one is going to be back into some Intel, but I'm looking for the LOD here. And if anything, I think it can be added to under VWAP on any scalp. This stock has been down almost every single day. Like yesterday technically was an up day, believe it or not, on Intel. Like I think just barely this was an up day on Intel. It gapped up and then filled in most of the gap. Just playing back into Monday's lows seems like it makes sense for me. Market up, Intel down. Clearly the stock is relatively weak. We got a super chat from Vinu. Thoughts on Intuit? We didn't talk about Intuit and didn't really love. Don't love the chart, don't really love the quarter. But that bounced, I thought maybe 300 made sense, but I guess it bounced right off the 50 period. Hey, if you like 50 period and 200 period moving averages, those are good places to die. I'm just not a huge fan of the stock. I don't like the long-term outlook for them. They're kind of right in that hyper-disrupted space, and it wasn't a very good quarter. Another one from Shap, coin before September clarity news. Bitcoin's quiet today. That's the first thing. Very unexciting day for Bitcoin. Every day's been much better, but they're running this sucker anyways. It doesn't even, forget about the clarity. It's like 50-50 that this thing passes, and we're so focused on it. And then even if it did, it's not going to be into like sometime next year. It's like 50-50 that passes by 2028. And this is what we're all concerned about. Yeah, the president wants it to happen, but it's not exactly entirely up to him. So just play this for the momentum that they have going in it. And right now it's inside, needs to break $190. You could put them in a category like lately with the run that we saw on Robinhood. That's giving back some of its gains as well. Yeah, why is SoFi trying to break out? It kind of puts, I just pulled those other two names up for the first time and saw how weak they are, and it kind of made me think twice about how much I like the reload on the dip in SoFi. Because Robinhood's weak, Coinbase is weak. Why is SoFi doing well today? I just liked it for a technical break, but if everything else in the cohort's going down, might need to be less aggressive.
Yeah, no, I don't.
It wasn't like there was a story. I just like the chart.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm just trying to save a document over here. Okay. I already saved that one. All right. Meta gets. Look, we got some outs there. It went. My best out though was 575. So I think we'll take another fill right now at 50s. Okay, we crossed down and get it. You just saw the spread was 20 cents. I crossed into 50s and got 53s there. So, you know, sometimes using a dark pool or whatever you use, you'll route over into a Citadel or something like that. I'm still going to wait for 576.50. I mean, that's the level that I'm at right now, waiting to see if that wants to fill up. And then, you know, if we do get stopped out, what about a 570 break now on Meta? And that was always going to be our stop. So just making sure that we do have that in there. It is 569.99. So if that does come out, we will be off of that one. You just talked about SoFi. I'm seeing Robinhood right now as well, 110 and changes. We have a strong crypto environment today, 78.6 on 1,000. So that's a good level there for crypto. Trying to get back up to 80,000. It looks like 111 break on Robinhood might be something. But look, you're bouncing right off the 200 period moving average now. I think this is setting up for a short actually on Robinhood right now. It's 10-10, so maybe there could be something going on there. I could definitely see that one coming through with Robinhood. So watch out for a short against 311, against 11 right there, 111 for Robinhood. Looks like we could get into those levels at some point there today. So we'll wait to see if that is kicking through there. Our good friend SpaceX did have that run up into 140. Yeah. I mean, we looked at those levels yesterday, and we said there was basically 3 shorting areas, and that was 138. That was pretty much until 11 o'clock or so. Then we had that move, and this is where we got stopped out on that last move there to the upside, breaking through 138.50. That happens. We get stopped out. Then it gives you the 140 short, which, I mean, that was just straight there. Gave it to you again today. The same levels, basically 139.50 right there. That high is 139.80. And then, you know, down, bounced off the 200, bounced off VWAP again, then gave you a shorter high, but one that could have been possibly predicted at 139. So there's 138, 140, 139. So right into here today again, really no shorts pretty much off the open. Like if you had the open, great. But down in there to 135. And again, like why would we be surprised that it bounces off its IPO price of 135? Boom to the upside right there to 140. So $5 straight fire. That's your first area right there to short. And it was there. And that's too bad because that short was there. So we could have had that. Yeah, Meta just broke down below, so we actually get stopped out of Meta now, breaking back through.
My first thought is you point that. I'm glad you did. It's like, how many times does a level like that have to be significant before every single day you just come in and ask yourself, where the heck is the IPO price again? And then just focus on that.
Sometimes it's that easy, but you get distracted.
No, that's 100 million percent.
Million, yeah.
Well, it's not 100 million
Yeah,
percent.
it is.
It's like it's 100%. We don't want to talk about million. But the other thing that sometimes happens is you get distracted and you sort of lose, I don't know, for myself, like I'm shorting VWAP, I'm keeping tight stops here, tight stops there. Like I'm just getting in and out, taking those hits on Intel. And then when it actually breaks the trend, you know, like it broke the trend up here, but we're not going to be able to get that quickly if we're waiting for it. But now we're looking at that LOD for INTC. It's just, I think on SpaceX, and the reason I bring it up, is all you really need is the right area that you're looking to execute. And we like closed prices more than we like open prices. And that was a jump off level 2 days ago for a reverse trade. It was also a closing area of support. So it's kind of something we should be watching. All right, if the market's going to pull back into VWAP, then, I mean, Intel obviously is coming back down in a little bit, but then so is SoFi, right? And that's an actual long position. Like, I don't love the re-entry at 20s. It looks better when I frame it as that's the breakout price. But if we lose VWAP, I have to jump out of this, even if I think the stock is bullish today. Everything else that it's related to is going down, is the other thing, which I didn't really pay attention to. It was a pure technical trade. And on sympathy, I probably don't take that reload if I look at a chart of Robinhood and Coinbase, and then also the futures. So yeah, the shorts are starting to work in here, which does mean these long could go kaputs any second now. And mRNA, by the way, like not only is it holding the line on that wick, when I was saying there's a place to possibly add, that would be a trend break under VWAP. So like this little uptrend that we're in, I took the short off this topping tail. But if we just break this trend, this is an add in here, and then we're trying to play it into that LOD. I just heard Randy and got excited.
Yeah, I heard the coffee coming through there. One more time. Look at our Qs trade, man. It was a good one, and then it wasn't all the way to the downside.
Thanks,
there on the TQQs. So how's the drilling going down there, Randy?
I think this one's yours.
No.
That one's yours.
Feels like it's going faster than normal. Like I thought it would take a couple weeks. I feel like it's going to be less than that.
Really?
I don't know, but I think that's the prediction, right? Is maybe 1 or 2 weeks at least from here. Yeah, good. So be it.
2 more weeks?
Right now. Yeah. Oh yeah, at least. Well, we're only in day 3.
Yeah.
Right now, so based on how they did it before, I feel like we're on their one. But share some of that oil they're drilling for down there, Randy. We did get stopped out of the TQs, but you could see, man, I mean, we basically got stopped out of the high of the day. Would have loved to given that just a little bit more room to breathe, but no, as now it's falling back down. So yeah, boo on that one as the TQs continue to make a move back into VWAP. It's really too bad because that was something that we could have definitely held on to for a little bit longer. And remember I was saying it's a good reload spot there. It didn't really break higher, but it does get into 70. So our stop there at like 63s, yeah, definitely hurting at this point right now. But now that we've made the move back into VWAP, I'm actually thinking about a small little reload here to the long side. So let's just give that a go now and see if that one will work out for us there on a reload of the TQs potentially long into that bottom wick tail right there, $70. So if we can get a bounce off of 70, so far so good on that. But, early days on this trade. See if we can take a little bit of money, but then back up to the upside. 70-40 would be a good take, but we're going against 70 flat right now. So we got to be careful about where this one winds up taking us right now on the TQQs. So let's give the stop out right now at 69. Let's go to 84 or so. Actually, let's go 69.99. Let's just see if we're wrong. We're going to be wrong on this one again, and just stop out for 10 cents. Well, it'll be 15 cents or so at this case. But maybe we're bouncing off VWAP, maybe we're not right now for the NASDAQ. I don't want to, I feel like sometimes you feel like, you're throwing ideas out there and, putting on risk when maybe it's not appropriate. I don't feel like that right now, but the market is just, it's trying. It has a high side there. We've tried to fade it, which was the initial plan. Just dropped out of that right now. So let's give it a little bit of go here and see if we can't get just a little bit higher from these spots now on the NASDAQ and, retrace a little bit back into like 70-40, 70-50 and get some of this day back right now for us. So nice move there on the NASDAQ to the downside. Looks like we may be moments away from the long not really working either. Maybe hands off until we get some proper direction. I think it was the SpaceX trade at 140, I think was the better look, but
that's like heck of a reversion. I'm just mad at myself for the not looking at basically taking a technical trade and then just completely ignoring what's happening around it because, basically throw back what we made on SoFi by taking an entry that made no sense in the context of what the market was doing. Like SoFi was doing its own thing. It's like buy the dip, buy the break of the high, play it into the top, like everything was clean. But it's like, why even reload that? So anyways, yeah, it's sloppiness. I think that's what it boils down to at the end of the day. Intel, there's no direct targets underneath 86 for me. When you pull up the daily chart, actually, let's go to the 15. We're really just playing for Monday's lows, right? So Monday's low was at about 85. So I guess short the pops, look for Monday's lows, and that's going to be about it. It is at an even dollar level at 86, where you do have a double bottom. But look at the candle on the 15. Even if we pull back, I don't need to be on the offer right now. Even if we pull back, that heavy candle's telling me that I want to short pops because that reversal looks pretty legitimate as far as I'm concerned. And then Moderna is just asking, it's like it just wants to do this trend break, but can't seem to confirm it. So it's holding that leg. Let me keep drawing this, and it keeps disappearing. But this little trend break, see what's happening? They just broke down under VWAP, and then look at that. Look at the tail on that candle. It just went to 150, and that tail was heavy. This is actually looking like this is a reverse. So I'm sitting in the short off this tail with that out, looking for a place to add if it breaks this trend line. But this is a reversal if it takes out 152. It's able to go counter trend of the market, and that is a nice looking buy that came off the 150 zone. I'm sitting LOD and then 146 for this trade. So I'm not even wanting 50 cents or a buck. The goal is to get $1.50, $2 on the first leg of this trade, but Moderna is starting to look a little bit strong. So now I'm going to reverse it if it breaks 152.
All right. Yeah, good look on Moderna there. I'm back into the Qs. We did get run a little bit there at O's. We just bought it right back up because I was going to use the 200 period. Sitting here and scalping, I think we were just sort of talking about that a little bit there with Neil. it's not the easiest thing when the market's not doing anything. So let's give a little bit more, take a little bit less shares. So instead of having like the 2.5 units, we now have 1.5. So just let it relax, get there back up to the upside. You know, to lose that 14 cents, we're now in the money now, 20 cents. So, you know, the last little go here was fine. But I mean, the fact that we got stopped out there, that kind of sucks, because we'd much rather take the profit than have to make back what we already lost. And I think that that was a good talk there about making sure that we're focused and not getting sloppy on the entries and some of the ideas that we are thinking about. Nvidia, look at this, man, another retracement all the way to the downside now. So of earning day after earnings, even a couple days after earnings. But right now it's Nvidia getting hit today. The market's flat and trying to bounce off VWAP. We've just been talking about that all morning. But Nvidia right now downside, man, it absorbs VWAP. It gets hit now back into the downside. Very quiet on many fronts today. I mean, I'm not really hearing anything whatsoever. Meta broke out, you broke to the downside. USO now, huge move in the pre-market there. We got, well, I guess actually, since we opened up, what am I talking about pre-market? That's 9:30 right there. It's already 10:20, wow. There's 125.50 all the way to the upside into 127. So a good move there for USO as we thought it might be going the other way. We thought oil might be coming downside with that talk from Oman and Iran yesterday, and the move that we saw at the end of the day trading, oil making that all the way back now into some of those levels once again, where we started that tumble from. So watch out for a 127 possible there on USO. But yeah, just kind of back and forth with a few ideas there today. The best one I think was the Q's short that we wound up getting stopped out of, but we made our money early, gave it back late there, and now we're trying a little bit of the long. Not sure if that's going to wind up holding. 69 has to break there. 69.90 has to break for me to get out of this current TQQ position. So
quickly before we go.
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
The tap on XPON is $8.95. It might lose VWAP on the reopen, which is going to happen in just about 2 minutes. And it might even be one of the names that we talk about, or not we, but we're going to talk about it, that Dara talks about in the small cap recap.
And you'd be correct, Neil. Let's talk about XPON first here. So this story came back out on Monday, so this is what, I guess, a day 3 reaction now. XPON 360, now called XPON Energy, announced this name change going forward here on Monday morning. They said that it's part of this $3.425 million cash acquisition of an Eastern Louisiana oil and gas exploration prospect. They also named a new CEO as of Monday, so Kevin Seller is now 3 days into that term. They also, at the same time, announced a $9 million offering of 2.117 million common shares. Now, their float is only 890,000 shares, so that's interesting. You've got just under $10 million market cap at this point. CRE, In Focus, Create, Enterprise, they reported that apparently they hit a record number of customers served in H1 2026, $13.87 million market cap, 1.1 million share float. Last but not least, YY Group Holding, a name that was on our watch list this morning, announcing a supplemental agreement canceling their $5.94 million convertible second convertible note tranche and warrants, $15.82 million market cap, 1.58 million share float. 18% of that float is sold short. Back to you.
Okay.
Thank you, Adara. When Adara said why, my daughter has been singing Human Nature like all the time by Michael Jackson.
Oh.
I don't know, maybe it's probably some kind of maybe it's like a YouTube short or something that she got into. Because I have no context for it. Like, she knows Michael Jackson because I listen to Michael Jackson. But outside of that, I don't think the kids are really into that at all.
No, I never heard that.
But either way, oh shoot, that's right. I was gonna.
This market short is right. Oh.
No, I was gonna update. XPON's looking a little bit better. If it opens above VWAP, that's a big deal, obviously, but it's also the prior day high here at $8.66. That's going to be in play. But Intel's trying to catch. Oh, damn. Well, it was a second ago trying to catch a bit of a bid. I like the 85. 85, I think, is a turnaround spot. I'm kind of bidding at Larry Bird here to see if we can get out. But if it does a trend break, and like I said, I didn't necessarily get trend in. Obviously, we took the VWAP trade, but that doesn't matter. If I see a bottoming tail candle or a trend break, then I'm jumping out of this sucker, taking what we can, and moving on to the next. Eclectic Passions just said, don't complain. If I complain, I'll end up back in the frozen era. You're right, I shouldn't. Because that, as every parent knew, there's only so much frozen that you can take.
Yeah, we're not going to go back.
No, that was
area.
And the worst thing is like the songs were good, but if you hear it every single day,
Yeah, it gets a
for
bit
like 6 months, I don't care who you are, you can't take
well,
it.
Neil, you just got to let it go. I mean, at the end of the day. So right here, look, man, the TQQ's long looks to have been wrong. Obviously, in the short, completely good to go. We just gave it a go there at the 200 period moving average. So I'm going to give one last shot and just say, hey, if this time, if we're going to be wrong, let's just be wrong up here into $70.30. Let's stop this back and forth. We're trying to break lower here. Could happen right now on the NASDAQ. Underneath VWAP, we saw Nvidia coming to the downside. Bitcoin's not really doing a whole heck of a lot at 78.5 right now. So pretty just mixed reaction here by me anyways to the NASDAQ, hoping that, it would bounce there off the 200. It's not doing it. So I think we're just going to go short. We got run on that one. Otherwise, we would still be short and would not have even talked about this long right there. I thought that there could have been some strength high of the day back into the 200 period. Sometimes you do get a good bouncing situation there. So I feel like the risk to reward on that trade made sense to me. So we'll hold it. We're down like basically just under like sort of some of our goals that we try to hit there. But see, now it's coming back in. So now I'm thinking to myself, like, do we take this profit at the low of the day now? Or do we wait for a break? So I'm going to bid something there in the mid 70s, see if we get out. I'm actually at 74 right now, looking for a break lower here on the TQs. The short was the idea to begin with, so we should probably just stick with it until we're wrong. And that wrong has to be at least a break of VWAP. And I'm talking about right up here, the 25 and the 50 period moving average. Both have turned downside right now. It's too bad. We could have just got a 76 there. We're bidding 74s. They're at that low of the day. Low of the day just looks like it was just made there, actually. That was by me, 69.76 or so. We already put the low of the day in when we got out of it. So
76.
Yeah, 69.76. Yeah. All right, so we'll just bid right there, get out some more as we go. There we go. We just took a 78 there when we realized that was the low. So a little bit of an out there for 10 cents. Let's see if this thing can come much further down. We're bidding 69.65 right now. See if we get a little bit of a move lower there. What's up, Airy Pages? You like that let it go reference? Huh?
If you're throwing sixes out there, but you're saying everything but 6-7, which I appreciate. And it was, I was about to put a different super chat up.
Good morning, Sean.
Matthias, we see you chain react. We'll get to that as well. Opinion on Abercrombie.
I don't know the report. I mean, maybe Derek can go over the quick ANF report.
So they more than doubled the EPS estimates, and that's probably all I need to tell you.
So it's probably up huge, right?
It's up massively. It's up more than 30%.
Pretty good.
I went over it during the rundown. So yeah, they beat on sales, they beat on EPS. Again, 417 versus 199 expected. Apparently, this is their best ever brand sales number for the second quarter of the year. They hiked their guidance. It's well above estimates. For example, here GAAP EPS, they're now expecting 1310 to 1360 for the year. Estimates were 1071, raising their sales outlook here to 5.529 billion versus 5.464 billion expected. So beat, raise across the board.
Okay, we are beating down the Qs right now as we finally flip over to the short, and there it goes, man. We've almost made it all back, believe it or not. Meta breaks through now, so we're going to take this long. If this breaks back down below 571, we're going to get out because we are short the NASDAQ right now. If this wants to go on a run, fine, but I'm not going to risk too much. Long into Meta right now, 51. We can take some out here if we can get it at 65. There it goes. Upside now for Meta. We're starting to get out of a little bit of this because the market is falling pretty nicely right now. So let's get out of some Meta here before we get too nasty with it. Nice trade there on Meta on the break of 51. But it's the NASDAQ right now. Let's effing go. It's about time, man, that we get some movement now. We talked about flipping it over into the short here. So it's a good look here for the NASDAQ, but we got to still start to cover. I mean, there's a nice move into the 50s one more time. So go Meta, go. Upside, go futures, go to the downside. Bye-bye Meta, just broke 570. We actually made money there, but they're breaking back down through 571. So forget about that talk. Here goes the TQs, man. This is the trade that we're in. And, we wanted to support that. We got a little upset at ourselves there for taking that long. So we did, maybe get a little irresponsible with the amount of shares short, but we're now printing. It's now 40 cents in the money. Hey man, if you don't take risks in this business, you're in the wrong one. So we just took it right there on the TQs. Looks like it's paying off. I don't know how far we're actually going to get. We're talking about like pre-market levels here, and this is right where the market opened up. So we still do have some downside pressure maybe on the market, but it may be relieved in and around where we are right now, 69.40s or so for the TQQs, but at least we're able to make a little bit back there. And wow, that's too bad about Meta. It just got us out there on a 571 break, so we were flat on that trade, and now it's $1.50 in the money, but okay for that one. Watching the market go to the lows of the day.
Yeah, it's only one. I actually just bounced on Intel and it might go lower. So I said bottoming tail and I get out. It put in that bottoming tail. We jumped out on the trail. We're going to hang on to Moderna as the market goes lower. Moderna, it's got a flat bottom break on it, down 6%. The other thing is SSR is going to be around 144, something like that. But I'm still eyeballing 45 to 46. That's a good level if you pull out that 15-minute chart. And because we broke the trend, I think on a bounce play, we're going to look to reload this at VWAP. So on a bounce, which I think we're going to get here, reload under VWAP and stick with this one to the south side for sure. For the XPON, everybody's friend, it did open well above the volume-weighted average price, so it's not dead yet. It's very much alive, back above the $10 level for this small capper. That's key. Like the fact that it was able to open up above VWAP, probably a bit of a reprieve for the longs. It needs to calm down a bit. It's like 3 or 4 halts, I think, already. This one definitely needs to calm down just a little bit. So it's just Moderna that I'm waiting for. And for those that are watching Abercrombie, 32% is insane, obviously.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that.
Well, we did. I mean, Nadera went over the story, but I don't think we necessarily pulled up the chart to revel in the move. And one thing to remember with Abercrombie is it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. It doesn't really matter. They had that.
2024.
Yeah, okay.
They
So
talked about it on the podcast. That's why I remember.
That ridiculous squeeze that it went on. It's still a decent enough. It's like a 12% short float. It was much higher back then, but in order for shorts to be scared, they break key levels. That was at $130, and there's a wide gap on the chart to 163. I don't think it goes all the way there today, but this stock is capable of squeezing. We have seen it do it before, so don't put anything past it. It's not much of a day trading stock unless you like the spreading names. So it's up Adara's alley, I would say. But that's an impressive move. I just don't think it can do what it did a couple of years ago. That would be asking too much. And that was an epic unwind. It was kind of like just think of SMCI's chart when everything fell apart, and that's what ANF looked like 2 years ago. Crazy.
Oh man, it's spready style also over here. We like to trade that style. And with Meta especially today, I mean, the spread right now is 70 cents. That's too bad that happened. Like, I'm not even sure it broke really. But that was a 571 long that we had on Meta. We did give it up. We made, that's why I was saying, like, how do we make money? Because we got stopped out at the exact spot that we took the trade. So I don't really know. I think it was just a flash down, must have broke the level, then on the way back up we got hit, and then it just started to rip up. So I really do like that position still against 570. So if we do fall back in, I'm bidding 572 right now. Hopefully we can get some of that love and then back into 570. We did get out of it a little bit too early, I feel like, there on Meta. It could easily fall back in. So I don't want to say that I mean, we're almost long again. I'm bidding 572.30s. So if it does fall back, there we go. See there, now we're long. So now we can get that. It'll be a buck worse than we had before. So we won't use quite the amount of shares, about a fifth of a unit. We'll wait to see if it does break back down below 570. Let's give it to 568.99 right now. Give it a little bit more room. I mean, I don't mind getting stopped out exactly at certain levels, but give it a little bit more. We'll buy some 571s and then hold on to it. At most, we'll have is about a third of a unit coming into this trade. So we'll watch to see what Meta wants to do now. Not even panicking. No point in hitting the keys yet. We actually want to get longer against this area right there, 570 basically. We'll take a 571 and then we'll hold it because we don't know exactly how far or how deep this move will be. Yeah, good outs on the NASDAQ. We talked about that down there. Is anything halting this XPON?
It's just XPON.
Yeah, that's halted and now opened up again, looking like it wants to go a little bit lower. XPON, Experion, I believe, there with the downside move. Watch out for $9 coming through there on VWAP. So that could be a little bit of a look there for us on XPON. Yeah, Bitcoin just more than moved down. I think that was a good look there. SK Hynix, no, back to its open. That just hit on one of the scanners here, SKHY. Why? Because we like it. Down there, 158. So yeah, it comes right back into the opening range again. Now trying to kick a little bit higher. I still like this name, but I would rather it be, down at 150. I think the level that I was looking at was 140 though, wasn't it? Yeah, right there. Yeah. So this is the spot for me on SK Hynix to see what winds up happening. A name that's been around for about a month and a bit. We'll wait to see where that goes now on SKHY there. And then we already talked about sort of, and I don't think it was the missed trade of the day, but we were on it and looking at it, so we definitely could have had it. And that was SpaceX up there at 139. I mean, when someone said SpaceX is on a run, you weren't wrong. That's exactly what it was on. And then there's the move right back in. And once again, we talked about, hey, why is it so strange that it keeps on bouncing off of 135? Well, it just did it again. So another opportunity there. All right, Meta, we're now $1 in. So let's take something out here on Meta as the average in is working out for us. But as we had mentioned with spready symbols, you got to sometimes cross that bid and get out. So we just take a fill there at 62s. So that's exactly $1 there on the reload. I am now waiting for 573s. And again, see, if you're not there, you miss it. So it just came right back up there, and we didn't have an offer. So you got to put offers out if you're actually going to make money in this game. So now we have one, 572 90s. Hopefully we can get that $1 higher on Meta. We'll take it. That high's been 574.50s right there. So we should have just been there 2 seconds ago. We weren't. So 574.50. Let's put that out for Meta and then see what winds up happening. Hopefully we can get an upside tick for META. Waiting at 573 first.
Yeah, and it looks like this higher low might be actually legit here on Moderna. Like, I'm looking at it, if I was flat, what would you do? If I was flat on a stock that we've been bullish on and it double bottomed and then broke the trend at the low and then put in a higher low, I'd probably be thinking long. I don't have to go long, but if I'm saying that, then I get out of the short. So 150 doesn't want to go further than 148. The buyers are there at 148, so we'll just take what we can out there on Meta. The extended move, maybe we find something later or a VWAP trade, but it worked. It wasn't as good as yesterday to the long side, obviously. I think that had mostly to do with the entry because it turned from this, like a VWAP retracement, to that high, looking for extension, into, well, it should have been a trend break here with a better price, and then that's what you take. So we're going to be out of this one looking for the next opportunity in there, and it might be on Intel. Back over to Intel because at least our out looked good there. Like I was lamenting it a second ago, and then now we're back into the volume weighted average price. So Intel does bounce from our exit. Again, it's the same thing. It just does a bottoming tail candle. We'll play it back into VWAP. Just didn't play this off the open range right because the stop out, it ran the high multiple times, but I wasn't even giving it to the high. I was actually stopping it out tighter than that. So we're going to short this one back through the volume weighted average price and look to the next. Oh, I mentioned Bitcoin. I didn't say anything.
Yeah.
So what I was going to get to with Bitcoin is, the market's weak, but Bitcoin has failed underneath 80,000 almost every single day. Today, we didn't even test anywhere close to it. I wrote down on the note 45 short. Well, on IBIT, it's not even close to that. But here's a consolidation. There's a trend break. I should be short this. But we just didn't think. I thought there'd be enough juice on that market move up to have gotten us at least a press higher, but there hasn't been. So I'm going to try to short this as well in IBIT. So hopefully Intel, potentially IBIT, will be one to play to the south side.
All right, we're now we're almost $2 in the money on Meta. A positive stock for me now today after we basically, all of them were winners. This one we wound up basically being slightly down on because of the break there. We just didn't get that action. We didn't get enough out. Here, that was a flat trade. Now we're up. So again, everything I always talk about is position pending, but now we're almost $3 in the money on the upside of Meta. I'm waiting at 573.80. So again, like we just stopped at 575.25s, 573.50s. We're waiting at 573.80 right now. Too many numbers I have to keep on going over. There it is. We get that, so that's a good trade there. It looks like we will stop out here on the TQs. We were just panicking and getting out a bunch right there at 70s. So making sure that we watch out for that one right now as the market continues to go a little bit higher. Let's just take some out now because we already have this Meta trade, which is an absolute monster right now for me. Now 3 and a bit upside. Let's not give it all back on a bad read on the Qs one more time. Let's stop out if it breaks through VWAP right now on the TQ. So that's like a 70-10 area or so. Pretty happy with that. If that winds up happening, so be it. We have about half of that position still on, so it's not good if it does break it. We're not super happy with that kind of a move. But let's put the stop in right now to go. So that would be $70 and let's be exact, man. Is that going to be 15 cents? All right, $70.16. We'll put it close enough to that. If it does stop out, fine. But the story right now is $4 right now on the face slapper. That is your boy Meta. We just took some out right now. We still have half left right now. Big move, man. Upside now for Meta. Let's see if it wants to just continue to go. I was waiting. Do I have another offer out there on Meta? No, I do not. So that I was trying to hit a little bit ahead of VWAP there. The last time we made this move, we went to 576. So that's kind of what we just got right there. We got 575. So let's wait to see if it goes higher than that. We still have half left. That VWAP is at 577 there on META. And again, you know, the news just basically is what it is, man. I mean, they had to pay a little bit of a lesser fine, but then more details came out and some of the restrictions on those social media accounts. The market didn't really like that. So we were up 5% on Meta. Now you're back to 1%. I think we almost got to flat there as well at 560s. So now up $15 from those lows, but I still think there's a little bit more room to run here on META. So Meta right back to 575. You know, I can convince myself to hold this, but I can also convince myself to punch out a little bit more. So we're offering in the 90s now, get out of a little bit more and see if we can hold about a third of this for literally the dream. Like if it wants to go, let it go up to the upside there and try to trade off of 577, 580 basically. So that's going to be what we're doing. One more little piece out there would be nice as we just continue to massage the positions here today. It's not like there's been anything dramatic. We had a couple early good calls there. Palantir's still going higher, by the way.
Yeah, also there's this, I just had it up and now it doesn't want to, there we go. This YYGH is getting back to life. The small cappers, they haven't been as good with the exception of, was it XPON, but this one pulls right back into some prior highs. It's doing a rounded bottom. If it can get above VWAP, I think it's an interesting one that a lot of people will probably look at. Moderna, hit enter twice. Moderna doesn't really press back into resistance at 52s. So it did double bottom off 148, but there's no real big press into that prior high, which kind of sucks. Like that's where I would like to re-enter the trade and get a much better entry than we did before. And then as I mentioned, if Bitcoin's getting ignored and looking weak, then I want to be, or just, it's not about looking weak, it's about just not looking exciting. Oh, there we go. It's not looking exciting. And so I'm going to short this consolidation, give it to the volume weighted average price, and just play it into the low. When I see Bitcoin, like IBIT and zoom it out a little bit, like, okay, high, lower high 45, reject the prior close. Like there's some room down here, like 1% down to 43.85 or so, and then you got this support if the market wants to give it up. There's some potential. The market's bouncing strongly, and this isn't bouncing as strongly. So I do like this one to the south side. Let's go up to Adara at the desk. I believe it's already time for Money Talks.
Time flies, Neil. Let's take a look here at the sector watch sector board. We have weakness in retail trade, health technology, consumer durables, finance with Schwab down 3.5%. And then you've got some strength here in producer manufacturing, minus LRCX and AMAT trading lower, some of the chip names in electronic tech, which we'll get back to in a minute. But you've got a lot of strength here in some aspects of producer manufacturing, like Caterpillar and GEV. Utilities relatively strong, in process industrial strong, industrial services looking good, communications mostly looking good here, and transportation to the upside. No, let's talk a little bit more here about this tech services sector, because you have Meta still up about 0.5%, though it was up and then down a lot more as we digest the different terms of the settlement agreement with some U.S. state attorneys general. Oracle up 2%, CrowdStrike ahead of its earnings report up 1.5%. But you've got some SaaS and software weakness as well. IBM to the downside, ACN down 3%, Adobe down 1%. Electronic tech, as I mentioned earlier, a little bit mixed here with chip weakness in names like Intel, Broadcom, and Nvidia each down about 1%, but then Apple to the upside here. So again, that Apple green chips red play continues to be in focus. Then you've got Dell and Arista Networks both up sharply. So there's a lot of divergence here within the electronic technology sector in terms of how names are trading. Back to you.
Arista.
Thank you, Adara, but also thank you Down to Sky.
Yeah.
Appreciate the super chat. Hey, but you know what?
Down to Sky.
We thank you the super chats, but after we talk about this, let's talk about the donations that we can be making to a fantastic charity as well. Thanks for the meta news, which helped. Also, DKS looks juicy here. Thoughts? Remember, it's day 2 SSR, so the uptick rule is in effect for DKS, which it took advantage of for this big bounce. Remember that 130 we're talking about? That was the bounce zone. Look at what it's doing at that 130 spot. When I say bounce zone, it's like the only place that it wasn't dying yesterday. It didn't really bounce off that level. There were a couple $1, $2 bounces, but everything else was just sideways action at best. So it's got a consolidation that it needs to break out. The longer the consolidation, the better. But I think this is a dead cat. It's a bit of a dead cat bounce. And if it resumes downtrend, I wouldn't be surprised if you retest at least a shot in the mid 120s. But I wanted to remind everybody, if I can, for a quick little second, that, hey, we are at, what are we saying? I got to refresh mine. But we're at 58.5. 58.5. So if you see that link that's in the chat, or if you see also in the description and you're wondering what we're talking about when you can donate, well, we're talking about Friday, and that is going to be Fabian cutting off 28 inches to try to get as many wigs as possible for kids undergoing chemotherapy treatment. We've already got 2, because every 2,500 is another wig raise. It's a great and awesome idea by Fabian, and it's a fantastic charity, and it's a fantastic cause. I want to thank the recent donations, of course, Jesse and Anonymous, Little John.
Yeah.
I'm not on the page. Yeah. Justin, May, John as well. So appreciate all of you. So if you're in a giving mood, then just check it out. Link is in the description. It's pretty easy, and you can also find a link in the chat. You can scan the QR code that you see up on the screen when we flash it. But thank you for the donations that we've already gotten. As we said, we're doing it live on the show. He's cutting my hair live on Friday, probably in the afternoon.
You know what else we're doing it live, guys? There it is. Now $5. Meta's starting to go, man. We got a couple outs up here as well. And, you know, we've really pushed this 570 level now 3 times. So, yeah, go, gadget to the upside right now as it's just going. So good move. Only up about 1%. That's fly coming through. Here we go. Let's go, Meta. We do have another offer at 577.50. We said we'd try to, you know, get something out if we took VWAP, which is what we're doing right now. And then the next level will be the 200 period, which is 579, basically. So again, you know, it's a $500 stock, so very spready one indeed. But there it goes upside. You know, easily. For me, the trade of the day is just this Meta buying off of the 25 period moving average longs. It's too bad that we got stopped out there. This one, whatever, it came back in and let us reload it. So we're pretty happy with that move. But here it goes. 577.40 we're at right now for not 1, not 2, not 3, but $6 clubs right there. So I can pass a ticket over to my friends here. We have 6 tickets now for the dollar clubs. We'll pass one to each one of these guys. Obi ready to go beside me right now. Joe here as well. So we're ready to rock and roll on the midday, which should be another big one. We'll wait for Sharif coming back in 2 days. On Friday, we have...
I thought he was visiting Luis.
Yeah, he was. He did visit Luis.
Okay. That already happened?
Yeah, that already happened. We yesterday, we had low engine coolant, so I had to go get more engine coolant. We replaced that right there. Shout out to Canadian Tire as we go. I don't know the blinker. What is that from? The blinker fluid? I don't know. No, but I don't know what that's from. Obi, the blinker fluid?
Is that a thing?
I don't know. Obi must know something that I don't know. But at the end of the day,
No blinker fluid?
no, man. Just don't worry about it, Obi. No, I didn't have. It wasn't an oil change. Coolant change over there, my guy. But here we go, man. It's a nice move to the high side right there on Meta now. But I asked the wife, anyways. Any fires this morning as she drops the kid off? At hockey, no engine fires, so we're good on that one.
That's a good sign.
Yeah, she said just a small engine fire she put out, no big deal. So that's good on that one. But yeah, there goes Meta right now, $6, still trying to go. Look, we've gotten lighter on the TQs. It just came back in. We basically took them out for flats now on the TQQ. We'll be negative on this one because of that little long there. But again, position, that's if we stopped out right now. Looks like we are trying to get stopped out up there near 70.10. But yeah, that's the problem. And that's what I told her. I said, if we're ever losing engine coolant, must mean there's a leak. So we got to get that looked at ASAP. That's in our Volkswagen Atlas. So Of course, no worries on the Tesla for that reason. But yeah, nice downside move in the futures, stopped, but nice upside move there in Meta, continuously going right now. But look at the futures, man. Just at VWAP right now, not a whole heck of a lot going on. Marvell, just got a note about them. I think we're tracing back down. Yeah, took out VWAP right there. This is a couple minutes ago. VWAP break to the high side on Marvell, still flat on that one. And the big one that you're going to join us for after hours today is Nvidia. So Nvidia, you know, what? Okay, I mean, again, I wish we could rewind this to about 8:30 when we talked about what we were looking for on Nvidia. It came right into 210, like as if that should be $1 there on Nvidia, which is now $7, by the way, on Meta. But yeah, right into there, Nvidia 210. That one was a monster trade if you're able to find it. Did I say $7, Neil? I meant 8 right there now on Meta. So yeah, man, looking for that dime piece over here.
Yeah, nice. And it's awesome because, as you said, the market going up, Meta's going up, but thankfully what we put on is at the low of the day.
Nice,
and that's going to be IBIT. It's about, I find it this time of day, especially after 10 o'clock, just identify relative strength and weakness. If it's relatively strong, try to go long. If it's relatively weak, try to go short. It's that simple. So this will be, I'm happy about this, but I have to go back. You got to be real for a second. We're a little too picky about the entry and where we wanted to get back in on Moderna. And you know I like trend lines. So this is why I will. Like, some might be excited about this, but I will do the slap in the face because Moderna, there's the open, there's the higher low, like where it flushed apart, and then there's the trend line again. It basically tapped the trend line, and that could have been a reentry. Now, ultimately, it would have been like getting short where we got out, or close to where we got out, but that's the continuation play. So we got a little bit picky with it over there on mRNA. It's been, look, it was okay, but it probably should have been at least 50% to like double or twice as good as it was this morning. So that puts a little bit of damper on it because that short is continuing. If we bounce off this low, I think exiting and waiting for another retest of VWAP is going to be a thing here for me on IBIT. Because right now, I feel pretty good, but it is 1050. And 1050 is, you start getting in the middle of the day, it's like the reversion portion of the day. So if you see double bottoms and you're short, it's like get out. Maybe you want a re-entry, maybe you even want some kind of a long off there. And as I say that, if the scalp's all we're going to get, I'm going to try and hop on these 18s and catch a fill if I can. Why not 18 instead of the 17s? We'll get out of this one and look for the next available opportunity. I think with the way that Intel started the day for me, I would just be happy to be up because we're so early on Intel because of this topping tail candle. And then the breakdown happened here, and we missed the move by about 30 pennies on Intel. Still able to get it and then get out at the low of the day, but we really missed the entry right in here. So yeah, sometimes it's like one little move like that skews the risk to reward because then you're getting in here with a tight stop instead of like right up at that high. But still, hey, positive's positive. So
yeah, definitely. Good look there on IBIT. We're now $10 on Meta. So I'm at 582 right now. There it goes. So hopefully we get it. We're at 582. Hopefully that's not the stopping spot there. But yeah, took some profit on the way up there. Still have a 20% of this trade looking to get out of a little bit more there now at 582. So there goes Meta. Let's keep going there to the upside. There it goes. Yeah. So not big move there. META just absolutely motoring now back up there to the upside. You know what? Thank you there, Eric, and everybody that's in the chat, man. I mean, this is what you try to do is just make a little bit of money, make some good trades, and hopefully you guys are following along. Now $13 now in the money on Meta, 3 times the reload rate there. And I see a lot of good talk there in the chat, like making your weeks, making all that kind of stuff. So, very important that you continue to look for the next trade. But Meta was a great one. Now 584, now $13 and still going higher is Meta. So, congratulations to everybody that sort of tailed that one. It's going upside 585. I mean, do we take a piece out right now? When things start to, there, I might as well. When things start to go real parabolic like that, and look, guys, we've been posting it up. We're going to go to Adair in a second. We have Money Talks. But we've been posting this up. When was the first time we posted Meta? This was 47. This is an hour ago at this point, right? So Yeah, really starting to work it to the upside. 2 outs there at 85. We just took another one. Who knows how high this is going to fly, but I thought this would have been an area where maybe we look to, empty out a little bit. So yeah, good trade there on Meta as it just keeps on going back to the upside. Let's go over to Adara. We'll come back. We got a super chat. We'll talk about that one. Congratulations for the trading today. If anybody's up, I mean, Nasdaq's flat on the day, pretty back and forth. But yeah, like you've been doing there, picking the right stocks, the right names at the right moment. Adara, what's going on with you now? 15 in the money on Meta.
Congratulations on Meta, Sean. And let's talk about the US dollar, which is also trading higher here today. We had that pseudo double bottom here on the daily chart around 98.59, almost 98.6, going back to last Thursday and Friday. Now we're on that 99 level. Obvious prior support here around 99.36. Let's see if we run into that area and it becomes resistance. Let's talk some PCE. PCE was interesting here because you had PCE month over month and year over year, and that's going to be non-core, hotter than expected by 0.1% each. So PCE month over month, 0.2% versus 0.1% expected. PCE year over year, 3.7% versus 3.6% expected. Now, if you go over to core PCE, month over month and year over year, both those numbers were in line. So generally in line, but again, a little bit hotter on the non-core basis. GDP, 1.5%, dead in line with estimates. Durable goods orders and personal income, both hotter than expected. Personal spending also a little bit harder than expected there for July 2026. Let's talk the CME FedWatch tool, because after this print, we still have roughly 60-40 here at the next meeting. 60% chance that we get the rates held in place, 40% chance of a hike. And when I was reading some analyst notes as well after this PCE number, what I'm seeing is basically echoing that. So there's a chance we'll get a hike maybe later this year, but probably we're just going to get a hold at this meeting in September, on September 16th, given that we didn't have too much of a concern here with the PCE print. So we still, though, have a roughly 45% chance of a hike in December. When I checked literally a couple of minutes ago, we were maybe seeing more hikes, I think in June of 2027. That's gone down right now. We're just seeing 1 hike in December. Back to you.
Yeah, but it's still moving in the direction. That's the wrong direction. Even if it is just a slight move, it's it's the wrong direction. And we don't like that print.
There it is from David. Yeah, you're welcome, my guy. I mean, congratulations to you. You're the one. That's an options play. That's huge.
Yeah.
So obviously, I level up and use more shares when I see breaks like that. I hope you did as well with your options play. But congratulations there. 10 minutes ago, now up $18. What a monster there, David. So really glad for you to do that. And then you also super chatted right here as well.
Dave's earnings swing-tacular. Place trade this AM. Nvidia, nothing yet. Yeah, I mean, Nvidia is obviously probably disappointing for a lot of people. It just hasn't really moved, which I don't think is too much of a surprise. Calls on Urban Crowd. Ooh, Crowd. You know how much that's pulled off. And puts on CRM and SNPS Synopsis. Obviously, CRM's been getting punked. CrowdStrike with a nice bounce back so far. And sometimes, I hate this is not split adjusted. Where's my mouse? There it is. So we got to go to the daily, which I happen to have up. Look, CrowdStrike is at a great level. I know it's under the 50-period moving average, but it was bouncing off such a great level. We were talking about pre-market here at the 180.
Don't forget about our earnings bet, Neil. If CrowdStrike does more than 8.7%, you get an Apple fritter courtesy of moi. And I think I probably took the wrong side of that bet, so I suspect that Apple fritter will be on your desk around this time tomorrow.
Well, I think it was just whatever the expected move was. If it's more than that, then I get a fritter, and then if it's less than that, then Adara gets. It basically was whatever you wanted from 7-Eleven. But you didn't tell me what do you get from 7-Eleven?
Well, because it'll depend on how I feel tomorrow.
No, that's fine.
I'm I love a good Slurpee moment, but it's fall now. Will that change? Probably not, but it could, Want to keep my options open. Thank you, though, Neil. I like bets. Bets are fun.
A little chilly for that, but no. Apple fritter. I'm an easy person. You know exactly what I'm going to want, but we'll see. And again, obviously, it's more important, tomorrow reacting to whatever it does happen in crowd, up or down. I just think it's double digits because of the way it's been moving. That makes a lot of sense to me. But CrowdStrike, good rebound trade there. So David, kind of with you on that bad boy. Oh no. Looks like Bitcoin does not bounce into. I just looked up, saw the market ticking a little bit higher, but that bounce off the lows does not materialize for IBIT. So my first thought is, okay, if it's breaking the low, is there a sympathy play that I can look at and join the short a little bit later. BM&R is only breaking VWAP now. Let's make sure ETH is not blasting higher here. ETH is at the low, so maybe BM&R at VWAP if we're going to take out the lows. We got to pay for locates on this. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Look for the short underneath VWAP on BM&R for the continuation trade because crypto's not looking strong. That's what I like to see. Play the relative strength and weakness is what it should be all about in the market.
Here's, I guess I got to download it to show it. It's nothing really, it's just an image here. The team is now on the TTC. Well, they're there now, but there's a bunch of the girls met up on the TTC. You see how packed our subway system is here? Very impressive. So, you know, you can sit wherever you want right there. This is
How is it that empty?
No idea, man. This is probably about 9 o'clock, too, in the morning. So I've no idea what's going on there, but there it goes. Shout out to the Mississauga Hurricanes as they are on their training camp right now. They were actually on the ice with Vicky Sunahora yesterday, which is, she's actually in Wikipedia, the female Wayne Gretzky. So really happy that she was able to get that experience. My wife was like losing her mind, but you know, whatever. These girls just kill me every day. 585, good little run there for Meta as we keeps on going. They're back up to the upside. All right, the next little play there to look at for me today is we can look at the dollar movement. We saw the U.S. 2-year right here. I wanted to have a quick little look at that. There's the move up that we are sort of looking for on the yield with that PCE number. The PCE number comes in as expected, so it's not like it's a huge mover one way or the other. Wow, that's now 586 now for Meta. Yeah, 4.5%. Sorry, my bad. 4.218% right there on the 2-year. It started the day down here 417 up to 421. So a little bit of a move higher there. As we continue to look at what that Fed was going to do, we'll refresh this heading into September the 16th, where you have 62% now. So 60-40 on that little run right there. What was for lunch yesterday? We don't have the. Oh, it was chicken. Yeah,
it was just the grilled chicken. Remember we said it was going to be that too.
What was it called, Adara?
I don't know its name, but I know it was spicy.
Oh, spicy, yeah. Okay. I'll say lightly seasoned. I don't know if it was that spicy, but
there was a seasoning with a little bit of kick to it. Like when I first took a few bites and there was like it's spicy, I was like, no, it's not. And then I ate the rest. I'm like, I see what you're getting at. It was nicely flavored, but I wouldn't call it spicy. I would call it I call it seasoning with a little bit of a kick, which I thought was pretty good.
Like a little, like paprika on it or something.
Yeah, it was nice, man.
It's not spicy.
I'll take it.
But okay, that's about it for us coming through now, man. It's 11 o'clock. Like, you know, I'm just gonna hold on to this Meta until we break 580. So that's the new one. So we can't take any less than $9 on this trade. I only have 12% left. So a bunch of outs. I mean, we wanted this out right there at 585. So we're lucky to take a bunch of outs there at 585. So an absolutely monster play there. There's a lot of breaking news. We got to go back to Adair. Neil and I'll see you back at 2 p.m. Go Adair and get him.
Circle just dropped sharply here. Wall Street Journal reporting that banks are moving forward with a global stablecoin consortium, according to unnamed sources. So that would be a bit potentially of a rough look here for CRCL, again, stablecoin producer. So we've got banks moving forward with global stablecoin consortium per the Wall Street Journal. Over to Joe and over to Obi. It's the Joby midday. That pun's moving.
Yo, what's going on, everyone? Happy Wednesday. Mike. Guess what day it is? Oh, all right, we'll do that right there. A little good Toronto slap up there. Yeah. Man, we'll let some people roll in here. We're going to roll into VinFast momentarily, but Assassino, we want to give a couple of shout outs first and foremost. Let's head over to TikTok and see what we got going on. Bravely, good morning, and thank you for the kind messages each and every day. We got Ron. Yep, Ronnie, what's going on? Danger, Carlene, we have Juan, 728. As a man thinketh, J. Doe Daddy, Sunflowers Flowering, Charles Tolliver, no relations to Dawn, Hilda, Thomas, Kendrick, Lambitioner, I don't even know what that means. Kim Jong-un, B. Kratos. We got Jose Garcia. Where's my guy? Where's Frankie? There's T-Rock, and then there's Runes. We got Nickel, Dragon Fluff, and Chicken Stuff. We'll head over to YouTube and see what we got going on over there. We got Juan Padilla in the house, glass half full. Dawn, getting it going here as well, too. We have Los Polios, my guy, Gorev, Derek Thompson, Wendy's, Tendy's, Jody, what's going on? Nima, what's up? How's everyone doing this morning? Now, one more, Obi.
Yes, sir.
Andrew Chow, G-Talk, and Nick Vendy. What's going on, my brother? Nicky, what's cooking, brother? No, all right, guys, a lot going on here, but first and foremost, we're going to get right into VinFast. Reported strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 4W and 2W delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. All right, that's enough of me rambling on for the past 120 seconds. We're going to send it over to Obi to see what he's got going on here today. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what a little bit of a mess that we got ourselves into bright and early this morning, trading the NASDAQ off of the PCE print. Stick with us. Obi, what do you got?
Right now, I am going in and trying to borrow some of this Circle stock here. So thank you for that fresh news there. 91s all the way down to 88s. I'm like, all right, game on. I do like the move here on Circle. So being as quick as possible. Seriously, I always forget whether it trades on the NYSE, right? Yeah, there you go. Come on, I should know this by now. Circle NY, how many of those do I need? Let's just grab this many and boom, submit. It's a little bit of a process
What do you got
to
going on? Oh,
borrow some of these shares. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, so yeah, not too bad. Less than 10 pennies per lot. So yeah, not too bad at all. So okay, let's see what the Circle is up to here. Maybe I should have borrowed a lot more. I didn't realize it's below $100 here. So Circle.ny, fresh news, bank, something with the banks. Let's see what the book is up to here. Some sellers stepping right back in. 87.5 is the low of the move there on CRCL. Let's see if we can trade a little bit lower here. Fresh news, we did get a bounce up into that 89.5 and sellers step right back in. So I like it for the potential continuation. Is the trend on? The trend technically, as of right now, post-catalyst, is to the downside. We'll see if there is any real continuation below this reaction low here, 87.5. That's what I'm looking for here. Also in, yeah, I don't know. I think the position board is incorrect here. Not my account there.
You got to make
what's that? Oh, it'll update once I get in or out of a position here. Well, you guys can see I have some DKS on my screen right here, getting involved with a little bit of a potential pullback. Nike was the real one to get involved with for the short side, as that one came in much nicer, but that slowed down now as well. 87.5s holding pretty well here on a Circle. Still need a little bit more for that potential continuation. Again, if I could get shorts right away, and I can get short at 89.5s, I would totally do that. I like the short at 89.5 much better probably on a tape turn for a pullback in to see if we can actually break the low. Down here, I don't really feel too comfortable chasing, so that's not really my my piece to take right now. So we'll wait and see how that Circle forms. Right now, Palantir, I like this one right here. Oh boy, PLTR. Let's pull this one up real quick. Boom, boom, boom. NASDAQ. I like that. That's already coming in, breaking below that 175. So a bit of a chase here for me. I like it much better on the 175 break, but if I'm going to chase in 174s, we talked about this yesterday, got to be sizing a lot better on this one. Take a look at this beautiful pattern right here. Break of trend, consolidation on the 75. I smell a bit of a reversion, guys, but I'm already about 60, 70 pennies too late. So, you know, it is what it is. I got to throw VWAP on here as well. I don't know where VWAP is, but it's probably sitting in and around 173s. Yeah, I have it around 173.50s-ish. Okay, so about $1 lower. So we'll see if that one will come into fruition, but miss the entry there on that 175. Pretty clean, man. And when you look at this on like higher time frame, you can see back-to-back jacks on the green candles right here, straight off of open on Palantir. And as soon as that trend breaks, we drop down $2. So I like that. I like that piece. Took a nice piece of reversion yesterday as well on Palantir. Let's see if we can do it once again here on a Wednesday. A little bit of a hump day here.
Oh,
how's your day going?
You know what? Full transparency. This is what we do around these neck of the woods. Is we keep it real. Now, yesterday, not too bad of a day, right? Like right out of the gate, we were taking some nice scalps. Not necessarily the case here today. We'll get into Meta momentarily because I've been pounding the table about this for quite some time, and I think this is a key inflection point for the company. Even though the price action may not be reflecting it at this very moment, I do believe in the future we'll see things start to turn around, and it could be a massive weight lifted off the company's shoulders. In my opinion, could I be wrong? Completely subjective, yes. But I've seen something along those lines before in which I will use the example of why I believe that we can start to see a little bit of appreciation within the underlying asset. Now, right out of the gate, PCE, we decide to sell off here, ladies and gentlemen. Attempt number one. Oh, no good. Good thing we went relatively small on that one. Second one, we're like, all right, let's add 50% more to our position. Get stopped out, break even. It did go on a little bit of a move, but I'm like, you know what? That's not what I'm looking for. Third attempt is when I actually add some more size. I'm like, okay, we've been holding this 69.49 level for quite some time. Let's see if we're going to bounce off of it and then find our way to recovery and maybe head into 69.70s. Not the case. It's right back to the lower end of the range, and I'm like, oh no. And then sure enough, we get stopped out. Same thing here on the Qs. I'm like, all right, we come back. Maybe this is going to be the attempt in which we break. And then as soon as I seen the tape really start to pick up its momentum to the downside, I got out of that. So most definitely a tougher start in regards to the NASDAQ trading this morning off of those economic prints. And then now moving forward, METU. We'll get into some more detail. Dara's been bringing us a lot of the information bright and early this morning. We can touch on a couple of other things here as I go on, but a nice recovery. Los Pollos was right. Who else in the chat said, hey man, watch out for this fade? Because and listen, I'm not going to try to say this is any form of confirmation bias. Maybe I was leaning in that direction because this is something within the company's fundamentals that I've been looking for ever since this issue was ongoing. It's trading at a relatively cheap PE, but yet it's not participating. I understand there's the free cash flow effect within the company, how they've depleted that. They have this excess compute now that they're selling to other customers, but I think this is one of the larger weights that have been lifted off of the company's shoulders, which may allow investors to start to step right back in. Now, child safety settlement, we're looking at $16 billion. A Texas Attorney General secures over $1 billion in Texas. Meta Platforms proposed $10 billion Q3 charge and lawsuit settlement. So about $18 billion over 10 years, these guys are going to have to pay. Listen, in the bigger picture, if there's been no regulatory change, which I think someone said maybe over, I think I heard Adara say over 18 is when you might have to, or when you have the ability to hop on unsupervised social media. But this is just a big slap on the wrist. And I've been pounding the table. Cash fine is the best case scenario for this company. And that's why down here, I might even buy a little bit more. Now I have a bunch of capital on the sidelines for the Anthropic IPO. But if I grab a little bit more of Meta here, and I've been talking about it for quite some time, I like this. Give it. Who knows? I'm not going to put a specific timeline, but at some point before you know it, this company will hit all-time highs. The capex, the capital expenditure thing, won't be one of the frontline stories. Mark Zuckerberg's open source models are definitely going to grab share, in my opinion. In the future, it may take a little bit more time than what we're expecting. But right now, I think there's a couple of tailwinds in favor of Meta, Obi. So that's how I feel about this name.
Yeah, no, I think they do have a lot of headwind to get over. We'll see if they can kind of get through that with any sort of effectiveness here. SOAR saying Paresh Patel in the chat. SOAR, I like that. I actually like that. That's those are actually my initials for my full name.
What's that? Sorry?
SOAR are actually the initials for my full name.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, man, yeah.
So I always thought that was a bit fun there. Let's see what SOAR is up to. Volato Group. Okay, hello. What's a Volato Group up to today? Okay, some relative volume, some interesting move in the pre-market. Penny stock here is sub 50 pennies on this one here. So, all right, 34 breakdown, doing decent volume here. So nice call out here. Decent structure, nice little stair step up to the upside, but it seems like it's kind of rejecting in a similar place where it did off of the initial reaction in the pre-market. And I guess once again today in the afternoon, in around this 32, 34 penny area, that's where supply has been stepping in. Let's see if that continues going on through the rest of the day. Kenny, thank you for the super chat there. Thoughts on OLOX, OLOX? Long? I don't know. I like the short there on that one there. OLOX, yeah, man. Look, this thing looks dead in the water right now. It had that initial reaction, but look at this. This thing is pretty much. You've heard me say this. This is breadcrumbs on a chart. Look at this. Barely any candle. Pretty much printing single prices here. Not a lot of volume. And then yeah, you get a little bit of relative volume on the day today. But how much volume is that really? Let's see. About 10 million shares on a $1.50 stock. So yeah, that's not that much. That's like 20 million, 30 million dollars worth of volume that went through this thing on the day. So yeah, maybe you have, and most of it probably happened right here. Let me highlight where most of it probably happened right there within 30 minutes. So most of that dollar volume all occurring within 30 minutes, and then boom, it's done. I don't know. For me, I think this is not nothing crazy here, but I guess it's been doing some things over the past couple of days. So, all the power to you. Good luck if you're trading this. Not something that I'm really too concerned with, but that's just my own opinion here. Circle coming back below that $90. So we got all the way back, all the way up to VWAP. So I'm watching this pretty closely, right? I'm like, all right, 89, whatever's good place to get short. That's your anchored VWAP right there, the purple line. That's going to be significant to me. And if we're going to be shaking and baking around that line with a little bit of an orbit action, I'm not really too concerned with this. Give me some directionality, give me a break of that range, then we can start really talking here on that circle. But I do have my shares. I am very tempted to get involved with the short side, but I watched the tape for a little bit. This thing is crazy. Sure, it's only about $80, $89, but the swipes are like 50 to 70 pennies. So I can't even, I don't feel comfortable getting aggressive. I can obviously size down and still take the trade for what it's worth, but not really paying attention too closely to the book and the tape to feel comfortable doing that here, right now. So. Boom. Where is the next trade? Let's check out the flow on the King of the Castle. Nvidia saying King G. King of the Castle, King of the Castle. Nvidia double top highs today.
I have a chair.
Yeah, I have a chair. King of the Castle. Classic. But double top on Nvidia was probably one of the most technically significant things that I observed coming in off of the open today. And yeah, a lot of reversions were in order off of this rejection. I really, really like this idea of a short, but Nvidia, a little bit choppy, right? If you got short off the initial push, it came all the way back to 213s before slamming right back in and sellers step into the market. So AMD, similar kind of stock in the same sector, I really, really like this reversion a lot better. A lot more directionality off of the open, buyers very much in charge, and once they give that up, once we trade below whatever moving average you want to throw in here, however you want to define that trend line, moving average, higher highs, higher lows, whatever your definition of trend is, trend breaks around when we get back through this 488 level right here. Look at that prior structure low, boom, 487 halves, maybe confirmation for a lot of people being like, all right, now we actually broke below that low. And you can really see the price start to accelerate along with expanding volume as we break into and through VWAP at a clean 485. That's where that was. And then boom, for a low of 480. So I really, really like this reversion. The sell is coming in. You can see here on the market, we did kind of top out a little bit, but sideways action on the futures. So not really too concerned with watching the futures that closely as of right now, but I am watching individual names. SPCX, definitely one of them. Another one with a beautiful reversion today here, 139s as it comes in into and through VWAP. Haven't really broken through day low just yet. So a lot of good things that did come in today. At Oracle Catalyst coming, saying Caleb in the chat. Yeah, I don't know about that. Whether you know, if you know, that's probably insider information, but we'll wait and see if that will come into any reality. Right now, we're gonna go to Sia. What's up?
This is coming from Amazon here. SailPoint teams with AWS to lock down the AI agent boom, bringing identity security to Bedrock Agent Core. Amazon pulling back here a little bit. I'm just going to check SailPoint here. Yeah, sorry, that's the wrong stock. We're just going to take a look over here. Yeah, nothing too crazy of a move here for SailPoint, but for Amazon, a bit of a downtick. AMZN, SailPoint teaming with AWS to lock down the AI agent boom.
Yeah, so I pulled up Amazon here. There's a bit of a down movement. I mean, it's pretty choppy. Nvidia moving to the downside as well, too, ladies and gentlemen, helping the market follow in correlation with these names. I mean, Google's down 1% on the intraday session, bounced off the lows, but looks like it might want to continue. Now, if we're looking at the PA from what we have here, it's just consistent lower highs on Nvidia, and I told you, the best case for me is that this stock goes south of $200. Now, even better case scenario is that we see this thing in the 180s, even in this area, 170s. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I don't believe that's going to be the case because I do believe it is an extremely powerful stock. But the more I get to buy up in these neck of the woods, this is almost a double top here. I mentioned this not too long ago that you have this whipsaw move, but this 230 marker just acting as big time issues, and we were actually discussing that via the options chain bright and early this morning, so go check out the options segment. But we'll head over to it once again. I had the strategy builder out. We were talking about potential strangles within this trade, specifically trying to just obtain some time value and capture some implied volatility premium priced in, Vega premium priced into your contracts. Now, if you're going to go with what history has been showing us over the past X amount of quarters, this is insane. So, Dawn, I don't know how you feel about it. Ozan, Travman for real in the chat. All of my, Jesse, I don't know if Jesse's still here. All of my options traders, what this is telling me right now, and this is some of the largest size I've seen via open interest since the last quarter it has reported, all right? So, what I'm getting at here is the probability, and we can even use our delta metric, the probability is saying, yeah, we're most likely not going south or north of $230. 195,000 contracts. So someone massive is stepping in. And that's the beauty of the chain. Listen, Bookmap, I understand you like using your own tools to each their own, right? So what I've found is I've able to identify where we're going to have those massive amounts of supply, and that's lying right here at this $230 marker on NVDA. All right, keep that in mind. Now, where's the floor potentially? 190. There's 21,000, 197. So south of 200, if these 200 contracts don't hold up with 36,000 open and closed, I think it's really important to note. But what the options chain is telling us right now, Obi, it's going to be really, really difficult for us to exceed that $230 marker there. Dawn, let me know. My IBIT put spread timed well. Yeah, let's pull up some Bitcoin and see how that's been performing. A slight recovery on BM&R I see. I'm waiting for Meta to pull back into the volume-weighted average price to take an additional attempt. I have to be cautious just due to risk measures. Full disclosure, we took those losses earlier, so we have to be prepared and willing to call it a day. If the setup isn't there, it has to be an A++. I don't know why I pulled up Meta. I meant to pull up IBIT for you there, Dawn. A nice pullback here off of that $45 high. We went back to the options chain and correlate, doing the exact same thing. Different name is where are those supply zones sitting? And it's identical to what Bookmap is showing you. Go over to your Bookmap if you have it. You're going to see a mass amount within your heat map. You'll see the a large size at this $45 marker. That's today's expiration, but see, look at that, 45 bucks, and it's been a world of trouble for the underlying to break that level. So good call out there, Don. Nvidia supply 190 to 230 on supply. Yeah, exactly. 100% agree with you there, brother. 200, I did see a little bit more size on the put side, but that 230, it's like it sticks out like a sore thumb. And with that being said, I'm in the camp of us exceeding that. Is very, very low, 87% chance via our delta telling us here, our Greek metrics saying that that contract does not have a high probability of expiring in the money after that report.
Yes, sir. So yeah, some people talking about some oil there. So I did pull up USO. Someone said something took something out on SpaceX. I'm watching SpaceX here. I do like the breakdown of a potential low here. Wow, a bit of a crumble on this USO chart. How much volume are we doing? Okay, only 1.5 million so far. Nothing too crazy just yet, but a bit of an uptrend. Selling off into the close yesterday. That was pretty interesting here. Some news coming out within the last 15 minutes of the close on USO there. And causing some selling coming in. I was honestly looking for a potential continuation into and through that 125 today, but you know, we don't really get that. 25 consolidates and we break back above. We're pretty much a reversion back to prices we haven't seen since about yesterday evening. So a bit of a you know, chop fest there within that range on USO. Palantir coming in here. I know I did say a bit of a chase, but I do like this when something gets so directional and then you pop into a prior area of supply. Where was this? This was yesterday, right? Just yesterday, we see that Palantir pretty sell heavy in and around these areas all week long. Monday, aggressive selling from 177s. And then Tuesday, once again, aggressive selling from 180s, 177s. Coming in today, we catch a bid, but we get up to 176s, and then sellers step right back in. So give or take a couple dollars, it seems like this is a bit of an area of supply this week so far with the limited information that's been printed on the chart. It does show that sellers have been stepping in on Palantir in and around those high 70s. So hopefully that's enough confluence to bring it back down into VWAP, which is sitting in and around 173.40s. I always like that higher time frame confluence when it comes to support and resistance levels. When I'm looking for potential reversions, that's always a very strong cherry on top, right? You're looking for a reversion when something's obviously overextended, and then it finds a base at a place where it's shown to find a base in the past, and even better if it's in the recent past, right? So you can use that, I guess, almost recency bias to your advantage that the stock might have with respect to a support or resistance level that it respected very recently. So I do like this right here. So I think the likelihood of VWAP at that point was a little bit higher than continuation. But where's the next trade? SpaceX, not really seeing anything too much here. I do like the breakdown, but again, I gotta be in this thing on the push up when that exhausts, when we kind of blow off here. Look at that strong volume candle on his 3-minute chart. Boom, all the way up into 139s, and then all of that pressure just boom dissipates, gone, poof, and then sellers step right back in. So that's what I really like. We talk about stalls and tape turns. If you guys know what I'm talking about, it's where you have aggressive action on the tape where you have buyers, and that's probably what the SpaceX looked like for a good 15, 20 minutes. Buyers, all the way up to 139s with strong volume, and then all of a sudden that buying pretty much dissipates. The tape doesn't show as much green on it anymore. It's a lot more red because I have it set up as buyers hitting the offer is green, sellers hitting the bid is red. So that can visually show you some real-time sentiment while all the crazy transactions are ongoing there as well. So anyways, so that's a bit of a tape turn explanation. So that's what I'm looking for here, or that's what I would have been looking for if I was involved in that SpaceX. But around here, not anything too crazy. Palantir 174 finally breaking down, so it does seem much more likely.
For some small cap names here, Obi. I don't.
Yeah,
really
let's have some fun.
Yeah,
What small cap names are you guys looking
Let's
like?
trade some Momo here and see if we can find anything.
Momo.
Like YYG. This volume, I mean, it's 69 million shares. We'll get Luis on around 1 o'clock, an hour and a half from now. Plug Power, Baito. Remember, Yanni used to like Baito, MSS. But guys, put it in the chat. Like, what are some of the small cap names that you got going on here today? There's a lot of
CELH apparently. I don't know if that's a small cap.
What's that?
Celsius Holdings.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't believe it is there, Obi.
No.
I mean, XPON, what do we got here? It's at $8. No continuation. What I'm seeing on my scanner and what names have the most amount of volume, give me something that's north of the volume weighted average price. ZCMD, that's, I mean, very illiquid. SNXX, $13 break, that $12.95, not too bad, but there's no real momentum or volume starting to kick in. What's that? DAIC below VWAP. We don't like that. I need these names to be above the volume weighted average price. Otherwise, Luis Barbados be shorting, taking UB his exit liquidity there. So what else do we got here? MO. All right, we'll go through a couple of the names. MO seems to be the narrative on today. So yeah, but there's very, very little liquidity. And you can see as we head over to the lower time frames, I don't even have it on here. I don't know what's wrong with this. Sorry. Yeah, I know exactly. Sorry, with this scanner, because specifically, it only should have small caps, but yet Nvidia, ONDS, and some of the other names are on there. I'll figure that out later once Obi's going on, so I can get some more of the small cap. Howl, some people mentioning as well. So we need something to show Luis here today. No, there's no volume in this. How are you guys even trading this? Like, how do you what's your exit plan? What's the spread looking like on some of these things? MO, I had that BICO up 40%. I'm going to go with it's a pretty quiet one because we'd have Bubban in the chat. We'd have some other individuals mentioning some really good ones, but SOAR, OMH, and NCPL. What's SOAR? Is this one Soarin', Obi? Were you talking about this not too long ago?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
SOAR. I don't even know if we'll have access to it. It's 30 cents, but I do like the look of this one, Obi. There is a potential trade. It's set up for me here, especially at the break of this resistance zone at 30 cents. We'd have to go pretty heavy and just hope there's no rug pull, but the high of the day is 34 cents. So you really need to amplify your share size here to find any form of a return. Thank you for that. We'll keep SOAR on our radar. And also we're going to be waiting.
Does it trade on AM?
It might be on the Amex, yeah.
Yeah, it trades on the Amex.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what?
So you won't get a top if it happens to halt. BICO, Howl, some people are mentioning, but it seems like SOAR is the #1 winner. My primary objective is to wait to see if Meta comes back into VWAP and then finds a bounce. NVDA holding up to this 211 marker, 210 right now, hasn't broke the low of the day in the NASDAQ. And then SPY, once again, pretty choppy session. We'll head over to the financials momentarily because we know some of the fintech names, just another chop fest here in the overall market. Let's head over to some of the fintech names like Robinhood and SoFi. Someone in the morning asked me about SoFi, and I do believe that it had a nice little bounce off of the lows. But from this 120 marker, think about it, this name was cut more than in half, right? 60% off of its highs, and then it eventually bounced off of the $66 level. That's a pretty good return. Like, I don't think too many people will be complaining about 72% since March, especially with some of the volatility stepping into this. Now, as for SoFi, I don't know if it's to that extent. Yeah, that's the thing with this name. And I was talking with Nimrud, and he's like, yeah, SoFi. I'm like, you know what, dude? I personally don't love this name too much. And sure enough, even though we're at a base and you've been chopped in half, this could be an accumulation phase before this name starts to find any form of recovery. You see this sideways price action. If it does happen to breach anywhere north of $17, then I think that could be a good opportunity to get involved because your risk to reward ratio is going to be significantly increased. And then you play that move back into this $32 marker, could almost give you a 100% return in over time just to get back to that all-time high. So we'll keep an eye on SOAR, Obi. Other than that, Meta is our primary objective right now.
Yeah, no, I'm watching
sorry to interrupt
this.
you. Trapman,
Yeah,
happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, my guy. Trapman having an adult beverage, 11:30. 11:30. We got the adult beverages rolling.
Ooh.
Attaboy, Trapman.
Who's
Trapman, he said he's drinking. It's his
okay,
birthday.
all right. Yeah, no, bottoms up. Happy birthday.
Yeah, man, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Shout out. Nice. Yeah, no. Let's see what is going on here. I'm looking for the next trade, man. I'm looking at this SOAR. You guys have my interest peaked with this SOAR here. I am watching it. Don't know if I'm going to take a fill. And even if I do, it's probably going to be something extremely insignificant because I do not normally touch these things with anything. PLAB, oh yeah, that one's definitely in play. Thank you, Vivek Singh, for the super chat there. How do you guys expect Oklo, AAOI, and PLAB to go from here for the rest of the day? Hey, listen, man, if I knew, we said this yesterday, if I knew, we'll go through them though. The thing is, a lot of these stocks are getting sold off. They're very much in a downtrend. I do have eyes on them, man. Like this stuff is pretty much moving pretty aggressively today. But bigger picture, take a look at what we've been doing, right? Lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, lower lows, lower lows, lower lows. Even a bit of a bid off of earnings doesn't really get us anywhere. So more selling coming in, maybe with some relative volume now as well on this one here. AAOI, I think that was the second one there. AAOI. Let's take a quick look at this one. Bit of a sideways chop. I guess, yeah, it had some sort of a catalyst earlier on this week coming into Friday and Monday. But yeah, a bit of a sideways chop on this one. So no man's land, like this could just stay within range for the rest of the day. And I have no idea, right? That's pretty much what it did yesterday, pretty much. As Sharif likes to say, bupkis on AAOI here on the intraday at the very least. PLAB, yes, this was one of the names that I was watching this morning because of the earnings report that it had. And yeah, absolute quadunk off of the open and hasn't really bounced either, pretty much chilling at that earnings reference price. So I am watching this one, but it just dead cat bouncing here. Can't even catch a bid. So no idea what any of these are doing, but very much in play, some of those names. So thank you, Vivek, for shouting those out. But guys, it's about 11:35 right now.
Ooh.
And I think Europe, there might be something going on there.
But Europe,
so we'll send you guys off to the desk.
Europe es cerrado.
Yeah, I'll tell you guys what happened in Europe. The market closed for the day. So with that in mind, Juan's here to take us through some of these European regions and how their stocks performed.
Thank you, Dara. So European markets on the rise as lower oil prices reduced bond yields and investors, of course, holding their breath for Nvidia earnings later today. So we see the stocks Euro 600 currently in consolidation mode, but in the green, basic resources as well as banks offsetting that of oil and tech drags. In Germany, basically, they gained up for a second session of the day, led by banks, industrials, and tech. Heidelberg Materials led the tape, surging by more than 5.5%, while Deutsche Bank and Commerzbank were also up. Deutsche Bank up 4.6%, Commerzbank up 3%. On the opposite side of the tape, SAP fell by 2.7% after a UBS downgrade to neutral, citing slow AI progress and also weaker cloud growth. Auto sector also not catching a bid, with both Volkswagen and Porsche down by 1.5%, and Mercedes-Benz as well as BMW down by 1%. Now, over in France, they are the regional leaders in Europe today, up by nearly 0.5%. Luxury stocks led the gains, with Louis Vuitton up 1%, Hermes up by 1.5%, Kering up by 1.8%, along with Airbus and Safran, both of them up by more than 2%. Investors, though, are remaining cautious ahead of France's Fitch rating review releasing this Friday. Markets are also monitoring the government's September budget talks, as well as the upcoming presidential elections in France. So keep an eye out on that. Over in the United Kingdom, Britain, lower oil prices hitting that of energy stocks, with BP down by over 2% and Shell down by 1.4%. Brent crude falling for a third straight day on hopes that shipping resumes in the Strait of Hormuz. Mining stocks, though, offered a little bit of support, with Antofagasta, Anglo American, and Fresnillo. All three of them gained over 1% each. Now, meanwhile, the Office of Gas and Electricity announced that there's going to be a 4% UK energy price cap that will be increasing in October. And that, of course, is driven by gas price increases from the Middle East conflict. So that's going to affect a lot of energy markets next month. So what to look out for as European opens next day? Nvidia earnings impact, of course, that's going to be a main thing. European semiconductors and the suppliers such as ASML, BE Semiconductors, they'll be reacting to Nvidia's results. Any capex revisions from Nvidia will determine whether Eurozone tech will open with some momentum or consolidate their valuations. Also, desks will be digesting that of US inflation data as well as upcoming ECB rate pricing. A drop in the German 10-year Bund yield will help boost growth and real estate stocks.
And make sure to check out here at 3:30 p.m. for some real estate with Juan and myself discussing the Asian markets. We'll send it back over to the guys.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, I did get one to crack up a little bit. So full on professional, as everyone in the chat thinks he looks very good today. I think I agree, man. I love the blazer, love the fit. So bringing you the heaters as well too in regards to the Europe close. Now We Shop Holdings for show, bro, in the chat mentioned this one. Thanks for the mention because the volume is there. Let's wait for this thing to turn around, and then maybe we can find a high of the day break. The volume stepped in around 11 o'clock, so about 40 minutes ago. Now it's starting to come back in, but we're running right into into VWAP. So that's something that we're most likely going to be keeping on our radar. And then we also have METU starting to fall into our levels. But Trap, man, I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, good to have you back. I haven't seen you over the past couple of days. Now, Obi, you got 3 trades going on right now. DKS. You're on a heater right now, going short DKS, you're going short Palantir and Circle. Let's see if we get that breakdown. I do believe things look like we're going to curl over here momentarily in Circle, but man, oh man, this is a range day within the NASDAQ and the S&P. Once again, are we surprised by this? No, I don't think we should be, because it's kind of been the narrative, and we'll head over to the daily before we send it over to Obi and see what he's got going on. I'm just waiting for any form of indecision for me to re-engage here on Meta, but I also have to take into consideration the fact that we've established a lower high, and we may not breach that pivot, right? Los Pollos was talking about some open interest at that $600 marker. I didn't actually see anything. Now, first things first. SPY daily sideways price action. Dawn, I don't know. Are you feeling condorish? Because I think these are good opportunities to kind of get involved with this strategy, this credit-based strategy, as the market does absolutely nothing. This was prime time in which I was telling Hangry Wife, if this was my MO right now, was collecting premium, then I would have been writing, like that was my thing, and I loved it because it's really fun, because you don't have to necessarily have a directional bias. For those who are aware about the Iron Condor, this is the ideal setup. 2-3 weeks out, you collect 67% of the premium, boom, no problem. And that can happen in the matter of a couple of sessions. You close it and then reopen it at a different strike price or the exact same thing and look to collect some more premium. So, I mean, aside from that, the current market sentiment, I think, is really, really good for some of these credit-based trades. Be cautious on what you select, obviously, especially leading into NVIDIA's earning report. It can move the NASDAQ and the S&P, especially if it decides to exceed its expected move. But yeah, Obi, talk to us about some of your trades there.
Yeah, no, I think none of these really working out right now. So I just got to be patient with some of them. Circle, I do like here for potential continuation, but we'll wait and see. It's kind of sideways, slowing down. It is. I do like that it's kind of accepting underneath that opening range low as of right now. So just continuing to keep an eye on a little bit of that. DKS from yesterday, a bit of a curl back up to the upside here. I did try it already once. Where is it? You can see it. Maybe not here. Let me pull it up once again on my chart right here. So DKS, that is on the NYSE. So right here, we can take a look at this chart. Go down to the 1 minute so we can see it a little bit better as well. Boom. So I did try it a couple of times. You can see here in the morning session. A couple times after that bid kind of broke down, we retested that 130 pretty aggressively. And right before coming to this desk here, I was like, even though my stop was above that 130, I was like, you know what? It's probably gonna hit, so let me just get out. Boom, punch out. It goes 5 pennies and then slaps right back into the range. And I'm like, all right. When I saw that happen after I sat back down, I'm like, all right, cool. You know, maybe the trade's still on. It never violated that risk limit from earlier, so I should just get right back in. I made a mistake, you know, punching out a little emotionally when that price was never really printed. So get back in, give it the risk it deserves, and let it kind of do its thing. It might take a lot longer for it to come to fruition than I expect. Right? The market's it's gonna do things at its own on its own time. I can just speculate and potentially make probabilistic guesses on some of the direction of action. So yeah, that's on DKS. Also on Circle here. Oh no, we already talked about Circle. What's that last one? Palantir, right? So Palantir, yeah, we did pop up into that 175 here on Palantir. So I did take another ad. So that's on the NASDAQ. Let me pull that one up right here as well. So it did take another ad on that 175. Didn't quite, like I said, I know I was chasing down here. We didn't get all the way to VWAP. We kind of consolidated pretty well on 174. So it's not looking the best. I would have preferred if it would just kind of, you know, boom, 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 lower highs, lower lows, all the way down into VWAP, and then we reassess around 73 halves. But you know, it's not. We don't live in an ideal world, and it's rare that price action itself is going to be
Apple looks like it wants to break out, Obi, if you want to check that out.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. No, I see that on your screen right there. Apple coming into 13 halves, 313 halves right here. Nice call on that one, Joe. A bit of a breakout action coming in. Oh boy, would you look at that? From Monday, this is pushing weekly highs here. Nice look there, Joe, on this one. So weekly high coming in. I know I was involved on Monday and maybe a little bit yesterday as well, getting short in and around some of these levels, especially on Monday. Yesterday, a little bit later in the day, but yeah, I remember taking this short. I really liked it. A bit of a double top there. And Tuesday comes in. We're seeing a similar kind of story where these levels continue to show up over and over again on some of these names. The same kind of pressure. So some supply sitting here at 313s on Monday. On Tuesday, very aggressively stepping in. And then once again today, it gave it to you twice, but holding higher lows on VWAP, actually building in for a potential breakout and fresh highs on the week as well. So I really do like that. And oh boy, would you look at that. Bit of a anchored VWAP hold. Where is that anchored coming in from? I got to go to a higher time frame because that's probably not in the correct spot. Yeah, that's the thing. You have to go. Oop, don't need to do that. Let me take that off. So I got to go all the way back to where the anchor actually is anchored to, and then the anchor goes to where it's supposed to go. That's sometimes that's the weird thing about this glitchiness. As you can see, I have my Apple chart charted very extensively. There's a lot of spaghetti on this chart. And yeah, full disclosure, this is one of my biggest positions in the swing account. So yeah, as you can see here, a bit of a flag pattern. I got involved, let's say around 21, 22s. So haven't seen some of those prices in a very long time. So Apple's doing pretty well in terms of a higher picture frame. But what am I looking at really here? Let's take that VWAP out of the way. You see, last week, pretty aggressively sold off of that 320, and we're bidding back towards that area, attempting that weekly breakout after a strong sell-off into the end of the week on Apple. So somewhat interesting to me. I like that breakout there, but not really going to get involved just yet, Joe. I do thank you for bringing that up. Very much something that I do want to keep a close eye on here.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, Kohl's, we could take a look at Kohl's here. I mean, Kohl's warns fall margins will turn negative. Okay, well, that's not good as retail promotions heat up. So again, we know that when you offer discounts on your product, what does that do? That obviously compresses the margins. But I mean, the street seems to be brushing that aside. $18.20 so far, and no sign of stopping, even though momentum has cooled down a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's been a nice steady grind. Nice pullback there on AAPL, but it did report earnings. I believe it was this morning. Yeah, so you can see this volatility step in, boom, boom, boom. It sold off to 16 bucks and then found a way to recovery. So there it is on Kohl's. Same thing, man. Pull up some of these Kohl's cash. BlackBerry better be moving. Let's pull it up. Okay, there's no liquidity in this thing in BlackBerry. Pull up, so let us know about some more of these small cap names. Oh, okay. Oh, WHSP. It's starting to go, Obi. This is exactly what we want to see. WHSP. Let's see if we can get this one. WSHP. Sorry, WSHP. Oh, it's probably already gone without me. I don't want to look, Obi, because it looks like it wants to. There's a clear supply zone and a seller in these $6.56 marker. Now, if this breaks and we have a 1 minute candle sit on top side of this, then we might head for this high of the day, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Buying pressure starting to step in right at VWAP. Ideally, we would like to catch the lower end of the range, which would be right at $6 flat. I don't know if we're going to be fortunate enough to get this, because if that next wave of participants start to step in, then it might be see you later. Uh-oh, there it goes, Obi. Now we want to keep our eyes on the tape, ladies and gentlemen, to see if we have the ability to breach. Okay, we're involved in this one. We're going to get our first small capper of the day locked and loaded. Continuation is key, and if the volume isn't supporting it, we might be in some big trouble. There it goes. We're going to take a scalp on that one, Obi. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Right into the high of the day. Bang, just like that. Oh, thank you for show. $6.40. I wish I could go back in time. That was we can actually take a look at the tape, and you guys obviously have a stream. Watch the time in sales leading into this breakout. Now, there might be some continuation north of $7, but that's all I needed. I'm looking for that move into the high of the day. Whether it rejects or breaks, that's a completely different story. There could be an additional trade. Obi, you say this quite often. There's trades within the trade. Now, the volume is supporting this move higher. With that being said, a break of $7 is most definitely in my wheelhouse. Joey adds, yeah, thanks, brother. Much appreciated for that one. I seen the setup. We were holding VWAP. I'm in. I didn't go as much size as I like, but now I have significantly more breathing room compared to what I had before. So a nice little momentum style trade on WSHP. And you can see the strength within that specific candle. You punch through resistance at 640. And one of the key factors where you can add a little bit more conviction into your thesis is the volume supporting the move. Watch out for a high of the day break here on WSHP, Obi.
Yes, sir. So getting stopped out of that Palantir as it trades back above that 175. So that's all right. I mean, I said before, I know it was a bit of a chase here in that 174 hold. If we get back above 175, yeah, the probabilities for retest of this 75 half and even the 76 increase in my eyes there. So don't really need to be around here as those changes potentially come in. Looking for the next trade here. Circle's still working out, still holding a bit of that 89 level here, CRCL. You can see it's kind of chopping and churning. It's taken a while, but we've been getting those lower highs. Just waiting and watching to see if it does anything with this 90, or we drop back into 88s and 87-day lows for a continuation on that news, which was something along the lines of banks that are moving forward with global stablecoin consortium. So bit of a volatile push in Circle happening on that catalyst there. Down about, we'll say, where did the volume start coming in? We'll just measure this big stick candle here. Roughly about 4.5% drop off of that news on Circle. Bit of a continuation. I like that it's under 100. I like that it couldn't get back above 90 as well, and that happened to be where opening range low was at the same time. So yeah, 3 factors of confluence. I like that a lot. JY Sup, thank you for the super chat. Can you look at COHR and LITE? I'm seeing long. Okay, all right. Well, we'll see if we see eye to eye in terms of our own opinions there. So I'll take a look at COHR here right now. You know what? We'll go to the daily. I'm pretty sure you don't mean. Well, let me know if you mean intraday. But I do like this area. It's a bit of a support area here from 26 and even April of 2026 here, June, July. All right, yeah. So for the past couple of months there, bit of a support area on top of the 250. So interesting. Buyers have been here before, so I can understand why you might be thinking that way. Very much so. LITE. Let's take a quick look at this one. Okay. I like this one as well. This is already in a much bigger picture uptrend. I do watch this one pretty closely every now and then. It's trying to break through that 1,000 mark this year, right? We've been a long time coming, sub $100 stock just before 2026, and then boom, off to the races, almost exponential growth in price, all the way from sub 100 to testing 1,100 within the span of roughly about 12 to 18 months. Absolutely wild on Lumentum, lighting the way to fresh highs over the past year or so. So I like this. I like the look. I like the bigger picture idea. But you got to remember, we're in this range. We've been chopping between 800, even lows of 600 to 1,000 since May of this year. So for the past 100 days or so, it's been choppy in that range on Lumentum. So that's what I'm seeing here on the chart. So good luck with any sort of positions that you may or may not have or put on. That's how I'm looking at the chart right now.
Weird. I'm not doing any of that. Okay, anyways, aside from that, guys, I took another attempt here, Obi, but this was a clean flush. It was identical to what you and I seen on mRNA yesterday, is that punch through the high of the day. I look at the tape, I'm like, nice, we're going to crack that $7 marker. But then as soon as it failed, I'm like, let's get out of this. So we do take a little bit of a hit, giving some back. But hey, man, we'll still take this nice little scalp all the way here through WSHP. And then now it's broke down. Once it's south of the volume weighted average price, I don't pay very much attention to it. Isn't there a little ring thing when there is news, Joe? Yeah, there is, but I don't know if I didn't see anything step into them. Oh, there is some volume stepping into the market. Thanks for pointing that out. We'll figure out momentarily what it could be, but big time volume print on the NASDAQ here. Same thing, you've seen the increase in some of the mega caps, so watch out for that. I'll keep my eyes on it. I'll pull up my news blotter to see if anything is stepped in via USO. This will be a little bit delayed, but if anybody knows what's going on, what time this was, 10:45. Yeah, so that's an hour ago. Headline, yeah, market patiently waiting on Nvidia. I don't know. It could be an oil headline here. Yeah, USO, strong uptick, ladies and gentlemen. Keep an eye out on this one. I'll wait here momentarily to see if anything pops up, but I'm not seeing anything at this given moment. Sia, let us know if you see anything in regards to the oil situation, as there was a strong bounce in USO to the top side. And again, whatever the headline may be, you got to play the price action. So USO up, market down. That should be almost telling enough in kind of what's going on. So be cautious with that. Can't really hear me. My mic is where it's supposed to be. I can speak up as well, so let's keep an eye on that. Apple couldn't break the high of the day. WSHP, Putin on Ukraine, oil up market. Putin said to plan Ukraine escalation, seeing talks fruitless. Yeah, well, last time I checked, Donald Trump said as soon as he came into office, he's like, yeah, I can end that in a matter of days. That's still going on. So yeah, USO to the top side there, Obi, getting a nice little bounce. And I think you called it last week, or sorry, a couple of days ago, that USO might seem all-time high. Putin said to plan Ukraine escalation, seeing talks Fruitless. Yeah, so that's not good as the price of oil continues to climb a little bit higher here. Yeah, no end in sight for both of these conflicts. So, yeah, there's not much really you can do about it. Let these guys duke it out, spend the taxpayer money, and that's it, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. Getting involved. A lot of people were pointing out this this ANF in the chat. I do like it. Here, I got a little involved with a short. Instantly drops. You know, not really. Instantly drops down and then pops back up a whole $1. So not really what I was expecting as soon as I got in. Got to be a little bit more aware of you know, potential spread and volatility on this one here. But I do like it. Absolutely crazy. Earnings on the day today and blasting to the upside here in a very straight line. Holding trend. The trend hasn't broken. I shouldn't be short at all. Trend hasn't broken at all. All the way from the open, 140s all the way to 153s. Didn't really look at this one. This one missed my radar today, but I guess their earnings was great. You know, margins exceeded outlook, driven by broad growth and $100 million tariff refund there as well. Apparently a surprise over 100%.
Bro, those
at the same time on ANF.
Be cautious on those, man. Those are those AI summaries on TV.
Oh yeah, they're kind of messy.
So
right?
they're
so
so inaccurate, dude. Yeah.
You know, so they had earnings. I think that's the biggest thing, and they did beat on both aspects, it would seem. So usually they're pretty right on that, whether or not
with
they
the earnings, with
on,
the summaries,
whether they beat or not. The summaries are kind of all
they're
over the place, so understandable. But oh boy, indeed,
right.
Saying Michael P. DeRider, what's going on, man? How are you doing? What's up?
Brad Glazier, thank you very much for that $148 donation.
Wow.
Yeah, man, this thing's really, it's only a matter of days now until Fabian decides to cut his hair. It costs $2,500 to sponsor one angel hair for kids. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for your donation. Sorry, I forgot the individual's name there, but thank you very much for that. Friday. Yeah, it's quite a bit of chop, Brad. Thank you. Listen, do we take one more attempt on this WSHP? Looks like the volume and the momentum wants to uptick again, but be cautious, ladies and gentlemen, because here from the time profile, it's showing us otherwise. Don't get caught. I'm glad that we got out of this. If we were holding on to it, it'd have been absolutely disastrous. But guys, it's that lunchtime hour. Let's send it over to Sia with happening now, and then lesson of the day with Neil.
The SPY is currently down 0.68%. The triple Qs are down 0.13% and the Dow down 0.21%. Let's take a look at this one stock I want to talk to you about, NKE. That is Nike hitting a fresh 12-year low. Trading in midday levels today that has not been seen around in 12 years. CNBC reporting, and Nike stock off more than almost 2% today, following a downgrade by Choice Securities to holds. Now, shares are at levels that were last traded in 2014 August and are now close to being down 40% almost this year. Choice believes that the weaker full-year guidance for the year 2026 by Dick's Sporting Goods is implying a rather bad news for Nike, and the company is in the midst of a turnaround plan under CEO Elliott Hill, but that rebound has been longer than analysts had originally anticipated. Nike is now down more than 75% from its all-time highs in late 2021. Like I said, the stock is down 2% as of today. Well, before we head back to the Midday Madness, let's head over to Neil for his lesson of the day.
Thank you there, Sia. You can sum up the lesson of the day in one word today. Abercrombie, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Seriously? And the crazy thing about this is, I know it's not the exact same chart, but it's the exact same concept as to why DKS was so absurd yesterday. Okay! Yeah! Well, when a stock breaks out major levels on earnings, that's what you want to look for. And when it breaks out multiple levels, that's even crazier. And that was the reason why DKS, these flies are crazy. that was the reason why DKS stood out so much. It broke 1, it broke 2, and the continuation blew everybody's mind. And then you come back in today, and the other theme I'm going to go with today is what's the easiest trade? I'm not going to say ANF was the easiest trade, but if that's the pattern that you were looking for in earnings, you flip the chart on its head. It's break 1 level, it's break 2 levels, and then the continuation is more than anybody was expected. The second level break was effectively at the open, right? You go to the daily chart, it broke that at the open. I get it. It's already traveled pretty far at that point, but you got to be kidding me. Like, it's like any available dip. I'm not asking you to be in the dip. Like, how is this not a breakout at 142? I'm like, why not? Like, there's your parabolic move on the open range, right at 930. There's a top at 42. There's a dip. There's the break. It's 42. It's a $2 stop on a stock that had already moved $19 off pre-market levels. A $2 stop on a stock that's gone $19 on the single move. And then at the open did a $14 candle. A $2 stop. And this is the thing, like, if you get wrapped up with the notion of, oh, $1, so that stuff doesn't matter. It's a $14 range in the first 15 minutes, and you can have an entry with a $2 stop when the levels are so wide. Like, look at the gap on the daily. The gap's to 160. So I'm not going to tell you it was easy trick. I certainly didn't have it, but there was something that I do believe was an easy trade. So that's one, and then the second part of the lesson of the day is going to be, like, come on, Snapchat. Like, you saw what Meta was doing, right? And Meta's back on her VWAP now. Bruh. But Meta, on the news, goes right to the 50-period moving average and dips. And look what happens when Meta catches the bid. It goes, puts in a lower high, and then continues lower. Well, what happened to Snapchat when it caught that bid? Did it extend through, oh, wait a minute? No. That second tranche where the higher lows came in Meta, Snapchat faded. So it's similar in that it goes to a major moving average on sympathy. Both reject. On the bounce, one of them puts in higher lows and is going. The other one puts in a lower high. Now this, to me, is probably the easiest trade that you could have. And that was, it's weird I said it and then traded Intel again anyways, which is fine. Intel worked out. And I guess Moderna worked as well. So I was kind of distracted. But at the end of the day, when you have a sympathy play, you know the reason it's going. You know the thing that you're watching to see if it behaves and diverges from. You see it do the divergence, so therefore, okay, now it's relatively weak, engage. And it goes right to the low of the day. You're shorting it at VWAP, and you can go with a pretty tight stop. You'd still be in this one to the south side, and maybe even just playing the trend. It's the lower hanging fruit. Like I always try to ask myself, the things that I was doing, whether you're successful or not, were they the best setups? Were they the easiest setups? Were they the easiest reads that you could have taken advantage of? And if you're not on the easiest trades and you're making, it's harder for you to figure it out, but that's where you focused on all day long, then I'm like, I don't care how I did. I could have been doing something easier, less mental capital and easier wins and easier reads, as opposed to trying to fight the thing that I was trying to make happen. And I think Snapchat would be an example of that. Very clearly, it immediately showed itself to be relatively weak. It stair-stepped down after plunging at the open. It rejected on a higher time frame an obvious resistance spot. So you have so many things going for that trade to give you a reason to be in that it just makes so much sense. And then just going back to Abercrombie, I mean, what else can you say about this? And then the only good thing that I will say is at least I haven't tried to revert this. Because you see 40% up and this kind of a move, it's so tempting to want to catch the fade. And as somebody who, hey, I took 3 longs on Dix yesterday and it was my best stock. On a stock where if it had been 3 shorts, it would have been obviously way better. It's very tempting to look for the reverse. I'm not saying there won't be one, but if you can just simply find your way into that move, understanding that, yes, that looks extreme. It's difficult to want to chase. But if you zoom it out, as I said, if you zoom it out and look at that level that it's breaking out from on the daily, that's a 130 to 133 resistance on the daily. Like, you remember that? At the open, it basically pumps right to that level and does a clean breakout above. So the fact that there's another leg higher makes total sense because it's making a monster move on the higher time frame. So you can expect a little bit more. So there it is, a bit of a double barrel action. And we got, I'm finished the pasta and meat sauce that we had. So it was actually pretty tasty. I haven't had my vegetables or my salad yet, but the salad looks nice today. Got a little, here, I can try to show you. Got a little cucumber in there. There's some strawberries. So pretty excited about that. It looks like some kind of a maybe raspberry dressing. I don't know. I haven't really smelt it yet. But the lunch is hot. The market, maybe not, as we're back under VWAP. And thank you to Ishmael for the donation. Keep the donations coming in. Fantastic cause. Thank you to Fabian for being willing to cut off the quaff and donate it as well. So thank you, Ishmael, for that donation. Scan the QR code right there. Link is in the description and in the chat if you are feeling like you're in a giving mood. And we're going to throw you right back to Obi and Joe. Go get them, boys.
I will hop on first here to talk Apple. AAPL right now pushing a little bit higher. They just announced their latest iPhone event. Usually these events are on a Monday, so I was quite shocked this one's going to be happening on a Wednesday. September 9th, of course, with Labor Day happening a little bit later this week. That actually makes sense. So again, on a holiday shortened week, you will be getting an Apple iPhone reveal on September 9th. Surprise and Shine is the name of the event, and here is the very Apple-centric logo. Back to you.
All right, guys. You got to remember, VinFast reported a strong Q2 momentum, delivering more than 70,000 EVs globally, up 96% year over year. First half deliveries reached nearly 129,000 vehicles, up 78%, reinforcing the company's growth trajectory across its expanding EV portfolio. By mid-year, VinFast had already achieved approximately 43% of both its 2026 four-wheel and two-wheel delivery targets, putting the company firmly on track across both growth engines. So, yeah, shout out to our friends at VinFast. You're saying, holy, what's going on?
So the second I hit the key, it just goes on this run. It's going to halt up here now at $4.73.
He's in a halter.
The second, I'm like, no way. So we took a scalp not too long ago while we were going through the lesson. I'm like, all right, let's be patient. Let's wait. There you go. Bang. Gray out.
Bang.
But on this one, $7. I'm like, okay, boom, let's punch this. And then sure enough, my spread, my cross on this didn't give me the fill because it just went immediately. Man, oh man, I should have been involved in this. Oh well, it is what it is. If it was, I guess it wasn't meant to be, because what is potentially meant to be is that our setup here on Meta starting to display itself. Who's in this WSHP? I know Luis is probably going to be looking at this one. It did halt already. What do you mean about the halt, Shannon West? It halted already a minute or so ago. No, in all seriousness, make sure you have direct access data here. But 735 halted, top now at 745. Keep an eye out on this one. Man, oh man, that was clean. Who got in that? O-Block's got real flat. Double bottom on Nvidia. Yeah, potentially. Let's see. There is a key support level there at this 210 marker. We've been talking about that, but I think I'm going to stick with some METU. NIMIT, my borrowers was $6.20. Never touched it before, and what a miss. 630, not 620. Your borrower was at 620. Oh, no way. You're south of VWAP on that one as well, too. You like Juan likes NVIDIA as well, but man, oh man, that was it. That would have turned this day around completely, especially if we got in at this 689 marker all the way up to 735. Oh, man, missed off there, Obi. I see that you're short ANF.
Yeah.
How's that going?
You know, just doing some, so a little bit of a degeneracy. Yeah, a little bit of degeneracy.
What does that mean?
You know, doing things I shouldn't be doing, like shorting ANF.
Yeah, why are you shorting the strongest stock? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Retail.
That's a good question, right? I don't
Just
know.
avoid it.
I don't know. Yeah. Well,
Regardless
I
of
like
what
it. I like it. As Neil said, when seeing something going like this, I am very, very tempted, and it's okay. You know, I'm willing to take a couple of scratches on the way up. I want to feel it out. This thing is a beast, and if I'm gonna go battle a beast on the day, I want to put some prep in. I want to feel it out. I want to see how it, see how it bites, maybe, as a feel, and then when it actually comes in, hopefully we have enough of a feel and are prepared to get in on the right side of the move with the appropriate kind of aggression and size. So we'll wait and see. But yeah, 154 the trend is pretty strong here. So just kind of dabbling, willing to spend a little bit to get some information here. But yeah, no, very strong trend. This thing's been trending since, I guess, since the morning. It's only now, and again, because of you guys that I discovered this thing. And I'm like, wow, okay, cool. Definitely got to keep closer eyes on this one. Let's see what is Palantir doing. I know we left that one a little bit alone earlier. Where is Palantir here? Okay, so it's still holding around that 175 on PLTR. So yeah, in and around the same area where I left it. So not really going to do too much if it's going to chop around this same place. But yeah, no, let me know what you guys are trading. What are you guys up to here? Yeah, you need full armor and a two-handed sword to get that beast. Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what? I usually like dual wielding. Two-handed sword, great. But I'm more of like a rogue-like dual wield, dual sword kind of a character when I'm running the RPGs. But I like where your head's at for sure. So we'll see. Blasted past a gap fill of 164 line of resistance. Yeah, no, this thing is making a straight beeline for 155 here. How long is the halt? You're being asked there, Joe. On that, when was the last print there at 12:08? Yeah, 08. Yeah. So 08. Add 5 minutes to that, and that'll be in and around about a minute left from now, right? Yeah, so that'll be 12:13. 08, so less than a minute now.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. Okay. What's going on? No, top's right where we're at. So just be cautious on this one. We did tap up to 45s. Now we're back to where we actually halted at, ladies and gentlemen. So just be patient with it. I don't know if you have your limit on opens to get out of there, but I wouldn't be surprised. We're going to wait for a pullback because now we have these extremely large volume prints. Shows you that buyers are stepping back in. Now it's just our due diligence and kind of our job here to be able to time ourselves getting involved with it correctly. So I'm going to wait, see what happens. If it pulls back into $7 and then we turn around again, I think it could give us a good opportunity. But we hit the key and it just didn't. There it goes. All right, we're open again, ladies and gentlemen. It might go. Look at the tape. Look at the strength in the tape. Printing 50s. Woo, yeah, this thing is, be cautious. Let it cool down a little bit. Let some of the momentum follow. Keep your eyes on the time and sales, obviously, as this name now printing 60s. Once again, 70s. It's off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. WSHP looking pretty good. Pulled back to 720 off of that 735 halt. Not too bad. I thought you'd get a little bit more. Not necessarily the case. There it goes. Are we going to see $8 momentarily? I think it's definitely in the works. Gonna wait for the pullback. Now printing 80s. Ooh, I see 88s on the tape. Uh-oh, OB. Yeah, that's another missed opportunity in WSHP, as this name is absolutely going bonkers. I'm glad everyone had the ability to take advantage of it. That Joe can fly this spaceship. Yeah, let's see, man. There's going to be a good chance. I want to wait for this pullback, and then once price starts to turn around, so a red candle turns green, then I think it could give us a good opportunity to play that move into that $8 marker. Adam James, this is the trade here, apparently, of the day. One of the better small cappers. Luis coming up in approximately 45 minutes as well, too. So we'll talk a little bit about this name, Obi. Oh, man, oh, man.
Yeah. Is that workshop? Workshop? WSHP?
No, WSHP. It's like one something.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not
that one, yeah.
Could be wrong, though, when I pulled it up. But, yeah, let's keep our eyes on it. We're not printing anything crazy right now. Allow this to cool off. But another massive volume print here. If the defense is met equally, then maybe we won't see any more appreciation. But as of right now, we're pretty cool. And this is a 1 minute time frame. So it's only about 10 seconds until we get a new print, a new data print momentarily. Oh, there it goes. Things are going to start to flip on this one. Be cautious of the rug pull, ladies and gentlemen. We know about this. I'm going to get ready to rock and roll on this trade here momentarily. We had a couple of scalps. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Come on. Give us some follow through with this 777 marker. No continuation. Not what we want to see there, Obi. Can we turn around? I thought we were going to get that move through that $8 marker. Not necessarily the case right now. Oh, man, things got to turn around relatively quick, my brother. Otherwise, this could be a slight L on the day.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm watching this ANF, like I said, continue to watch this one. guys, that DKS coming in, working this ANF, some selling coming in. Now, I'm looking back at the chart. I wasn't around when it had these little sell-offs here on the way, so I can't really take this one and compare it to the past 3 or 4 sell-offs. That would be some great information to have, but I can get involved with a little bit of this one here as we pull back in. 154.50s highs, and this is what I'm looking at. Am I looking for a trend break? Absolutely, guys. So what's been holding the trend? We can just use a simple rule. 15-minute prior bar, Neil, on ANF. This is the first time that that's getting broken down. 154.50s is the high. So you can see nice little, I know you like these ones. This is an inverse hammer.
Yeah, up there.
Inverse hammer there. Whatever you want to call it. I think some people call it, what's it called? Shooting stars as well. There's a lot of technical jargon as to whatever you can call it as in terms of proper terms. Regardless, what does it actually mean? It means that buyers kind of stepped in and sellers were like, nope, we're going to close at the lows here of the candle, and the first sign of selling, the first red 15-minute candle with an elevated bar coming in right here on ANF. So this is what I was kind of looking for.
Roll through the time frames on that. Go down to all the way to
like let's look at a 5.
Yeah,
let's go to like a 5. Yeah, so you can see 5. You can see 5 a little bit more, less breaking of the trend on the 5, but still coming in. We can go down. I like a 3-minute. I like a 3-minute as well, but 3-minute a little bit choppy here on the day today. So we'll see if that one potentially comes in. 152s now trading. I do want to get more. I posted with an ad at 153s. Didn't quite get filled, but it's never too late. This thing is swiping 50, 60 pennies at a time as of right now. And hey, man, ANF, I actually really like this brand. They make some great quality clothing. Like their clothing is absolutely some of the best clothing in terms of just price point to quality that I've seen, and I just really like their style as well. I know in the past people have had issues with their CEO. I thought that was a whole funny funny debacle.
Yeah, old CEO, and now he I think is facing trials.
Yeah, so no, rightfully so. It was funny. I think Buddy came out one day and he was like, "Yeah, we only want good-looking people to wear our clothing," and there was a whole debacle around that, which I thought was pretty hilarious. But you got to remember, that's just the CEO. The company's the stylists, the designers, the people who actually come up with the ideas. The company's made up of hundreds of other people. You can't judge the whole company based off of one. Sure, the guy's at the helm of all the decision making. Understandable. There goes 150, bang. Nice. Let's see if we can crack through this 150. I wish I had more. Didn't pick me up on that 153, but let's see if we can crack down through this 150 on ANF.
Nice.
A little bit of a sale potentially going on here as we trade a little bit lower. 154.50s highs, break of trend, 50-minute prior bar. Oh boy. Is this going to be the best reversion on the day? Joe, I have no idea.
The volume, let's see. Time will tell, man.
Only time will tell, but you know who was telling before all of that? The chart and the price action. So 150, let's see if we can get a distinct push and breakdown through that 150. I want to take a little bit more here, but we'll have to wait and see. We got a super chat here by Chain Reactor.
Hold on, well, I'll just cover this. We'll get into the super chat quick. WSHP failed. That's why we got out. Tape flip. See you later. Yeah, Obi, you want to cover this here?
Sure. Yeah, let's do it.
DARPA's acquisition on IonQ. Financially, where do you see IonQ in the quantum race, considering DARPA has an unlimited amount of money?
That's a great question to ask AI, I would say. Because I have no clue as to their fundamentals, their inner workings of the company. No idea how this quantum race is going. So not the best person to ask. But you know what? In our day and age, we have literally an expert in majority of fields within your hand. So most of these questions that I do get, great question, I would say. Something I would ask. But IonQ, I do like it. I do like the future look in terms of the whole quantum story that's being built up. But quantum had its hype just last year, and I think that's been settling down. I do like the quantum story, bigger picture. I don't know if we're just ready for that, you know? I don't know if we're ready for the actual kind of, I haven't seen a true proof of concept, let's say, from any of these quantum names. So got to wait and see. But I do like some of the charts and how they've been building. Today we're observing, you know, nuclear is selling off. Here comes 150 on the bid. Nothing too crazy in terms of size. But, you know, boom, there it goes. Instantly 50 pennies lower on the bid, 149.50s. That's the thing with some of these levels. 150, I don't know why people tend to like, you know, whole levels and whole dollar levels and quarters or whatever. But that kind of observation you can definitely make in the market because participation does, you know, happen to become unique in and around some of those levels. 150 instantly. Let's see. Ideally, I would like for it to not even look back. This is looking absolutely beautiful on a 30-second chart as well. Neil, I hope you're in this with me on that ANF. I know Neil was looking over at me. He was like, yo, Obi, ANF. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm watching it. This is a setup. Boom, shows up on the 15-minute and then works pretty well so far. Let's see if that'll come in. Prior bar low on the 15-minute was, 152 halves. 152 halves. What's my entry? Even though I was a little bit, you know, we talk about dabbling on the front side of the move, I was very early on my initial entry, but, you know, 152 halves, my average is 152.30s, so I can be 20 pennies better if I am being a little bit more patient, but, you know, regardless, I should be taking more on the 153. If I actually got the fill on 153, my average would definitely be closer to that prior bar break, getting in before all of the people punching the prior bar break itself. But you know, that's the confirmation there on the push. Let's see if we can get below 48 halves now. 150 breakdown. I really like this. Not enough size, but it is what it is. Where is the next trade? All right, an artistic lady. Okay, an artistic lady in the chat saying, I am in it, Obi, let's go. Let's get it. Let's see if it works out. 148, good luck to you as well. Breaking down on WSHP.
Yeah, it's done. After this out the break, no $8 break there. And now you're south of VWAP. I would be surprised if this thing recovered. Now, nice short there on A and F. Circle looks like it wants to break down. I don't know what this 88.57 level holding up really well. I don't know if there's going to be any size on the options chain. Why is it doing this here now? We'll figure that out here momentarily, Obi, because if there's a support level, then I don't know what we're going to say, but hopefully A&F absolutely prints an absolute monster storm for you. 88 bucks, 88. Oh, there it goes. Ooh, there it goes. It snaps, Obi. Nothing crazy from a size standpoint. Who knows? You can head to 87 or 86 here on CRCL. Really good look. Meta's starting to pull back in, and we're continuing with the absolute chop fest that is the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Man, oh man. When are we going to find a definitive direction? And that's what I was talking about not too long ago, Obi. This is like when you see the market performing how it is now, this is where I personally used to love to write a bunch of iron condors. We were discussing that not too long ago. But hey, we tapped into 209.77 on Nvidia options chain. We'll pull it up. Has that 230 size grown? I don't think it has, but it's dangerous, and there's just such a large amount of open interest at this zone where it has grown 166,000 contracts. Yeah, that's not good. At 240 here now, 195 at 230. Obi, the congestion is starting to stockpile here. And yeah, 230 is going to be an absolute disaster. So we're not going to be going north of that, and we definitely won't be going up to $240. I have conviction within that 96% chance that after this earnings report, we're not going to see this level here, and approximately an 88% chance over here, ladies and gentlemen, that we won't be seeing $230 either. Where's the floor going to be? 200, it's looking like. Don, you said 195, 23,000. I think this is going to be our first level of defense. Never mind 205. This is where I'm going to be looking at here at 200 bucks for more potential buys on Nvidia. See ya.
The Russell is currently down 30 hundredths of a percent. Let's take a look at two individual tickers picked right now. PRZO, that is Para-Zero Therapeutics here, is up 2% on the day. Market cap of $21.77 million. They've reported earnings and sales have increased approximately threefold by 195.3%. Nothing major here. For the 6 months that have ended June 30th compared to the same period of 2025 in June last year when it was $357,979. Secondly, let's take a look at DFNS here. That's T3 Defense with a market cap of $12.42 million. And the stock is down 6% as of today, but the company has announced that its wholly owned subsidiary, that is Tilton Software Engineering Limited, has been selected by a sensor systems developer and manufacturer to license Majestic AI, that is Tilton's generative AI synthetic data platform. So with that, you have DFNS that is down 6% on the day, and PRZO that is up 2% on the day.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, some good small cap movements there. We're seeing that WSHP as well, Joe being involved with that one, moving around quite nicely here. 148s here on ANF, so working out pretty nicely, coming into the downside. The question now becomes, can I really expect 100% reversion on something like this? I don't think so. Can I look for a reversion to VWAP? Even that, probably not. To be honest, I'd be surprised if this thing actually got back to VWAP. And that's coming from someone who loves taking reversions into and through VWAP, right? Something that's this aggressive, I have to be wary about the bid stepping back in at any other point. Sure, we've pulled back from 154 halves to 148s, but this is some of the nuances of taking the reversion trade mean that being aware of the situation, being aware of the environment that you're in. If ANF is going to hold in and around this 150 area, I gotta be a little bit wary of that. It has a bit of structure from before as well, and I'm sure if we go back and look at some prior levels, we'll see some things as well. But yeah, I am potentially looking for a full-on continuation. Don't know if we'll get it there, but giving this some room to see if it can make some lower highs. Finally, this is the first aggressive pullback. This is the first distinct type of selling that we've seen coming in on ANF that has been only making higher highs and higher lows. So we can still, I expect it to continue doing more of the same, even if the range between those highs and lows starts to expand like it has as of right now. It was very, very tight on that trend going up, very grindy, tight trend in a very tight range. And then now we get, a break of that range, but sometimes a break of the range is not really a break of the range. It's just an expansion. It's just range expansion, right? It'll still stay within the same trend, but all you're doing is expanding range. So, this is, anyways, we can get into the technicals of, how the smaller range break is still a trend break trade into the expansion, range expansion, and finding the low of the range expansion is probably where I'm looking for potential covers as well. So if you can wrap your head around that, that's kind of what's going through my my mind right now on that. But maybe we get that VWAP, maybe we don't. Who knows? It seems like Circle though is coming in quite nicely. Let's visit some of our other positions here while we let ANF decide what it wants to do with 150 here. Circle, all right. Almost a full circle to the reaction low right there. 88 is trading just above 88s right there. Thank you very much, Fabian, for that. But 89 hold, I like that. Nice little pullback in. So we'll see if that'll come into fruition on Circle as it pulls in a little bit lower here. DKS, let's see how our friend is doing here. Sporting Goods, not really sporting the short side of the move too much, but the longs definitely held it up pretty well this morning off of the open. That was the reversion. I mean, if I was looking for the reversion on DKS, it didn't come in until today, and that was really nice as well. Back through prior day's close was a beautiful, beautiful trade. It pretty much went without looking back, and that was in and around 124s, 125 area right here. And yeah, you can see pretty directional expanding volume into the push. 130s, a bit of a hold on the offer in the 130s. Gets me involved in a bit of a dabble to the downside here. But it is SSR from yesterday. Don't forget, it is still within range for continuation for the downside move. We saw what they did on earnings yesterday. Absolutely, destroyed on their earnings report. Take a look at this daily chart on DKS, guys. Looking a little limp, if you ask me, in terms of the price action, all the way to the downside, breaking multi-year lows through the 160, and a bit of continuation there on the open yesterday. So, not real strong to the downside once again today, but I'm looking for that lower high. Things have changed. Let's see if this is an actual shift in terms of fundamentals and sentiment in the stock. I really like when you overnight you put every long that got involved over the past 900 days. Overnight, you put them underwater. I really like that trade. So that came in pretty nicely yesterday. DKS. We'll see if those sellers step right back in. But yeah, that's kind of a trade review for me. What else is happening? ANF, I'd live to see it pop again before hitting view up. To me, would be an easier short. What do you mean? I'd love to see it pop again. Oh, I'd love to see it pop again before getting short on ANF. Yeah, exactly. So I think a lower high. That's what I'm talking about, right? That you're looking for confirmation. You're looking for confirmation. So if we pop to a lower high around 152s, 150s, 151s, I really like that. If we close up into 153s, 153 halves, yeah, the likelihood of us printing 50 pennies to $1 more to the high just skyrockets. So I don't really like that one as much. But let's see if we break down this 48. This is where we had a bit of consolidation, chop first, kind of not really first, but some sort of selling right there. We did break a little bit of that shorter term trend, but then picked right back up. So buying was defended. So what does that mean to me? Buying was defended within a 10-minute range on ANF on top of 148. That's why 148 suddenly becomes a significant intraday level for me based off of what it's been doing. Now, if we crack through that 148, the probabilities change, in my opinion, for what we can potentially start doing. So that's what I'm watching for ANF. A little bit of a stroke of luck getting involved on the front side and not getting involved enough on the right side because it came in too fast. That's exactly why sometimes I want to get involved on the right side of the move there. So ANF working out right here. So let me know what in the chat, what are you guys trading? What are you guys up to? Invest in Nvidia, saying INTC. That kind of goes against your whole mojo there, your whole name, doesn't it? You got to be investing in Nvidia if your name is Invest in Nvidia, right? Let's see what INTC is up to today. Nothing crazy, man. Sideways chop, no man's land. Don't really see anything for me here. Oh boy, I see some aggressive action on the tape there. There's some selling through that 148. Boom. I saw flashes of red on the right side of my screen through the peripherals, and I'm like, oh boy, what was that? Something's happening. And that 148 cracked through. And yeah, nice 50 pennies instantly on the bid on that 148 crack through. So that's coming in quite nice.
148 on ANF?
147 halves now.
Oh,
so it broke the 148 level.
Watch out
147 halves. So yeah, watch out now.
Ooh, watch out now.
ANF,
Watch
a little bit of a
watch
pullback.
out arm, strong.
Okay, that's
Hitting
a strong arm
yeah,
right
yeah,
there.
Yeah, hitting some curls over here, OB.
Nice.
241 up to 246. Looked on to see if there's any form of news on it. I didn't see anything. VMAR, I will pull up that momentarily, but let's focus on this strong arm. Take my strong hand. VLE sector report for computer and technology. I'm not seeing anything here today. Yesterday, ARM93X earnings multiple overshadows its growth potential. Okay. All right, we like that one. So, oh, okay, that's actually not good. 93 times earnings multiple overshadows its growth potential. Not too good of a look there for ARM as you get the breakdown in WSAP. Now, METU starting to find its bounce. Obi, I'm glad that you got the shorts cooking up. Now, might be my last attempt on the day. I know we got Louise coming up momentarily, so we'll double check on that. We'll see what Bravely's up to, but one more attempt on this bad boy. Listen, we're pretty much flat on WSHB after all of those shenanigans. Should have just walked away after that one scalp city. Completely different story than what we're currently trading at. We got out break even, so you can see how much smaller our losses are than that one big W. Yes, Scott, what's going on? Adam, did you take a look at WSHP? That one was moving nice. ANF, that's a nice move there from Obi to the downside. Oh, 147 printing. What a breakdown. Strongest stock who, Obi said, as he found.
You were so confident when you were asking me, why would you short the strongest stock in the market?
Why would I?
You know how many times I've heard that?
But why would I not say it confidently?
No, that's what I'm saying. You know how many times I've heard that? People say that with confidence, and I'm just like, all right, cool. If you know what? If nobody's going to do it,
you could do it. So what's the probability?
That's a job for me.
What's the probability of shorting the strongest stock in the market? How often does that work out? It's a genuine question.
I think it has to be nuanced with a lot of other factors. I think that's a big part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't short it blindly, right? But yeah, if it's
as soon as you displayed what you showed me on the 15-minute.
Yeah, right. Obviously, I know people are getting in on that for sure.
Yeah,
100%. 100%. But it's just like if sorry, Adara.
I was going to say there's a difference between being the strongest stock in the market and being up like 30+% on a report that was fine, but not like earth-shattering, and it's not Nvidia, right? It's what the stock is too. I would add to the nuance of that in terms of like, if this was Nvidia or whatever, maybe don't touch it. It's ANF, and there's nuance, and the chart supported it. So yeah, I think maybe what Obi was trying to get at.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, the nuances are totally different.
I can agree with that. Yeah, ANF is not NVDA. That is for sure. Yeah, let's send it over to the desk.
The SPY is now down 0.14%. Let's take a look at the sectors real quick over here. Electric tech, you have a bit of strength in the latter half, but you do have a bit of a drag down in Nvidia. That's down 1.5%. Broadcom down close to 2% on the day. MU was flat today, and so was Marvell, but you have strength in Apple, AMD, Cisco, not super crazy, but just not too bad here as well. ANET is up close to 4%. Tech services, you've Google that's down 2%. Microsoft, Meta, Oracle, Palantir are in the green. PNW is flat as of right now. Accenture is down 2.5%. You have Netflix that is a bit towards the red as well. IBM following down close to 2%. Finance, a lot of flat names in this sector. Nothing too crazy of a reaction, but you do have a bit of a pull down in SCHW that's down over 2.5%, and Hood that is down 3%. Just want to check Coinbase here, also lagging, down close to 4%. Retail trade, Amazon and Walmart continuing to be a bit in the red. Costco, Home Depot are flat, with TJX downside 1.5%. But you have CVS that is up 1.5% and over. Producer manufacturing, as I just spoke, AMAT has turned flat, and LRCX is down 8%. CAT, GEV up on the day, and DE also up 1.3%. Health tech, however, Lilly is lagging heavily here. I would say 3.3% towards the downside. ABBV and MRK also sliding past the 1.5% mark. Amgen is flat on the day. J&J is down 1% almost. Energy, again, a bit of a strength in some of the names, but XOM remains flat. CVX is up 1%. You VLO and PSX that are up over and soaring 2.5%. Consumer durables, Tesla lagging down a bit here, past 1.5%. But consumer services, consumer non-durables, utilities, commercial and industrial sectors with process, if you all throw them together, are a mixed bag of stocks that are down, and most of them are flat on the day as of right now. But transportation is where I want to talk about. CHRW is up close to 6% on the day. UPS almost 2%. FedEx almost 2%. Uber, however, down 1%. Dash is close to 1%, could reach close to 1% at the end of the day. Finally, distribution, you have GWW up 2.2%, and MCK down 1%.
Thank you for that. Yeah, 209 there on NVIDIA. But yeah, to add to Obi's point, there's a couple of things where the stars align, and sure enough, can give you a little bit more conviction within this trade. Is he pointed this out, shooting star on the 15-minute. I'm like, oh, okay, that is a really good signal. And then as you go down to the lower time frames, double hammer up here, see you later on half decent volume. Now, actually, I'll take a step back because this is really key. Gaurav and I are always looking at this. So you can see this exhaustive volume print met by that indecision off of those highs. Really, really good call there on OB, especially around 152.45. So he's right in around the top. You can't get a better price. I don't even know if you can actually get a better price than what he got, OB, at 30 cents. But I mean, we're not gonna write home about that. Yeah, it was a really good OB. You're like you're 14 cents off of the high. That's a really good call out there, man.
14 cents off the high for what? Sorry, I just had to take a quick no, I got
Abercrombie and Finch.
What's my average there?
Yes. 150. Okay, sorry, it's 154. Okay, but you still have a pretty good price nonetheless. Sorry, I thought that was 154.45. But yeah, really good price on that one and identifying a couple of things that made the stars align. Nice trade, man. A name that's up 34%. See those, regardless of what's going on here, you see a couple indecision prints around the highs. Takes the trade, boom, off to the races it goes at the break of the low. Oh, you played the break of that 15-minute candle pretty much too, didn't you? And then
I think that was, I mean, you could have played that, but that's not what I played.
Okay.
But yeah, that gave me more confidence once it did come in. But like I was talking way too much and didn't take as much size as I really should be. There's going to be my first, I already got my first cover, my secondary cover on top of VWAP there.
It's really breaking down, man.
Oh no, I already got a thing. Did I cancel that? What's going on? I swear I put in a cover on top of VWAP there. I guess so. This is coming right in right here.
You're liking that
into
really
VWAP. Yeah, no. Sometimes we get a little bit lucky here. Who needs small caps when you've got mid to large cap madness and intraday moves from 154 to 145? How about that? You know, sometimes you get a little lucky on a $10 move, which is absolutely wild.
Is that what you got right there?
Well, I didn't catch $10 per share, but I caught the $10 leg on the move. A little bit improvement needed on the right side of the move. Come on, buddy. You got to do better than that. What is this? Subpar performance. I have no entries on the right side of the V, which is the biggest mistake here. So can definitely be doing much better here on the day. I'll take my piece off at VWAP. I did say I thought I put in an entry for a piece off.
Bro, zoom in on that so they could see your
oh yeah, it looks a little So I had this entry right here, which was a bit of a chase, and I was like, I'm gonna start dabbling in here, and then I had this one. And I posted. I actually posted 153s for the rest of what I wanted, and I'm like, come and fill me. Boom! It slaps down, and I'm like, I want to keep my average up here in the 150, like below 155, right? If we push 155, I was ready to get blasted on that and move on to the next trade. But yeah, very directional, very nice move on ANF coming in pretty cleanly. Don't really see a textbook kind of, I wouldn't say textbook reversion, but it definitely was pretty textbook on the 15-minute chart. I would say great one to write up and do your homework on, and we do it here for you live to the best of our abilities, trying to take some of these trades as well as I can. Even then, I'm making mistakes. I'm not getting as aggressive. I'm not pushing the foot down onto the pedal when things are working, and that was part of what I said yesterday. Remember something that I wrote down that I have a sticky note is like, when things are working, put the pedal to the metal, push it even harder, and then see where it takes you. And that's something that I obviously did not do on this trade here. 145s incoming here on ANF. So yeah, nice little $5 move to the downside here. You know what? I'm going to cover maybe a little bit more.
Oh, but as you removed as you released your inventory, it went to your better price, first in, first out. So nice.
Yeah, exactly. So as I took off the initial piece here, I had shares left over from above 153. So now I have only shares left over from that second entry at 153s. That's why that average is changing, because it's first in, first out in our system. Unfortunately, I wish I could buy and sell specific inventory. better to wrap my head around things that way. Like if I bought shares at 150 and I bought shares at 152 and we're trading at 155, what if I don't want to sell the shares I bought from 150? I only want to sell the shares I bought from 152. I still want to keep my good inventory. You know, I've always wanted to kind of do that.
I mean, if you
in
have
a very
multiple
plain kind of way.
If you have multiple accounts, you can do that, but
Yeah.
But if it's this within the same, no.
Nice. So here's the thing: potential continuation for this ANF. Talk about a maybe what do they call it? They call it an FLS, maybe a fashionably late. I don't know if this sets up as one VWAP continuation. Whatever you want to put, whatever fancy names you want to throw down on some of these trades. A VWAP continuation trade. Let's see if we can get that here. Strong bid all day long. Sellers bring it straight into VWAP. Our buyer is going to step up on top of VWAP. As of right now, nothing too crazy. So we'll have to wait and see for that one. So nice little move on ANF. Got my trail on. If we pop, I know somebody in the chat was saying that they want to wait for a pop. Yeah, I was like, I want to wait for a pop too. But again, I keep saying this word over and over again. In this market, there is a lot of directionality that I'm noticing. When stocks get going in one direction, they barely have any relief and keep continuing in that direction, and sometimes with a lot of aggression as well. And yeah, you have these mini little chop and chop, but nothing convincing enough to really get in. And even on the sell side a lot more aggressive than the slow, steady grind up. Stair step up, elevator down, maybe more like an escalator down here on this one, and definitely stair steps up to all the way up to 155s here on ANF. So yeah, where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. Our other positions are also somewhat working for now. But yeah, I just wish I had more on ANF. We'll have to wait and see if it gives us a secondary trade. If we can reject VWAP, if we can hold below 145s, then I'll take a look a little bit lower. Looking back on the chart here as well, some structure on top of 154s. That's where we really got going from, right? We broke out of this 145 and some change area right here on that push with volume at around 1050 this morning. And that's where we started the run. Nice, slow, steady grind on an already strong earnings reaction. So interesting levels that we're coming into. That 148 break, man, that was absolutely solid. So hopefully y'all paid some attention to that 148 when I pointed out, hey, this may be a very key level on the intraday for this, that, and the other reason. And the break of that, very, very clean and directional to the downside as well on ANF. So I'll stop talking about ANF. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for.
What's SpaceX doing? Down 1% here today, 0.9%. Nvidia down 1.5% once again. Did it end its streak yesterday? I think it might have. Just barely inside day, but I mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in the past 9 sessions. 8 of them have closed red, and that is not a good sign leading into the earnings report, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, but I mentioned continues to sell. I know we talk about this.
I would make the opposite argument. I actually think it's a really good look for Nvidia leading into the earnings report, because half the time, and Brian Shannon has said something to this effect in the past, I'm not going to quote him directly, but he said a lot of the times if you get a run up into earnings, you're probably going to sell off at earnings. Now, Nvidia just came off, as you mentioned, that 7-day red streak that says worst selling streak since I want to say 2022. So the fact that we're kind of coming off that, I actually think that bodes a little bit better for Nvidia than if we were crazy strong going into.
So you think because we've been weak for so long that there's a higher probability that it may move to the north side, is what you're getting?
I just think that I think it's less. I would say I would worry about it less in this position than I would if it's going to the upside. I don't want to talk about probabilities because I haven't done that research, though I do have an infographic sort of to this effect that will come out later today that I'll talk about on the wall. But yeah, I think that I want to say probability. I just want to say I think it feels a little bit more like we have the potential to go higher.
Okay. So I see what you're getting at there, and I think this might be a pretty good example here, Adair, that you might like think about Microsoft for quite some time, leading into one of its previous reports. I mean, it wasn't doing anything, and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of the previous 8, 7 of its sessions were red. And then boom, off to the races it goes with a name that's been hit pretty heavy. And what I mean by when I say, hey, it's not looking great, shareholder, but also on the back side of things, the more it sells off, the more I get this discounted name at a better price. So that's what I'm looking at it from a shareholder perspective. This is never good, especially when you have some pretty strong runs. But hey, this could happen to fall into what we've seen in Amazon and with Microsoft, right? Where you were kind of beaten down at some point. You come in, the street finds something within the report that they really like, and next thing you know, you're up 5–10%. But again, we go back to the options chain, and this is the level. Clearly a pivot, 230 and 240. So what the derivatives market is telling me right now, and I could be totally wrong on that front, we'll go over it one more time. What you're seeing from a derivative side of things, where some of the larger participants are laying, is that it's going to be extremely difficult for us to breach $230, right? So it's going to be a repeat offender until proven otherwise. $230 is going to give us a little bit of trouble. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But if we're going back on previous history, this amount of size will show that there's too much supply here, and it's going to make it extremely difficult for us to exceed that level. Not saying it's impossible, but it's going to make it difficult. And once again, the options market telling us 88% chance that we will not breach this level there, Obi.
For sure. Just talking about this chart here, especially if you were watching the 15-minute chart. So yeah, I'm just talking to some pod members about the ANF trade. Shout out to some of my friends there. They had the long. They actually captured a decent chunk of the long there through the 140 into the 150s as well. So shout out to that side of the trade. And I was like, hey guys, hey, listen, just pass the baton here and I'll take the leg the other way around. And boom, 154s to 144s now. Absolutely wild, almost $9 away from that second entry. Oh man, some of the best trades are just you don't even know. But it did give you a chance to get in 152s, 150s, 149s, and I'm not really pushing the pedal there. So not the best trade for me, but all right, cool. Let's stop sulking over this one. Let's look for the next one right here. I know some of you guys were trading Meta as well. I know Sean was in Meta as well. What is that? What did I just cover here? Oh, that's on Circle. Okay, cool. So Circle, I covered a piece there. On Circle, yeah, it's consolidating a little too much sideways there, even though it's looking good in terms of what I'm looking for. I want to see it continue to step down, 88 halves, 88. Maybe we get a break of 88 and then a retest rejection of that as well. It went back to the anchored VWAP from earnings, saying MS Stone. Ooh. That's a good one. That's a good look there. And you know why that's a good look there? It's because since they reported earnings in the pre-market, the anchored and the normal day VWAP is exactly the same. Exactly the same. So boom, right here. I'll throw the anchored VWAP to reinforce that point right here. You can see that's that anchored VWAP now in purple. It's exactly the same as the intraday VWAP. So that's the thing. When you anchor anything to a pre-market earnings report or a catalyst, the intraday VWAP is very, very likely to be similar, if not exactly the same, eventually there on ANF. So yeah, nice little beautiful reversion to VWAP. WSHP short. Hey Obi, hey Joe, happy hump day, saying Peter Hope there. So thank you very much. Happy hump day to you all as well, Peter.
Sure.
WSHP short. I don't know. You've been the one trading that one.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? That was actually a nice short on the fail on the back through what is that? Back through 750s. That halt up. That first halt up through
750.
Go more left.
Right here.
That halt price.
Yeah.
That reference price. Once we traded back below that, boom.
And then
right?
the momentum.
720s as well. You could slap 720s with some serious size, and you get $1 off that on a $7 stock, bro.
Yeah, but by the time, again, I don't. I'd have to order shorts and then.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the beautiful thing about halts is that you have 5 whole minutes of the stock not trading to make sure you do some of that work. So yeah, no.
SOAR is looking good. Some people say. Did you look at that one here today?
Yeah, of course. We've looked at SOAR a couple of times.
The narrative here, yeah.
Is it?
Pick out some steam. 30 cents. I don't know.
Talk to me again when we're above 36s. Yeah, we're above VWAP. I like that. Oh boy, what just happened? Okay. No, never mind.
New low of the day here for the Chip King.
The Chip King?
209.50.
Which
Is there going to be this floor here? We'll go back to the chain and just keep this level.
For Nvidia.
Yeah. So 200 incoming. Yeah, I definitely think 200 is a possibility within this name. Could be totally wrong. With that being said, there's a nice little bounce off of that 209.50 marker to the penny OB. What we were looking for in Meta is just not displaying itself right now. I mean, look at if you head over to the longer time frame within this name, you could just see that it's really, really stuck within this range. And when we do break out, you do want to see the volume follow it. Otherwise, it could give you a little bit less conviction of the actual trade setup itself. Look at this for quite some time. If you're running condors on this bad boy, you've been absolutely raking in the premium. It's nothing crazy from 53 cents on this. Shareholder of this as well too. So boom. Look at the ebb and flow on this, just bouncing off of this low. Clearly supply on both ends of the range, and they're just accumulating, which I think could be really positive for this name. Oh man. Yeah. I think watch out for it. Watch out. I'm saying it now. I mean, even though the Walmart call out didn't really happen the way we wanted it to. And don't forget, man, this is the market. Not 100% of your calls are going to be correct. And I don't have any issue with saying that. But the real important thing when it comes to making these calls is that when you're really right, you want to be extremely correct, and CrowdStrike was a name that worked out really well for us over time. So shout out to CrowdStrike. Walmart, Wally's World, just not being able to find any form of bottom. But this is an American staple, don't forget. So I think at some point it will be able to find its way to recovery. This could be a really good buying opportunity, down 22%. If it breaks the supply zone, like down 30%, don't forget there's going to be somebody on the opposite side of this thing buying all of this up, right? So as you have the distribution side of things, and then if it ever gets to the stage of public panic, then there's someone grabbing the shares on the other side of it. And I think Walmart is too strong of a company to completely fail over a span of a couple of months, Obi.
Yeah, for sure. Too big to fail, too strong to fail as well. And we know how they're kind of sitting in terms of like worldwide reach, right?
Yeah. I think
they're
it's just
in so many different countries here. What's happening with this DKS, man? Buddy's taking way too long here to work out. Your sideways consolidation, I know it has not hit my stop yet, but I'm starting to get a little bit impatient with getting timed out on the trade, taking a time stop because it's not that I can really be reallocating buying power elsewhere. That's not really the case, but I don't really want to stick around in something that's not working within the given frame that I expected it to work in. So a good example would be ANF working relatively soon after looking for the move and actually calling the 15-minute prior bar breakdown as well on that one. That was picture perfect. But yeah, don't really see something like this very often. But again, in my opinion, I think it's one of the best reversions on the day. And you guys let me know if you guys see any better ones. I'm more than willing to kind of discuss that as well. Best reversion on the day, cleanest. It had a catalyst. It had earnings. It was aggressively bought up, overextended on a earnings report that yes, they did extremely well, but nothing too crazy. And you already kind of experienced a very not parabolic, but a multiple level breakout move in a straight line up. Ooh. So yeah, that one pretty aggressive move there on ANF. So I really like that one. But let me know in the chat, do you guys see better reversions out there? This was on the 15-minute chart. Look how clean it is right there. Like right away you see that, Joe, and you're like short, right? Right away. When you see something like this, you're like, boom. Sellers potential for sellers to be here. Yeah. But yeah, I think not really seeing anything else as of right now. But I think we have a guest with us here. He's finally here, guys. Luis, how are you doing today?
Hello, guys. How are you doing?
What's going on, brother? How's everything?
It's good. It's good. It's been a difficult start of the day for me. I was talking with Adara, focus on whatever you do the best and go bigger there.
Yeah.
And I made the mistake of not doing that, Sometimes you just don't follow your own rules, and I did today. So I traded Meta today on the opening. Yeah.
All right.
And
Yeah.
I was going long there in the movement down. So I took a loss there for like 60% of my daily limit. And the important thing is that we have the stop loss. So I cover all the position when I was losing 60% or 65% of my daily limit. I took 5 minutes break and then go back to work with whatever I do the best, and I'm green already for the day. So
Hey, bang.
Let's go.
That's what we're talking about.
That's how it is. That's how it is. Man.
We appreciate the transparency there, Luis. Before we get into the market,
We call that GFB. Do you guys call that GFB out there too? Gain from bottom.
Oh, okay, gain from bottom.
Gain from bottom. So we call it. So that's
from bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a great GFB there, Luis. That's what I'm trying to say.
Good job. Before we get into,
we measure everything in our intranet. We measure the loss from top, accumulative from the whole month, the win from bottom as well. We measure. So the total loss, the total win, not only the profit, but some people win the match like 5-4, and some they win 1-0, So we also measure how much money you create and how much money you destroyed during the day.
Right.
Good, perfect stuff.
Nice.
All right, before we get into some of these small caps, we'll talk about Meta momentarily. My question being, did you meet up with Sharif, Luis?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
How was that?
It was very good, man. It was a nice
That's
evening. We were for a drink, then for a nice dinner in a cool place, and and he drank a couple of sangrias.
The Spanish sangria.
Diet of food, the protein, and all that went to shit when he was here. We were having dinner, drinking some alcohol, so it was good. It was good.
Sounds like a party. Man.
We'll get some more information from Sharif later on. But again, so let's get into some of these small caps, because what I've noticed, and even with the overall market right now, Luis, is a lot of sideways chop. And when it comes to small cap, you're looking for continuation, whether it be to the short side or to the long side. What I'm seeing here, and I know you like to look at the opposite side, the backside move here and the break through the volume weighted average price, but there isn't much continuation to the long side here over the past couple of sessions. I'm finding personally WSHP runs into $8 almost, and then now you're south of the volume weighted average price. Are you looking at this name today?
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. We are not seeing a lot of continuation in the stock. So whether if you're a long bias trader, I think you have to be very focused on the pre-market or just right the open, because after half an hour after the open or 1 hour, there is no continuation anymore. We were talking about this with Sharif yesterday. Like for me, if you are a long bias trader, it's very difficult to trade after the market open, because the probability, the statistics says that after the market opens, there are very, very few stocks that keep running. So it is better to trade long bias like 2 or 3 hours before the market opens until the opening bell, and then try to look for the fade in the stocks that are already weak because they have seen highs and all the short squeeze and all that thing.
Yeah, so you can see here, Luis, we tried a couple of scalps on this, and we're just reading the tape through this break. We are fortunate enough, and then we get small stop outs here, another small scalp, but then I was looking for the continuation for that $8 test, and then sure enough, as soon as that tape flipped, I'm like, all right, let's get out of here. And I think one thing that we can correlate this with, which I do believe we can, is because it's displayed and the data is genuine, is that the volume started to pick up. So are you looking at some of these moves here? If it fails a break of a certain level and you see the volume by time really start to pick up, were you looking to fade this name at any given point today?
Yeah, I already looked for a fade. Look, this was my trades on WSHP. I will long here because I was expecting to hold these levels and reclaim the VWAP on the highs. So I took a small long there. I'm not very good taking longs. Well, I'm good taking them, but not holding them for long enough. So I was long there. I closed. I reversed my position short here against these highs. I thought it was going to reject the 7 very, very hard, and it did actually. And then I made a mistake here. I thought it was going to reject again maybe not the 7, but 710, 720s. And I didn't see that the limit up, limit down was there. So I got stuck in a halt with a short position. I covered pretty quick over there. And I'm going short now that is below VWAP. You can see I'm shorting all the way down here. So it was probably one of the easiest stock today, even though I made this mistake of not checking where was the limit up, limit down to avoid the halt moment.
Perfect. Now, before we send it over to Obi here, you were talking about Meta not too long ago. Now, regardless of what the actual catalyst was this morning, which I do believe is extremely influential, and I'm surprised that we're not continuing to appreciate, but that's neither here nor there. What were you thinking is my question number one here in regards to Meta. I know you're looking at the short. And then my question number two is, do you look at some of these leverage products, like a vehicle that I specifically use? I took 2 L's on this. It's METU. So what were you thinking? And do you like trading any form of leverage products is my question to you.
Actually, I shouldn't trade blue chips at all, large caps, because I'm not good at it. And if I had, I think it's a good call to do the leverage product. You can, because of the price, the level 2 is a little bit easier to get out with big positions. When you trade Meta, it's like $500, $600, whatever. The spread, sometimes you don't get fill. You have to pay the spread, you get partial fill. So it's a little bit difficult sometimes to trade those ones. So if ever I trade blue chips, I should do with the leverage products. I was waiting this, I think it was $600 to fail in the pre-market, in the opening, let's say. Sorry, it didn't load. Hold on. There you go. I was thinking it was going to fail this 600, but I couldn't get a proper fill there to go short. And then, don't ask me why, I tried to buy these supports and pre-market highs here. I started by here, covered the loss, tried again here in 575, covered the loss, buy here again, took the loss on the low of the day, and then I said, okay, that's enough. So it's better to stop when you are doing something wrong, to stop and don't get stubborn.
Yeah, no, I like the fact that you said, hey, you hit a certain threshold within your max loss, and then you just get up, cool down for a couple of minutes, and then get right back into working and looking for that next high quality setup. I think that's a big part of the reason why you had the ability to turn your day around. You remain level-headed, stick to the game plan, and sure enough, going red to green is definitely a good feeling.
Yes,
that's for sure. All right, yeah, so those were my questions here. I still have my eyes on a couple of these small cap names looking for continuation. As I mentioned, I don't really see anything overly attractive. I guess it is back to school in the States, so volume's starting to cool down. But other than that, Meta, no continuation either. So it's been a pretty choppy mess. One last thing, actually. I know you say you don't want to trade some of these blue chip names and the growth stocks, but are you going to be paying attention to Nvidia's earnings this evening?
Not in the aftermarket, maybe tomorrow in the pre-market and in the open, but only if it's trading out of the range, like I think it was 205 below that or over 230 or something like that. If it's trading within that range, I think I will not trade it. And I will trade it only if it's a lot of noise and movement up and down, not if it's trending like ANF today or other stocks, that with earnings, it's trending a lot. For me, it's very difficult to forecast when it's going to stop. Sean is doing very good but it's not my skill. I took the short as well as, let's see this one, ANF.
You did? You took the short?
You took the short?
Yeah.
Let's go. Nice.
Oh, nice.
I had a piece of that short as well.
Full size, but yeah, look at that field.
Beautiful.
Here, short here, and I was covering all the way down here. And I tried a little bit long here. I thought was going to reclaim the VWAP at some point, but it didn't. So I get out all around the VWAP there for a small win again. But the good one was this one. I didn't hold as much as I should have, but it's okay. And look at Air Deep right now. Whoa, what a nice trade. I was short here right now with you guys live. I was shorting here. Look, it's going to reclaim the $15 level now. So that was a nice stock today, RDAV. And the easiest probably was XPON. Look at that. That was an easy stock to trade. Short there, getting out everything in the VWAP, try a small starter here at the same, the same pattern as WSHP. I thought was gonna fail this high, so I took a small starter here. I was wrong, halted, I didn't up there, and I up all the way down here, and I'm still holding, well, like 20% of the position right now. So let's see if we close below 7, maybe red during the day, who knows?
Yeah, for sure. I think I really like the trade on that ANF. Good stuff there. Had a similar kind of a trade as well. So I guess were you watching the show at the same time, or?
Yeah, I was watching the show.
Nice. Good stuff. I mean, you hit the right side of that V perfectly. Yeah. Like, I don't know if you saw it on the 15-minute chart, but it's like ANF on the 15-minute chart is absolutely beautiful. Like, this is what we were talking about. Like, I love to look for this stuff. But like, look, you have like prior bars like holding very strong, and you get the first red bar, and then right away, I know you were watching the tape as well, but when it hit that 154, like the tape definitely started changing as well. So really like that trade. It seems to be coming in quite nicely. I'm still holding on to a piece, but yeah, no, it's definitely difficult to hold on to anything on something as aggressive as this, man. I think absolutely solid.
We have to learn from Sean about that, about
holding. Yeah, about holding. Yeah, exactly, right? So there he is.
Yeah, you, man. Closing like 2%, closing 2% of the position, which is crazy,
Exactly.
I was like, I did this trade not because the mean reversion. I think it's very tough to trade mean reversion in large caps,
Yes.
The balance between winning ratios and risk reward is very tough, because how many times you try to get the mean reversion and you're wrong, you have to cut your loss. And when you're right, whether you go 2 times or 3 times size, or you hold much longer. So I think it's very difficult. I tried this one only because of the level 2. I saw this 153.50. They were trying to break it here. It was a huge refreshing here. And I thought, okay, if it fails the high of the day, I'm gonna try to hit more on this 53.50, because there was a huge refresher. I thought, okay, this is the level that might be the end of the movement. I couldn't get more fills, but at least I got something on the high of the day.
Perfect. Yeah, I think we're seeing similar things there on the tape. Yeah, there's definitely a buyer, and buyer was also kind of stepping up as well. And then 153s, some interesting action in and around there as well. So yeah, good stuff there as well. I think I was looking at one of these small caps here. I know we talked about XPON and SOAR. I think it was LGCL here. No, not this one. Although this one seems like it was pretty nice very early on. For that short, I think it was ZCMD. Something. It was one of the ones that broke down pretty aggressively off of in the morning here. Some of our viewers were talking about it yesterday as well. Yeah, DAIC. Sorry, I'm sure you've heard of this one. It's been kind of in play over the past couple of days. Crazy halt fest on Monday. Definitely bring it in on people's radar. But I heard you saying earlier that you're risking against those prior highs. So did you see anything on this today? Because it pretty much rejected some of those prior highs, and it even gave a clean breakdown here. But I want to know what your opinion on something like this is on a day 2 or day 3 type of action.
I wish I would have traded, but we don't have locates on this one. It was very expensive to locate, but it was such a clear trade.
Yes.
When it fails here in the open, you can see it fails 650 high of the pre-market, and after so many days going up, look, it's from 0.40 to $7 almost. It failed there. It was already a nice short, but then you got this one and this one. The fail of highs here, and the VWAP break here on 6 round number. That was so easy, but locates were, in my opinion, too expensive to take the trade. Even in the best scenario, you make it like $1 and 50% of it is going to the locate. So for me, it's not worth it.
Yeah, no, that's always rough, right? That's pretty unfortunate. Our firm is pretty good with the locates. most of the time. But yeah, that can be pretty unfortunate. But yeah, I was looking at this today and I was like, hey, that was pretty clean. But yeah, no, thank you for pointing that out.
So Obi, Luis has an individual, I believe.
I'm checking the price.
I'll make this point, Luis, and then I think we'll be able to touch on this a little bit better. So Luis, a while back, Obi, was telling Sharif and I the fact that he has a trader on his floor and has collected the data. The more the locates cost, the higher profit factor he received on his specific trades. So he was gaining more. So the locates cost more, profit factor increased. Cheaper locates, the risk to reward wasn't the exact same thing and a lower profit factor.
I guess that kind of makes sense.
Right.
The stocks that are probably good opportunities to short, there's demand for those borrows, and therefore the price of those borrows goes up as well, right? Do you think that's the reason why, Luis?
And also because, you know, when you have free locates or very, very cheap locates, the amount of people that go in short and the size is huge, you know? So the winning ratio, if you are like very aggressive with tight stops, it is very likely, because there is so many people short with huge positions, that it is very likely that a short squeeze happens, you know, and it goes too high of the day, they kick you out, and then it goes down, you know. When the locates are mid-price, that's the best scenario, because there is no such a big position short in the market. So for whoever is trying to push the market to the highs and to the lows, it is not so profitable to push the highs because there is not so much volume up there, right? So, and when the locates are very expensive, the trade works, but you know, 50% of the profit goes to the locate, so it's not worth it. So in the midterm, in the middle price is the most profitable strategy when you are shorting small caps right now.
Okay, yeah. So we gotta find that sweet spot.
Yeah, you gotta find the sweet spot.
Okay.
You know what? I don't want to go too far back in time because there's nothing we can change there, Obi. But remember how hot this stock was at some point, Luis? And I think I recall, CAR. Do you remember this whole fiasco over here from $840 in the span of a couple of trading sessions all the way down to $186, losing 80% of its value in a short period of time? Luis, I believe you guys over there in Barcelona were getting involved with that name. So we're waiting for that next opportunity, Obi. Let's to see what name could that potentially be. What do you have on your radar for the future? Is there anything specific that you're looking at here, Luis?
Well, I think you cannot forecast what's going to be the next parabolic movement, right? And for me, I'm not good to trade in these kind of movements because the same as I said before, I remember perfectly trying CAR, of course, and I tried like 3 or 4 times, you know, before the movement happened. Let me see here. I tried, I think like the day before it happened here, I tried and I was kicked out because I was shorting here. I was making money, and in the open, I was kicked out. And then I think I tried again here in the 650s or something like that, and I was kicked out again, you know? So let's say 2 tries here. So if you are right the next time, it's 33% winning ratio, but you have to make at least at risk reward 5-to-1 or 6-to-1 to make everything back. So whether you hold the trades for very long or you go with bigger size, but if you go with bigger size and you're wrong the 3rd time, you're done. You're not gonna make it back, you know, because the next time you will have to go bigger and hold more. So since I am not very good trader holding for a whole day the position, look at that, was like for almost $300 tanking movement, because I'm not that good holding, I have to be right at the first time. Like today, Abercrombie, I was right the first time, and then I made money. But if I'm wrong, and I have to take a second chance, I will only make back probably the loss or a little bit more, you know? So it's difficult balance between winning ratio, risk reward, and position sizing in this kind of setups.
For sure, yeah. Thank you very much, Luis. We got a super chat for you by Zayan Lala here. Luis, always good feedback. You got our boy Sharif, send him back. LOL. He's enjoying too much. You got to send Sharif back. He's having too much fun. That's what Zayan Lala is saying.
I think he returned today.
He's back today. Okay.
He flew today. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's good. All right. So Zion Lala, don't worry. Sharif is coming. He's on his way back.
But he's coming back. He liked this so much. He's coming back next year for 1 week, not only a couple of days. So.
Wow. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Maybe we should make the trip with him.
I have to sign off on that.
Yeah. Exactly.
No.
I would love to come check your floor out. Meet up with some of the other traders as well. I think it would be an amazing experience for sure.
No, it would never been to Spain.
Thank you.
Wait, no, but hold on. Luis wasn't too far away from us not too long ago. I believe earlier in the summer you were in Michigan, were you not?
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I was in Michigan and Ohio, but I couldn't find the time to go there. I was visiting my daughters that they were living there, and distance there, it seems like you are close, and when I checked, it was like 10 hours drive. So
That's all good.
North America.
For me, it's like crossing the whole Spain for.
Exactly.
Exactly. I mean, you can drive endlessly almost from east and west here in Ontario and still take multiple days to get out of it.
Yeah, for sure.
But no, fantastic stuff, Luis.
I had a question for you, Luis. What's your opinion on swing shorting small caps on the right side of the move? Like after the hype is kind of done, and then when that buying is kind of out of there, getting involved for the backside of the move on a swing basis. What's your opinion on that? Do you like any thoughts?
I won't do that ever.
Never?
Even if you are on the right now, even if you are on the right side, you're right. You cannot short front side something and hold it for a swing because it's very risky. Even in the right side of the V, as I like to call it, you cannot hold overnight a short. For me, it's very. I mean, you can make a lot of money, but it takes you only once that you're wrong and you have a halted or it opened the next day like $50 above the price. That your career is done. And I always, when I started trading when I was 22, I always thought, look, I don't want to become a millionaire. I want to have this job forever until I'm like 70, whatever, So if you want to, I consider this as a marathon. And if you want to keep alive and you want to keep trading next day, you have to avoid this kind of blow up situation.
Absolutely.
Shorting small cap and holding overnight, it's very, very risky. It will work 95% of the times, but it takes only one to blow your whole account and your career. So I will not do it. I want to sleep, calm and
in peace. Yeah, for sure. No, that makes a lot of sense. You don't want to risk ruin if you want to have a very long career. Perfect. Great answer. Thank you very much, Luis.
Thanks, Luis. Looking forward to more conversations.
Listen, I have to thank you from deep of my heart. We have the course full already. Okay, we took only 8 people, and it's already full, and there is a huge waiting list. So we will do.
All right, nice.
Or in a couple of months, we will do another one. And you are more than welcome, guys, to join the course, of course, and maybe you learn something around.
For sure, 100%,
Sounds good. We might have to take them up on that.
Listen, if we're coming next year, which it sounds like maybe we will be, we'll definitely be taking that course before we come.
Well, but see, I don't have the sticky note anymore, and I've seen you tag Sharif and I on X, Luis, in regards to the little bet that we had, which I do believe Sharif ended up winning. So I mean,
what was the bet?
The deal was, we were going to see what a name that had halted for multiple days was going to open up at. And if I was correct, I caught a free flight to Barcelona, courteous of Luis. But unfortunately, I didn't win the bet. Sharif did, hence why he's there.
All right.
No, I'm joking.
But listen,
we'll
he
fight
got
for
a
there.
present. He got a present.
Yeah.
He will show you next Wednesday, I think.
All right.
Okay.
So he got a present for the bet.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Nice.
Good stuff. Thank you, Luis. Thank you very much. We'll have some more conversations come next Wednesday. Best of luck trading to you, my friend.
Thank you.
Obi.
Take care, Luis.
See you, brother.
Thank you
have a good
very
one.
much, guys. Take
Thank
care.
Nice, good stuff there. Yeah, I'm happy. He's dabbling in some of the mid to large cap.
Yeah,
as well.
he
I like
has
that.
been for a while.
And
You trade the
banger
memories as
trades
well,
on
too.
like he's definitely sniped that ANF on the right
Yeah,
side.
he did,
for
man.
sure.
He did.
Definitely.
Good luck there.
ANF still holding up, man. Still holding underneath that 144. Yeah, I covered you know, maybe a little too much on the 145, but this is what I'm looking for. I want to re-engage. I want to see sellers come back in. All right, it's just a little too far too fast. I understand, you know, the aggression, the bid, the reason why it might be up or whatever. But yeah, no, I think the reversion when it did come in, absolutely clean and beautiful.
Bro, it was up like 34%. When I looked, it was like 34%.
34% on the day? Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you measure it from prior day's close, I like to just be like, if it's up on the day, I want to measure it from the open because, you know, I'm not really doing too much in the pre-market. So intraday move was over almost 17.5% intraday. So yeah, definitely up above 36 on 32 right now, even with that 6-7% pullback right here. So this was absolutely beautiful. 7.77% pullback off of those highs, almost $12 down off of that 154 area. So beautiful, beautiful stuff there. Wish I took some more, but where's the next trade? It is what it is. I got to do better with the next ones. That's all that we can do. 2NY Cent asking, Obi, are you born and raised in Cali? No, but I was partially raised in Cali. I lived in Cali for, I think, a couple of years in Cali. We lived in Fresno for a bit, and I think I frequented San Francisco every now and then because we had some family living there as well. So road trips to San Francisco were quite frequent. But yeah, all the way in Fresno, if you guys know where that is. Not any big city, but yeah, in Fresno, it's a quiet town. It's a quiet town. It's nice. It's not bad. But
we got a super chat here.
Oh, he's saying that the whatever you say gives it up is from Cali. Really? Is that like a Cali thing? The whatever. Is this stereotype? Maybe, yeah. You know, I've been influenced in all sorts of ways. From the States, we moved around like a lot growing up. I've lived in Cali, I've lived in Kansas, I've lived in Nevada. Las Vegas was probably the best place to live as a kid because you know, after my dad would come home from work, we'd just go for a walk out on the strip. You know, maybe every now and then go to Aladdin or Circus. It was a lot of fun all the time. So. But yeah, the States was fun.
And that specific Vegas story, when you told it a couple of years ago when I first started, is what made me think you were from the U.S. So I think there maybe are multiple anecdotes that you share that give the U.S. tinge.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, definitely. Adam James Abroad, thank you for the super chat. Grrr, oversold earnings sell-off, short squeeze. That's a lot to pack into one
sentence.
Look
at all the
right
holes
there.
In this thing.
Grrr, let's see.
That's not even, it's like illiquidity, right?
Oversold earnings sell-off into a short squeeze. Huh, okay, interesting. How much volume did this thing do? This thing barely does 1 million volume per day, right? So yesterday it did relative volume. Maybe, yeah, you're looking for a breakout of that opening range high. Definitely a bit of squeezing action right there. So if you're watching the tape on that, maybe that confirms your suspicion that, yeah, this might be actually really squeezing. But yeah, good look there. Not really watching it too much. So Adam James Abroad, good luck to you on that one if you're involved with a little bit of that squeezing action as Gorilla Technology Group continues to the upside. Noah Ludwin in the chat, thank you very much for the super. SPY above 765.22 squeezes up. Man. Here we go, $sign. All right, let's see if the spider is actually doing any sort of a squeeze. What did you say? 765.22s. That's weirdly specific. Interesting. Where you may be getting that from, I have no idea. But you're saying that if we trade above it, we're squeezing? Hopefully. I don't know. Good luck to you. We've been making lower highs and lower lows on the SPY. I don't say that to necessarily burst your bubble, but that's just something that's been happening on the chart. I do see that we did break down opening range low, and we've reclaimed all the way back up to VWAP, which may, you know, some people might perceive that as, you know, a better, more bullish sign to take higher. I have no idea, you know. But what I see is that, yeah, VWAP's not the cleanest, but we have been selling off a little bit. But sideways chop is what I'm seeing on the SPY, man. Sideways chop. We had that opening range pretty wide on the NASDAQ, and since then, that range has only been tightening up. Sure, the SPY is a little bit, has been moving slightly differently when it comes to compared to the NASDAQ QQQs. I just looked over at my positions. I'm like, hey, wait, that's not supposed to be happening. But DKS, I already got out of a decent chunk here. And I was like, why is that almost, decent chunk out of the money? Whatever. Stops above 130, so we'll let that cook there with the final shareage there.
Here we go.
But this is what I mean on the NASDAQ. Just looking here at the Qs, very wide range to start off with. Everything else that's been after that, pretty tightened up. So sideways range is what I'm seeing on that one, Adam James. But good luck to you if you're looking for a potential long there.
Yeah, we're in some meta at just above the volume weighted average price. I mean, I was looking at it at the lower end of this consolidation. Now I have to sit through this pullback here. But again, we're printing 19s on the bid. This is METU, the leverage product. That's why we post up right at the volume weighted. I wasn't going to punch it all the way up here. I know some people were thinking long at the break of VWAP, but it's just the momentum so slow. And then sure enough, imagine I punched out here and then automatically you're just out of the money 8 cents, which is not something that I was looking for. Now we need some form of recovery, because if the VWAP sellers step right back in, then it's going to make this trade significantly more difficult. But yeah, honestly, there's nothing I could do on GRRR there. Oh, wow. Volume really is starting to pick up, though. Good call out. I know you're hitting the boom on that one. So where we're starting to see it step in is in this $15 marker, 17, almost 16 bucks. And it doesn't look like it wants to slow down. Good call out on the short float as well. So things can most definitely turn. Pardon me?
What's the short float?
17%.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, it's not small, not the biggest either that we've seen, but it's better than nothing. Yeah, exactly. So nice move. 16 bucks and change might be incoming on GRRR. Good call out there, Adam. Thank you very much for that super chat. Now we have another one, $10. Dave's really risked on dumb NVDA overnight trades. Drum roll, please. NVDA call 1016. Two of my favorite numbers. 1016, and then 240 and NVDA call at the 220 marker usually never goes up. But let's get more into this because it's option talk. We're going to go over to Adara and then we'll come back, Dave, and we'll talk more about your potential setup here, or the setup that you have now constructed via the options chain in regards to NVDA. Adara.
I'll be quick. I want to talk some NVIDIA as well here, guys. So we're seeing some reports going back to about half an hour that Nscale, a private company, will be partnering up here with Anthropic, another private company. But I'm seeing some public companies mentioned, including NVIDIA. Now, I just saw apparently Nscale, through this deal, is going to be using NVIDIA's Vera Rubin chips, which will start to come online late 2027 in order to meet the needs of Anthropic. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that one, Adara. Okay, so let's get right back into this. Risk on dumb NVIDIA overnight trades. Drum roll, call 10/16/26. We're going to expire 240 and NVIDIA call 220. So you're buying both of those strike prices. Usually never goes up earnings, but will beat top and bottom. Though I do agree. I think the numbers are going to come out phenomenal. Now, I think the question being, in my opinion, and can be subjective, is how much are you going to be buy? So you're going to need some form of surprise step in with this name. But listen, we could talk about the numbers. We could do all of those things. But and again, I could be wrong. There's always the chance, the probability that, hey, you might be extremely wrong. This is a major issue for me. Okay? Times that by 100, and that's how many potential shares are out there waiting at this specific zone. We need to exceed the expected move in order to run into this, and then by that point, has the momentum cooled down? Now listen, you can go on some crazy short squeeze. If the demand is absolutely nuts, you can see something along those lines where you just go absolutely insane, you break through key pivots, you run through supply zones and run into that next zone, which would be $10 higher at 240. But I've noticed it's a repeating pattern in this name specifically, is that these hold up relatively well. Somebody knows something in order to put that amount of size, and I'm not saying it's one specific participant, it could be multiple participants at that, but 195,000 contracts. We've been keeping an eye out on this specifically for quite some time leading into the report, and we don't typically see this throughout other names. Don't forget, when it comes to options volume, SPY, NASDAQ, NVDA in the world of derivatives. SpaceX came to market and it was going nuts and it would finish within the top 5. but watch out for this. Again, for the sake of being a shareholder, I hope that I'm wrong, but also on the positive side of things, if it does decide to sell down to the 190s or the 200s, well, I get to own more shares at a cheaper price, all right, and a slightly better valuation. So that's where I stand. I don't think it will do 240, Joe. Don't need it to. Yeah, totally fair, totally fair. I mean, if you're in the options game, you don't need it to climb that high. Let's see if we get some continuation here in META as we're pulling back. Maybe no move north of VWAP. It would just put in a lower high. We'll be patient to wait for this move back into $230. I agree. Positioning orders rules, Nvidia price actions, too many calls, bought, dealer seller rally, gap and crap. Yeah, and that's where I'm standing. I'm like, listen, I'm just going by what I've noticed from before and previous market movement within this name specifically. Now, what we will do is head over to our expected move, and we'll just see what we got going on here. Expected move. No, don't do this. What are you doing, Meta? No continuation through VWAP, so those sellers stepping in. Not too good of a luck. We'll be patient and hold on to it for a little bit longer, but we don't want it to go too far against us. Then it drastically skews our risk to reward, which we might have to hop out here momentarily on this name. 3 attempts on Meta and no continuation. Congratulations to Sean, though. He got that move. We took a couple attempts on it bright and early, but just wasn't patient enough for it. But here it is, a high of around $221, 5.7% expected move here leading into the earnings report. 198 of a low and 221 as a potential high. So keep an eye out on this name. Obviously, we're going to be giving you full coverage leading into the report. For price appreciation and for the long shareholders, I do truly hope that it does go on a little bit of a run. Whoa, Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir. I thought it was halted for a second. I was like, wait, no, there's no way it's halted. It's still trending up here. So a bit of a breakout. So had the short earlier, and I was like, yeah, holding that 174 and just not really doing what I'm looking for the continuation of the reversion. And I was like, yeah, getting out in this consolidation as it just chops around 175s and then boom. Straight through the highs there, 177.40s coming in on that. So yeah, shout out to anybody who had the breakout on that. That's coming in quite nicely, almost $1 off the bat. If you did attempt to take the breakout at 176.23s of the prior high of day, it went right away and gave you 177.40. So shout out to anybody who took that scalp there on Palantir here. Yeah, MF Dangerous. There you go. You got a couple of people here. Walter Sisk saying, look at Palantir. Brian Hart in the chat saying, Palantir, number one. And then MF Dangerous as well coming in with the PLTR. Arun Warrior saying Palantir wants 180. Mark his words.
Oh.
We'll mark your words. It's not that far away. It's only a couple strikes away, if anything, right? 180. We're at 77 halves, right? 7 halves, and then you got the 80s.
A strike away, man.
Yeah,
it might even. Some names have dollar increments now.
No, I know. It's a couple, just a couple.
Yeah,
it's a rough estimate. So yeah, well within range of that.
177. It's one. Yeah, it's one strike. Like, one strike away.
Yeah. So boom, probably goes 7 halves and then 80s.
Yep.
Yeah. So 180 right there, prior day highs. So okay, I've marked your words. Now I'm just waiting. We'll see if that 180 comes in. Good luck to anybody who is participating in that one here. What else am I seeing? Moderna cracking fresh lows on mRNA as of right now. So doing more of the same. Look at the aggression of the selling that comes in off of the open, off of VWAP, off of the break of opening range lows, and then now another attempt at a fresh day low. 145.86 as of right now. Something's happening in the market.
I'm not seeing anything.
Not seeing too much. I mean, I didn't see any funky tape movements, so that's usually a good indicator when something just rushes in. I'm usually watching a couple of
volatility is
large caps.
Intel volatility is in Intel though.
Intel specifically.
Yeah. Intel specifically.
Okay, so let's take a quick look at INTC here. Okay, a little bit of a pop move there. 88s on the offer. Let me just quickly, I got to be looking through some news as well at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. President Trump, GOF, not that.
So I checked Truth. It's not a Truth Social post. There's also not many mentions of it on social media, which is interesting to me given this move. Like we have 1 per minute, which for a move like this, usually that's a bit light.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe just give it a little bit of time, but the volume is definitely supporting it. Somebody might know something, so some inside information leaking, maybe potentially. 84.69. Ooh, that's no 87.35, and then just kind of just goes crazy. Yeah, this meta trade not looking too good. We want to see this hold up here. If we don't break through VWAP relatively soon, could just be a false break, and that'll be it for me on the day. 20 minutes left. Obi, you're still in ANF. Nice. Is that still bleeding? And
that is
circle?
still bleeding. I wish I had more. Again, man, like I said earlier, I guess Luis also mentioned this. It's hard. It's definitely tough to hold on to some positions at times, and in decent chunk of the position as well. I mean, I already told you what I'm more disappointed at. I'm not as disappointed from my hold. I don't have much of an issue with my exits. I have more of an issue with my entries and the lack of entries on the right side of the V. I think that's very important. And again, 153 is funny enough. Luis did mention that 153, and I told you guys I was posted on top of 153s when that right side came in, and best believe I did not get printed on that 153, and 152s came in with one fell swoop all the way down into 150. So boom. Nice continuation happening. 145s as well. I did say holding underneath VWAP might be worth another stab at this for a continuation. That's working out very well as we slowly but steadily creep in to that 140 level, coming into that 142. So 142s, is it a level from before? Yeah, it's the opening range high, 142. So do I expect a little bit of turbulence at opening range high? Absolutely. It bounced off $2 off the opening range high already from 142s to 144. So another retest of that 142, maybe some confirmation for some of y'all looking for more information. So we'll wait and see if that actually comes in. I'm being patient here. Yeah, Intel continuation there. So yeah, maybe something is happening here with Intel. Second leg up with volume that does kind of match that of the prior bar there. So aggressive volume, towering above that of pretty much the rest of the day. You only have 2 bars that are really higher than these 2 bars, and that's the opening bar and then another bar at around 10.18. What's up, Adara?
Company executives are participating in a Deutsche Bank conference. They're doing a fireside chat that kicked off at 1:35, so 7 minutes ago. I have not seen any comments from this fireside chat, though, nor can I confirm who's at said fireside chat. I'm going to look at their website, get some more information. But usually these events, I would say pretty much always, unless it's an investor event held by the company, they're not going to be on camera. So any comments that we get will just be filtered through on X. I find that usually at these events, again, this is different from what we saw with SanDisk on Investor Day or AMD Investor Day. It's not run by the company. It will not be in camera, and it's very unlikely that we will get any commentary until the very end or from investors in the coming days. But that's all I could find here. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I got stopped out of DKS here. Just noticed that I did, so let's pull that one up and see what happened there on DKS. So yeah. I mean, you traded above 29.5. That's where my stop was. But you can see I already kind of piecing off the position. For roughly small losses to break even, and then taking a loss on that last little bit as we pull back up. So not really the move I'm looking for. I even said this is taking way too long, so I'm going to start taking pieces off. I don't need to give the rest to my stop when it's already telling me, $1 before my stop gets hit, that this is probably likely not going to work. So not bad there. Sure, I could have definitely taken it all off, but I wanted to keep some on just in case I wanted to re-engage on that one. So DKS, shopping around that 129.5, not really too concerned with that one anymore. So where is the next trade is what I'm asking. PLTR took a dump. Really, did it? PLTR, let's see. Wasn't it just, oh boy, wow, look at that.
No,
that's absolutely beautiful there. So talk about a reversion once again. Maybe I like the reversion better now that we're rejecting 178s. Might have gotten a little too crowded too fast with that expanding volume and that push there. Is it? So here's the thing. Whenever I see bouts of volume come in, the first question that I ask myself is, I can be a little skeptical at times. Is it sustainable? And if so, how long are they going to be able to sustain this type of elevated volume without any news or catalyst? Second question. Third question, is the tape stalling? I wasn't watching it, but best believe that tape probably stalled pretty nicely at 177.70s, if not a little bit higher, and then slamming right back in. So yeah, I like that. Wasn't watching it, but this is the kind of stuff I really like to revert at times because there's no reason for the volume to come in, and it's not a sustainable kind of action. So probably a couple people just getting their business done, throwing their orders in, and the market very likely to correct itself if there's nothing really happening. Now, if there is something happening, then that's a whole different story. So I have no idea. What's up, Adara?
I want to go over this Intel move again here because I did get some more details. I also just posted this in X at TTV Research if you want to see for yourself. But basically, Lip-Butan's not there. It's David Zinsner, who was the former co-interim CEO of Intel. So he was at one point an Intel CEO, but he hasn't been a CEO of Intel in at least 18 months. And again, when he was CEO of Intel, it was in an interim capacity. He's currently, though, Executive VP and CFO of Intel. He's there alongside Corporate VP John Pitzer. So Lip-Butan's not there. Again, we don't know what comments are being said at this Deutsche Bank fireside chat at this technology conference, but apparently they will focus on, quote, Intel's business and strategy. So I wish I had more for you guys, but as always, I will share everything that I do have. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Some good short signals there on Intel as well. What would you have to give it from a risk standpoint? 50 cents, 60 cents.
Oh,
you keep it tight.
25, 88.
Yeah.
I read 55s first.
Yeah, that's what I would look to give it. But yeah, the exact same thing that you were kind of just building your previous thesis off of there, Obi. Is this sustainable on Intel and what we're displaying from a price action standpoint? Is this going to be a move back in? Why not put our money where our mouth is and maybe see if we can find a little something here on Intel. I would like to see a little bit of a pullback here into the middle of this range. Like 88 could be a good opportunity to get involved. So I have Intel on my mind waiting for this pullback to potentially 87, 90s, and then we'll look to engage for maybe a little bit of a move back in towards VWAP because it looks like it wants to fade at this point. So may as well go with the flow on that one. METU is like not Mio, it's not him. It's not. It's truly not, man. Meta, no continuation, especially after the news that stepped in bright and early this morning. VWAP sellers stepping in here. Obi pushing price down. 2024 is where we're having an issue breaking through on Meta. That is now $579 is going to be that pivot high. Katina Man's in off with those lows with the reload up into $588. So that was a really nice move. No continuation thus far, but we're not going to count it out until we break the lower end of this range here.
Yes, sir. So it seems like that 142 does want to come in here on ANF as we slowly but steadily continue to sell off. Nice little grind lower, but the volume's not the same as before. It's not as aggressive as the selling we got into VWAP. And we did accept some price in and around VWAP. We got that consolidation, maybe some acceptance lower, and now we're trading even lower as well. So this is an interesting area for this reason, 142. That's that opening range high, that 2-minute high, 5-minute high, opening range, whatever you want to call it. That range break was absolutely mint on ANF today. If you're watching this and you're like, ANF has earnings, take a look at this flag. Flat top break, higher lows, building up into it. Now, of course, I'm not watching the tape on this thing, but if you are watching, I bet you're seeing the selling getting absorbed and buyers stepping up and finally some aggression and some volume through the breakout of that 142. And that was a key area. That's where the rest of the move, the continuation came off of. We had a buildup of pressure here. That pressure was released, and then we got that step up of buying as well. So that's why I think that 142 a little bit interesting. I have no idea what it's going to do here, but I think it will be telling if we bounce.
Look at
boom,
Intel.
There it is.
Bang. Why didn't we put
on Intel. Bye-bye. There it is.
Holy cow. That was crazy, bro.
Reversion.
Yeah, man.
Of the best kind.
It displayed everything.
Just insta-flush.
Intel.
The Intel, yeah. Insta-flush on that. Yeah.
It's worth noting that David Zinsner, as much as I'm like, yeah, he's not the current CEO of Intel, he has said things in the past, and I find him of Intel's management to be the most willing to run over to CNBC reporters, specifically Christina Partsinevelos, and just run his mouth about what he thinks Intel's doing. So that's one of the guys who's up here today. So he's a little bit loose-lipped, not in a bad way, but if anyone's going to kind of tell you what he feels about the business, it's him. So that could also be worth noting here with this Intel move.
So he's their ex-CEO?
Sorry, guys, for making you listen to this button again. So, because I know beeps every time I come on. So he is their former co-interim CEO. I know it's very weird, but he and MJ Holthouse, when they got rid of Gelsinger at the end of 2024, they stepped in. He is still their CFO, and he was their CFO before he was interim co-CEO. But I think the fact that he was former interim co-CEO gives him maybe a little bit more clout in the world of Intel, because they clearly trusted him enough to give him that position. But yeah, I would say he's probably, in my opinion, the number 2 at Intel, just based on what we see of his interactions and his role and hierarchy in the business.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
That's thank you very much for that.
Blicky, that's crazy, man.
What's happening?
No,
What's happening?
It's really selling here, man. The volatility is in on this bad boy. We can't get the break on Meta just yet. Not much going on Nvidia, but Intel definitely seems to be the one. Also Palantir, in which you were talking about not too long ago, Obi. Some good indecision prints off of those lows. Listen to what the market has to tell you. And there it goes, bang. Palantir to the downside once again. Let's see if Intel is false. So are you winning? Not today, man. I came to an end of one of my green streak here. I mean, the day's not over. We're not going to count ourselves out just yet. The clock has to expire in order for me to do that. But right now, no, with no shame here. I could, unfortunately, I don't close every day green, and today it's not over yet. We don't want to count ourselves out.
I didn't hear no bell.
Yeah, exactly, no bell.
Come on. Zion Lala in the chat saying, I was just talking to him. He was talking about the ANF trade, saying great short, good price and right place to short. Yeah, man. I think that, yes, I replied to that. So if you guys can see, I'll just reiterate what I said. Yeah, it was a good price to sell at. But honestly speaking, if I actually traded it properly, my price should be much lower than 152s. If I traded this properly, I'm getting aggressive as it's working for me and really pounding it in below 150 and maybe even 145s as well. My average, honestly, by the time this is all the way down here, should be sitting below 147s. That's how aggressive I think I should be getting in this trade for the push below VWAP.
What is going on this?
I have no idea, but that's a lot of construction dudes.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see what. Yeah, I see there. Okay, good. Nice one there, Fabian. All right, we see what you did. We see it.
I don't understand.
Is
it because the noise, the construction noise is happening?
I think so.
Yeah. Nice. I like it. DKS might see that 130 as we slowly but steadily creep up into those highs there. All day grind consolidation sideways around that 129. Bit of an orbit action there.
Look at the defense at VWAP here on Meta.
On Meta? What's happening
there?
Yeah,
like it's really forming. And at this point, I do believe it might break down. Once this trend breaks, then we might be in a little bit of trouble and have to get out of this trade here, Obi. Yeah, that supply zone right here on what is it, 578.95, not looking too good. That clean flush. Oh, look at this print here on Palantir too. Obi bounce off of that one there. But yeah, that Intel was a missed opportunity here. As we were talking about it, just flushed moments later. So yeah, been a difficult day for me today too. But as you say, it ain't over until I say it's not over, till I say it's over. But yeah, unfortunately, in regards to risk measures, it will tell you when it's over. So especially if you stick to your stuff. So guys, even at home, make sure you have it connected with your platform and your broker, whether it be percentage loss or fixed dollar amount. Make sure that you have that shutdown, because one day you will, and I don't wish this upon anybody, if you have strict risk rules where you only hit 75%, the reality of trading is that you will have a couple of losing days here and there. And
for sure.
That's the nature of the beast.
I mean, here's the thing. A lot of people, you got to be able to wrap your head around being able to lose when it comes to trading.
Yeah.
Like, it took me a while to start to understand how and why, people that win only 5% of the time or 10% of the time or 30% of the time can come out on top longer term.
That's crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's like, to be able to understand that math, it takes a while to kind of wrap your head around it. And I mean, especially when it comes to, some sorts of like, algorithmic trading, that's some of the strategies that I'm trying to find, honestly, are the ones that lose more often, right? Because mentally speaking, like I ask myself, am I going to be able to take a type of trade where I'm losing over 90% of the time? How's that going to fare on my mental? Now, if it's very structural, it's a structural trade, and the procedure can be defined, then why not let something that is not human take over that specific kind of trading style? So I think that's definitely something important to remember and consider. Something I've been thinking about more often. So I ask you guys, do you guys know of any strategies that lose 90% of the time? Please let me know. I'm looking for them.
I'm sure you can. Well, why? Because you're gonna just look to take the opposite of that?
No. So what I'm saying is that what I'm learning is like so there are certain strategies that have a very high percentage of loss. So
but have a higher profit factor.
But when you win, when you win that 5% of the time, so you wouldn't be able to inverse it because it wouldn't make sense because if you inversed it, that 5% of the time that you lose would absolutely blow you up, right? So it's like you take losses. I don't even understand the question saying Ozan. Oh boy.
I want to touch on something here momentarily. Oh boy is right. A little tape action there. Now Blicky saying a tough one. Adam James saying a tough month. Now Adam, I told you this before. I truly believe if you hop on something and I mentioned to you before in the chat, I think you'll be able to level up your game, right? That's just my opinion. I don't know. I'm not doing anything because I see the potential, or not the potential. You're doing certain things. You have a couple of losing streaks. Listen, I went through a streak where I was like, honestly, out of the past 10 trading sessions, like 7 of them could be red. And then sure enough, you go on your merry way where you start to turn the ship around. But again, in regards to you, I think you can, yeah, but you can do that with something else though, Adam. I'm telling you, I promise you, DM me on the side, I'll message you or whatever, and I'll tell you what's going on because I truly, I know Meta's not going right now. We're going to send things over to Adair. Same thing with you, Blicky. Sweat it out, brush it off, and just learn from the losers as well. I think it's extremely important. Adair.
Couple stories quickly. I'll start with Google. Just seeing, according to their blog, they announced that they've selected 28 AI energy startups for an accelerator in North America and Europe. So, I mean, nice little AI energy accelerator there for Google. But here's a small cap SHLS. I did see someone in our chat mention this. I just saw the news, though, come through for me now. So apparently this Shoals was awarded more than $96 million in damages after a jury found that a company called Voltage willfully infringed its patents. The court will also grant, or at least indicated that they will grant, a preliminary injunction blocking Voltages. So again, that's the competitor's Lynx product in the U.S. Now, apparently, the award, that $96 million, could actually be increased due to the fact that they found willfulness in the patent infringement. Now, SHLS is actually on the Russell 2000, $1.22 billion market cap, float of 165 million shares, 9% short float. Back to you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, what a flush down. I mean, you. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
MF Dangerous in the chat.
What do you say?
You got some jokes. I'm dying laughing here.
MF Dangerous.
It's so funny. It's just like.
So is Notorious Dinkle.
He was just like, because we were talking about like, you got to be comfortable losing a lot of the time. He was like, where did he say? The way he worded it was absolutely funny here. I got to scroll higher. Yeah, he's like, get in, losers. We're going losing. I thought that was really funny. But yeah, no, it's tough to kind of wrap your head around that, and even like losing that many times in a row. I don't know how I would fare, and it's easier to get fatigued as well. So we'll leave some of those strategies for the more mechanical of us. So yeah, Circle not really doing too much. ANF not really doing too much. It's holding this 142. Like I said, I don't expect this 142 to go right away, and I do want to formulate a secondary continuation trade here, maybe potentially underneath VWAP plus 145. But again, we'll have to see. That's all fun and nice to say. The market has to tell me exactly what I'm looking for as well, so for me to be like, all right, let's go, it's game on. Haven't seen any of that just yet. But yeah, where is the next trade? I like that SHLS that Dara just pointed out. Bit of a pullback as well, coming right back in. So we're seeing a few of these names now. Wow, Intel gave it all back and then just holding higher lows, I guess. So maybe the breakout was nice, but it came in a little too far too fast and started to settle down. Palantir, let's see what you're up to. Similar story, breakout of Palantir, pulls back into this prior high, and now just coasting, consolidating
Intel,
on top of that one. So nothing too much, guys. What are you guys up to? Intel back, yes, I see it. Too powerful, long. Anyone else load long calls on Broadcom? Asking Grunfeld. AVGO. Let's take a look at Broadcom. It's not one of the Mag 7s, but it's definitely up there along with the bunch and moves around pretty decently with them as well. So, what was the question there? Was it something about a long on AVGO there? Let's go back and look at the chart here. Long Intel saying Mohammed in the chat. Yeah, maybe we'll see. 87 halves right now. Okay, Kraken, convexity goes a step further. As the trade works, your potential payoff increases faster than your remaining downside. That's a convex payoff profile. Yes, okay, I understand. Nice.
All right, Cheese in the Chair, before we send it off to the guys, Cheese in the Chair, $5 super chat. 95% loss rate was the title of my book about dating back in college. Man, don't do that to yourself. don't do that to yourself.
Hey, I mean, did you find yourself a wife? Because that 5% win rate,
man, that's
gives you a lifelong win, right? Come on.
Don't do yourself like that, man. 95% was my success rate getting in and out of college.
Nice. GG's.
All right, man.
How I get?
There we go. All right. Man, yeah, ooh is right. We'll hit the...
All right, guys.
See you laughing up a storm over there.
Another great day.
Oof is right. All right, guys. Another great day from you, Obi. What happened?
I was just reading.
Slow motion, Joe?
No. What was did the?
Bye, Joe. See ya, hangry white.
Oh, I think it got held for review or something. One of the messages. That's funny. First, yeah, I said GG's. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys all. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I think it's good day once again. We'll see you guys soon enough, but don't go anywhere, guys. You've got the big boys at the main desk coming through to take you off into the close. Just a couple hours left, so good luck and Godspeed with the rest of your trading.
See you guys.
See you guys tomorrow.
Yo. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I'm just gonna address the cheese in the chair thing, because the way I see it, as long as it's not 100% loss rate, then the last one, maybe you married the last girlfriend, and that's a success. I mean, at the end of the day, if you find happiness, that's all that matters. We are 2 hours and 18 minutes away, if we want to believe the, why not? Nvidia is supposed to be at 420, so we're 2 hours and 18 minutes away from Nvidia. And apparently Michael Burry is doing what Michael Burry does, which is adding to a short position in Oracle.
Oracle, huh?
Yeah, Burry doing Burry things. I mean, Oracle's not really moving on that headline, but you know what? Oracle probably moves tonight.
Oracle Burry adds to Oracle. You think so? Yeah, I don't know. Oracle, yeah, maybe.
Well, I can see. Well, it depends on if Nvidia tells us something which moves the market. Which, yeah, I guess
they're not going to. Yeah,
they might not.
Yeah, no. Nvidia, we're just looking for. Look, their profit it's supposed to be 98% increase from last year over year. So it's just like I don't know what exactly they can tell us that's going to change the direction of this market. We're into
kind of good.
Intel. Okay, good. That's the only position right now. Intel, we were short against the highs there, and then some story broke, and we wound up getting out on that break. We went long, got out there, tried again back at the 50 period, got stopped out, literally almost made the bottom again. I still think we should go long on Intel right now. Still holding out near these highs, 50 periods there. I'm going to give it back to 87 right here, that bottom wick, where we did get stopped out on there on the way back down in. So we're going to give that a go right there on Intel. Down to 87.20 is where we're, 87.22s. We're going to add a little bit more on that position and then give it down to a break of 87. Right now, long 87.50 on Intel. So yeah, it was an up and down move on Meta today as well. You know, longs in this area was good. Tried it again at VWAP there, lost VWAP, got stopped out. But right now, looking to take even a more of a bid potentially out now is Meta. Just got to break above some of these levels, basically 579 again. So we're right here right now. We can pay attention to what happens to Meta over the next couple minutes. Looks like it may want to go upside there on Meta.
Yeah, that was a big update for Meta.
Yeah.
But we've also seen some big updates out of Orogenics, ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. They've activated their Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002. It's an intranasal treatment that targets concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. That's an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the last year strengthening the balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus is shifting to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Shout out to ticker OGEN on the NYSE. Get that right. I almost said like ticker NYSE on the OGEN, which wouldn't make a heck of a lot of sense. I'm just in BMNR. I was in, like, the crazy thing about that Intel, and I'm going to hesitate to call it a story because I feel like the news service got that one wrong. They said there was this fireside chat and that CEO was speaking and it wasn't the CEO. Anyways, this was the level that was the high in the morning that led to the move to the bottom. So I stopped. I tried the long, and then when we found out it wasn't the CEO speaking, it's like, what's going on here? So it's still above the breakout level, but I want this to calm down a little bit. I'm just in BMNR off the top, which is very similar, and we have a super chat. Good day to you, Peter Hopfe. You were forced to long. Oh, sorry, I missed the if. If you were forced to long or short mRNA, Moderna. Okay, where are we at?
Long.
From here. You're talking about like right now, or are we talking about like long term? Because I think if you were like swinging it, like my gut still tells me squeeze until it gives up 130, right? So like in a longer time frame, it's like, yeah, there's your support from that first day. It's unbroken. Even if we're pulling back, we didn't retest 140 bucks in here, so it's still looking like it's trying to put in some higher lows to the eventual break of the 160. So that's what I would think on MRA from a bit of a longer time frame standpoint. But with it here, yeah, longer term, yeah. If you're talking about the longer term, until it loses 130 bucks, I still like the potential for a bigger squeeze. I mean, ultimately, like everybody has been waiting for. Like, isn't it this moment that everyone was waiting for on Moderna, which was, hey, let's use this technology to combat cancer. And if this is just step one, like I would just think there's such a huge potential upside. And even if it's not realized, the threat of that upside would seemingly scare the shorts. And because it showed you where the dip was after that initial move up, it kind of gives you a natural out. Right? If it takes out that day too low, that's kind of a simple spot to be like, okay, well, close underneath there, and then you can get out of it. Meanwhile, you've got an entire squeeze potential here on mRNA. I guarantee you it feels like there are some newer shorts that have been pretty aggressive on this stock.
Yeah, I think you want to go long in the longer term. But yeah, wait for some pullbacks. I mean, some moves happening right in front of us now with Moderna. I just want to say this little break right here on Meta. I'm interested in going long if we break above 579.25. So we're still $1 away from that actually happening. But if we can zoom back into Meta, again, like good trading. It's going to be the only stock I'm up on today. Pound here, whatever. But right into there, that was the last take we had, 580.50, drops back down in. We took $1 hit on that last little piece there. Breaking, I think at that time it must have broke through the 200 or VWAP or something. So I don't think we would have necessarily just stopped out right there. But quickly in and out there for $1. So that was a bad one. But I'm just thinking right now, it might be downside, right? We're underneath everything. So I don't necessarily like the long where we are, but I like the long if we can break above and maybe change some of the rhetoric. Break above that, get long 579.50 into 582. Give ourselves about $1, depending on how far this goes right now to the downside. I was watching it, so 578 was kind of what I was thinking about stopping out on if we wind up taking that out. But a lot of that's going to be somewhat dependent on where we go from here on Meta. So, hey, man, maybe that does hit. So if we do see Meta starting to go to the upside, we can appreciate what's going on there. Look, profit in the pocket right now on Intel. But I was going to try to wait for 70s right into there. That's 69. Let's put an offer there. I was actually at 73. Let's go to 68 for a little bit there and see if we can climb just a bit further on Intel and get back and forth on that one. Yeah, a story about the fireside chat. Didn't really get it going too much there. So, I mean, it did, but it came right back. So, you know, a little bit of a risk shot there. Did not work out on that one. So, yeah, not too pleased with that Intel trade. We'll see if we can get a little bit of money back right now on that one. But yeah, man, let us know what you guys want us to talk about. We have CrowdStrike coming through tonight. That should be obviously a well-anticipated. I mean, you know, we're all going to be here for one name, and that's going to be Nvidia.
Right. Yeah.
But the way CrowdStrike has been treated over the, you know, last few days has not been nice. So CrowdStrike from 228 all the way down to 190. We'll hear if that rhetoric about AI and what that affects on the software names. You know, you see Palantir back near that 180 marker again, which is really nice. Same thing for Palo Alto, and we'll get that going. I asked Adair earlier when Palo Alto reports, but it's in 6 days, September the 1st for Pan W. So it's going to be a good little lookout there today.
So wake up.
Or yeah, what CrowdStrike is going to do. We just got a good one there. We'll bang on that. We just got Intel at that 68 marker when we were gone. So that was a nice little trade. Back down now 8 cents from that level. But, you know, just so you guys know, if you don't sit there and get an offer something, then you don't get it. So we sat there, went there. My next offer is actually at 88 bucks. So thinking that we could get going just a little bit more. Let's wait to see if Intel does do that. But yeah, so far so good. Meta's going back down, so maybe we can cancel that trade, but we'll still keep it there for 579.25 breakout as well. And then Nvidia, the name we just sort of mentioned there, that 210 has been a good level, right? I know today we broke underneath it, but watching out for 210 has been a good one. Now you're approaching back into VWAP. You know, the Bears will win if we stay underneath. The Bulls will win if we get above. I'd like to see us break. Like, VWAP is important, no doubt about that. But if this is going to run, we're already long Intel, so we can hold out on the chip space. But this has to be 211.50 for me on Intel. So I think you guys are close, you know, to maybe breaking out of that VWAP trade. But if you were long, just watch out. You just ran into VWAP there and potentially turning around a bit at this point. But that's what we're dealing with right now, trying to watch out for Intel, and you know, just made a nice little move to the downside right there. So we'll have to watch out. I just heard something about
HPQ not a supplier to Huawei.
No, is
that?
Or I don't. No, they're not.
They're saying they're not a supplier.
Okay,
Whatever,
so that might be a good thing for Intel. I was thinking there that HPQ, if Huawei is starting to get involved there, what about the chip game? What about Intel? HPQ obviously a big computer side of things. So Intel just went a little bit of a move down there on a potential Huawei story. We'll take the long rate at this level just to reload what we put out right there. Maybe we get an upside take now on INTC. We're dropping out of this thing if it breaks 87, man. So that's what we're doing on Intel right now.
Oh, thank you, Brad Glazer.
Boom, that's a big one.
Glazier for the donation, 148.
Yeah.
148 smacks. Oh, there we go.
You like that number.
Yeah, directly. And so this is where it's going to, everybody. Angel hair for kids, you can see. I mean, you can help. Well, you donate now to help sponsor a child. 2,500. Every 2,500, that's a new wig.
Yeah.
Right? So we've already got 2 locked and loaded. The link should be, I don't see it pinned in the chat. The link should be in the description. I don't see it pinned in the chat right now. Maybe we can make sure we do that. And that's where it's going to take you. So thank you for that donation. To see Ishmael is in there as well. But again, it's a fantastic cause. And if you don't know what's going to happen, Fabian is going to donate that live on air. He is cutting that hair. What day is today? Wednesday.
In 2 days.
Friday, in 2 days. I had to think about it for a split second. And in 2 days, he's live on air. He's going to be cutting it off, and then we're donating it. Ideally, we can get to 4 would be fantastic. Currently, we're at 2 wigs. When I put on my, well, I was going to read the quote. I don't really understand why I didn't have hair, but I knew that I really wanted to have hair like everybody else. And if you know anybody that's gone through chemotherapy, especially if they're a kid, right? Like, that's a big feeling. You uplift somebody's spirits, and that helps with recovery. I don't care what anybody says. Positive attitude is going to help you through any kind of recovery. For sure. So thank you for that. Thank you for that gift. And if you're feeling in a generous mood, that's what it's all about. Like, give to the charity. We appreciate super chats, but we'd much rather have it go directly to the charity. So I just got wicked out. This is the level I want on BM&R. Like, we had it once in, added to it, and it started to break down through 25. Couldn't. It's wicked out. it just wicked out the top, but if I get the top tail wick at a key level, I'm gonna try and jump back in and put the stop back at the high. That's happening while, here, I'll quickly show you what's going on in ETH. ETH hasn't broken out the top, and Bitcoin is trying to right now. So you're at a resistance spot. I just think there's more bang for your buck or juice in the trade for ETH. And there's Fabian, right there. He's doing, look, I mean, honestly, like doing the Lord's work, man. It's all about giving, and that's how much he's gonna cut off.
Oh gosh,
Like,
yeah,
that is intense, man.
It's 28, yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's how I used to roll. Oh, you know me, I got that ill flow.
That was a good one.
Right down. No, are you crazy?
No, he didn't have that. He didn't.
Afro, maybe.
He didn't have that.
I did have, well, I mean, I used to have, when I was a kid, there was one summer, so the first summer I played baseball for Brampton, and at the beginning of the summer, they're like, hey man, you should grow it out and then get that like 80s look where like the fro's coming out of your cap. I'm like, whatever, I won't cut it. And so by the end of the summer, I did have like the fro, and you take the cap off and you have the big fro sticking out, and then I cut it back for school. I used to love that because that's all of our guys, like when we followed the Jays in the 80s when we were kids, like George Bell, Jesse Barfield, they all had the same look. Either they had the big puff fro or the Jerry curl.
Yep.
Like everybody was doing one of the two, and you wouldn't catch me in the Jerry curl, that's for sure.
All right, yeah, so get those donates going, man. I mean, I think it's really exciting to be able to do that, and we want to thank Fabian and everybody for all of their help in everything. Donate what you can, and it'll be great. We're going to do it live here on Friday. Yeah, just kind of sitting in this Intel right now, looking for some more opportunities. RPGL, halter, but it doesn't look like it's doing anything. WSHP, I heard a couple of talks about this one during the midday. Okay, so now Intel's going the other way around. Like all of a sudden the volume just kind of picking back up there on Intel as we make lows right now back into 87.20. So we take a fill. We're long right now at 87.40. It's not looking great as the pressure is to the downside right now. Our stop out is unfortunately right where it is now at $87. So that's right where that last little washout stopped. So hopefully we can get back up to the upside. We're 10 cents away from being positive, but we're hoping for a move higher here on Intel. I mean, the futures trying to get low. I don't know. Like we were short underneath there. I thought it was a pretty good trade until all of a sudden it blew higher and we got stopped out. So we actually didn't make any money there. Wound up taking the long once we sort of figured out that there was something going on. Averaged into it, got stopped out. Took that long right now in front of you guys. Now just got another piece down here. So it looks like this is going to probably just fall apart on me, maybe. I mean, I don't know. But it's just not having the moves that I was hoping for right now in Intel. But hey, maybe we do get an upside take now on INTC. It looks like it's trying to get back there. So that was a good little move. What are we long at there? 38. It's okay, perfect, because 48 and right into here, we always want to take something out if we can get back to the upside a little bit. So let's just do that just in case it does want to go. We'll be there to get a little bit more out of 87.45s. Right into here somewhere. Hopefully there's some good news coming for Intel. Are they gone? Is it there back there? Yeah. Well, what's up with that fireside chat? Is that still happening or?
Well, like I said, it was kind of complicated in that we literally, we don't have any comments from it. So when they announced it, they just said, oh, it's going to be at 1:35 p.m. It's going to vaguely discuss the company's business. And I was saying this, Sean, I don't know if you were, I think you might have not been at the desk when I said this because I said it a couple minutes after we talked about it. But with the fireside chats, they're not filmed. They are not, publicized by the company. It's not a company event. So all that we really know about them is if we get analyst notes on them often after the fact. So if we do get anything, it'll probably be tomorrow.
Okay, so a little bit of wait and see here. Maybe something leaks on whatever they talk about. But okay, so we won't play that as a news story unless we do hear something. And we have Adara here. We have our ears to the ground as well. Any news service will probably pick something up on Intel. So if that does wind up going upside, great. And if not, our stop zone is right there at $87. It was always going to be that little wick lower right there anyways, which is 87.07. So we'll give it to 87 flat. Look, man, I mean, 40 cents on Intel. It's pretty reasonable, so let's wait to see. Hopefully we can have a 40-cent winner on it, would be nice. But yeah, we'll hold out for Intel, hoping for some upside. We'll take a little bit out at 10 and a little bit out again where we stopped. There it is. A little bit out again where we stopped last time. What was that price that we just got? See what I mean? We just got 48s right there. or was it 47s? 45, sorry. And then it just went right back to 38 again. So it's like, if you don't sit there and grab the shares when they're there, then yeah, it's a dangerous game. So, all right, that's what we're doing with Intel right now, just hoping that some of those top wicks keep on extending out a little higher. There's 44, 45 again for INTC. So a good little level here. Maybe we'll take a little bit more out at 44 and see if this can get a little bit higher. Intel trying to work, but the futures are trying to go as well. So that's a big part of the story here is the NASDAQ getting back to the high side. Maybe Nvidia's on a run, I don't know.
I'm just looking around. Like I saw SpaceX was making a bit of a move. It got back into that top tail wick on BMNR because crypto's still holding that high. Strong name right now might be ARM, but the volume's pretty, I mean, the chart's good, but the volume is literally non-existent. So you're looking at things that are at the high of the day and going, but look at Nvidia. It's trying to break through VWAP. It'd be great. Like if you maybe make a run going into the earnings print, that would be nice, but it would have to break out above the volume weighted average price to get me interested in that bad boy. So I don't know if that's going to be it. Certainly, I mean, Palantir was hot early. It's kind of slowing down a little bit here. Like you feel like it was a good runner, but maybe that reversion was the trade, and now you're waiting for the next shoe to drop. So it just feels like there's a little bit of a bit of a lull. Like right now, the market almost needs to do something. Like if I'm not getting a reversion off the high or like a pullback into VWAP or a short into VWAP somewhere, I don't want to be rushing into anything. Like I also, like it's an area that I like on Intel because you're talking about like the short price from the morning. There was the breakaway on news. Like it's got a double bottom here. You could break that trend. It's not really a trend, but there's the news top, there's the lower high. You could break this trend line and then just use the prior resistance as support. So I'm leaning to that even being something that I want to jump back into. Thankfully, I don't know. I got out because like my style is basically just when I see a level like this and it was on news, it's like fill in the gap. And if I see anybody selling at that level, jump out of it. If they had held it, then you wait until that 89. There's plenty of room to 89. So this is kind of piquing my interest as well. Not much is doing a lot of volume, but as you may have noticed, there is somewhere that we need to go to right now. And that is from the desk or the window to the wall, Adara.
Hey guys, I am here to do our daily segment of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. Now this visual, which looks a lot better if you check it out live on X at TTV Research, I think you see the greens a little bit better. This visual captures going back to calendar year 2021, calendar year 2022, fiscal year 2023, because Nvidia is ahead of the calendar year. A look at how this name has performed on earnings day one. Now, why did I start in calendar year 2022? Because that's when you had the whole introduction of ChatGPT that happened so this would be fiscal Q4 2023, calendar Q4 2022. But either way here, as you guys can see, we generally had, for the first couple quarters of this AI excitement here with ChatGPT, really strong day one performances for Nvidia. You had this would have been, so Q1 calendar year 2023, this nice, 25% up day. Since then, though, if we were to chart this, I would say we're in a little bit of a downtrend when it comes to these earnings reactions. And we know Michael Noss talked about this, but this is something I really wanted to visualize. Lately, like over the last, we'll go 6 to 8 quarters, as Michael Noss said, you're getting a lot of negative reactions in earnings day one. Now, I want to clarify as well, this isn't where Nvidia opens on earnings day one. This is where it closes at the end of earnings day one. So it's day one performance here versus where it closed the night of the earnings report, right? So, yeah, I mean, as of Q1 2027, that would have been the report that we got in May, roughly flat, and actually kind of breaking this downtrend of having worse and worse day one performances that we kind of started here in Q1 of 2026. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what we get here from NVDA tonight. But I think either way, this earnings reaction likely to be negative. Furthermore, I just finished and I'm going to post in the next 10 minutes or so the implied earnings moves calendar for tonight. NVIDIA, smallest implied move of the names reporting tonight, and it's not even close. So as you guys can see here in recent quarters, the earnings reaction, like this is the 0% line, it really has been pretty close to zero, or just a little bit below zero. We're probably not expecting a massive move here, but that being said, if we do in fact get a massive move, it could be a pretty big look for NVDA from a trading perspective. That is today's segment of To the Window, To the Wall. This visual already out on X at TTV Research. I also posted earlier today a look at all of Trump's Nvidia trades that he disclosed for June of 2026. You can find that there as well. You can also find Sean and Neil over at the desk. Join us for the Nvidia earnings at 4:20.
Could you imagine that 25%?
I know.
So I think the problem with NVIDIA really is just how heavy it is. Like, it's already 7% of the S&P 500. So it's like the average, here, let's look at it. And first of all, this just keeps on bouncing. I'm not in love with Intel anymore. We still have pretty much 75% of the position, or maybe 80% of the position. I don't know. I was just gonna say, like, as far as NVIDIA is concerned, it's already 7% of the S&P 500 and much more of the NASDAQ. There's only so much weighting that like funds can have in a name before, it just becomes too much of a piece of the pie. So honestly, the law of averages, like it's too hot. Like, I don't know what the average street rating on this price target, 305. Like whatever number comes out, like whatever happens today, and we can run through the expectations, everything like that. It's just the numbers are mind blowing, and they're gonna hit them. It's just what are you supposed to do? Like when you meet your numbers, it's like you need to have a bigger TAM somehow. You need to have a bigger total addressable market. Like the GPUs that are being used now are Nvidia. The GPUs that are going to be being used in the next 5 years are all going to be from Nvidia, like the higher end ones, right? We got that deal with Kimi and all that kind of stuff today, but let's be real. Nvidia is going to be there. So their numbers are going to keep on being what they are, I feel like. Maybe we're wrong, and there's a problem with all of this, right? The circular financing could fall down. But if you have an overall price target of 305 on the street, and the numbers come out just bangers tonight, right? And they're huge. What are people going to upgrade it to? 350? Like, we're so far away from those numbers right now that I wonder how much new money is actually going to go to work into Nvidia. So, maybe an important thing would be China, if you talk about the TAM, right? Getting a little bit more aggressive there in China with some of the, and we need to wait for the president to speak on that too, right? Is that going to be allowed or whatnot? But for me on Nvidia, we'll talk about this more tonight as you guys join us live here for the Nvidia watch party. But it's going to be interesting to see what the reaction to the stock is. And I just feel like the numbers just keep on beating and raising and everything keeps on happening. Yet 4 of the last 6 reports resulted in a negative day one move. So I'm not sure what to expect. I think everybody knows all of this. So to me, I think the stock will go up tomorrow just because regardless of what they say, I think there's too much negativity sometimes around, hey, it's too big to fail type of thing. I think Nvidia can go up tomorrow regardless of what they print, but it's just so heavy. Like 7% is such a big weighting. And I just don't know, like for myself, it's already the #1 stock in my portfolio. Like, am I actually gonna add to it tomorrow with what they say? Or am I just gonna cheer it on? Like, I think we'll be like, like it's already 10%, let's just say of my holdings, maybe more. And it's just like, oh my God, what are we gonna do now? Add to that, or just cheer on your current position. And I think if people are full on their boat right now, it's going to be hard to get them back.
I think that's the problem. And then you own some in the index too, because you own the indexes. Yep. With that just bumps your percentage up. I think it's a matter of like how far can it go more than anything else. Like that's where my skepticism comes from. Just one quick note: Abercrombie's trying to get back above VWAP, 33% after this pullback. Is there a more ridiculous?
That's a great one.
Like for this to do what it did the day after. Dick's Sporting Goods had that flush. Like it's just the complete polar opposite. But yeah, it's breaking away from VWAP here. And try and catch. I should have put a stop order breaking, but I just saw it breaking this 146 and didn't see it fast enough to have had a stop order for the breakout. But I'm try and get picked up on the bid and then put a stop underneath. The prior bar under VWAP is 144.80 or so. So I'll give it to like the 3/4 mark. I'm just gonna try and get a 146 fill if I can. And this one has a second life with it. But just going back to Nvidia, like if we start thinking about like where this could go, like that expected move, the 6%, like it takes you barely breaking out the local high and doesn't even get you to the high.
Right.
Like that's the thing that gets me. It's like, okay, well, that puts you at a weird spot to try to get some fresh highs. And Yeah, I just, my word this morning, and Jared had a great question. It was, what's the one word you would use to describe the day? I was kind of thinking it's NVIDIA Day, so that's why I was sort of thinking disappointment. Because I think no matter what happens, I think we'll be disappointed. If it goes down after beating top and bottom, we'll be disappointed. If it goes up, we'll be disappointed that it didn't go up enough based on the numbers. I feel like one way or another, we've gotten so accustomed to how big and great everything is about this stock that we're just never we're just never satisfied. Like, you can't be, you know what, here's I just thought of an analogy. Like last year, I'm a big Toronto Blue Jays fan. Nobody thought they were going to the World Series last year, but they got to Game 7 and were like 1 inch away from winning the World Series. And no matter what they do this year, it's like if we don't get back to the World Series, it's just not going to feel like it's good enough.
Well, it's not good enough.
And that's the thing with Nvidia. Like they got there, they were the best for so long, and even though they haven't been, like there's plenty of other names, like some memory names have been better, and like the Marvells, and like lots of other names have been better for the last year and a half. But you still have that expectation, like it should be Nvidia leading us, and they're not. But you still, expectations are what they are, unfortunately. Oleg just asking in the chat, what's going on with Boyle? I don't know. Usually they move more on Thursday. Like Nat Gas is supposed to move on Thursday after they have their inventories. But the pullback on Nat Gas could, and I don't know for sure because I haven't heard anything, seen anything. But here's USO. Like USO pulled back like $2 off the highs into VWAP. And a lot of times when there's weakness in energy, Boyle kind of takes it on the chin more. Why? Because there's a ridiculous amount of supply of natural gas. And overall, this is not, you have splits and all that stuff, but overall, it's basically been short for a long time on Boyle in the general sense. If your bias is short, it's kind of like having a long bias on the S&P 500. If you have a short bias on natural gas, you typically win. So usually you're not asking the question, why is it going down? It looks for excuses to go down. If it was spiking, then it would be a bigger deal. But yeah, there is a bit of a move down going into crude futures. Crude oil just settled now at 230, and it was making a down move, so it could just be related to that as to why Boyle is moving. We'll see. What's going on?
Really surprised that oil didn't really move a whole bunch today. I mean, we did get some stories early. I mean, it had a move up 1%, but if you see sort of where we started from, as Neil just mentioned, we still hold above VWAP as we're now closed there on the NYMEX. So crude oil now with a little bit of a spike there at 230, now closing up shop. What's up, Adair?
I alluded to this earlier, but I want to dive here into President Trump's Nvidia trade. So these are disclosed for the month of June of 2026. We already talked on another day earlier this week about a whole bunch of trades he made on other days in mid to late June, but I specifically want to talk about the Nvidia trades in their own visuals. So this is in thousands of US dollars. When it says 250, it's not 250 million, it's $250,000. That's also the maximum amount because these are reported in ranges. But anyways, he sold up to $250,000 worth of Nvidia stock on June 12th of 2026. A couple days later here on June 15th, so that was the Friday of the June 12th. On the Monday, he buys up to $250,000 worth of Nvidia. Then he buys another up to $15,000 worth of Nvidia on June 16th, so the next day. So he's buying some Nvidia over those days. Then he sells on June 23rd, so a week later, up to 50,000 of Nvidia, and then he buys another up to 50,000 of Nvidia on June 24th. So he's almost like cycling it, which is really interesting. Now, if you do the math on this, assuming again the maximum ranges, he would have ended up net buying 15,000 worth of Nvidia. So I think these trades are net green. And again, this is assuming the maximum, so they would, I think, have to be net green if I'm doing the math correctly. But either way, this is an interesting look here. President Trump's very circular, I'll put it that way, trades here on NVDA. And again, the fact that a lot of these are made within days of each other, all of the trades cumulatively made within 12 days of each other. Let's see, I guess we'll find out in a couple months what he traded of NVIDIA going forward in other days, but I thought this was interesting. And I thought on NVIDIA earnings eve, it deserved an infographic of its own. Back to you.
There you go. Thank you, Adair.
NVIDIA Eve. Yeah. Oh, you mentioned my guy over there, Marvell. They're reporting tomorrow.
We didn't even mention that.
So, I mean, what an absolute monster. I don't know if you don't have that one, or Adair, written on your thing?
Of course I do.
Oh, yeah,
it's coming out tomorrow.
Right.
Because I like to
really
kind of keep it tight, but it is on the weekly calendar. If you go look at the weekly calendar.
Yeah, I'm getting it right now.
I don't like to post the earnings previews until the day of or the night before because the estimates change and I want to be as accurate as I can.
Right.
No. Yeah, I know. I thought I heard Adair say, oh, or something like that. So I was like, oh, I didn't know. Maybe it was something that was forgotten, but never forgotten is an earnings play by Adair. So right there, yeah, tomorrow is Marvell, IREN, Alta Beauty. Maybe Alta Beauty you need to get into finally. We'll have a look at that one. We did hear a story, something about HP and Huawei earlier today. HP not using Huawei chips apparently. They'll come tonight as well. So we get some CPUs. We get, I mean, another name there, Salesforce. I don't know. We probably didn't focus enough on that. I mean, they're going to be reporting tonight as well. And Salesforce's calendar chart doesn't look the most.
It's not
the greatest. It's made a nice move back, so I'll give it that. Synopsys, Dara mentioned that yesterday as well, so they're going to report tonight after hours. Agilent, Viva, and then there's another big one, CrowdStrike. So join us tonight. I mean, I think it's Okta. I mean, they're all big. So we'll see tonight. Many of you probably holding more than one of these names in your account. I can guarantee probably one for sure. And then tomorrow, I like Best Buy. I mean, I know that Best Buy has been getting hit. We talked about what happened to Dick's Sporting Goods and some of the retail names. As Target goes one way, Walmart goes the other, yada, yada, yada. I still like Best Buy. Dollar General, one of the better dollar stores. I mean, both of these names, not really either one is in Canada. I mean, I think there's a Dollar Tree around my house somewhere, but it's not a big one. And then tomorrow night, big, right? Sentinel One should be interesting. Marvell, Autodesk, Alta Beauty, IREN, Affirm, which I don't like. I don't really like the fintech names, but Affirm's been doing well. I can't complain about it.
Just don't forget what Klarna got punked.
I know.
I don't know about that, man. Klarna got really hit hard.
Yeah, we'll
I'd be a little cautious with Affirm.
I'm gonna retweet that.
But look, Arun Warrior.
There it is.
Okay, guys, I promise here.
I will
2K donation if Sean O'Neill wears.
Give me a wig right now.
No. I literally have. I've got something at home that a few years ago I used for Halloween. It's done. Are you crazy? I just gotta find. I've got a good one, and all I gotta do is bring it in tomorrow. That's a done deal. If we had one here, that would be easy. But for sure, I know I've got one at home. I just gotta dig it up, and I'll wear it the whole day on the stream. You can donate 2K. You crazy? Easy.
I mean,
light work.
I just asked Marissa, where's that wig? Because I think we have something from home as well.
Well, because you know what? I think I have the one from remember Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, that's what I think. I think I must have.
So
that
Sean and I did. Everyone knows who we dressed up as Pulp Fiction because who else would it be?
I was the black guy,
and I was clearly John Travolta's character, obviously.
I was Samuel Jackson.
Arun Warrior, done.
Yeah, we can get that.
Light work.
We can get that all figured out. Right there. I'd love to do that, and if that's. That helps, then obviously that's kind of like Neil just said, kind of an easy one. All right, and thanks for suggesting that, Arun Warrior. I mean, I think that's huge. 1,000 is great. Anything is great. 87.40, so we just dropped off again from that level. I'm gonna have to put an offer now at 87.43s right there for, I was gonna put 25%, but I didn't, less than that. We'll just put 10% out right here at 87.45. Hopefully we're able to get that. And that's just exactly where we got before. It just went to the downside. I almost got longer. I'm at 87.12s right here to see if we can get something longer, but we just missed it. So if we can get something just even a couple more pennies higher than where we've been at right now, we'll take that and see if it can continue its extension to the high side. Because look at the market. The market's, needless to say, I was almost gonna say it's breaking out, but it's not really. It's just taking out some of these highs, and if anything, just hovering around them right now and debating what it wants to do. Easily could this market come back into the 50-period moving average right now. So that would be an interesting one to look out for, watching the market here and how Intel wants to play that game with it as well. Hey, Rob, how's it going? Over there. Oh, Rob, I have something to ask you actually, but it's about afterwards. There's Salesforce. So as I was just saying, Salesforce on a run, right? I had to catch myself there when I was saying, well, Salesforce has been in a little bit of trouble. It got hit there during SaaSmageddon. I think it had something like 20 straight down days right there from June 2nd all the way to June 24th, it looks like, not a green day. And since then, I mean, it's been the time of my life, Green Day. But there it is, all the way to the downside. And then now we have huge moves back to the upside there from its 150 low all the way to 204. That's 35% upside there since late June. So what a monster move right there for CRM coming through one more time. So hopefully they can report a decent number today, hold that 200 period moving average down there at $200, and then blast off back to the upside. A name that I own that's small, but it's been in my account for a long time, so we'll have to wait on Salesforce. Just like that in Shopify, I don't really do too much sales on those names. Yeah, we can go over to Neil, and I just want to tell Rob something, and then I could
Yeah, well, it's
show him.
My issue with Chrome is
Okay,
looking
no,
like maybe
my
I
issue
have
is
a fix
this.
for it because Chrome is annoying. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm like, I love Alphabet, but my Chrome just, it insists on constantly crashing. It's hilarious, like every single day. So you just showed me something. So PM&R, I don't know, maybe it needs to be more of a scalp trade. Like I'm looking over, I'm seeing what's happening in IBIT. Like IBIT's pulling back, so it makes ultimate reason to hold. You're playing off the lower high in ETH, so I feel like we should be following, but you're just not doing much of anything. Really need to have that stop order for the punch in ANF, because it broke that 46, goes right to 48, and then it just stopped moving again. So I think the next, because we did miss that breakout trade, it's either wait for it to maybe dip back into VWAP or just take the next breakout. So either we dip into VWAP or we get the next consolidation break in that name. Plenty of people are saying Nvidia is trying at the volume weighted average price. I'm a big Star Wars fan. Do or do not. There is no try. That's the thing. If it's going to break out long, it has to break out long. Like you got to get above VWAP and hold bids above here. Otherwise, this is probably more of a short than anything else. So yeah, I'm not that. I was looking to prefer like that late day rally long into the close, or at least some kind of a scalp long. But the way this is going, for it to trend up and go right into VWAP, I still wish we had shorted this stupid thing, to be honest with you. So I'm just looking for something moving more. And ANF, barring something else, like ANF feels like it has a better opportunity. If he breaks his consolidation or a dip and rip off of VWAP, just not really thinking much else. Core Dump is asking, what do we think about IBM? IBM is one of the trickiest names out there because, like a lot of software companies, the chart stinks. It doesn't look all that good, right? Like that doesn't look like a very good chart, and it's not very bullish. But they have made some serious headways in quantum, and I think it's a very good upside play for quantum. If you're looking for a shot play, they have a core business. It still works. And then I always, when I think about something on a longer time frame, which this is for me, like I've liked IBM for a while, but you go to the monthly chart, see the 200 level, the prior high going all the way back to 2013. That's where the breakaway was when I started liking IBM. It was that breakout. That's why I made it a pick that year for IBM, for myself. And it's just pulling right back, and the last wick held the low, and this is a productive, I mean, the month isn't over yet, but this candle is like a recovery to hold the higher low. So I do like that as an entry for the long term. Just understand that it's not in favor right now. The CEO told you that himself. He said the spend is going to where? It is data center, it is cybersecurity, and they're taking the brunt of it because of that. So it's not, again, they're not in favor, but they're at a pretty solid spot. I just think you might have to temper some downside if you're trying to hold on. This stock, it knows how to go sideways for a long time before it eventually breaks out. And the range hasn't even condensed on this yet. Like it's still very, very volatile. Let the range condense, and that could take a year, maybe a year and a half potentially. But I still love the upside long term. Like for me, it's a stock I'd rather accumulate as opposed to anything else. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. What else we got going on here? Let us know what you guys are watching in the chat, because to me, the market is a little bit quiet. Like I see the Qs over here. Here, I'll show you. I see the Qs. Look at the barcode. You're not trying to force anything. Like you're not high enough to play off the highs. You're not really breaking out. There just seems to be nothing going crazy. Bart says in SoFi and Metasmall. I'm annoyed with SoFi. And it's really just that had it right early and then just got, like I called it sloppy because I think it was. Like we had the breakout, dip into the prior high, add on the break of the high, and then we had the trend. And then we held on to a piece for the dream, hold like 10%, right? Like just a little piece for it to break out. And then I put a bid at the high for a dip with my same stop order. Like same stop, but then bought it up here. It's like, why? Like if I'm gonna buy there, you gotta have a stop. It's not a huge difference, but I think it's sloppy. You wanna have a stop there. You want confirmation here and then go longer. But this is interesting. Like this could be, instead of Nvidia breaking through VWAP, this could be a break through the volume weighted average price. I still love what's happening in SoFi. like all of this accumulation off the 50 period, moving average on the daily, and the $18 level. They got the earnings dump and then had a great rally back. You're holding the top end of the consolidation. Yeah, I still am pretty bullish on SoFi in a general sense. It just needs to make that big definitive breakout. Today it tried. Let's get through VWAP, and that could be a bit of a trade, potentially. We'll see.
We can't show my screen yet, but Rob's trying to fix a few things over there.
Yeah,
but it's okay. No, it's I just want to show you guys right here, if I can move this out of the way quickly. There it is. Now it's all messed up. But I am, oops, how do I get back over here to this screen now?
You want me to show?
This way. I just hit OK. No, I'm just going to say I'm now into Meta. So Meta long right here. And I'm going to let Rob do his thing for a second. We are long right. Oh, you cannot show it anymore? OK. Okay, we'll get it all figured out.
I can put the Meta chart up and you can speak to
it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I was just going to say, we just did take that long as it breaks through that level right there on Meta. So, yeah, 57.20s or so long right now on Meta as it's coming back in. So I just wanted to say that was a level that we're looking at, 578 to dump out of it if there's a problem. So on Meta. But that's just a trade that I'm working with now. We are getting ready soon to throw over to SIA, but I was going to say 578 breakdown will stop out of Meta. So I just wanted to let everybody know about that. And I'm going to let Rob quickly get involved here, and then we'll go back to our regular scheduled program. That's where I put this short in soon on Meta, this stop order. But okay, that's about it. I apologize. I shouldn't have had Rob come over here and do this while we were trying to get into a trade. But okay, there it is. We'll go back over to Neil quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And no worries. I mean, at the end of the day, it's live. You got to deal with it. You're not going to look. You're not trading on an abacus. You're trading on a computer, and sometimes you're going to have those types of issues. But for anyone that didn't see, this is the break that obviously Sean was talking about, like right in here, like this 579 on a bit of a breakout. That looks like SoFi just crept through that volume weighted average price for me. So like there's this is what I like to see. This is what Nvidia should have done. I mean, whatever. Nvidia can do whatever the heck it wants to do. But the test of VWAP looks like it's going to fail. Put in this nice little reversal candle or indecision candle, and then we break back out, close above, go into the long. The stop can go right under here. Again, it's going to be, you'll hear me say a lot of times, yeah, it's probably a relatively tight stop. These flies, man, relatively tight stop. But there's room to get back to the mid 1905 zone, get that 10 cents, and then maybe back into the high as well. So I do like that for sure. You know what I just saw? This is just messed me up too. Ask liquidity. $BHVN is a ticker. All morning I thought you were teasing Bovin. I can't, that's crazy, because I was completely convinced. We have one of our viewers, Bovin, is all about the small cap trades and always, Sharif is always talking to Bovin. And when I saw that in the chat every single time, I thought the same thing was happening, or we would have called this stock up. This is an actual stock. Oh, that's hilarious. I really thought you guys were, it was like a ticker. Sometimes people put $Sean or $Neil. I always thought this was like a Bovin thing, but it's not. BHVN, and a good one too. Look at this thing go. 13 low into an 18 break. Why not? That's super spicy. Unbelievable. Yeah, who knows? Who's trading Bovin? Mike Peter Ryder apparently is trading Bovin. There's a super chat. And there's Bovin. The OG Bovin, as Sharif always likes to call him. The OG Bovin. Okay, finally. This is where, remember I was saying I like to get involved, but I wanted this to break trend? Now you have a shot to have broken the trend here. I actually may have broken it there, but you know what? This is where I would like to get involved. So for me, Intel was a short earlier, but it's picking up on volume. You're breaking away on the trend line. So I think this is the time for myself to get in, give it 220s, and this makes a lot of sense to me. Icons, you guys should have the ostrich laugh from Family Guy every time you guys say a dry joke. Anyways, do you guys use technical patterns like head and shoulders? I don't specifically use head and shoulders or any obvious technical pattern, but I do believe in the sort of the obvious signs of what it means matter to me more. To me, I'm not gonna say this is a head and shoulders, but this is a reverse head and shoulder. Let's call it. So shoulder, bottom, and then another shoulder. Like, it's what this means to me. And what that means to me is you have a wipeout bottom, right? Like a rejection underneath 86, and the reclaim of that, and then that prior support, after it broke, turns back into support. And then you get a continuation to the upside. So like that would be a reason to look for a long there or there if I saw it. So that's not necessarily following a head and shoulders pattern as opposed to just listening to what it means in a general sense. So yeah, like when you're trading, that's the kind of thing I would look for. But it's not specifically that it has to be a head and shoulders. I just look for reasons to go long and reasons to go short. And to the extent that that tells me a story about where support might be, that I can go long in front, that's enough for me. Let's go to the desk. Sia has an update for us. Bye-bye, BM&R.
Let's take a look at what is happening now here. So SPY currently down 0.20%. The triple Qs are up very minutely, but still up. And the Dow is currently down 0.24%. Now, what is happening now is we're going to take a look at DKS here in focus. You have Morgan Stanley that, sorry about that, Goldman Sachs, my apologies, has said, DIX is a great buy after plunging 31% as of Tuesday. And an analyst at Goldman Sachs has reiterated a buy recommendation, but has also slashed its 12-month price target to $170. That is down 37% from its objective of $271. Additionally, we're also preparing for Nvidia reporting after the bell around 4:20 p.m. today. However, shares are not seeming to like it as much. In anticipation, Nvidia is currently down 1% on the day and falling. Nvidia's added overall less than 13% in this year, that is 2026, which is a slowdown from the recent years of monstrous, I would say, gains amidst the AI boom that has been going around. So Nvidia currently down 1%, and you have DKS, and I'm going to check levels off just one more time, that is up over 3.5%.
Thank you, Sia. We're almost back. I think we're going to get you on screen back in just a couple seconds. Thank you, Rob, for that for sure. Oh, Cisco, wherefore art thou?
And I thought, oh my
Cisco. You see, Cisco breaking out in a pretty nice way there. But just as we were throwing to Sia, and we had to throw to Sia, you would have seen, because I flipped back to it to be able to tell you guys, there goes BM&R. So I have to fail on this one. It just took out the high again. So this time, legitimately, it broke the top. The last wick, it didn't really clear out the high. This time you have cleared out the high. So we'll be done with that one. SoFi still just sort of creeping back above the volume weighted average price. We're looking at the prior high and then that the 19.2 level. It'll show you why 19.2. Very simple. That just goes back to last week on Friday, the top on SoFi. Also about 1% as well. So a couple of reasons that we like that level on that bad boy. Yeah, nothing too crazy. The market just made a retest to the top, so if that can pull some things up, that's going to make a heck of a lot of sense to me. 4 is the wrong one. And when I say the market, I'm talking about the Qs, but maybe we should look at the SPY too. Like the SPY just did a nice pop, goes into the lower high. The Q's a bit stronger because that just popped right into the top. So this is a good spot. Like if you're pulling back, looking for things that can be reloads at support levels, and then maybe another move up. That's why I'm going to like SoFi. Just get a reload on the dip into VWAP. I jumped in for like the umpteenth time on Intel because that finally crested off that prior high yesterday's close. Looks like it just tried to break that trend. If it holds 87.2, then I like that dip to get back into the top there. Sorry, I'm listening to Rob and Sean try to fix the PC. And it sounds like, when you're on with IT, it's like, if you try turning it off and on again, do this and do that. And I don't know, it feels like it's going to be just fine for sure. Palantir just took out the high again. It just sucks because we missed out
on $2. It's working. We have a big position on Meta there, and unfortunately, we were not able to capture the actual move on Meta, but we're in Intel now again as well. So thanks, Rob, for that. We had to duplicate some screens up there. Thought it would take a lot less time than it actually took, but it didn't. So that's always the case, as Neil said, when you're dealing with some IT right into there. But yeah, Meta, that was a recent trade that we just put on. It went up to 81s right there when we had it. This never even went against us. This just rip citied all the way up to 50.81. By the time I sat back down here, we punched a little bit out at 5. 79, 75, so right into here. So yeah, kind of sucky, you know, that we unfortunately called on IT to fix the problem, which never got fixed. But anyways, not a good move by me there to do that. But okay, we're going to put this Bitcoin back down into there, and then we'll get watching on all of the stock. You do see also that, you know, Intel didn't do anything. We got another fill there. We told you we're sitting at 45. I mean, this one I don't feel so bad about. That went to 48 only. We'll see if that gets going. But I do kind of want to hold out. Look, I don't think this trade's over with. I will put another bit on of Meta right here. And we had Luis on earlier, and he was talking about, listen, if you're not sitting around taking these fills on these stocks, the spread is what will get you every time. So yeah, it's trying to get me right now on Meta, but it's starting to tighten up a little bit. We'll see if we can break back above 580 now on META as we continue to throw out some shade on this name. And, you know, it was up 1 point. I mean, I hope it goes higher. I just looking for it to break right now. At one point, the stock was up 5% this morning as Meta ran on the discovery of only an $18 billion fine spread out over 10 years. So it's not like a huge decision point there for Meta that they're going to have to worry about financially. What the decision was more affecting Meta was the fact that there was screen time restrictions on students and kids, and you know, you couldn't use Meta products unless you're 18 years old or something ridiculous like that. So yeah, not a great or couldn't use it free reign until you're 18. That seems a little crazy to me. But here we go. Let's see if we can mature upside a little bit. The stop was always going to be at the 200 period. The 200 period is where it is now. I was going to use the 50 period moving average for Meta to get stopped out on. So that would be roughly around 578.50. Hopefully we can, again, you know, grow into this trade and get a little upside right now on Meta. You know, the highest we got to right now is roughly where we are now, 580.80 or so for META. It looks like Intel has no problem going the other way, maybe. All right, what do you guys want to talk about? Apple's moving around here today as well. This VMAR just halted. VMAR actually just opened back up at 240. So a little bit of a trade there on the halt scanner, but nothing to look at. Today, there's some sort of a monster company reporting today. I forget what it's called. Nvidia coming there today. So that's going to be a mover. We've seen a nice little movement back off that 209.50 right up to VWAP again. And now dropping out through VWAP is Nvidia. But yeah, we'll have to watch out to see where this one eventually winds up going. We just did get a high take there on Meta, and then it dropped. So again, like being there means something. That was 580.40s. 580.38s, I think, to be exact. He got 35s. So that was a drop out there. You know, wish that was right back where it was now. That's another move down of 80 cents off that last out. And look at that. Like, news, I guess, like spikes all the way down to 579.25. And in the same minute, 580.40s. So it had about a $1.20 movement there in 1 minute. So got to be careful with this move. Maybe we just stop out on the breakdown and just say, you know what, it is what it is at this point. We're only out of 35% of it. It is a winner right now on Meta. No, someone talking about Apple. Andre, could you test my ear? When
Apple, well, I don't know. Apple just made this move a few minutes ago. And it could, maybe it's technical.
Okay.
No news or anything, right? Like the last piece of information was at noon that they're holding their event on September 9th. That's the last thing I see. And then you see this big breakout here. You get to 315. Again, it could just be a technical break. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe that's all it is. Wait a minute. Manny Olives. Yeah. Dolly Parton, now Tim Curry.
Rocky, Tim Curry passed away.
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah.
Clue. This is one of the... he played Pennywise in It. That dude is one of the most underrated, absolutely hilarious. He's in Home Alone 2.
Yeah, I know. I saw. I didn't recognize the name immediately, and then Marissa sent me his picture. And I was like, yeah, I mean, this guy. I feel like he's one of those actors where, like, you just see him everywhere.
Yeah, like he's.
You know, maybe we can show his picture. I don't know if people are.
Yeah, he's one of those. It's very true. Like, I think for a lot of people, like, you probably have seen him in a million things, and you just can't place him. And he passed yesterday at 80. So, they were both. Dolly Parton was 80 as well. Mm-hmm. Oh, that sucks. He's old.
I know that's higher than the average expected lifespan, but I still feel like
these days.
I still feel like that's young.
Yeah, these days, I think it's not the same. Like, I feel like nowadays. A little bit longer.
Yeah.
And Clue is one of the funniest. Clue's so hilarious. Have you seen the movie? The movie Clue?
No.
Like, it's basically the
game,
movie
board
for
game?
the board game.
No, I know
It's
what you're talking about, but I have not
hilarious,
seen
and
it.
he just steals the show. He steals every single
Okay,
day.
okay.
Yeah, he's joking.
Yeah, that's too bad. Good name there, and obviously have left his mark. I would assume there were all those great movies. So, yeah, shout out to not shout out, but condolences to those families. Obviously, as we continue to move forward here.
You know the mark of somebody that like,
that
left an
going
impression when you think about them. He's a comedian or whatever, and I can picture a scene in my head, and I can't stop like laughing internally and smile. Like like Robin Williams was that way. Richard Pryor.
I mean, there's another legend, Robin Williams.
Yeah, like those. Yeah, you like
Gone
those
way too
legends. Like you
fast.
can't even. But what else is moving around here?
People saying SOAR, S-O-A-R.
SOAR is
That was
moving?
a name I heard. They were talking about that on the midday as well. SOAR.
Well, this is
Now
gonna do
entering the power hour.
It's going to do 1 billion shares today.
1 billion shares. Oh yeah, that's right. It's under $1.
Yeah, it's only 28 cents. I mean, come on. But 700 million shares, 28 cents. Is there anything? Here's what might be something. This is one of those we could be grasping at straws, but it's in a compression pattern. Like I could do it from here. Like I give you like that compression pattern. It's kind of the same thing. It'll just lead to the same point. But if you break the compression pattern, this could be something on volume just because it's done so much volume. But remember, this plays in both directions. Like that is equally viable for short, which we probably have to pay for locates, and I don't know if I'm going to. Or you get a breakout here. So you could break this compression pattern up, probably need to take out 30 cents, and there's room upside. Just remember, if this breaks 30 cents, VWAP's at 28, the high is at 35. Like you gotta understand, like a 5-cent win on this is really good, and you should be happy with that. But then there's obviously the potential that it does more. Habitual line stepper. These things are not necessarily the best long-term holds. Let's be real about it for a second. But that could be something, SOAR. It's worth putting on the back burner.
There you go. Intel finally going.
Yeah, it is finally going, but we're pulling back into VWAP and SoFi. Not. Unless this shows me it can just pull back. I want to see a bid reemerge. Otherwise, we'll let it maybe drift to the stop level, which is actually at the 90 level, before getting back in at that break even. But yeah, Intel's starting to pick up a little bit here. That SOAR is not uninteresting. That could be something breaking out, but it has to take out 30 or I'm not interested at all in. Whoa, I thought.
Volume starting to pick up a little
the stock
bit.
The company name doesn't even begin with an S. It's like Voltero or some nonsense. I don't know why they call it.
Soaring, baby. We did have to take an average price there back in what we got out of. We just got back in at VWAP. So watching out for a drip down now on Meta. Hopefully we can pop through. Intel's really starting to pop and rock and roll right now. So I like a lot, Meta, right now as that goes higher. Sharif, my guy, I see you, Sharif. I object to you not being here. Hopefully you're here tomorrow. Travel well. No, Friday we get back Sharif. So I see him on the plane there. He just mentioned he's on a plane right now, Sharif. We did have Luis Barbado told us you guys had a great time together. So I think looking forward to some stories when you do get back, Sharif. And well-traveled, it looked like this man from England to Paris.
Now I got to punch into SOAR because he just told me
to Mars. Who knows where Sharif went? We'll find that story out.
M-A-R-S, Mars, Mitches.
Bitches.
Mitches.
Okay.
No. I wouldn't say that. I said Mitch.
I got you. You did say Mitch. I was verified.
I'm not going to say a bad word.
All right.
There.
Before we get in trouble from you know who again, Sia, like per usual. If we're ever late or we call her the wrong name or something like that, we definitely hear about that. So, without any further ado, as Intel upside, as Meta finally starting to go higher right now, it is Miss Sia back over at the desk.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. I loved it. Electric tech, let's take a look at the sectors right and dive into it. Nvidia is currently down close to 8%. Like I said, bit of a bearishness ahead of earnings post-market today. Apple currently up 1.5%. AVGO, is currently down 0.70% to be precise, but we do have INTC that is flat at the moment, followed by KLAC and ADI. Dell is doing okay. WDC also fine. We have GLW that is up over around 3.5%, and ANET is up 6%. Tech services, Meta is climbing, yes, over 1.5%, close to 2% now, but Google is on the downside, 1.5% with Microsoft in the green, and Palantir Oracle soaring above the 2.5% mark, with Palantir up 3% on the day. Netflix, PANW, and CRM flat on the day. CRWD currently up 2.6%. We have In finance, bit of a mixed sentiment, just like before from earlier in the day. BRKB, Visa, MasterCard, Bank of America, JPM, all flat on the day, followed by Amex, that is AXP, and C, that are flat on the day as well. MS and GS continuing to slide past the 1.5% mark. You have Coin and Robinhood continuing to slide into the downside, with Coin leading the duo down close to 3% actually on the day. Retail trade, you have Amazon and Walmart in the red, followed by Home Depot that was a bit flat earlier, is now down. TJX down close to 2%. CVS, however, is in the green, up 3% on the day. Carvana is down 2.5% here as well. Producer manufacturing, we have LRCX, and AMAT that are flat on the day. But you have CAT, GEV, and the name that I have been checking since they reported, DE, that is up 1%. We have LITE that is up 6.5%. Consumer non-durables, KO is the one name that I would mention because it's sliding a bit past the 1.5% mark. Other names in the sector are not that big. Nothing crazy happening here. KHC, however, past the 3%, close to the 3% mark. Health Tech, Lilly has been not having the best day today. It's down 3% and over, has been down 3% and over earlier in the day as well. ABBV and MRK as well, a bit bearish here. However, Amgen unaffected and flat since earlier in the day as well. But you have TMO that is up close to 1%. Energy minerals, a bit of a mixed sentiment as well. XOM is now down over 1%. CVX is flat. Tesla in consumer durables down 1%. Other sectors, I would say consumer services, utilities, health services, even process and industrial services, nothing too crazy going on. It's a mixed bag of stocks. It's a mixed sentiment across these four sectors. But finally, I want to take a look at transportation, with Uber still continuing to slide a bit into the downside. UAL as well. Dash is now up over 1.5%. UPS is up close to 1%, and FedEx up 1% as well almost.
Thank you, Sia. I have one request. Can there be one day that GE Vernova and Caterpillar go up that Eli Lilly doesn't wipe out the entirety of that move? Just one day. Yeah. Just once. Because if that's your big... Much. I'm just saying, for my personal portfolio, it just always ends up net nothing on those stocks. The last couple of weeks, no matter what they do, those ones are net nothing, and I like them all. Grim Reaper, Dell is moving. The market's moving. Like, everything is bouncing. If you're not bouncing right now, well, I mean, not like physically. If your stock is not moving right now, then it's a problem. Dell was already a good-looking chart, and Dell, if you like stocks at the 50 period, why not? That is a bit of a head and shoulders, but whatever. I still think it's bullish. But I think everything just got a jump because the NASDAQ just took out that high. The wedge break that happened on Intel might be running into a little bit of resistance here. I'm just reminding myself, this is that's right. This is the close level from yesterday. When you zoom it out, you begin to realize this is why we're having trouble, I think, here. This was the pullback, was 87.6. Yeah, you know what? And I could always be wrong. I'm going to listen to myself here. Like, this resistance happened the first time we tested that level. It rejected. The second time, it finally broke a bit out with these higher lows and held the trend line. I'll just quickly take the scalp trade on that. If it can break out above 87.65, that'd be a different story. Sorry, Sharif, but SOAR isn't going to break to the upside. The market's going, and the recent longs have been good, but not this small capper. Sharif was watching, he's like, yeah, it could go. Nope. It's back under VWAP, and the volume is dying a little bit on SOAR. So if you're looking for a small capper, then you got to look somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm definitely not looking at any small cappers right now. We're in one of the biggest caps, period, Meta, and yeah, it's been a good one, man. We're out of 2/3 of this already, and I just shouted out Brian Shannon, so big shout out to VWAP trading again. Just drops right into VWAP. We sat there, we took it. All we did was reload this initial position right there. So we got out of 1/3 on the way up there, wishing that obviously we had gotten more out, but we had those technicals difficulties there. But upside there, and then when it fell back in, again, just took it out, took some more out. Like, once it started to pop through, like, really happy with this return here on Meta today. By far, my number one stock. Like, it's really not even close today for Meta. In fact, it's like the only name that we're going to be up on today. So that's why it's not close. Punch out a little bit more at 580 here. Hopefully, I do have an offer at 580.85, which is the top of this move. So was hoping that it would extend out again. Still want to be there for that. My stop order still remains the same, but I think we should maybe adjust it. I'm going to refresh right now on Meta. We could even get out at VWAP at this point. The 200 period is actually, sorry, the 50 period is what I was using initially to get out of this trade. So why don't we just keep on respecting that? You know, if we drop below 579, we can call this one a wrap and get out. We only have we have literally a third left right now as it comes. Well, we have 33. We had 33% left. We only have 30% left right now on the trade. So 3/10 left on this one. And then we did take advantage of Intel as well. That came right up into that level again. And we actually got a 68 or 69 fill there on Intel as it goes. Micron for tonight, it won't move tonight, but we could have a look at the chart.
I mean, that's sort of the thing. Like you just, does what matter? Like, look, Nvidia matters to a lot of what is going to happen for memory, for the hyperscalers, sure. But if we're expecting about 5 points, actually maybe closer to 6 points on Nvidia, like what do we think? A couple points at most on Micron? So I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. The only thing that's of interest from a technical standpoint is, does it break $950? But like if Nvidia makes us bullish, then it's going to be pretty important that this is above 950. If Nvidia's up and we're not above 950, it seems like an obvious spot of resistance. But I like what's happened here. Like when I was looking at DRAM this afternoon for a potential trade, it was a similar thing. You got the wipeout bottom. You're in a bit of a consolidative zone the last 2 days. So ideally, Nvidia lets us break that out and you can test higher. So it's a thought, but you know, if Nvidia is sour, then none of this breakout stuff's gonna matter. I just don't expect a huge move out of memory if we're not expecting more than 5.5%, 6% on Nvidia. David Zed Siamese, thank you for the super chat. Recall guessing the ticker for Anthropic?
Yep.
I do. I just don't remember what we had settled on, because I think we had settled that we thought there was a higher
It
probability.
was like ANTP, I think it was. That might have been already.
Either
What
way,
does he say?
AH is where they land. I bet you AH is where they land. The two is pretty. It's more rare. Usually
It's a NASDAQ name, so it
it's
won't
gonna
be
be
2
4.
letters.
In the New York, there's some with 2, I guess, on the New York. Like, they do
There's lots with 2. I mean, there's some with 2 on the NASDAQ. What about Micron?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I feel like it'll probably be 4, but we'll see. Let's go Urban. Your $80 and $90 calls are already cooking, 17% before earnings. And ANF leading this. Rest in peace, Long John Silver and Pennywise. Yeah, and of course
Right,
that's reference to Tim Curry. Obviously. But yeah, ANF unbelievable. And whether or not that can lift Urban Outfitters, you know, on sympathy. Like sympathy is one thing, it's just, which is great, but everyone gets judged on their own merits. And what can happen is you get a sympathy play that runs something into earnings. If the numbers aren't good, then there's just more reason for it to drop. But it's been a good looking chart for potential breakout. And if it can do half of what Abercrombie did, then that would be fantastic. I don't know that anything has a move like this in it, if we're being real. Like it's 35% and it's off the highs on ANF, which is just absolutely wild. Yeah, so for me, there's 50 minutes left to go here. I think there can be another shot at the 87 quarter level, maybe on Intel. But as far as SoFi goes, if the market fails the high, which it's trying to do, then the reload off VWAP might not be any good. And this almost could be a reversal short. And this is the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ tried to break out the top. So I like the catch-up trade. You're going through VWAP. If the market continues, you kind of get dragged up with it. But if you fail the high, this is a relatively weak stock. Like it's red when the market's green. Got to be able to have the flip on this name for sure. So yeah, that might go the other direction on SoFi. And that small capper might break down, but I didn't pay for locate. So like that wedge break on SOAR, I didn't pay for short, so you won't see me in it.
Cerebras, a name that we're probably not covering as much as maybe we should. It's been a good mover over the last little while.
Oh, it's up there.
Down on the day, yeah, but a nice little move here on Cerebras, trying to break outside of the zone now. Good move there, breaking out that 182.50. You know, that was a great little breakout spot. I mean, it's basically the same thing that we're trying to do with, I mean, Meta has much more of a different day, but the idea was looking at some of those afternoon levels and then waiting for a breakout to occur. It does happen there on CBRS, so Cerebras making up some moves there. And, you know, this could be a name that's, you know, somewhat affected by Nvidia as well. The reason why I said like Micron won't be, I just don't see Nvidia really dropping any major stories or bombs today that would affect anything. So I just think they're just going to report their numbers. It's going to be a great number, I hope, and we'll be able to wait to see what the market reacts to it. You know, they're not going to say anything that slows down the data center production or anything like that would be my idea, like throwing cold water on this. No, that would be the opposite. Nvidia's actually literally doing the complete opposite right now by handing out money. They handed out money to Perplexity yesterday to make sure that they could keep going, you know. It's not that it was a life raft or anything, but it's this whole circular financing that continues to happen, and Oracle's part of that as well. So, you know, I think there's a lot that not only Nvidia has invested as well, but, you know, reputation on the line. They've invested in some businesses that they'd like to see profitable, including IREN, and we talked about what Corning's been doing and things like that. So if anything were to come today that was super negative, I'm not sure Nvidia would be the reason for that to happen. So we have to wait to see what that next story really is as far as that's concerned. IBIT, I mean, I want to look at Bitcoin a little bit there today. I mean, I had it written down as one of the trades, and I wrote down shorting 44.75 would have been a level that I wanted to do today. And yeah, 44, the high of the day was 44.55. So that would have been a good little look there. 75 is basically yesterday's closing area was right into here, 70 to 75. So I was thinking, like, if we got back into there, that would be a good short. But you know what? Maybe some of these levels that we write down aren't necessarily, I mean, they're not like the be-all, end-all of levels. If it gets into 55 and you're looking at 75, yeah, possibly a decent look able to happen just by taking it 20 cents early. But then when you get a hit, you say, well, why didn't I follow my notes, right? So IBIT kind of just stuck in the middle now, not doing a whole heck of a lot, as you can see. There's the high. You know, it's a little higher than where the low is. Obviously, we're above VWAP right now. But I think if we can come back into that level, then fine. They're on IBIT. And then just a quick discussion, because we're getting out of things, obviously, as this move happened. You know, on the high side, we actually remember we had 30%, 33%. Now we have 25% left. It's still coming back in. We're going to use this level right there, 577.50. It looks like Meta wants to go lower right now, breaking below some of these levels, following the market, trying to hold out on this 200 period. What a crazy day it's been on Meta, man. It's going to be still a top name for myself, but at the end of it all, if this breaks, we'll give back a little bit on this move if it does break lower, which it looks like it may want to do. There's the 200 period. Let's give this a couple seconds. And if it breaks that, then we're out. Remember, the spread right now is 20, 30 cents. So we got to be very, very careful with what our expectation is on what kind of a move that would be satisfactory here, because it's now bleeding to the downside a little bit. Any kind of retracement back up. Let's sit here in the 20s and 30s, see if we're able to get a little bit out now, because it does look like it wants to break lower. And just one move lower wipes this out, and we might get stopped out. I do have it triggering under 577.50. So, you know, we could get wiped out on a major move there. We're not trading with enough shares for my wipeout to do anything to it, but watch out now. There's your 200 period moving average. Just tried to get some out at 30s and 20s there. Didn't work out. So looks like we are now going to suffer the fate of potential swipe down here on Meta, which again, we'll give some back. Won't be the end of the world. Wanted to try it here on Meta. Something moving around. Cerebra is still going higher though. And Intel's trying to catch a bid as well. Okay, cheese in a chair time.
Okay, again, cheese in a chair.
Oh, we got that in.
Semi-serious, I'm going to guess. Did Trump put a tariff on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or something? Because wheat is up 5% today, and I'm starting to think this whole trade war thing has gone a bit too far.
It broke down.
Well, Canadians definitely think that.
Peanut butter and jam, are we known for that?
PB&J.
PB&J, is that a Canadian thing?
Well, I mean, this ETF was a little bit explosive today, and is actually legitimately breaking out, right? Remember, any of these ETFs they'll reprice all the time and do splits and reverse splits. No, but that has been trending and breaking, and like any other commodity, is prone to have some swings and moves, and to the extent that, you know, the trade war is going to be able to move it. Let's just be real. So I did make the reverse under VWAP because the market, you know, kind of topped out there. And SoFi failed the volume weighted average price, so we'll just look for a short into the low. But I just heard in my ear that SpaceX has did it break one?
No.
No. It hasn't broken 140, but SpaceX just took out the high of the day.
Right there.
Let's zoom out a little bit.
The wrong name over here. We should be trading SpaceX on the breakout.
Okay, yeah, that is
breakout.
Yeah, it's a 139 break, 140, and actually 140, almost 141 is a bit of a level. We were talking about that earlier on in the week, but there's no news on SpaceX. Just looks like it's strong with the market. And I guess
I mean, do we want to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight? I mean, we might break 140.
Should have shorted that penny stock. Like when it made that trend break, like that's as clean as it gets. Like there is your wedge break on the bottom. Obviously, we wanted the wedge break higher. It broke lower, 27 right to 25. But you got to pay for locates if you wanted to do it. So we didn't bother to do it. I think SpaceX going into the close looks interesting. I'm gonna put it wasn't there.
Bye bye.
Gotta make sure I add SpaceX to my list, my imbalance list.
It just tried.
So it's right at 140. I have it breaking by 1 cent just there and pulling back.
It might have. Because I said bye-bye. I thought the size had disappeared there. I think we might have just taken out 140 there pretty aggressively, but then faded back out. We got stopped out, so I put on a quarter back. I basically put on the exact same position that we had again on Meta. So we did wind up losing on that reload. Let's put it back. Right now, it's 578, 570, so it's 50 cents. I'm trying to take 50 cents or so. If we can get that back up to 578, take out, again, if we can take out a quarter of our position, then we'll let it go back up to the upside. Hopefully, Meta wants to work out here late. Intel's working late. Intel's going to be a good trade off these lows right there. And again, it's not even close to VWAP here, Intel. We lost our ways here a little bit when that story hit about the fireside chat. We were short, we got stopped out, then we went long and basically got stopped out again. But since not completely everything, but then we averaging it back in and hoping that that Intel does have a story to tell higher right there. SpaceX, I just wanted to show you guys, this is on a 15-minute chart. I do still think we are going to break that 140. It looks like we even maybe we did. But you just running in, and maybe we can zoom back out a little bit. This goes back to the 19th where, it couldn't make its mind up at 140. Also back here too. So the 18th and 19th are levels where 141 was pretty important. So I think we could, if we do wind up breaking 140, which it's, imminent or maybe it's not, you want to look for this 141, I think, as maybe like not a maximum top, but that's 140.75 right into there, matching with over here as well. So there was the jump off spot there up to 146. So I do think that if you can break and then even break that 141, that's your next area to maybe average up into that trade. If you don't take in many shares the first time, which I can't blame you because now we're fading out, but if you liked it, maybe wait for that one to come into play again right there, 141. So, 140 key, oops, wrong stock. SpaceX, 140 obviously important, but you just saw what happened to it. It got hit and then made its way back down. We already seen that, I think, once today, although it didn't get that high. It got to 139.50 and then dropped. This time we get to 140, and there's the dropout on that one as well. So, yeah, a little nasty behavior there for SpaceX off of that 140. I didn't take it. I mean, I was thinking about it, but once I zoomed out and saw that 141, it was like, maybe let's wait for some sort of a pullback. We're in power hour with now only 20, 30 minutes until the imbalances, so pretty risky trading there on SpaceX, I think, into the close. But maybe a pullback gets us long into 138.50 maybe?
It seemed to have, yesterday was about 600,000 on the imbalance, which is enough. Like SpaceX has moved whenever it's 500,000 shares on the imbalance, despite the crazy volume it does every day. Like it's still doing north of 50 million every day, not nearly the 100 million it was doing for the couple of weeks after the IPO. Nothing crazy on the early looks. You just mentioned the imbalances there, like ACI, small cell, EQH, SAN. So I'd say nothing burgers on most of the imbalances, at least for now. But Apple might be slowing down.
That's working.
After that push. Like look at all the resistance at 315 on Apple. So it's been on a tear, but let me zoom in so you can see this a little bit better. If I zoom way in, look at the last 4 days in the 50-period moving average. This is built differently. These are all topping tails, and Apple has ended near the lows. So yeah, I think this is a bullish move for Apple, but this 315 fail feels like a nice place to potentially revert. So I'm going to try to slip in here. Just tried 88s, and then we'll get some 85s. Slip a 90 in there, and then just stop out if it breaks the high, right? So 315.25 is going to be the actual top, almost to the dime. About 30 cents worth of risk. There's plenty of room for this to get back down. Like there's 34.5, which is 50 cents. That's a little better than 1-to-1, and then 314 is the prior high. So that gives us a target to look for as we're going to the desk for SIA.
Now let's take a look at three currencies here. First of all, the pair that I want to talk about is the USD INR. I'm going to go into the dollar and finally the Swiss franc. So the USD INR, according to a poll of equity analysts via Reuters, India's stock market will be trading lower by the middle of next year than it did at the start of 2026. And this is the third quarter in a row that they have slashed their outlook, as foreign investors are now moving on to other Asian markets that are more profitable, because that's what is being said here. Indian shares are now down more than 7% this year and are on track for their weakest annual performance in more than a decade. Not a good look here for India. DXY is currently up 0.26% on the day. Many catalysts that we did see and have here as of today, the dollar as well advancing a bit after the batch of U.S. economic data that we got in the morning, and the Jackson Hole Symposium that has started as of today here. USD CHF, finally, we're going to take a look at the Swiss franc and what happened here today. There's also relative strength here. It's up over 0.5% as of right now. Swiss National Bank Vice Chairman Antoine Martin has said that banks that are holding a quote-unquote robust amount of capital are not necessarily at a commercial disadvantage of rivals. And Swiss lawmakers are preparing to discuss tougher capital requirements for UBS. So that is your rundown for Money Talks.
All right. Not so sure I should have stepped into Apple here, but we'll see what winds up happening here with AAPL. I mean, I got to watch this as it's, quite a big position. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening here with Apple as it's trying to run the highs right now. I actually liked it because it was underneath the 25 period moving average at that time. Now it's coming right up to it and just hanging out. So, we put on a big part right here at 315.05 now for Apple. So winds up happening now back into the downside as, like I just mentioned, man, we have a good amount of shares on. So let's wait to see what happens with Apple. Breaking back above this. I don't really like fighting this trend. It's not great. So that's why, we have the 25 period there, some highs, and just trying to put on easy trades, where we do have those out. So that's what we're doing right now for Apple. We've been getting out. Meta has been doing nothing, so we got to wait for that. That's why we went over here to Apple and see if we can lose more money on Apple. But right there, 315.25s is the new high. It's not new, it just made about 10 minutes ago. We'll have to play off of that one right now. So Apple, I'm in this one here to see where we can go to the upside. Yeah, SpaceX, what's up to Bovin? Did that break 40s now there finally? No. Okay, so, still waiting for that to break one more time. Feel like we have 01s marked down. I mean, in order for it to get to 01s means it would have broke, but I'm not sure. Once it comes back, we'll see that size and how to play properly there off of it. So SpaceX right now at 140. But, my focus is, and, it's just solely now on Apple, as it has a bunch of those algorithmic trades happening on it right now. So short now at 98. We got to see what happens with Apple.
Yeah, I mean, joining the same one. So I think it can move to the downside for sure. Shout out to Bovin. Bovin, check the chat. Did you know you have a ticker, Bovin? That's my question to you, because BHVN was also a big mover. SoFi, the reverse on SoFi is getting back into the low, and that would not be SoFi. This would be SoFi. There you go. But the low is 1872, so that's where we're looking to get out into the bottom. It's a VWAP retracement trade for sure, and Bovin says, yes, you did know you have a ticker. Okay, good. BHVN's a good one, and it is running today. But SpaceX is the one that's really running. But my first thought when it gets to this 140, it broke 140 by 1 cent. So technically this is a false break. If it puts in a lower high off the opening range top, like that, to me, looks like a little bit of a short trade. But I don't want a third short trade, and I think it's running out of time to be a breakout trade as well. I'm not into a breakout trade right when the imbalances come out because I tend to think reversions at 350 as opposed to anything else. So, yeah, I don't know if I like the breakout on SpaceX anymore. Save that one for tomorrow. It could be something a little bit better. Manuel says CrowdStrike. Yes. I like the rebound in CrowdStrike. The unfortunate thing about the rebound in CrowdStrike is they got to get through earnings. Yeah. So I like what we're seeing with them because they've been spanked a little bit, but yeah, ultimately tonight's just going to be the story for them. And I think they're going to move. I think it's a double-digit move on Crowd, and sometimes the quarter's been very good for a lot of cybersecurity. They've been selling it off anyways. I tend to think it's a buying opportunity, but my problem is between them and PanW, I'm just a little bit too overweight. So I won't be buying the dip. I'll just be holding on CrowdStrike.
Yeah, and I was saying I think that's a problem with Nvidia as well. I think that's the problem with all of these names. People are
They're
well
huge.
too loaded up. All right, man, we're gonna start getting out a little bit more of Apple right there. I just took some 90s on the way out of that one. Like I said, I'm not sure if this name what this wants to do. I mean, happy with doing it. And you know, like I said, with what we have on board right now, just taking some profit, I think is wise. So we got a little bit out there. If it runs the top, it runs the top. But I wanted to get something out on Apple, as the futures don't really look like they want to make a move down. And even when they did right there about 10 minutes ago, Apple kind of stopped at the spots I just got out at. So, you know, pretty happy with that. Would have loved to get some low 80s on that take, but we didn't. So now we wait to see what happens with Apple. We got to be pretty patient with it, but yeah, it's just we have to wait on Apple. So let's give that a second life there. Let's see what Nvidia is doing into the close. And I wish there was more stuff happening, like VMAR. There's really nothing halting out too much right now. That VMAR, the last halt was 239. There. So there's not much going on this stock right now either. We just talked a little bit about Bitcoin. SMCI, yeah, that's a good one. We actually heard today earlier about that whole Kimi story, about how some of these guys will start to get, you know, different levels of percentage points on, you know, the sharing of the revenue, you know, developed by Kimi. If Google and Amazon and the other big one over there starts to, you know, utilize what's going on with Kimi. Okay, just quickly, Apple. Okay, just right back into this level again. I don't mind actually taking a little bit more here. Let's take something out. There we go. We just took a 90. Phil, there. I'm still waiting for that's right, Phil, 314.81s to get a little bit more out of Apple on the downside. So, you know, like we always say, you know, different styles. I'm sure Neil's waiting for a little bit more, but
yeah,
you know,
I mean, my stop's at 25, which would be 38.
Yeah, same as mine.
So I'm bidding down around the 50s, which would be right around that 1-to-1, and then down here at 314. So like that was the targets that I have based on the stock.
Oh man, if we can get down to 314.50, that would be huge right now. So let's see if we can get a little lower. I'm going to take the 80s again there. So hopefully we can just get down. And as Luis said, man, there's many different ways. He was watching me trade and he was like, you know, taking out 2% here, 3% there, 4% there. It is tough and it's a difficult style to trade with. But I mean, you know, that's what I kind of have to do there, because I don't want to hold this whole thing if it goes all the way up against me. So we just missed it. Like we were just at 81. It went to 83 there. Anyways, looking for those fills on Apple. Hopefully they come as we go over. See, the problem is the futures are making that move lower here and Apple's not doing any of that. So yeah, I'm not in love with this. Hopefully we do get those 80s when we get back from one. But yeah, not looking great right now. We may take a little bit more out here on Apple, even right now at 89.90s, as it looks like it doesn't want to go too much lower than that. Apple right now, let's go and see what winds up happening to AAPL. And back over to the desk with one Anadera.
It's almost time for the Asian markets to reopen in just a matter of hours. Here to take us through what the Asian markets did last night and how they could perform tonight is one.
Thank you, Dara. So Asian markets closing marginally higher overnight, but still trading cautiously, especially ahead of Nvidia earnings and some global tech trends. We see in Taiwan, the TAIEX up nearly 1.5%, closing higher as TSMC also closed at 0.6 up above. It's holding its technical support levels prior to Nvidia's earnings. MediaTek also up 5.6% after posting strong performance throughout the day. Now, Kospi also up nearly a percentage today. We have Samsung up by 2%, SK Hynix up by 0.7%, pre-positioning themselves ahead of earnings from Nvidia. However, large caps were mainly mixed, with Doosan up by 6.3%, Shinhan Financial up 1%, but Hyundai and Kia both falling by 3% each. Now, lower oil prices are also helping ease pressure on South Korean import costs, so that's a good sign for South Korea. In Japan, the Nikkei 225 also up for the day. Some of the key stocks that gained included Advantes up by 3.6%, SoftBank up by 1.5%, Mitsubishi up by 1.4%. Now, traders, of course, awaiting that of Nvidia earnings to see any signals on AI demand, which will affect the stocks at the open tomorrow. Big news coming from Japan, though. Terra Drone. They jumped over 20% today after Japan's defense agency chose their Terra B1 interceptor to enhance that of drone aircraft capabilities. So a huge bid for Terra drone. Now, as opening for the Asian market comes soon, of course, everyone's going to be interested in how everyone will react to Nvidia earnings later today. With the result coming, it's definitely going to affect the Thursday's open for Asian markets. We got, of course, any updates on AI GPU shipment guidance will put some direction for TSMC, SK Hynix, Samsung, as well as Tokyo Electron. Over in India, we see they were the only laggards today in the region. Their support level now is at 24,100. A lot of IT margin pressure in the region after US basically suspended visa appointments in the region. So keep an eye out for India, see if any persistent metal gains in that region can push them above 24,300 and restore some bullish momentum there. And of course, South Korean Kospi, we know Samsung, SK Hynix, definitely going to react to Nvidia earnings. So see if there's any consistent buying for semiconductors or if the Kospi will hit resistance and go above 6,850 for tomorrow.
Without a doubt here, anything related to Nvidia in focus. Thanks again to Juan, who you can find on this show at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. to talk about the European and Asian markets respectively. Back to the guys.
Thank you, Juan. And Luis Suarez, believe me, we got you in a quick little second here. We should have done it earlier. But the last little push down, so you can see the sideways action here with the lower highs at about 315. My entry wick off the highs, you got 315.11. I just moved the stop to under there. That push down where it broke the range on Apple only got to 70. Buyer at 70, so I took out in front and moved the stop to this wick. So no longer the high of the day. Buyers just came in at a higher low off this move. So the stop goes to 21. If it breaks that, then it'll effectively be a small loss, but it just doesn't have the juice, and we're starting to get a little bit closer to the end of the day here. So a bit of a change there. Just when I saw the buyer step in earlier than I would like to see. We didn't do one. NVDA earnings. NVIDIA earnings, quick poll, everybody. Just let us know. Jump in the chat and answer the poll. Simple. All you got to do is type a number. You think long, short, or nothing burger? So you type 1 if you think it's a long on NVIDIA. You type 2 if you think it's a short. You type 3 if you think it's a nothing burger, which to me would mean, I don't know, like less than 1 or 2%, right? Like if it's even half the expected move, that's at least something for a long. Immediately and then right away, it's like, oh, everyone's pretty bullish here. Bullish, bullish, bullish. Over 50% like the long. No, they don't like the nothing burger whatsoever. So yeah, people liking the long and feeling bullish about NVIDIA. A little surprised by that because we did look at what's been happening in the last few quarters and it hasn't been the best for NVIDIA. But we'll leave it up for the next 15, 20 minutes or so, and then we'll close it, see what the sentiment is, and then we get to find out what happens live. Stick around. They're going to report at like 4:20-ish, everybody, and we'll be here live. Team's going to stay. Joe, I don't know if Joe's stick around, but myself, Sean, Adair will all be here. We'll probably be sitting here. I know how he rolls. So we'll let you guys know exactly not just what the numbers are, but what's happening real time in that stock, whether or not there's going to be some sympathy plays as well. We'll take a look at NVIDIA. It's going to be all things NVIDIA. We do also have CrowdStrike and CRM tonight. It's not like they're the only ones reporting. But Salesforce, I feel like Salesforce is probably going to disappoint us again.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, here we go, man. Let's see what we could do now. Come on, Apple. Get to the downside, man. This is going to be hopefully a good mover. We, getting more and more out, as we said, on this downside. There it is. Yeah, go, 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 Apple. Honestly, man, just a really decent look here for Apple. And guess what else is happening? There it is. Finally for us now on our good friend Intel, as it's just moonshotted there to the upside. No idea what's going on there. We just get out right in front of you a little bit more of Intel as it gets to 87.90 right there. Nice move. I'll even get another piece right here at 83s. Come on, Apple. Let's get a little lower right now. Hopefully we can get a little lower on Apple. I'm gonna take one more bid here at 78, sorry, and see if we can just finish that one. And then after that, we'll have about 40% left. We've done really good here on this Apple short, just looking for an easy trade. And that I said to you, like, this is an easy trade. It's just, it has to work, and sometimes don't work out. And I like when they are easy, breaking the 25 period moving average down there to the downside. And Like I said, it was a bigger position for myself, so we have lots of opportunities to get out there. So that's what we're doing, and I think we're just doing it right now. Like I said, we have a little bit left, so now let's wait to see if we do get a drop down. I mean, 50s would be a great area. If we got that, like I said, man, we'd be doing backflips on that one. So hopefully that does come through soon. 314.55, and then a little more downside hookups on that one. I got to pick my daughter up at the Subway, and right beside the Subway is a Farm Boy. So I'll be going to Farm Boy there. I've been tasked to get the meat for tonight. So we'll see what proteins we come up with over there. I really like the sausage that they make, so I'll probably be doing some of that, some barbecuing tonight. But I'd like to barbecue up some profits, hopefully on Apple as that continues to go. Let's see if Nvidia is making a run. It's only 12 minutes until these imbalances, so got to be careful. Nvidia's making a run downside right now into 210, down 1.3% heading into earnings. I think the answer to that poll is minimal move on Nvidia. I don't know what that would mean, but I think under 4%. I don't know what the
expected is 5 point. It was 5.8, 5.9 somewhere. It's probably settling just under 6, I would think.
Yeah,
that's what it was the last time I checked, anyway.
All right.
That's the way I'll look at it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
And it is still looking. Everyone's looking pretty bullish on it. That said, it doesn't matter what's happening going into the print. It's not some kind of a tell. The fact that it's getting sold off here. We've never really seen any correlation like that. It doesn't help. Overall, but yeah, you're getting a bit of a drop here on Nvidia. I didn't even add Nvidia to my imbalance list. I want to make sure I have that on the list because, hey, the reporting time. Adara.
I have some news here on Google. Not much of a move, but I am seeing a report from the Wall Street Journal suggesting that Google has another AI reorganization or shakeup here. They're moving their AI responsibility team out of the DeepMind lab. So we know there have been some DeepMind shakeups as of late. Demis Hassabis, former CEO of DeepMind, changed his position within DeepMind. I believe he's its president now. That was going back to a couple weeks ago. Now, again, they're moving their AI responsibility team out of the DeepMind lab. So lots of shakeups happening here for GeoOGL yet again.
Yeah, so there you go. Remember, I moved my stop from 315.25 to 315.12, or actually it was 10. We got out at 12. So, it ends up not working out. There was one push into about 70, and then it breaks that higher low. So, I don't know. It just didn't really feel it. I liked the opportunity of Apple there. The risk to reward looked good, but ultimately ends up a bit of a fail. SoFi stopped moving, but I don't particularly see a reason to be out of this one. Like the reversal from VWAP, market is kind of pulling back in here. So I can see, I always say this, if you're in something and it's kind of trending in one direction going into the imbalances, you might as well just throw a tight stop close to 350 and see if it comes out your direction, meaning it comes out of sell. Trump signs order banning some Ford energy equipment from U.S. grid.
Okay. I don't know what that means exactly.
It's a GEV-related play, is what I was seeing. And GEVs at highs, but they haven't. There's nothing new, in terms of they were already at highs. But I just thought I'd flag it.
Okay.
Because it's our American company, so if they're banned.
Yeah, I guess that's good for them. My problem's
I think that'd be
the last few days. I just can't get excited when it goes up anymore because every time this stock is up 3 points, Eli Lilly's down 3. It's up 3. Lilly's down 3. Figure it out. How about they just all go up together? Remember the good old days?
Yep.
When your entire portfolio would go up together?
Yep. Yeah. Those are them days.
We're not in that. We're not in that kind of a market. That's just how it is. Darcy, thank you so much for your donation. Another $34. We can. And again, if you don't know what's going on here, Fabian is cutting off his locks on Friday live on the show. And for every $2,500 that we raise, you get to sponsor one kid going through chemotherapy to get a wig. So we're already at 2 wigs. We're trying to work on the 3rd. We're over the 6K mark. So we do have about 1,500, just a little less than 1,500 to go. And then we secure the 3rd wig because that's what it's all about. If that's the goal.
Yeah.
What?
Get it going, little John.
Let's get to that 7,500. Fabian is very generous about it. And don't think we have, look, Arun Warrior, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but you did say you would donate 2 Gs if we wore wigs tomorrow. So I'm gonna find my wig from that Halloween day and make sure that I throw that bad boy on. I mean, if I do wear that tomorrow, the problem is I'm covering my coif, which is obviously epic.
Yeah,
but I'm willing to make that sacrifice for everybody out there. I know Sean is too, but we're
both
covering our gorgeous quad.
We're both going to do that there for sure. Just so I got stopped out of Apple, but I'm trying to go long now against 315. So obviously we'll both be red on Apple, but hopefully we can turn this one around a little bit now and get back there to the upside. Just shorting there. Just because we got stopped out doesn't necessarily mean that I think the long is hitting. It's 315 right there. We still do have those imbalances coming through, so watch out for a break back down below near 315. Just thinking there, want to be in something in case there's a runner. So we're into Apple right now at 315.25. I think it's worth a little bit of movement here to the upside. It did crack down below 20 cents or so in the money, and we talked about how we didn't have that much left. So it was been okay on the reload, but definitely I would like to see some more upside movement here in Apple heading into the close, and took advantage pretty good of Intel, was not even really expecting that move there out of nowhere. So Intel goes up and down again. Looking to stop out of Intel on this break right there, 87.30. So we'll put our stop in on Intel at 87.30 and watch out for the rest of this market as we go over to the desk with Sia.
Nothing too crazy going on here when we're towards the end of the session for today with crypto, but just super brief. I'll keep it super brief here. Manpreet Kohli, who is based in the UK, was the leader of Saitama. That was a company that promoted a token on the Ethereum blockchain, and that had a value of $7.5 billion at one point. He's now wanted in the United States on charges of wire fraud and market manipulation, now being sent back to the US from the UK, now that he's lost the fight against extradition. So that is what's going on with this. Nothing too crazy, just something I thought I'd mention and put out there. But let's just check levels and what's going on in the crypto markets. Bitcoin for now is flat on the day, completely flat, trading around the $78,400 region. Ethereum at the moment is up 8%, a little bit over, trading around $2,400 region. Solana is absolutely flat on the day, trading around the $96 region. And finally, you have XRP that is down the most out of the four names, close to 4% on the day, trading on the $1.03 region.
All right, we are drilling in the background, so we want to say thanks to Sia putting up with all that and going through her little segment there. All right, so now we're 5 cents in the money. Yeehaw! Right now on Apple. Let's just keep going there, Apple. See if we can break through. It doesn't even want to break this 23, 24 level, 25, 27, 29, 30s. Okay, all right, well, all we have to do is talk about it. There it goes, again, 12 cents in the money. Almost back to green now on Apple as we just sort of scalp out of this one again back there to the upside. So let's see if there is a late day. Yes. All right, let's see if there's a late day run now on Apple. Hopefully there is, but who knows? I'm offering now 36s, which was basically where we got stopped out that first time. So, nice little run up there, but it didn't give us the juice we needed to really get going there on Apple. So there's the fade out again on AAPL. When the market is this slow, it's not that it's slow, it's that there's not that much volume. So the follow through on some moves really aren't there right now. But 21 million shares for Apple, that's probably significantly, I say probably, I'm not sure, but underneath what the average daily volume is for Apple, even at 21 million shares. So let's let that one just sort of settle down. If it breaks lower underneath 315, then we'll get out. I'm not really trying to do anything else other than get out of this move on the way up and then stop out on the way back in. But we have...
SpaceX is crazy.
Yeah, we have added a little bit more to that. Yeah, SpaceX did fall down from that 140. We can go over to your screen.
Yeah, this is insane. SpaceX just got absolutely hammered off that 140 level. The last couple of candles have been parabolic. It just dropped into VWAP here. We have 3 minutes till the imbalances hit. And easy peasy, thank you for the super chat, 0.2% hit target in the AM on SNDK.
Kablam.
20 bucks. Neil, new pick. Okay, I had to all of my Chrome crashed, so I'll reopen my X and we'll find. I'm assuming you sent a new one of those AI picks.
Yeah,
I'll get my Chrome back open and see if I can't find it. So I'm sure you would have tagged me on it for sure. But SpaceX is the big one, and good look on SNDK. Oh, there it is. Here, I'll show everybody. Hey, look, we got the chalk in there. Now the only issue is, if I ever were a blazer on the show, then I've probably been kidnapped by aliens. But that is the look. That is. I like that for sure. I like this. That's pretty cool. Thank you, and again, thank you, Easy Peasy. We appreciate you. But it was SanDisk that you made.
I really want to go long on SpaceX, but there's still that imbalance to come.
Imbalance is only 2.5 minutes. You're really close to the imbalances. Must have been, whoops, that's Blue Ocean. Yeah, good longs off the bottom for SNDK. 15 hundo looks like it's the inflection spot. They're probably not going to move that much, but the memory names are in play for Nvidia because everyone's a little bit concerned about the AI trade. If Nvidia does for some reason do an outsized move, which I don't think it will, but if it does, this is a good place for some sentiment to come in as well, which probably more Micron though. The early look on the imbalances still doesn't have anything except for GDX, 1.6, 1.7 million to the sell side. That's about the only thing of any interest. But remember, NASDAQ names, you don't get an early look on. In 2 minutes, then you find out whether there's an imbalance on SpaceX or Nvidia or any other NASDAQ name out there. So most of the names that we're interested in, you just find out, it hits, and you just react to it. Because ultimately, if it's a buy imbalance, you're going to see the algos. If it's a big one or a sell imbalance, a big one, the algos just pick them up right away.
Yeah, I'm getting ready. I mean, if this breaks 138, I think we can go long there on these imbalances. Intel's flying right now. That's 70 cents in the money. Apple fell back down through that level. So we're just going to wait there, wait for SpaceX. I want to go long on that break anyways, but I don't want to go long right now. And the break is going to be, there it goes, shit. The break is going to be because of the imbalance. So yeah, don't really, it's too bad because I really think it's a long back there. That was just an epic fall from that 140. And there it goes, now breaking through 138 with only a minute to go now until those imbalances. I think they'll be pretty big there into the close, but who knows on that one. Very risky, right, doing anything here into the close. I just thought that it had gotten hit so far there that would have been a nice call. If it comes out a buy and it's still down there, that's when I wanted to hit it because it definitely could get back up to 140 SpaceX. So, we don't have to worry too much about that. Remember, Nvidia and SpaceX, they're pretty hooked up. SpaceX has already committed so much money to Nvidia as we know over the last little while. They're all in on Nvidia. So if that's a good earnings, and maybe there's a talk about, we talked about what's that next sort of addressable market for Nvidia. Maybe it is space, and maybe it is the robot angle of it all, the XAI angle, all that. So we'll get going on that after hours. Of course, join us for that. But it looks like right now there goes SpaceX upside here with only a few more seconds left, and boom, there it is. So must be nothing. It's not really moving around here, SpaceX. So not much to worry about there on the imbalance for SpaceX. It's GDX, Ethereum, Snapchat, iBit won't be moving. Nvidia with a small buy. So maybe there's something going on there for NVDA. But here, let's put something on SpaceX just in case we do make that move back to the high side.
It's a small buy. It's 300.
Okay, yeah, small buy. But didn't really react to the market. So, oops, that's NVIDIA. So we are now into SpaceX. Let's give it a go here. See what ends up happening. SpaceX long 138 and change. We can give this one until a drop area of 137.80 maybe. If it's going to go, it's going to go. So we don't need to worry too much about it. If it fades out, it fades out. But there goes SpaceX right now into the close. Good day for it. Obviously up 0.17, but not much else going on there as we wait for NVIDIA earnings, which are now moments away, about a half hour or so, we think, about 4:20.
Yeah, 4:20 is the expectation. That's when we're expecting to get them. Remember, they're not the only name reporting. There was nothing too crazy on the imbalances. SoFi just hit the low. It didn't even have one. Small sell, but that was enough to maybe just hit the bid and get out. GDX at 1.5 million to the sell side. You would think that would be interesting, but you're not really seeing any continuation. Might track this one for a potential flip on GDX at 55, so that could at least be something there. But Nvidia is the name of the game. Them, CrowdStrike, CRM, those are the big ones. Snapchat with a buy of 1.2 million. Do you remember what was obviously a big story for Meta in the settlement? Snapchat, if Meta gets hit, Snapchat's going to be under pressure as well. But this couldn't even go up more than 1 cent. With that 1.2 million buy imbalance, the stock moved 1 cent. The sellers are heavy on Snapchat. These guys could be in trouble the next couple of days because that doesn't look very good technically. And that reversal on Meta looks even worse when you put in context. It just broke right to the 200 period, right to $6 exactly, and then giving up almost 10%. Yeah, not a good look for Snapchat. Not that it's been very good for Snapchat anyways.
No, Snapchat's been in a problem zone for themselves. I was just looking at Intel.
Yeah, it's in the gates of hell right there, especially with all that social media talk. All right, Intel, just more outs right now. We're almost flat on this name. We might as well just get flat here on Intel. I'm waiting for 88s, but you know what? Let's just exit the trade here at 81. There it goes. Actually hits us there at 81s, and so we're out now at 81. So a good little trade there for sure. That was about 60 cents on that last piece there for Intel. I mean, will SpaceX go? I don't know, but we'll offer some 55s there as now it's starting to go back up to the upside. So just a 25-cent win right now for SpaceX. We'll wait for a little higher, you know, if we can get that into the 70s. We'll see. That's where that 25 period moving average is. So if we can get something there, great. We just offered some out at 55 and got it. You saw me take that trade out. We're only long at 27, so you know that was only 30 cents or so of that victory loop there on SpaceX. But yeah, just trying to give it again to 137.80 or so. That slip up there, and we'll be out of SPCX. As now it just goes right back as a flat trade here into the closing moments here for SpaceX. And remember, at 355, it was, Neil mentioned that it was a small buy. It may flip over into a sell, at which case, you know, this will probably wipe again, and we'll get stopped out of this name. But that's why we're trying to right now get out of a little bit more here on SPCX as the day is getting a little long in the tooth. Of course, you're going to stay with us here for Nvidia earnings, CrowdStrike earnings. There are a few good names coming through today, right? As we can see right there. And it's going to be Nvidia. Okay, we just got another fill on SpaceX. Nvidia, Okta, Viva, Agilent, Salesforce, the big name there tonight, as well as CrowdStrike. So there should be some interesting looks here, and we're going to, you know, help provide them to you live as Adara will drop all of the numbers. Neil and I will have the charts going, and we'll just work off of that. So that's what we're going to be doing here into the close. Make sure you join us every single time. 8 a.m. every single morning, no matter what. And the big
earnings, man.
No matter what the mornings are, and any major earnings. This will be probably the last one. Although I think tomorrow Marvell, for me, is a little more.
Marvell's a big deal, man.
I think Marvell's a big deal, and we'll see. Marvell, for me, I own way more Nvidia, but I think Marvell has juice to it. So, like, I don't think Nvidia does.
Well, it's like which one is going to move double digits?
That's what I mean. Yeah,
like Nvidia's not. Well. Nvidia might, but Nvidia's probably not.
You never know.
Digits. I don't want to say never, but Marvell, if it doesn't move double digits, I think that would be a disappointment. I didn't check, but I would guess Marvell is looking at double digits. Nvidia just broke the low of the day going into this. So yeah, going into the print, they are selling Nvidia off. Finally went. Well, there's a flip at 55. Because Nvidia just bounced, so there must have been some kind of a flip. And bounce locator, well, I don't even see it, but whatever Nvidia was before, it's a little smaller now. Or it went from the bid to a bit of a sell, back and forth. So just a kind of whipsaw action happening here in NVDA. Only 5 minutes to go. I didn't really double check that poll to see how it ended up, but we're still pretty bullish. 54% think long, 21% short, and 25% said nothing burger. So we're slightly bullish on Nvidia tonight. I'm more in the nothing burger camp, I'm not gonna lie.
All right. I'm more in the dollar club camp because there's SpaceX right now, just up $1. We're long 138.30s. It's at 139.30. Well, let's see if it gets to 30s. We're in the 90-cent club, I should say, right now. But there it goes. More outs to the high side. There it is. Okay, so there's $1. More high side trades now for SpaceX. Let's see if it tries to attempt that 140 again here late. Obviously, getting out of position here is SpaceX. So there it is, man. I mean, there can't be a day where your boy doesn't trade SpaceX, right? And there it goes. Nice move there to the upside on SPCX. Boom shakalaka. So there it goes, man. Good move there. Glad we had looked over at that. Yeah, what's up, Mason Moore? The Dollar Club is here one more time. So yeah, nice move there today. We have much more than a Dollar Club on Meta. This will be my #1 P&L name today. We've only traded like 5 names or so. But there it goes, upside for Meta. It's too bad that it dropped out at the end, but we had some good trades with you guys earlier today, during the close show on Meta. As that one's a mover, and it's just now trying to take out 580 there near the end of the day. Okay, man, holla at $1.20 right now for SpaceX. So more outs there on the upside of SPCXs. There it goes, man. I mean, look, I'm not afraid. You don't need to be afraid to trade around the imbalances. You just got to be a little more cautious. So there it goes, upside. Look where our stop was, man, 37.80. So our stop was 50 cents. It's now in the money of $1.20.
So, I mean, yeah, giddy up here for SPCX. Upside play. Still have a quarter left of it with only 3 minutes to go. Maybe, I didn't think we'd be true when I said that comment, but maybe we do get a run right now at 140. I mean, pretty much that's what's happening. We can get another piece out in 70s now, $1.33. Here we go. Now, there it is. Did we just get that? No, we did not. We're at 72s right now for SpaceX. One more wipe, and we should be able to get it. So there's $1.40 to end the day. It's always nice to close the day on this kind of a run. So there it goes on SpaceX. Nice upside move there. DJT.
Yeah, we had this conversation about DJT, and just caution. It's I'm not sure the name. High Horizon, whatever. DJT to get attention is starting to get attention on Reddit. Fair enough. They bought crypto at the dip at 70K heavy, squeeze possible. The stock is now 60% crypto. Okay, well if that's an update, like when I looked it up, I thought they were about 30% crypto. That they own 30% of their market cap crypto. But if that's changed and it's an update, fair. And then I would argue that maybe it has more of a move, because I feel like it moved fairly based on the first number. If they actually added at 60 and it's double that, then that could be a little bit different. Just one note, with about 90 seconds to go, it is what it is. Apple right back into VWAP. But you know what? It ran the top. There was no way I'm going to be in this one while it's still held that high. But Apple getting a bit of a sell-off. And another donation,
crazy.
69. Fernando Humana. Thank you for that donation. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much for all of those donation, guys. It means a lot. We're getting there, and I'm excited to see Neil in a wig. Especially if it means we're gonna get 2K there.
I gotta find it. I know it's in the room.
Andre, if you take what is it, Media Pool 4, there's a fun image there. You can see at least a version of Neil with long hair. Is it 4 or 3?
Oh, come on, man.
This was
very
just spur of the
attractive,
moment.
Neil. He looked very, very attractive. Right there.
You don't remember taking that? There's Obi in the back.
So
There's
basically, that's Obi, one and
me.
That's you?
Yeah, that's me with your face.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
We were just playing around with deepfakes.
Clearly.
Oh, okay, yeah. The only one that looks like the person there is one, I think.
I can tell it's one. I can tell it's Obi because of the glasses.
Yeah. If I had time to write a book, maybe I would, but I don't. So no book coming out for me anytime soon, but retirement hopefully sooner rather than later, and that could spark some kind of a book. All right, 4 seconds left. I'm going to hold some SpaceX into the close. So let's see what winds up happening there. I'm purposely holding some of this. So I still have about 20% or so of SPCX. I actually want to hold it because I think Nvidia is going to say something, and I think SpaceX could really rip. So I'm going to hold on to this as long as I can until they tell me to flatten it out there in the back, which may be sooner rather than later. But let's see what happens now with SpaceX today and a possible movement here in the after hours on SPCX. Okay, I guess we got to turn around. I have no idea if my screens are going to work, so it might be Neil here.
It looks like it's working
tonight. Okay, good. Hopefully it is working. Which screen does it show?
It's showing.
Okay, perfect. As long as it shows those screens, that's good to go right now. Okay, we'll go back over to the desk and then we'll flip it around. Earnings Bonanza starts now.
Yeah, I could actually start at any moment here. I'm waiting to see if I have CRM, but at 4 p.m., CRM and Okta. At 4:05, CrowdStrike, Synopsys, Viva, and Agilent Technologies. At 4:15, HPQ. They are pretty timely at 4:15, guys. And at 4:20, the always timely NVDA. Now, interestingly enough, the name that we're most excited about, the name the market has been waiting for, only 5.8% expected move. I'm hearing CRM now. I'm going to look into the CRM report, guys. So I'll see once that Neil and Sean get set up, but I'll see if I can actually find it live for you guys here. That is Salesforce CRM. Let's see if this is Benny on or Benny off. And I have the numbers here. Let's go over CRM. So CRM here, they start, I guess, with remaining performance obligations up 14% year over year to $33.5 billion. Overall RPO, because that's current RPO, overall RPO up 11% year over year to $66.3 billion. Subscription and support revenue up 12% year over year to $10.8 billion. That includes a $440 million contribution from that Informatica acquisition. Overall revenue $11.3 billion. I believe this is more or less in line with what we were expecting. Estimates here were $11.3 billion, so in line revenue as far as I can tell. That's up 11% year over year, and that also includes that $456 million Informatica contribution. So without that contribution, they would have missed revenue, guys, here for CRM. It was really only CRM and Okta that we were expecting it for. Again, at 405, you're going to get the likes of CrowdStrike and Viva Systems. I think by far, though, CrowdStrike the most interesting of that 405 numbers. How are you guys sitting up over here again? So Salesforce, I'll just go over these one more time. Q2 adjusted EPS 590. That's going to be a beat compared to estimates of 327. Revenue barely a beat if you squint. 11.345 billion versus 11.32 billion expected. And again, guys, that Informatica acquisition contributing a lot and helping them quite significantly here.
My question for CRM is going to be the sales. They barely beat on sales. But that EPS beat is gigantic.
I think it's Informatica related.
Right.
They
So
kept contributing everything.
Exactly. So if it's all that Informatica, no, 6% is good, but the question is how much more they deserve. Is the market going to come back and say, hey, look, that's, this doesn't necessarily need to be that big, but look, it's a good breakout. CRM was already off of the lows. You're 50% on a break from the actual lows, the 52-week lows that are on CRM. And on the daily, we have broken out. You're above the 200-period moving average. There's pretty much clear skies in terms of a setup till 235 for Salesforce. So Salesforce is in its little bit of a mini bull market, I would say.
I mean, its margins 34% versus 20%. I mean, that's exactly
big.
Like that's something that could also tip the scales for Nvidia if their margins can somewhat change, because we know the sales are there. So it's nice to see with Salesforce that nice move. But there it goes up now 6.5% on the day. I don't know what it was down earlier. Our percentage points there won't be right. So you got to watch out for that one. But yeah, just in the daily chart, making that move back up there into 220. You do have a stop and go area there of 222. So we'd like to get above that and hold, and then we'll see 260 for Salesforce. OKTA also came through, another big name there. Okta, we can see those numbers. Derek can probably parse through these as well. $1.05 versus 97 cents. Revenue 805 versus 795. Okta right now, yeah, buddy. Nice move to the high side on OKTA. So far we'll go 2 for 2 on these early looks. We're just waiting for CrowdStrike, right? I mean, that's going to be an important name to come through. It looks like someone smacked that down by accident into 180 there. We'll see what happens here. 191. Top of the day there for CrowdStrike. Let's see if we can beat that.
Oh, I hate to be that person.
Yeah, I don't know. It might not have been anything. Could have just been a quick little move there. Salesforce out, Okta out, and we're waiting now for CRWD. And, of course, the big one on Nvidia. Did that poll ever? Oh, we have it up there right now. Yeah, the poll right there, long
54.
was 54%, short 21%, nothing burger 25%. I'm in the nothing burger camp there for Nvidia, but who knows, man? I mean, I'm hoping that some sort of an action for it. It'll be a good trade tomorrow. That is Nvidia.
Yeah, almost for sure it's going to be a big one tomorrow. But that Okta actually looks pretty interesting as well. Look, that's a huge move. You're now at, you're 17%, but again, that's not really including the move intraday. Okta, watch out. It is a double top on the daily up here, 158, and then a lower high at 156. So if it pushes any further, you do have some overhead resistance, but a gorgeous move here for Okta. And Dara, you already had the numbers on this one, but did you get the guidance? I don't think I heard that for Okta. Yeah, can you repeat the guidance?
Yeah, there's third quarter guidance also for FY27 as well. So third quarter revenues come in line. It's almost in line, I would say $813 million to $817 million. Estimates were 810, EPS of 92 to 94 cents. You have operating income that's been guided for $196 million to $200 million. Free cash flow at $175 to $185 million. That's missed the estimates of $194. Let's go to Ardera.
Yeah, let's talk some price right here, guys. So CRWD going to be in focus. Record net new annual recurring revenue. That's up 51% year over year to $333 million. They also raised their guidance for fiscal 2027 net ARR growth by 630 basis points. They're now expecting 34% year over year growth. Revenue, $1.47 billion, up 26% year over year. So nice look there. Subscription revenue up 27% year over year to $1.4 billion. Good look there. We already talked about that ARR, which is an important metric for them, and that's up 25% year over year overall ARR. Like I said, the net ARR a little bit different. Let's zoom down to the guidance. Here we go. So annual recurring revenue, as you mentioned there, that's strong guidance for the fiscal year. ARR for Q3, they're guiding between 6.184 bill and 6.188 bill. Total revenue, they're guiding here for Q3 between 1.523 billion and 1.529 billion. They also have their fiscal 27 guidance up here. So yeah, I'm not seeing how that compares to estimates for that guidance for Crowd, but decent guidance and really strong earnings report, I think, especially with that ARR.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I see a beat on that guide. It definitely the midpoint is beating. Not a huge one,
Yeah,
but it's good enough to be double digits. Apple fritter time, although you don't get anything unless it's here tomorrow morning at the open at 9:30. But yeah, that it looks fantastic for CrowdStrike. That's not going to be split adjusted, so we'll have to do CrowdStrike over here. But CRWD, at the end of the day, what I love about this name is it's gone parabolic. You can't say that it is not a good looking chart, but it was in a big pullback. I feel as if with small beats on the top, even the guide was just a small beat, but because they'd all pulled back so far, like 25 points from the highs, I think it put it in a better spot, Sean, for this rally. Like if it was at the highs, I'm not so sure you'd be getting this move here if they were actually at all-time highs.
Well, look at Palo Alto also, 340 up to 352 as that's starting to get going as well. We know Palo Alto reporting next week, so get ready for that one. And like I kept saying, man, I'm buying these dips. This is a sector that we like. It's Palo Alto, it's CrowdStrike. We are starting to go back there now to the upside, and we're still waiting for Nvidia. Do you know that Nvidia, we talked about how many millionaires they minted. Do you know, Sia, that 80% of Nvidia employees are millionaires? And did you also know that they have 53,000 employees? So if you think about that, that's over 40,000 employees, millionaires, because of the man in the leather jacket. Let's see what happens to Nvidia as we move forward right now. Salesforce bumping. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, there's a reason Salesforce is bumping, and it's kind of weird. So CNBC reporting that Salesforce and Anthropic have expanded their strategic partnership and unveiling something they're calling CloudForce. So there we go. Again, Anthropic plus Salesforce, CloudForce. If I get more details on what CloudForce entails, I'll let you know. Also, yeah, with CRWD, we talked about that guidance for fiscal 2026, or sorry, fiscal 27 being pretty strong. Q3 27 guidance for CrowdStrike, bit mid. EPS exactly in line with estimates. Revenue just a hair above estimates. So that's going to be kind of maybe an issue, that quarterly guidance. Again, though, the fiscal 27 guidance for CrowdStrike, not bad at all.
Oh, you've got to like that. The extension on CrowdStrike is fantastic here. Like I said, that blue sky setup, you're almost there now. You're talking 235. You just tagged 31s. So they're now only $4 away from the only line of resistance that's going to be out there next. So that's a fantastic story. I mean, anybody that's been in this for a while, it's finally giving you the up move to get a little bit out here for sure. I'm going to maybe even consider it myself. Just take the win on this bad boy. But look, them, CrowdStrike, Okta, that's 3 big names, and they're all to the upside. And we still have Nvidia to go. So far, so good. But if Nvidia goes to the downside, all of the happiness is gone, in my opinion, because Nvidia is like that bigger holding. Like, I don't think anybody's got a, well, I shouldn't say I don't think anybody. I should speak for myself. Like, I don't own enough Crowd and CRM. I don't own any Okta. That if Nvidia's down 5 or 6 points, that I wouldn't be down or flat at best. I think it's just, everything is about Nvidia tonight, but we are happy to see Salesforce, a beaten up name, get back. We love the guidance there. CrowdStrike, which would pull back into bear territory off the highs, and they're starting to go as well and dragging up some other names with them.
Yeah, no, we are excited there. Thanks everybody for joining us. Make sure you tell your wife, tell your friends, tell your kids, everything, that we are now on live as we discuss some of these earnings. I'm going to, I mean, whatever. I'm probably gonna have to flatten this out at 4:15 anyways. So we got some good levels there on SpaceX. We get the high of the day there off this little level. So I'm just starting to get out of it if you guys see a position there below. But yeah, Salesforce holding the candle right now. I mean, we really like the numbers out of CrowdStrike. I mean, I think those were absolutely monstrous numbers there. But look at CRM, just still at the highs right now, up that 11%. And I'm just more impressed with it on the daily. I mean, that's a big candle. We haven't seen this kind of a move. It's great to see it off earnings. We always are wondering, will we retrace back down in? Because that's happened before, man. We've come up and had huge numbers. Still conference call 4:45 Salesforce. We'll hear if there's anything going on. We have 10 minutes now before Nvidia starts running around. Quick little look on Nvidia briefly now. What's up, Tiffany? Hope you're doing well. There's Nvidia still right now down that 1.39%. So we'll have to use that as our marker, right? It'll be probably about 1.5% is what we're down on the day for Nvidia. So we'll have to wait to see where it goes. I would think a good target for Nvidia would be 2.25. So all the way up there, that would put it up a couple percentage points, still underneath the number. But I like that as a look there, 2.25 downside. I don't want to buy any more of that, but 200 is not a horrible spot to look at for Nvidia. And I said that I think that's the problem as we wait for those numbers from Nvidia is how much better does it have to get? It's already projected to be 99% EPS beat from last year. So upside going on Nvidia right now. I think it's going to be dangerous. What are they going to have to do to beat the street here? Nvidia, we're about to find out in just over, I have no idea, my clock is in here. So, all right, we're going to Adara.
We're about 3 minutes away from HPQ earnings, so just be aware. I just reposted that infographic on X at UTV Research for those who are curious. They still have an interim CEO as well at HPQ because their CEO, Enrique Lores, left to become the CEO of PayPal because they shocked the world and got rid of Alex Chris. So HPQ, no permanent CEO. I just think that's worth noting. Let's talk here about NVIDIA, though, because NVIDIA reporting in, as Sean mentioned, and as Joe mentioned, 8 minutes. Last quarter, 85% year-over-year growth here for NVIDIA for overall revenue, with data center sales climbing by 92% year-over-year. Their edge computing revenue, that's their other revenue segment, up by 10% year-over-year, which comparably not as big. Now, gross margin, I mean, it grew by 1,440 basis points on a year-over-year basis, but it declined by 10 basis points on a sequential basis, so just be aware of that. Diluted EPS were up 214% year-over-year last quarter, so this company gives us big numbers. If we don't get that massive number that maybe we're expecting, potentially expect a negative reaction from this market, or at least not as jubilant a reaction from this market, especially knowing, guys, that as we discussed, they generally do not respond well to earnings as of late, even though they consistently post record quarters.
Is during the call, I mean, Jensen assuaged the fears that new business and growth isn't just about who you are investing in. Like, it just, I want to see more than just, oh, we invested $1 billion here and then there's some more revenue coming in. No, you need more generic growth, like real growth. It's just not more of the circular financing. I think that's more of just a tone of the call. Maybe some positivity out of China can help. We already talked about this morning, how things are seemingly getting a little bit better with regards to China. Little baby steps here and there, but the expectations are high. Even like flattening of margins, if they can just flatten off after that last decline, I think that would be a good sign. But if they're declining again, it's a problem. Like flat would be okay, declining a big problem. If somehow, I'm not expecting margins to go back up. I think it's better if they just sort of flatten off after making that recent top. But they're not moving around. And it looks like Synopsys, there is an earnings name that's down. Synopsys in the red. I don't know how many people care about Synopsys, but yeah, it was 3 for 3 going into that print at least. Okay.
I was like, I thought it was a troll at first, but yeah, shout out to Synopsys for,
Alex,
I don't know what they get out of XTTV Research, but very happy they follow us.
Alex Karp here, apparently on Palantir. Talk about putting money where your mouth is. I just heard he put $86 million into Palantir stock.
That ain't chump change.
So, I mean, Jensen was...
Let Anthony do that.
Not Jensen. It was the Intel CEO there, Lip Bhutan, most recently with a purchase. I think it was $1 million. I think we were talking about that.
It wasn't 87.
And now I just heard that it was. I don't know if you can confirm that. Okay, but I heard in my ear there. So Palantir, apparently Alex Karp, and that's the bump, right? It went from 178 to 180 right there on a big purchase from CEO Alex Karp. Okay, 83 cents for HPQ right now. Is that starting to go upside? Nice move for HPQ. Excuse me. Now you're at $32 now for HPQ. Adara has those numbers, but also Adara, CRM booked a nice win on Anthropic as well. So that was part of the reason
I mentioned
for CRM's move higher. But let's go over to HPQ. What do you got?
Yeah, Claude Force, apparently.
Yeah.
Also, apparently that judge approved Meta settlements with the states over child harm, so settlements now approved for whatever that's worth. So you had 12.5% year-over-year revenue growth for HP. For HP, this is pretty fine here. $15.7 billion for that GAAP net revenue. That's also going to be up sequentially off the top of my head here. GAAP operating margin, 5.7%. That's a 60 basis point improvement. Not bad here. You've got net earnings coming in at 66 cents per share. That's going to be down 13% year over year. So decline for those GAAP net EPS. Let's see if we get any guidance from them. That's segment results, 18% year over year for personal systems, consumer. Personal systems net revenue up 10%. Okay, so generally growth here. Outlook for fiscal 2026 Q4, because they just reported Q3. GAAP diluted net EPS between 74 and 84 cents. Non-GAAP diluted EPS between 69 and 79 cents. They also both include an 8-cent favorable impact from estimated tariff refunds. So this apparently a tariff play as well here for HPQ. Just to mention Synopsys quickly as well. Revenue $2.48 billion, beating estimates of $2.44 billion. EPS $3.91. Nice beat here compared to estimates of 367. So EPS beat, sales beat for SNPS.
Right there. Not a great look there as we are now 3 minutes away from Nvidia earnings. Yeah, adjusted EPS 83 versus 69. Everything seems fine. I guess it must have been the guidance there as they go 69 to 79 versus 67. So I don't know. It should be good. I'm not sure what happened to HPQ there, but it is a downside play. Maybe just not as good as expected. I don't know.
It was a massive guidance beat.
Yeah, massive guidance beat, gap beat, free cash flow, $3 billion.
I'm not seeing what's bad.
Yeah, so anyways, there it goes right now to the downside. I did have to get out of my SpaceX as we are on a prop floor, so I can't hold it too late, so I just punched out there at 50. We got to get to that one. I still think SpaceX can run on this Nvidia number. I'm still expecting Nvidia to address the next market, and I just don't know how they can keep on hitting all these levels if they're just going to be talking about these GPUs. And there's still CUDA. Don't forget about the software platform as well. I don't think that's going anywhere. I think NVIDIA's numbers are going to be huge. Just a matter of what else do they want to talk about? What's next as we continue to think about NVIDIA trading right now? We are now 2 minutes away from a big number, hopefully on NVIDIA. We do have CrowdStrike, the blasting higher as well at the highs, 210. That's been a great name today. Both CrowdStrike and Salesforce both up 10%, starting off a good morning, could be good morning tomorrow, a good after show here with the earnings calls. So HPQ down, the other two names upside right there. CrowdStrike, the important one, because the PanW also up 4%.
But let's not, we can't really sleep.
Okta also rallied.
CRM had a very big guidance raise as well. That was a big
Okta's the best one, actually.
But Okta's up the biggest percentage, which is absolutely
up 19%.
True. And you're not going to see Nvidia. You're not going to see Nvidia with the double digits. It's not going to go 18% like Okta. It's not going to have that kind of a move, but they can have a big beat with only 1 minute to go here for Nvidia. Just remember, where we move now, and this goes for all of these names: Okta, CRM, CrowdStrike, rug job on HPQ. Where you are now doesn't say anything necessarily about where you'll be tomorrow morning. We've seen this time and time again. Even the names that have been strong, you come back in. If Nvidia goes the wrong way, you could see some of these pulling back in, but they are going a little bit higher. Maybe someone's getting excited. 30 seconds away, and Nvidia just popped a little bit through VWAP. Maybe it's got some early hands that are getting eager for this print. They're going to beat top and bottom. We know that.
The thing is that Nvidia's set up to win. Like, it's already had that move from 230 down to 208, the 50-period moving average. So this is a perfect setup for Nvidia. There to go. We're looking for 211 on the EPS and 92 billion, I think, on revenue. So yeah, between 91 and 92 billion there on revenue, give or take a few country GDPs in there. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening there with Nvidia. It's funny how they are the whole single point of failure in this market, right? I mean, they're the ones holding the keys to absolutely, you can name 30 stocks that are relying on what happens right now with Nvidia. And there it is. There's the move. Down to 208 and change. There goes Nvidia downside, $2.22. Dara has it. Give it to us. Downside.
Okay, well, this revenue beat is massive. We were talking about anywhere from high 91s to early 92 billion. It comes in at $96.2 billion. That is up 106% year over year and a massive beat. Data center revenue, we talked about being up just under 100% last quarter. It's up 117% year over year for the quarter. $89 billion here for NVDA. GAAP and non-GAAP gross margin both coming in at 75%. That's about on par for NVDA, but we know people look really closely at these gross margins, so that could be on watch. Either way, it looks like gross margin up on a sequential and an annual basis, so that's not a bad look at all. Revenue also up 18% quarter over quarter, so we obviously didn't have a sequential revenue decline either. Operating expenses are up 55% year over year. That could be a bit of a look, but we know spending is going to be a concern here. Operating income up 124% year over year. Net income up 126% year over year. Diluted EPS up 128% year over year to a better than expected $2.46. Guidance, they're guiding revenue of $108 billion for Q3 2027. 74% for the GAAP and non-GAAP gross margins. That could be a little bit of an issue. We know we like that 75% for NVIDIA, but nothing too crazy here. GAAP and non-GAAP operating expenses between $9.2 billion and $9 billion, respectively. A little bit of an increase there. That is the NVDA numbers. And again, so that revenue guide is going to be above estimates. That's at $108 billion. We were looking for $104.2 billion. I'm really not seeing any misses here for NVDA. But I guess that, as we mentioned, that adjusted gross margin apparently just in line with estimates.
raising prices. So they're raising prices, margins are staying the same, or very, very slight declines, or maybe just leveling off if we're hoping. But it's only 4% beats on and raised on the guidance, and that's the problem. It's like, well, we just want double digits everything. If it's not double digits, it doesn't count. That said, we're only down. Look, we're down $7 from here, so that's 3.5% from the close, which is underneath the expected move. So let's not go doom and gloom here. We're expecting 6%. It would have to drop to about at least underneath $200 for it to be more than the outsized move. But this was sort of the problem. Expectations so high, they were set up well, but nothing blew us out here. I did see a whisper number at 102 on the revenue, so maybe they needed to see that over 100, which is where they're guiding over 100 revenue quarterly for the next quarter. Maybe they just wanted to see that now and maybe a bigger beat.
AI has reached its inflection point from Jensen Huang. So that's probably something happening here on Nvidia. No, it's not a good quote at all. And I think that's something that maybe we have to pay more attention to here as 205 and change. Not a big move, as we said, for Nvidia. I mean, I was calling nothing burger. Right now it's 2% move down. Nothing really going on for Nvidia, but the numbers were in line. And like I said, what were we expecting from them? Beats everywhere, in line, even on things that they missed were pretty darn close. I don't see any misses actually right now on Nvidia. I want to hear about what's next for NVDA, and maybe Jensen does quell some of that. Adair, you parse through again?
Yeah, only in line thing here, as I mentioned, was that adjusted gross margin at that 75%. That was, better. It was a growth year over year, but it was just in line with estimates. And with NVIDIA, we always want that beat and that raise. So, again, though, that guidance well above estimates here. They're also still not assuming any China data center compute revenue and guidance. Whoop-de-doop, super shocked, not surprised.
If something positive comes out of China next year.
It just flushed. That might be the low right there. I don't know if it's worth calling the low right now, 5 minutes after, 3 minutes after earnings, but that's what happens, right? The algos hit it. It falls back in. Then people say, wait a second, there's absolutely nothing wrong with these. And then now you're literally down 0.5%, 1.5%, maybe on Nvidia right now. So happy. I think if it stays like this, I'm okay to go long, I think, tomorrow, and we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening. Let's check some of the other names that are looking around here. AMD generally doesn't move on Nvidia earnings, and you can see it's not, I told you, there wasn't actually much going to happen outside of this call. Nice to see Marvell moving higher right now, but shipping of data center products to China during the corner were less than 1% or something there of revenue. So there it is. There goes Nvidia. Right now, it's almost going to be up right now after that move down. What do you got, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to go over what these numbers were. I whipped this up really quickly here. $89 billion for that data center revenue. That's up 117% year over year. Edge computing revenue, this was up sequentially and annually here at $7.2 billion. So that grew here. You can't see because of where the headline is, but it grew 13% year over year. Overall revenue growth, 106% year over year. That is a better revenue growth than what we were seeing coming through from last quarter. So sequential improvement there for growth. I like that. That is the Q2 2027 revenue look here for NVIDIA. This will be posted right before the Blue Ocean session opens around 8 p.m.
Yeah, remember, NVIDIA is the bank of AI, so even if they're not going to go green, SNDK initially dropped and is now back above 1,500. Micron initially dropped because everything on sympathy. That's back to where the day's highs were. So you're getting, if they're funding everybody, those numbers just affirmed everything.
No, it's great.
Even if we don't love the reaction, it's a nothing burger on NVIDIA, it still puts a little bit of strength underneath the rest of the ancillary plays, which for now are holding up. But I just come back to that's all well and good. Where are we at 9:30 tomorrow? Because we still have to get the conference call. We still have to wait for Jensen, and he has the power to. He can move the markets. He can frame this great quarter in a much better place, and maybe the market be more receptive. But everything else is seemingly running, even if NVIDIA doesn't want to.
There's Micron taking out the day's high as well. Look, Jensen, you can guarantee one thing: he is a man of the people. He is a Wall Street maven. He knows exactly how to talk to these bankers, these analysts, and everything. I think this is a great number there for NVIDIA there today. And I think the stock is kind of showing it. That's still Micron chart right there. It did make that move down. There was a little bit of a buyback there. You remember, 4 of the last 6 NVIDIA earnings have resulted in this kind of a move lower. So I don't think there's anything to worry about. I think if you break 200 psychological, that's a little bit of a problem. Adira, what is it, 5:30? What time generally, do you know what time?
Generally for NVIDIA, it's going to be 5 p.m. I'll just check that for you because I think it can sometimes be 5:30 as well. It's going to be 5 though tonight for NVDA.
All right, well, cheers up to NVIDIA and their shareholders. I think it's going to be a good day there tomorrow. Other names, Marvell, Micron, SanDisk, a lot of these names, Micron, I said, going to the high side right now because of sort of what you said there, Neil. If everything's good with NVIDIA, then everything's probably good with the family. You know,
we've survived another quarter.
Yeah, they survived another quarter. It just really, it's too bad that NVIDIA reports so late in the cycle because it really does create these nothing burger moments because everybody else, all the CapEx names, they're already out. They've already been trading. We sort of know the rhetoric of some of these other names. So like in Intel, you know, AMD, so on and so forth. So it's nice to see that NVIDIA, you know, holding fort here as expected.
And shout out to Okta.
Yeah,
like Okta kind of stealing the show, everybody. And I see that everyone mentioning it in the chat. Okta's up 23 points here. So we've had two back-to-back days. We've had a monster earnings move, unfortunately. Well, a good one for Abercrombie & Fitch, obviously not a good one for DKS. It feels like Okta gets to be the one going into tomorrow. And then unfortunately, look, HPQ, that's a rug job. We didn't really see anything that was terribly bad with HPQ. It seemed like it was breaking out, and then it reverses the move. Good for CrowdStrike. They had a good one. Love the CRM quarter. I mean, that was the guidance raise was huge. You're getting a rebound in some of the software names. Oh yeah, Cloudforce as well. So CRM looking good tomorrow. It's great. Outside of this HPQ, that's a nasty reversal. Everything else looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I mean, CrowdStrike, I think, is one of the biggest winners again here today with a 14% move higher on CRWD. So we really enjoy that one. I don't think that's slowing down anytime soon either. So CrowdStrike upside, Palo Alto upside. Yeah, it's been a great day, and you know, check the portfolios. I think you'll be pretty happy with what you see after a day like today. But yeah, again, thanks for waiting with us late. There we have the chat there. We want to thank everybody that stayed with us. Roadman, 2 New York Cent, Jabberwocky. What's up, Jabberwocky? TPS reports. Make sure you file those. And everybody that is still with us. One more time. Christmas. Wow, it's almost Christmas. You know, I saw.
Oh my goodness.
Where was I the other day? Costco already selling Halloween candy and costumes and all that kind of stuff. And Halloween's not that far away. It's Christmas. Once they start doing the Christmas, then it's over with. It should be back to school, right? Well, back to school is right now.
Like
I think a lot of no, but I think the States has already started.
Yeah, in the US they've already started here a couple weeks.
Yeah, or September 10th or whatever that day is, the first day back to school. All right, Adara, why don't you wrap this thing up and we'll say bye to everybody.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? There was a lot that happened here today. You have NVIDIA earnings call at 5 p.m. You've got, you know, the pretty solid NVIDIA earnings report and just those inline adjusted gross margins, which could be a little bit concerning. You had CRM with a strong report for the most part, I would say. But with CRM, you also had, of course, the whole Cloudforce thing, which some people are viewing as positive, but I'm seeing a lot more people view as this is a sign of the top and this is a sign of a bubble in AI. Then you also had CrowdStrike here. CrowdStrike fiscal year 2027 guidance better than expected, but their Q3 guidance a little bit lackluster, a little bit milquetoast. Then we had Okta, which I think blew everybody's minds here to the upside. It also blew the shorts out of the water, unfortunately, if you were short OKTA. You had Synopsys, which was a decent report, but trading lower and also not really a day trading stock for people that are not me. But yeah, I guess, guys, the king, the star, the NVIDIA, to end it all, 106% year-over-year revenue growth. What more can you ask from a company? Apparently more because it's trading lower.
All right.
That's the problem.
Yeah, thank you everybody for staying late. Thanks Adara, thanks Sia, thanks Neil, and thank again all of you. Thanks Fabian or whoever's running the board back there. I can't see Andre. You're welcome. So on and so forth. Thanks Ramin, Obi today, Joe, One, Tiffany, Rob came in the after show there to
help fix our PCs.
Fix it. The word fix I think is maybe not appropriate. But yeah, thank you to everybody for staying with us late. Make sure you do join us tomorrow live right here at 8 a.m. Let's see what NVIDIA opens up tomorrow. I think it's actually going to open up higher than where we are right now. Thank you to everybody. Thank you, Dijon Mustard and everybody out there. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Ciao for now. Ciao.